division of realms, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, god transformation, integration, great ascension, primordial immortal, golden immortal, great luo, Tao ancestor, celestial venerable. Levels of magical artifacts, magical tools, magical treasures, spiritual artifacts, post-heavenly spiritual treasures, pre-heavenly. Spiritual treasures, Hongming spiritual treasures, immortal artifacts, Tao tools, Tao treasures, supreme treasures. As the apocalypse descends, a terrifying beast tide engulfs the world, with wild beasts evolving into monsters, resulting in devastating casualties among humanity. At this critical moment, Chen Fan is reborn, possessing foreknowledge of the apocalypse's arrival and a unique ability to traverse the realm of cultivation. After dealing with his treacherous girlfriend and an ungrateful neighbor, Chen Fan begins trading materials from Earth's monsters, gradually establishing his foothold in the cultivation world. From then on, he flourishes, tirelessly managing his endeavors, ultimately ascending to immortality. Chapter 1. What is happening? Have I transcended twice? Monsters. Everywhere there are monsters. Chen Fan's vision is swiftly overtaken by the figures of these beasts, and he is overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his body, blood flowing uncontrollably. What's going on? Wasn't I bitten to death by a monster? He suddenly sits up in bed, memories crashing over him like a tidal wave, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. In a panic, he turns on his phone. November 21st. Is it just a dream? Chen Fan whispers, still shaken, when a news notification pops up on his phone, foretelling the impending catastrophe he remembers. The familiar scene drains color from his face, and his hands tremble uncontrollably. This is not a dream. He has truly been reborn. As he grapples with the shock, he notices the pendant on his chest emitting a faint glow. Compelled by an unseen force, he touches it, and in the next instant, he finds himself in a paradise. Chen, are you off to fertilize the spirit rice again? An elderly man greets him warmly. Another flood of immense memories rushes into Chen Fan's mind, causing a splitting headache. Instinctively responding with a murmur, he hurriedly retreats. This kid is becoming increasingly impolite. I am a reclusive online author on Earth, and in the Eastern Wilderness cultivation realm, I am merely a lowly spirit farmer. These two seemingly unrelated identities plunge Chen Fan into a cognitive dissonance, but he quickly regains his composure, his gaze settling on the pendant at his chest. Suspended from it is an oval piece of metal, pale blue in hue, resembling a fragment of some bronze artifact. Is it because of you? Chen Fan gazes at the pendant, murmuring to himself. Stealing a glance around to ensure no one is watching, he hides behind a large tree, silently wishing to return home while nervously pointing at the copper piece. Holy crap! I really am back. Chen Fan can't help but curse, a release for his overwhelming excitement. Gazing at the unadorned bronze pendant, he reminisces about his days spent constructing a hydroelectric power station deep in the mountains. This mysterious copper piece was something he had found by the river during his leisure time. Its admirable shape, unaffected by rust despite being submerged in the river, led him to keep it as a pendant. What is happening? Have I transcended twice? An erudite Chen Fan quickly comprehends his situation. His heart races even faster than when he was bitten by the monster. He takes a half-filled glass of water by his bedside and drinks it down hurriedly, calming himself slightly. After several tests, he confirms that this mysterious copper piece possesses the ability to traverse between realms. Indeed, he has returned to a month before the catastrophe strikes. Clenching his fists, the faces of the ungrateful people flash before his eyes. Among them, a pure and charming smile pierces his heart like a dagger. Realizing the pendant's function, Chen Fan begins to devise his plan. On one hand, he embarks on a massive procurement of supplies on Earth. On the other, he seeks ways to accumulate spirit stones in the Eastern Wilderness cultivation realm, aiming to purchase a Qianquan bag before the apocalypse descends. This dimensional space, accessible solely to him, would serve as the greatest safeguard in the impending disaster. In his previous life, as an online author, he had stockpiled a considerable amount of food. When the catastrophe unexpectedly struck, it indeed helped many. Yet, in the face of death, human hearts can be fickle. Those neighbors he had assisted ultimately stormed into his home, seizing all his provisions, and the one who incited them was none other than the woman he once cherished, Liang Shiqing. Supplies flowed into his home like a river, and Chen Fan designated 2 rooms specifically for storing food and energy. Before his parents passed away, they left him a modest inheritance. This 80-square-meter small 3-bedroom apartment was once their residence. If only time had permitted me to sell this property and acquire a villa instead, Chen Fan mused, when a sudden epiphany struck him, giving rise to a bold idea. I could take out a loan and rent a villa. Without hesitation, Chen Fan swiftly mortgaged his small apartment and began searching for a suitable villa. Ideally, it would possess a sturdy safe room capable of withstanding monster attacks. As for the small apartment, he couldn't simply abandon it. The saying goes, a clever rabbit has 3 burrows, and he needed to retain a backup. Moreover, his enemies still lingered nearby. He could not leave without witnessing their demise, especially that venomous woman. The mere thought of Liang Shiqing ignited a nameless fury within him, making it impossible for Chen Fan to remain calm. In the eastern wilderness cultivation realm, Chen Fan is baffled as to why there exists another self here, complete with over 20 years of memories. In his memories, he was an orphan from a young age, sold to the Yi family due to his innate spiritual roots, becoming an ordinary spirit farmer responsible for cultivating spirit rice for them. To aid spirit farmers in cultivating spirit rice, the Yi family imparted cultivation techniques, allowing Chen Fan to take his first steps into the realm of cultivation. To Chen Fan and other spirit farmers, the Yi family loomed like deities. Yet, in the grand scheme of the eastern wilderness cultivation realm, they were but a lowly existence. The highest-ranking cultivator within their clan possessed merely the strength of Qi refinement at the 7th level. Even so, this was a vast chasm compared to Chen Fan, who could never condense Qi into his body. In the cultivation realm, mortals are often regarded as little better than livestock. In the realm of cultivation, the most crucial factors are aptitude and resources. Reduced to a mere spirit farmer, Chen Fan's aptitude is evident. As for cultivation resources, he is utterly destitute. Since being sold to the Yi family at 15, after 8 years as a spirit farmer, he has managed to accumulate a mere 8 spirit stones. Yet, even the lowest grade Qianquan bag requires 10 spirit stones. The shortfall of 2 spirit stones leaves Chen Fan exasperated, feeling the weight of the saying, a penny can make a hero fall. Right, I could also borrow spirit stones or take out a loan. Having experienced the process of borrowing for renting a villa, the notion of borrowing spirit stones naturally arose. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan found the idea increasingly feasible. For his first borrowing target, he immediately thought of Old Lu, the elderly man who had greeted him upon his arrival. Old Lu has diligently cultivated spirit rice for the Yi family for over 60 years, and among the spirit farmers, he is relatively well off. Even more enviable is that Old Lu condensed Qi into his body at 40, truly stepping into the realm of cultivation. In the cultivation realm, mortals typically have a lifespan of around 80 years, but once they condense Qi into their bodies, their lifespan can extend to 120 years. Thus, even though the venerable Old Lu has surpassed 70 years of age, he remains remarkably vigorous and full of vitality. Regrettably, after he consolidated his energy within himself, he fell victim to a treacherous plot, causing his cultivation to stagnate, rendering him incapable of ascending to higher realms. Fortunately, Old Lu possesses a sanguine disposition and does not harbor resentment, maintaining excellent relationships among the community of spiritual cultivators. Chapter 2. Acquiring the Qianquan bag. After borrowing spiritual stones from Old Lu, Chen Fan procured a Qianquan bag from the Yejia treasure pavilion. This unusual action immediately attracted the attention of the Yejia, who dispatched individuals to discreetly monitor Chen Fan's every move. Within a week, the news of Chen Fan's extravagant purchase of the Qianquan bag spread among the spiritual cultivators of the Yejia, leading him to become the subject of ridicule. Epitomizing the folly of overambition, upon hearing this news, Old Lu lamented deeply, striking his chest in regret for misjudging the character of the young man. Despite the mockery, Chen Fan secretly reveled in the situation, for it signified that the Yejia had temporarily ceased their suspicions regarding him. In the days that followed, he diligently tended to his spiritual rice, watering and fertilizing it, while seizing every opportunity to practice, disregarding the external jibes. A week later, assured that the Yejia had abandoned their surveillance, Chen Fan seized the chance to return to Earth. Upon powering on his phone, he discovered a flurry of missed calls, predominantly from real estate agents, with only one call from Liang Shiqing among them, dated 3 days prior. After charging his phone, Chen Fan began contacting the agents to compile information on available villas for rent. Once this was accomplished, he held the fully charged device with a resolute demeanor and dialed Liang Shiqing's number. "Hello? Where have you been all these days?" Liang Shiqing's voice erupted with dissatisfaction as soon as the call connected. Chen Fan, however, could not help but smirk inwardly. Asterisk, if you genuinely cared, why didn't you reach out to me? Star. Suppressing his thoughts, he maintained a facade. "I'm sorry, sweetheart, I accidentally lost my phone and just got my number reinstated today, so here I am contacting you right away." "Lost your phone? Just in time. I've been wanting to get a new orange phone. Why don't you buy one for me?" Hearing Liang Shiqing's shameless request made Chen Fan feel nauseated. However, determined not to let this insufferable person off the hook easily, he endured his disgust and continued to engage her. "Sure, darling. Once my manuscript payment comes through this month, I'll buy it for you immediately." "Huh. With that meager manuscript fee of yours, you can only afford a phone case. If you're unwilling to buy me one, I'll seriously reconsider our relationship." The unrelenting mockery emanating from the phone almost pushed Chen Fan to smash his device. Yet he hastily soothed Liang Shiqing. Don't say that. I'll get it for you. When are you free? Let's go to the store together. It's been a while since we last met. We should have a meal too. A meal? Can't you just order one online for me? Liang Shiqing's voice shot up an octave, filled with disdain at the suggestion of dining together. Asterisk, how could I have been so blind to have dated such a wretch? Asterisk, such a precious gift deserves to be given in person. Besides, it's been ages since we've seen each other, sweetheart. Even as he uttered these words, Chen Fan felt somewhat queasy, but the thought of Liang Shiqing's vile demeanor spurred him to pursue his scheme to its conclusion. All right, I'll see when I'm free. Keep your phone on. I'll call you when I have time. Before Chen Fan could respond further, Liang Shiqing abruptly ended the call, leaving him momentarily stunned as he gently rubbed his stiffened face. Asterisk, engaging in such pleasantries with this wretched person truly drains my expressions. Asterisk, fortunately, the realm of cultivation is rife with peculiar happenings. A piece of news soon became the focal point of public discourse. The grand elder of the Qingmu sect, Qingmu Shangren, is nearing his end. The sect is facing a dearth of talent, with no new foundation establishment cultivators emerging, plunging the entire Qingmu sect into a precarious state. The Yejia's keen interest in the affairs of the Qingmu sect stems from its status as the dominant force within a 1,000-mile radius. Like the Yejia, other qi refining families must pay tribute to the Qingmu sect to secure their protection. Should the Qingmu sect fall, the Yejia, with their elder at the qi refining 7th level, would be utterly incapable of ensuring their survival amidst chaos. A single misstep could lead to the family's downfall. Such precedents are far from rare. Chen Fan pondered this news, secretly calculating. As a modern individual, the concept of freedom holds profound significance. If he could seize this opportunity to extricate himself from the Yejia's control, it would be the most favorable outcome. After all, with the mysterious copper piece as his golden finger, he could come and go at will, not needing to accompany the Yejia to their demise. However, the impending demise of the Foundation establishment cultivator may still be years away. Moreover, the realm of cultivation boasts various longevity treasures, and Qingmu Shangren, practicing wood element techniques, surpasses others in terms of extending life. There might be deceit afoot. Upon returning to Earth, Chen Fan commenced implementing his plan. He opted to rent the nearest villa, investing a considerable sum to hire a security company to fortify both the villa and his small 3-bedroom unit, transforming them into impenetrable fortresses. Though the security company found his requests peculiar, Chen Fan's lavish spending prompted them to commence their work with considerable zeal. Surrounding neighbors lodged numerous complaints against him. However, Chen Fan had already bribed the property manager, delaying proceedings for several days. It was only when the neighbors could no longer tolerate the disturbance and called the police that he agreed to conduct work during specified hours. By that time, the construction had already progressed significantly. The situation in the villa area was considerably smoother. The low occupancy rate and the commonality of creating safe houses in villa districts meant that few would engage in such an antagonistic endeavor. Ding ding ding. The familiar ringtone echoed, and Chen Fan pulled out his phone to see it was Liang Shiqing calling once more. Come to the orange store in Qinxiang City now. Immediately. Her tone bore an air of command, and she hung up without further ado. Chen Fan smirked dismissively, tossing the phone aside as he meticulously reviewed his housing renovation checklist. An hour later, the phone rang again. Chen Fan could already envision Liang Shiqing's exasperated expression, instinctively pulling the phone away from his ear. Damn you, Chen Fan. Why aren't you here yet? How dare you stand me up? Stand you up? Sweetheart, what are you talking about? The loud outburst from the phone made Chen Fan stifle a laugh while feigning ignorance. Hearing his response, Liang Shiqing paused momentarily, but quickly regained her domineering demeanor. Didn't I tell you to come find me? Why are you still not here? Did you call for me? When did that happen? Chen Fan feigned a phone mishap to dismiss Liang Shiqing, then leisurely made his way to Qinxiang City for their rendezvous. Liang Shiqing stood by the cashier at the store, clutching the latest orange phone tightly, her gaze fixed on the sales clerk with palpable intensity. Why did you take so long? Buy the phone for me. Then I'll go grab a pair of headphones. Liang Shiqing thrust the phone into Chen Fan's hands, then dashed to a nearby counter for headphones, returning with an air of pride, as if only this would restore her dignity in front of the clerk. However, when her gaze met the clerk's, she was left utterly speechless. Miss, do you still want this phone? The shop assistant, courteous and with warm words, seemed to wield a cold, sharp dagger that pierced the vain heart of Liang Shiqing. Chapter 3. The accidental discovery of the jade purity vase. After eliminating the pests from the spirit rice, Chen Fan returned to Earth, making his way directly to the antique street. Recalling the expression on Liang Shiqing's face at that time was truly delightful. Under the pretense that his funds were frozen due to a lost phone, Chen Fan watched, eyes wide, as Liang Shiqing painfully paid the bill, only to storm off in a huff. As for chasing after her, that was something only a fool would do. After all, This mercenary woman was merely fixated on his money. When the need arose, she would inevitably seek him out again. However, this rationale had never crossed his mind in the past. Perhaps this is what it means to be ensnared by one's own predicament. According to the memories of his previous life, the cataclysm was officially attributed to cosmic gamma-ray radiation, which led to biological mutations. In hindsight, it became evident that, aside from the beasts, humanity also fell within the scope of these mutations. Many individuals acquired superhuman abilities, enabling humanity to resist the cataclysm to some extent. Yet, from the perspective of the realm of cultivation, Earth appeared to be tainted by a potent, malevolent aura, resulting in the transformation of beasts into monsters. Beasts, being inherently mundane spirits, thrived in such an environment, while humans, having long since departed from the primitive era of survival, struggled to adapt to this aura, leading many to suffer adverse reactions and ultimately perish. Moreover, countless others lost their lives to the jaws of these monstrous beasts while still in the process of acclimatization. This malevolent aura is akin to spiritual energy. Its infusion into the body is not vastly different from the cultivation process in the realm of immortality. It merely differs in being passive versus active. Thus, Chen Fan surmised that there must have once existed a splendid civilization of cultivation on Earth. Otherwise, how could there be so many ancient myths and legends that are not mere fabrications? The antique street might just hold the key to his path toward immortality. Returning to his room, Chen Fan retrieved a jade vase from his bosom. Flawless and pure, about the size of a palm. It was indeed the treasure he had acquired earlier on the antique street. After scouring the entire street, this was the only item he discovered that emitted a faint aura, and he had stumbled upon it amidst a pile of debris, considering it a stroke of luck. But how should he utilize this object? Chen Fan attempted to pour clear water into the vase, only to find it lacked the miraculous properties of the chaos pearl. Disappointed, he then retrieved a single grain of his cherished spirit rice from beneath the bed, carefully tossing it into the jade vase. Having spent a year working as a spirit gardener for the Yi family, his remuneration consisted of a spirit stone and a couple of grains of spirit rice. While spirit stones served as currency in the realm of cultivation, spirit rice constituted the sustenance for cultivators. Infused with a trace of spiritual energy, prolonged consumption of spirit rice fosters a closer affinity to spiritual energy. In his quest to achieve the infusion of energy into his body, Chen Fan had already consumed all the spirit rice he had accumulated over the years, leaving him with merely this last handful, totaling just over 100 grains. There's hope. Upon the introduction of the spirit rice, the jade vase emitted a flicker of faint luminescence, which vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Chen Fan leaned in to take a look, and the single grain of spiritual rice had vanished without a trace, leaving the jade bottle completely empty. Could it be that there wasn't enough spiritual rice? Unwilling to surrender to fate, Chen Fan tossed in a few more grains. After a brief moment, he finally discovered a droplet of liquid within the jade bottle, filling him with unexpected delight. Eagerly, he let the droplet slip into his mouth, and a rich aura of spiritual energy surged down his throat straight to his dantian. Chen Fan promptly activated his cultivation technique, thoroughly refining the energy within him. Half an hour later, a wisp of spiritual energy emanated from Chen Fan's body. He had finally taken his first step on the path to immortality, becoming a practitioner at the first layer of Qi refinement. I've hit the jackpot. From now on, I shall call you the Jade Purity Bottle. Chen Fan silently cheered within himself, careful not to make a sound. His recent acquisition of a Qianquan bag had already drawn the attention of the Yi family. Now, with the Jade Purity Bottle in his possession, he was even more aware of the potential dangers and dared not to boast. The fact that I am now a Qi refinement practitioner must remain a secret. The Jade Purity Bottle cannot stay here. Chen Fan firmly etched these two thoughts into his mind and swiftly returned the Jade Purity Bottle to his home on Earth. As for the matter of his newfound status as a Qi refinement practitioner, as long as the Qi refinement practitioners of the Yi family did not come to the spirit field, it was unlikely that this group of spirit planters would discern any clues. Even old Liu, who was also at the first layer of Qi refinement, did not possess such capabilities. As long as he maintained a low profile, he believed he would remain safe. Excited by his transformation into a Qi refinement practitioner, Chen Fan found it impossible to sleep, resorting to meditation to endure a challenging night. The following day, after watering the spiritual rice, he eagerly returned to Earth. It worked. With a slight gesture, he conjured a small fireball, and a brilliant light sparkled in his eyes. Witnessing the efficacy of cultivation techniques from the immortal realm on Earth, a previously anxious Chen Fan finally felt a sense of relief. Since the spells from the immortal realm were effective on Earth, his survival was now assured. According to the perspective of the immortal realm, the beasts on Earth were merely the most rudimentary first-tier creatures, even weaker than their counterparts in the immortal realm. This disparity might be attributed to the differences in spiritual energy density between the two worlds. from the fireball technique he had just executed. Chen Fan sensed that the speed of spellcasting on Earth was somewhat slower than in the Eastern Wilderness immortal realm. Qingqing, ISNT that your boyfriend. Liang Shiqing turned in the direction pointed out by her friend Tang Xinyan, just in time to see Chen Fan standing at the entrance of a villa, conversing with a group of individuals who appeared to be staff members. It really is him. Upon seeing Chen Fan in this location, Liang Shiqing was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, her eyes lit up, and she eagerly pulled Tang Xinyan towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan, what are you doing here? Mr. Chen, a pleasure to collaborate. Just as Liang Shiqing approached, Chen Fan was completing the acceptance process with the security company. With a gentle swipe of his bank card, the final payment was settled. Liang Shiqing clearly saw the number displayed, 2 million. The price of this residence in Shudu is indeed substantial, sufficient for most ordinary individuals who toil for the better part of their lives. Qingqing, is your boyfriend an invisible wealthy heir? Tang Xinyan remarked softly to Liang Shiqing. Observing the extravagant Chen Fan, this is hardly the stingy boyfriend Liang Shiqing described. After the incident with her mobile phone, she had heard her friend lamenting about him on numerous occasions. Darling, what brings you here? Chen Fan, glancing at the expressions of the two women, quickly surmised their purpose for visiting, yet he had no intention of offering an explanation. After all, Tang Xinyan was hardly a paragon of virtue. She had been the loudest to intrude into his home. As the security team departed, Liang Shiqing scrutinized Chen Fan, as if seeing the man before her for the first time. Did you just happen to pass by this villa? Liang Shiqing hesitated, and Chen Fan understood her unspoken inquiry. Ah, this villa belongs to me. I had it remodeled recently. It has just been renovated, and the formaldehyde levels are a bit high. I shall take you on a tour another day. According to Chen Fan's specifications, the renovation prioritized sturdiness over aesthetics. The construction utilized solely steel and cement, rendering his mention of formaldehyde a mere pretense to placate Liang Shiqing. The two women, still intrigued, gazed longingly at the villa, but Chen Fan feigned ignorance and led them towards the community entrance. Chen Fan, didn't you say we would dine together? I happen to be free today. Shall we go now? Sure. Xinyan should join us too. Liang Shiqing's invitation to dine prompted a cold smirk from Chen Fan, though he maintained a pleasant demeanor in response. Chapter 4. The Apocalypse, Let It Descend. Only 7 days remain until the impending catastrophe, as monstrous beasts prepare to besiege the city. Reports of various beast-related attacks proliferate in the news, yet they fail to garner the necessary attention. Only Chen Fan comprehends that some of these creatures have begun to undergo a transformation, awakening their primal instincts. Perhaps the higher-ups are not entirely oblivious to this, but they hesitate to disseminate such alarming news. Much like the initial mask incident, this information was concealed for an extended period before it reached the public's awareness. In the face of the unknown, no one dares assume the burden of a misjudgment. After a hearty meal, Chen Fan feigned a limit on his bank card to evade paying the bill. Liang Shiqing, though thoroughly unwilling, observed her friend beside her and, having witnessed Chen Fan transfer 2 million, reluctantly decided to take it upon herself to settle the bill. You must remember to compensate me. After paying, Liang Shiqing playfully reminded Chen Fan, seeking some form of recompense. Perhaps I could compensate you at home instead? Chen Fan's lewd suggestion took Liang Shiqing by surprise. This was not typical behavior for him, and coupled with his earlier calmness in inviting Tang Xinyan to dine, Liang Shiqing found herself puzzled by her seemingly honest and unassuming boyfriend. Tang Xinyan was taken aback by Chen Fan's blunt remarks. How could a beauty like her be present? And yet such personal matters could not be discussed privately? While she harbored disdain in her heart, her mind involuntarily recalled the image of Chen Fan extravagantly displaying wealth at the villa entrance. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards him, slowly descending. His appearance was rather commendable, suggesting he had some merit after all. Observing Chen Fan's handsome visage and his well-endowed stature, Tang Xinyan felt a flutter of emotions stirring within her. How absurd. Noticing her friend's unusual demeanor, Liang Shiqing immediately sounded the alarm in her heart. Ignoring the decorum expected of young women, she playfully chided her. Chen Fan chuckled, feigning ignorance, while internally he cursed the two women vehemently. Those two wretches, he vowed to make them suffer in due time. Having been with Chen Fan for over 2 years, Liang Shiqing had never yielded to him. Although she sensed her friend's subtle affections, it was not enough to compel her to share a bed with Chen Fan. It was not that she was preserving her purity, rather, she held him in contempt. By the time she met Chen Fan, she was no longer a virgin. Over the past 2 years, she had often strayed, her partners predominantly affluent individuals, including some balding men well into their 50s. Regrettably, those wealthy heirs, seasoned in matters of the heart, were unlikely to be ensnared by someone like Liang Shiqing. Thus, she kept Chen Fan as a backup, searching for better prospects. Now that she had discovered Chen Fan might be a concealed wealthy heir, her doubts persisted, preventing her from yielding easily. Having lived once before, Chen Fan was acutely aware of Liang Shiqing's sentiments, yet he chose not to expose them. With the experience of his past life, he found the prospect of being presented with Liang Shiqing, a flawed woman, rather unappealing. With his resources depleted, he even owed old Lu 3 spirit stones. The path of cultivation was indeed fraught with financial challenges. To borrow the spirit stones from old Lu, Chen Fan pledged to return 3 stones within 3 years. With the acquisition of the jade purity bottle, he felt a marked acceleration in his cultivation pace, now nearing the second level of qi refinement. As the last grain of spirit rice transformed into liquid essence and entered his mouth, Chen Fan experienced a sense of helplessness akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without rice. A great calamity was imminent. He needed a pretext to temporarily evade the scrutiny of the Yi family. Once the disaster struck, opportunities for traversing between realms would likely diminish. If the Yi family were to uncover his abnormalities, his current strength in the first level of qi refinement would render him utterly defenseless. The realm of cultivation was not devoid of soul-searching methods, and his secrets would undoubtedly be unearthed. While he could escape to Earth using the copper token, he could not guarantee that he wouldn't be trapped upon his return, unless he intended to abandon the cultivation world forever. Having witnessed the splendor of the cultivation realm, how could Chen Fan resign himself to a mortal's fate after a century? Furthermore, the Earth was not devoid of peril. Following the impending calamity, greater crises might arise. The identity of Yi Jialing's husband is of utmost significance. After much contemplation, Chen Fan ultimately reached a conclusion. Taking a deep breath, he began to devise a strategy to temporarily evade the scrutiny of the Yi family. Under the pretense of returning home to visit relatives, Chen Fan successfully secured a half-month leave from the family steward. Fortunately, this steward, still a mere mortal, remained oblivious to the secret that Chen Fan had already cultivated qi within his body. In truth, although the Yi family was a lineage of cultivators, the number of practitioners who had reached the qi condensation stage was scant. With the family's limited resources, they could scarcely support more than a handful of such individuals. Each successful cultivator was regarded as a treasure, far too valuable to be assigned the role of an ordinary steward. On December 20th, only a day remained until the beast tide would assail Shidu. Chen Fan was well prepared, having stockpiled a considerable amount of food, drinking water, and essential supplies at home. After the impending cataclysm, these would become invaluable resources. While he possessed copper coins that could facilitate the transfer of provisions from the realm of cultivation via his Qingquan bag, doing so risked exposure. Let the apocalypse commence. As the clock struck midnight, Chen Fan silently declared. The cataclysm descended as anticipated, the ground trembled violently, and the distant roars of monstrous beasts drew ever closer. 10 minutes later, the sounds of colliding vehicles echoed through the streets, engulfed in flames. With widespread power outages, Chen Fan realized that the beasts had breached the city, wreaking havoc on the nearby electrical systems. Panic-stricken cries filled the air, accompanied by intermittent screams. Chen Fan understood. It was the beasts, feasting upon humanity. As for the unfortunate souls who had managed to remain indoors, they were engulfed in trepidation amidst the darkness, their intense fear manifesting as agitation. What in the world is happening? There was no notification of the power outage. Why are there such ghastly sounds outside on this late night? They vented their frustrations, still oblivious to the unfolding calamity. Yet, it did not take long for them to grasp the reality. The apocalyptic scenario they had speculated about had indeed arrived. Rats. So many rats. If one were to identify the most abundant creatures in the city, it would undoubtedly be the rodents lurking in the sewers. Mutated rats emerged from the drainage systems, sending the residents of the apartment buildings into a frenzy. Fortunately, these rats were small in stature, and even after their mutations, their fundamentally weak constitution posed no significant threat to adults. At this stage, the beasts were only in the nascent phase of their transformation, with only medium-sized animals like cats and dogs capable of inflicting substantial harm on humans. However, as the level of mutation deepened, by the time of Chen Fan's demise in his previous life, these transformed rats had become a threat to adult males. Well aware of all this, Chen Fan had preemptively sealed the drains in his home. Now, he reclined on a plush sofa, gently swirling a glass of fine red wine in hand, listening to the cacophony of screams outside, reminiscent of a dirge for the end of days. Chapter 5. The green tea bestie Chen Fan retrieved his phone, only to find an overwhelming number of videos depicting brutal beast attacks on humans flooding various forums and short video platforms. The scenes were horrifying and ghastly. 2 missed calls from Liang Shiqing were noted. After discovering that Chen Fan might be an invisible rich heir, Liang Shiqing had noticeably become much more attentive. However, Chen Fan had long seen through her opportunistic nature, remaining coolly indifferent and refusing to part with even a penny, which infuriated her immensely. In his previous life, it was Liang Shiqing's plea for help that had exposed the abundance of food in his home, ultimately inviting calamity. Now, as history repeated itself, Chen Fan chuckled coldly to himself and gently returned her call. Chen Fan, have you seen the videos? Am I dreaming? Upon connection, Liang Shiqing's trembling voice filled the line, uttering words of self-deception. No, Chen Fan replied coldly, showing no intention of offering her any comfort. In her state of fear, Liang Shiqing failed to notice Chen Fan's unusual demeanor and continued her rambling. Chen Fan listened with indifference, thinking that if he were not so eager to witness Liang Shiqing's downfall firsthand, he would hardly waste his time engaging in this charade. In 2 days, when her food supplies ran out and her phone battery dwindled, she would naturally come to him for help. What a foolish woman. Still oblivious to the value of her phone's battery life. Though satellite communication allowed her to stay connected, without power, it would ultimately serve as nothing more than a useless brick. As for Chen Fan, he harbored no such concerns. His home renovations included a robust power system, complete with a small generator and ample diesel, sufficient for his use for a considerable time. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the cacophony of screams outside had lessened significantly. People had begun to realize that noise attracted beastly attacks, resulting in a profound stillness enveloping the city. In truth, during the initial wave of the cataclysm, the number of humans devoured by monsters was relatively low. More perished from starvation, while others met their demise in searches for food, falling prey to the beasts. The phone rang, heralding another desperate call from Liang Shiqing. With her food supplies exhausted, she knew that Chen Fan, the reclusive homebody, had a substantial stockpile of provisions, prompting her to seek him out. Chen Fan, my food has run out. Do you have any left? Although she was the one asking for help, Liang Shiqing maintained her usual commanding demeanor, albeit with a hint more politeness than before. Yes, Chen Fan replied, sending her a photo via a green bubble, a sumptuous pairing of red wine and steak, causing Liang Shiqing's stomach to involuntarily grumble. Do you have a lot of food at home? Her tone softened instinctively as she began to approach the topic more delicately. Indeed, Chen Fan responded casually, while Liang Shiqing cursed silently in her heart. That Chen Fan, can't he just invite me over? As Liang Shiqing pondered, she recognized her dependence on others and decided to employ her charm. Chen Fan, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you bring me some food? She requested sweetly. And me? Don't forget me. Tang Xinyan interjected loudly, fearing to be overlooked. Absolutely not. What is this nonsense? Liang Shiqing could hardly believe her ears. This tactic had never failed her with Chen Fan before. Did I mishear? She wondered, unwilling to accept that Chen Fan could possibly refuse her. No, if you want food, you must come and get it yourself. It's far too dangerous outside. Chen Fan replied coldly, yet he couldn't resist throwing out a bait. Having said that, he decisively ended the call. With the bait cast, there was no need for him to entertain this troublesome woman any longer. Surely, she would seek him out once her hunger became unbearable. On the other end, Liang Shiqing stared at her phone, stunned by the dial tone. After 3 seconds, she erupted into a fit of rage. He actually hung up on me. Shiqing, keep your voice down. You might attract wild beasts, Tang Xinyan cautioned, tugging at Liang Shiqing's sleeve, which helped her regain some composure. Observing her friend's frantic demeanor, Tang Xinyan began to doubt Liang Shiqing's previous claims. In her accounts, Chen Fan was portrayed as a devoted admirer. Were it not for Liang Shiqing's need for his generosity, she would have kicked him to the curb long ago. Yet, now it seemed that Chen Fan might be a hidden affluent heir, indifferent to Liang Shiqing, far from the submissive figure she had described. What do we do now? I'm so hungry, Tang Xinyan thought to herself, maintaining a composed exterior. She still hoped to procure food through Liang Shiqing from Chen Fan. There was no way she could afford to confront her friend at this moment. Liang Shiqing, hearing Tang Xinyan's words, remained unresponsive, furiously tapping away at her phone, sending a barrage of insults to Chen Fan. Amused, Chen Fan observed her relentless tirade and decided to send her a photograph of his well-stocked room. Upon seeing the familiar space with unfamiliar arrangements, Liang Shiqing was rendered speechless. What's wrong, Shiqing? Tang Xinyan asked, puzzled by her friend's sudden transition from fury to shock. Liang Shiqing stiffly presented her phone to Tang Xinyan, who quickly covered her mouth to suppress an exclamation. Ding! A notification chimed on Chen Fan's phone. Brother Fan, could you bring me some food? Seeing the blank chat history alongside Tang Xinyan's empty responses, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle, just as he was enjoying the moment. Tang Xinyan sent a few messages containing her alluring photos, the implications unmistakable. What a shameless vixen. Chen Fan cursed angrily, yet a scheme formed in his mind. Being with Liang Shiqing was rather inconvenient. As Chen Fan's message returned, Tang Xinyan seethed internally. However, the grumbling of her stomach outweighed her rationality. You could quietly come to my room. Yet, that felt quite unfeasible. But it's dangerous outside. I'm scared. Well, perhaps it's best to forget it. I'm quite comfortable at home. Chen Fan hesitated, engaging in a back-and-forth tug with Tang Xinyan. As for venturing out to deliver food to her, that wretched girl was just dreaming. Observing Chen Fan's unyielding responses, Tang Xinyan ground her teeth in frustration. Yet, when she thought of the photos of a room overflowing with food, she ultimately chose to yield. All right, I'll come find you later. Stealing a furtive glance at Liang Shiqing, who was still lost in thought, Tang Xinyan carefully powered off her phone. Once the power was cut, she realized the preciousness of her phone's battery. She would never squander it unless absolutely necessary. Shiqing, why don't you head back to your room to rest for a bit? Tang Xinyan, intent on sneaking into Chen Fan's home, naturally needed to send Liang Shiqing away. Oblivious to her best friend's unusual demeanor, Liang Shiqing stared at her chat history with Chen Fan, instinctively walking towards her room. Tang Xinyan hadn't anticipated things would go so smoothly. After observing for a while and seeing no intention from Liang Shiqing to emerge, she powered her phone back on. Brother Fan, I'm coming to find you now. Chapter 6. The green tea betrayal. Liang Shiqing and Chen Fan resided in the same building, one on the 18th floor and the other on the 25th. Even so, their encounters were few and far between, reflecting Liang Shiqing's attitude towards Chen Fan. After the first wave of beasts, most had retreated from the city, leaving only a handful wandering about, causing people to hesitate before venturing outside. The elevator had been damaged, forcing Tang Xinyan to ascend to the 25th floor through the dark fire escape. Thankfully, the journey was uneventful, and she arrived at Chen Fan's door. As the doorbell rang, Chen Fan immediately recognized that the wretched girl had arrived. Peering through the peephole at Tang Xinyan's slightly groomed visage, he felt a rush of exhilaration. The water supply system had been ravaged by rats, and this girl had gone to the extent of using precious drinking water to freshen up just to entice him. Brother Fan, I'm here, open the door. When the door remained closed for too long, Tang Xinyan assumed Chen Fan hadn't heard. She pressed the doorbell again and sent a message on green bubble, accompanied by a photo of her shoulder partially exposed, revealing a hint of her snow-white neck and curvaceous figure. Not bad at all. Seems she has quite the knack for enticing men, Chen Fan remarked, taken aback by the photo Tang Xinyan had sent. In such a moment, her ability to find the right angle was truly impressive. Clearly, she had done this often. I dare not open the door. What if there is danger outside? Upon receiving the message from Chen Fan, Tang Xinyan felt an overwhelming surge of rage. It seemed that her perilous ascent of 7 flights of stairs had been for naught, as this fellow had merely been toying with her. Yet, having come this far, she was reluctant to return empty-handed. Suppressing her indignation, Tang Xinyan continued to engage with Chen Fan. Brother Fan, you jest. What danger could possibly lurk outside? Am I not perfectly fine? Are you perhaps afraid that your sister might devour you? I truly fear. This statement, half in jest and half in earnest, left Tang Xinyan utterly perplexed, covering her mouth with a laugh. Then, Brother Fan, you cannot escape. I intend to consume every bit of you. Yet, she reconsidered. It would not bode well if Qingqing were to discover this. As she gazed at her phone, Tang Xinyan finally reached her breaking point and began to pound on the door with fervor. Chen Fan, open the door. Otherwise, I shall inform Liang Shiqing. Having already set aside her dignity, she was infuriated by this insufferable man's rejection. The incessant knocking echoed through the corridor, while Chen Fan remained unperturbed. However, the neighboring residents were far less amused. What are you banging for? Are you trying to attract the beasts to come and meet their demise? Just an hour prior, an official announcement had declared the onset of a global cataclysm, categorizing the transformed creatures as demonic beasts. Residents were cautioned to stay indoors, secure their doors and windows, and preferably reside above the 10th floor. In a rare display of reticence, the authorities had not addressed how they would assist the trapped populace. Evidently overwhelmed by the severity of the calamity, the neighbor's ire finally tempered Tang Xinyan's fury, revealing that her threats had failed to elicit a response from Chen Fan. Leaving her disheartened, reluctantly, she returned to the 18th floor, only to encounter Liang Shiqing exiting her apartment. Where have you been? Liang Shiqing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Caught off guard, Tang Xinyan stammered, I went out to see if there was any food. You went to Chen Fan's place, didn't you? Recognizing her best friend's nature, Liang Shiqing's expression turned icy as she pressed on. Qingqing, let me tell you, this Chen Fan is truly two-faced. Show me your chat history, Liang Shiqing demanded, fully aware of Tang Xinyan's tendencies. How could I possibly reveal my conversations with Chen Fan? Tang Xinyan hesitated, unable to utter a complete sentence. How dare you, Tang Xinyan? You are trying to steal my man. Have I not treated you well? Observing Tang Xinyan's expression, Liang Shiqing swiftly grasped the situation, erupting into a torrent of invective. Having already been played by Chen Fan, Tang Xinyan, now seething with anger, could no longer contain herself and retorted fiercely, Your man? Have you two even been intimate? Does he even acknowledge you now? Liang Shiqing was struck at her vulnerable point, becoming increasingly hysterical as she lunged at Tang Xinyan. The two women instantly became entangled in a fierce struggle, their bodies marred with numerous bruises, completely devoid of any semblance of femininity. Fortunately, having gone nearly a day without food, they soon found themselves lacking the strength to continue, panting heavily as they glared at one another with animosity. Chen Fan, may I come find you? As Liang Shiqing sent the message, Chen Fan flashed a wicked smile. The fish could no longer resist the bait. Sure, is Tang Xinyan coming too? Unaware of the rift between the two women, he nevertheless surmised that their relationship had soured, and thus mentioned Tang Xinyan deliberately. Liang Shiqing cursed inwardly, yet her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Remembering how Tang Xinyan had treated her earlier, she resolutely cast aside her former best friend. Don't you want to spend some time alone with me? With a sly grin, of course. Hurry over. I'm waiting for you at home. Chen Fan feigned eagerness, which brought a slight comfort to Liang Shiqing. At least, she still held some allure for him. Now she understood that in the face of calamity, resources were the most precious commodity. With Chen Fan possessing ample supplies, the number of those eager to curry his favor, like Tang Xinyan, would only increase. Her former pride before Chen Fan had become utterly worthless. All right, I'm on my way. You better be ready to welcome me. After the interruption caused by Tang Xinyan, Liang Shiqing had a stark realization and decided to humble herself before Chen Fan. As long as she could gain entry into his abode, with Chen Fan's spineless nature, she would have him firmly in her grasp. However, the ideal was beautiful, while reality was harsh. Upon arriving at Chen Fan's doorstep, Liang Shiqing found herself met with the same cold reception as Tang Xinyan. Darling, it's not that I don't want to let you in. It's just too dangerous outside. Please check for any monsters nearby. Calling her darling while internally cursing him as a fool. Chen Fan had Liang Shiqing running in circles, forcing her to inspect the hallway for safety 3 times. After returning from her third patrol, still denied entry, Liang Shiqing finally realized that Chen Fan was merely toying with her. In a fit of rage akin to Tang Xinyan's, she erupted. Is this ever going to end? What more do you want? Her frantic knocking was met once again with the wrath of the neighbors. Yet, Liang Shiqing was consumed by her fury, utterly deaf to their complaints. You wretched woman, keep knocking. Suddenly, the door next door creaked open a crack, revealing a burly man clad in a black tank top, who swiftly kicked Liang Shiqing to the ground before slamming the door shut. Sobbing uncontrollably, Liang Shiqing, unaccustomed to such humiliation, remained on the floor, crouching in a corner, weeping. Chapter 7. The beautiful doctor listening to the pitiful cries from outside. Chen Fan found the sound utterly delightful. The man who had kicked Liang Shiqing was no saint himself. In his previous life, he was the first to break through his own door, leading his neighbors like wild dogs to seize his food. You shall not escape. Observing the man in the vest retreating into his house, Chen Fan had already noted him down in his little notebook. This included those neighbors who had snatched his food in the past. Although he was unaware of their names, each face was indelibly etched in Chen Fan's mind. Cultivators emphasized the clarity of thought. Even in rebirth, the memories of his former life continued to haunt him. He had taken a half-month leave solely to witness these individuals perish before his eyes. Only in this way could the grudges of his past life be alleviated. Ding dong. Chen Fan opened his phone to find a message from the entire community group. This group had long been set to do not disturb, but upon opening it, he found a plethora of discussions regarding beasts. One particular message stood out, sent by Aunt Zhang from the homeowners committee. According to the community notice, to assist everyone in better navigating the beast disaster, the homeowners committee had decided to manage and allocate all supplies uniformly. All residents were requested to deliver their provisions to room 602 of Building 2. Upon reading this message, Chen Fan could not help but smirk coldly. Room 602 of Building 2 was, of course, Aunt Zhang's residence. This old crone had been wielding power in the community for many years, using the homeowners committee as a guise to line her own pockets. Now, employing the same trick, she aimed to swindle supplies from the residents. No matter how many fell for her scheme, it was still better than nothing. Aunt Zhang, does uniform allocation mean consolidating everyone's supplies to distribute solely to your household? With this thought, Chen Fan decisively closed the chat interface. He could easily imagine the rage of Aunt Zhang when her true face was revealed. However, that was of no concern to him. As for those who would still fall for her trickery, one could only say that it is difficult to persuade the foolish. That gluttonous old hag. How dare she ruin my plans? In room 602 of Building 2, Aunt Zhang vented her frustrations, her fingers flying over her phone as she deftly pinned the label of divisive on Chen Fan, attempting to salvage a bit of her dignity. Ding dong. Just as Chen Fan was about to shut off his phone, he received a friend request, indicating it was from the community group. The profile picture depicted an intelligent-looking beauty, who introduced herself as a surgical doctor from the provincial hospital. As he gazed at the familiar face, Chen Fan's memories were drawn back to his previous life. During the chaos of residents scrambling for supplies, He had been injured and subsequently encountered this beautiful doctor who had kindly provided him with some medication. So it is her. Zheng Yaodong? What does she want from me? Chen Fan murmured softly, puzzled, as he accepted Zheng Yaodong's friend request and soon received a message from her. Hello. I am a surgical doctor. May I exchange some medication for food? I see you also reside in Building 4. I am in room 2405. Room 2405. Isn't that just below my own home? What do you intend to exchange? In response to Zheng Yaodong's request, Chen Fan, though surprised, did not decline. In a world ravaged by chaos, having a reliable physician is undoubtedly a safeguard. Moreover, she is the only person from his past life who extended a helping hand to him. I possess medications for hemostasis, inflammation, and tetanus treatment, which can alleviate injuries inflicted by monstrous beasts. Which do you require? Perhaps a bit of everything. How much food will you exchange? 1 box of medicine for 3 portions of food. What do you think? Zheng Miaodong, without hesitation, made her offer. Chen Fan had a favorable impression of her forthright demeanor, and they quickly settled on exchanging 2 boxes of each kind of medicine. How shall we conduct the transaction? Look for a basket, and perhaps a rope or strip of cloth to hang it down. True to her medical training, Zheng Miaodong swiftly devised a solution. With a plethora of food at home and the ability to traverse back to the realm of cultivation at will, Chen Fan did not have a pressing need for food. His intention to procure a substantial amount of supplies was merely a preparation for trading resources in this apocalyptic world. The bones and flesh of the beasts are quite valuable in the cultivation realm. Observing the 18 neatly arranged loaves of bread and 18 boxes of milk in the basket, Zheng Miaodong was momentarily taken aback. Her initial thought was to trade box by box, not expecting such trust from the other party. It appears you have quite a stock of food. Just average, third in the complex. I will keep it confidential. Witnessing Zheng Miaodong's perceptive response, Chen Fan couldn't help but reflect on the differences among people. From Zheng Miaodong's social circle, she and Liang Shiqing were equally matched in beauty. In fact, due to her slight age advantage, she exuded a more mature charm, embodying an intellectual grace. However, their personalities and approaches to life were worlds apart. Just as Chen Fan and Zheng Miaodong were joyfully concluding their transaction, Liang Shiqing noticed the commotion in the community group. Climbing back from the 25th to the 18th floor took her a good half hour. Seeing Aunt Zhang portray Chen Fan as a selfish troublemaker who undermined unity, an insidious thought suddenly crossed Liang Shiqing's mind. Chen Fan possesses a vast amount of supplies. His room is filled with food. A message exploded in the community group, accompanied by a photo Chen Fan had sent to Liang Shiqing. My goodness, how could he have amassed such resources? Did he foresee the impending apocalypse? I remember now. He procured a large quantity of supplies recently, and even had someone renovate his home. Yes. At that time, someone even reported him. With Liang Shiqing's remarks, Chen Fan swiftly became the target of collective ire. Look at the community group. Chen Fan received a message from Zheng Miaodong, feeling quite puzzled. Upon reviewing the chat records in the community group, he finally grasped what had transpired. That despicable person. Chen Fan silently cursed a few times in his heart, but remained unperturbed. What a joke. He was now a chi refinement practitioner. How could he allow this group of mortals to manipulate him? Did this person have a grudge against him? Was it not an intentional attempt to harm him? He chuckled and decided to let it be. After expressing his gratitude for Zheng Miaodong's reminder, Chen Fan ceased to pay attention to the discussions in the community group. As for those who dared to seek their demise, the renovated house would soon teach them a lesson. Have you also been sent back? Tang Xinyan, having noticed the messages in the community group, stepped out of her room just in time to see Liang Shiqing's expression of triumph. Huh, aren't you the same? Liang Shiqing, still simmering with resentment, would not allow Tang Xinyan to revel in her misfortune and retorted sharply. It was evident that Tang Xinyan was the more cunning of the two. Understanding that Chen Fan would never be interested in her meager charm, she promptly altered her attitude towards Liang Shiqing. Liang Shiqing, we are now in the same boat. The weight of Tang Xinyan's words struck like thunder, awakening Liang Shiqing to their predicament. Indeed, they were under the same roof, well acquainted, and in this dire environment, they were akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Regardless of their underlying grievances, in this apocalyptic world, they could only rely on one another. If they did not unite, 2 somewhat attractive young women would soon find themselves as mere prey for others. Chapter 8. Enemies at the door. The doorbell rang, and Chen Fan peered through the peephole, only to find the man from next door, clad in a tank top and clutching a baseball bat, cautiously standing at his doorstep. His own door was wide open, allowing for a swift retreat in case of an emergency. I know you're inside. Hand over the food, or I'll make you regret it. Chen Fan had no desire to waste words on such scum. He promptly activated the house's defensive mechanism, and arcs of electricity erupted from the floor, causing the man to perform a mechanical dance. The brief jolt was not lethal. After a moment of mild punishment, the man retreated into his dwelling, understanding the message. It was not that Chen Fan was reluctant to eliminate the man preemptively. Rather, he feared altering the course of history too drastically, which might prevent certain enemies from appearing in this lifetime. Once all his adversaries manifested, he would have no qualms about sending them to meet their maker. Another day passed, during which Liang Shiqing, Tang Xinyan, and the tank top man continued to stir the pot in the community group, and many were already itching for action. Open up. The sound of knocking reverberated as Chen Fan glanced through the peephole, and couldn't he help but smile. Were these not the very individuals who had cast him into the midst of beasts in his previous life? After the first wave of beasts had receded, humanity gradually began to discern the characteristics of these monsters. Most of them roamed at night, preferring to hide in shadows during the day, seemingly averse to sunlight. Thus far, no flying beasts had been discovered, and the majority of terrestrial beasts remained active below the 3rd floor, rarely appearing on the 6th or higher. Speculation arose among the populace that these mystical beasts, too, required sustenance to satiate their hunger. The frequent ascension and descension of stairs would deplete their energy significantly, rendering the effort futile. Consequently, for this very reason, most of these creatures had retreated from the city. After all, humans had taken refuge within their homes, making it impossible for the beasts to reach them even if they desired to feast. Based on this observation, after an entire day of vigilance, the onlookers finally dared to gather at Chen Fan's doorstep, unperturbed by the potential for a sudden assault from the beasts. After all, they were on the 25th floor, and it would take a considerable amount of time for the creatures to ascend. Satellite communication is truly a remarkable invention, Chen Fan mused to himself, then proceeded to engage the modified access control dialogue system at his door. Whoever slaps that woman will receive a portion of food, he declared, pointing directly at Liang Shiqing through the video feed. Why are you all staring at me? Can't you see he's deceiving you? As the collective gaze of the crowd fixed upon her, Liang Shiqing felt a surge of terror and began to scream in desperation. I keep my promises, Chen Fan stated, fully aware of the situation outside through the access system. He promptly seized a piece of bread from his table and hurled it out the window. This action incited a palpable stir among the crowd. A woman with black-rimmed glasses was the first to succumb to temptation, advancing towards Liang Shiqing and delivering a resounding slap. What are you doing? I'll fight you, Liang Shiqing exclaimed, unable to contain her fury after being struck without provocation. She lunged at the bespectacled woman, intent on retaliation. However, the sheer number of onlookers quickly subdued her, leaving even Tang Xinyan powerless to assist. The throng's eyes remained fixated on Chen Fan's door, eagerly awaiting its slightest opening to rush inside. Unexpectedly, with a sharp click, a rectangular aperture appeared at the top of the door, and a bag of whole wheat bread was tossed out. The bespectacled woman rushed forward to catch it, only to be outpaced by the man in the vest, who snatched it first and rudely remarked, "Get lost." The bespectacled woman gazed longingly at the bag of bread in the man's grasp. If rationed properly, it could sustain one person for 2 days. Unfortunately, the man's imposing stature, coupled with the baseball bat in his hand, rendered her unable to voice her indignation. It was evident that he had prepared in advance. He must have been privy to the impending apocalypse. The numerous mechanisms on the door, along with Chen Fan's suspicious stockpiling of supplies, only served to reinforce the residents' belief that he had foreseen the catastrophe. Curse it, he didn't inform us ahead of time. The group erupted in a cacophony of complaints, their frustration palpable as they gazed at the sturdy security door, feeling utterly powerless. Don't rush, there's more to come. Chen Fan observed their disarray with a slight smirk, revealing a chillingly cold smile. Does no one else desire? His voice echoed once more, falling upon Liang Shiqing's ears like the whisper of a demon. No, Liang Shiqing shouted loudly, instinctively rushing towards the fire escape, but was too late and received a resounding slap. The assailant was none other than the man in the vest who had already snatched a bag of bread. The mechanism opened once more, and a bag of bread was thrown out by Chen Fan. At the moment the bread was tossed, all eyes except Liang Shiqing's turned green with envy, and they rushed towards her. The sound of slaps echoed incessantly. Liang Shiqing lost count of how many blows she had received, only knowing to close her eyes and shield her head with her arms to avoid further harm. At that moment, she began to regret inciting the residents to come and seize Chen Fan's food, leading herself into such a dire predicament. As more and more people joined in, bag after bag of bread was thrown out from the door, and all the residents joyfully collected their share, including the bespectacled woman from earlier. The man in the vest, clearly seasoned, recognized the danger of provoking the crowd and refrained from further theft. Chen Fan, what about mine? Tang Xinyan questioned discontentedly, the only one aside from Liang Shiqing who had not received any food. Xinyan, you. Liang Shiqing was taken aback to find Tang Xinyan turning against her as well. The notion of sisterhood felt utterly ridiculous at that moment. Enduring repeated blows, Liang Shiqing laughed and cried, appearing almost mad. Wasn't it in your hands? Seeing Liang Shiqing's pitiful state, filled Chen Fan with a sense of satisfaction. In response to Tang Xinyan's inquiry, he impatiently pointed towards the bespectacled woman, the implication clear. Return my bread. The bread belonging to the bespectacled woman had been taken by the man in the vest, and now she held what was rightfully his. Tang Xinyan immediately found her target and charged at the bespectacled woman. The other residents, having secured their food, had no desire to complicate matters further and did not intervene. The two women soon became entangled in a fierce struggle. Ultimately, the bespectacled woman proved to be the more skilled, swiftly knocking Tang Xinyan to the ground, spitting at her, and departing. Before long, the residents outside dispersed, leaving behind Liang Shiqing, who was both laughing and crying, and the disheveled Tang Xinyan. The moment their gazes met, the anger that had simmered within them ignited like a spark, exploding in an instant. Observing the two women wrestling outside, their hunger made the struggle resemble two worms entwined. Liang Shiqing, do you regret it? By this time, the malice in Chen Fan's heart had diminished significantly. His gaze towards Liang Shiqing was more one of sorrow than hatred. Yet, damage is damage. It does not change simply because the victim forgets. The plans he had set in motion would not be halted. Chapter 9. Develop cautiously, avoid recklessness. The incident at Chen Fan's door quickly spread throughout the community group. Witnessing the residents of Building 4 actually obtaining food from Chen Fan, the residents of other buildings began to stir restlessly. Were it not for the present dangers lurking outside, one might have rushed forth like a ravenous wolf, drawn by the scent of blood. As for the other residents of Building 4 who did not engage, perhaps their consciences remain intact, or perhaps they have long since perished. What remains uncertain? Is he truly so magnanimous? Does this not imply that he possesses even more resources? The community chat buzzed with fervent discussions, while the two women at the entrance had lost all strength, their mutual attacks feeble and more akin to tender caresses. Chen Fan had no intention of allowing Liang Shiqing to perish so easily. Stripped of her dignity and ultimately dismembered by the beasts, that would be her fate. The suffering he endured in his past life must be experienced by this woman as well. The men in vests, having secured provisions, refrained from further troubling Chen Fan, hindered by a lack of suitable tools for a violent breach. After witnessing the actions of the men in vests, who would be foolish enough to expend their energy? In this apocalypse, all laws have become obsolete. Ultimately, only the raw and unadorned law of the jungle will prevail. Once the food is exhausted, they can unite and demand more. Given today's circumstances, Chen Fan also feared a mutual destruction. To regard Chen Fan as a mere cash machine, preserving one's own safety while securing sustenance, was indeed a wise choice. Do not engage in transactions with others. Chen Fan texted Zheng Yaodong before tossing his phone aside and approaching the door, staring intently at the two women who had become as pliable as mud. With a sharp crack, a piece of bread was tossed out from the door. The two women paused momentarily, then rushed forward to seize it, each managing to snatch half, barely alleviating their hunger. Chen Fan, please save me. Didn't you want to sleep with me? I'm willing. Brother Fan, I am too. My figure is better than hers. I assure you will be satisfied. Harlot, Chen Fan is my boyfriend. If you wish to be promiscuous, get lost. Boyfriend, do you really think he cares for you? With your meager frame, you couldn't even fill a large dumpling. Though Liang Shiqing was innocent and charming, her flat chest had always been her greatest source of distress. She typically wore padding to create the illusion of a more ample figure. Goodness, so it was all a facade. Chen Fan, listening from behind the door, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. After over 2 years of dating, he had been oblivious to the fact that his girlfriend was a mere flatland. What a predicament. Stung by this revelation, Liang Shiqing fell silent, as in the realm of insult. She was no match for Tang Xinyan. At least I'm better than you. Your remarks are absurd. You have a small chest. You are absurd. After pondering for a moment, Liang Shiqing finally struck upon Tang Xinyan's sore spot and triumphantly shouted it out. Thus, the two women began to bicker like shrewish harpies, drawing the attention of the men in vests next door, who crept behind the door to eavesdrop on the gossip. No wonder you two are best friends, Chen Fan mused, then tossed a bottle of water over the top of the door. Seeing them quarrel so passionately, they must be parched. A sip of water would surely enhance their performance. The two women seemed to have grasped Chen Fan's intentions, each drinking an entire bottle of water in one go, and began to divulge each other's secrets. Thus, Chen Fan meticulously dangled the lives of Liang Shiqing and Tang Xinyan with food and water. Meanwhile, he calculated the impending arrival of the demonic beasts. According to his memories from a past life, the horde of demonic beasts that suddenly appeared in the community would emerge on the 7th day following the onset of the apocalypse, and now only 5 days had elapsed. In his previous life, although Chen Fan's household had stockpiled ample food, it proved insufficient against the consumption of an entire building's worth of residents. Depleting entirely within a mere 2 days. Left with no other choice, The community's residents banded together to venture out in search of sustenance. It was during this time that Chen Fan was abandoned, the fire exit locked against him, leading to his tragic demise amidst the horde of beasts. It is soon. They are almost here, Chen Fan whispered, his thoughts drifting back to the eastern wilderness cultivation realm. The matters here on Earth were nearing resolution. The developments in the cultivation realm would become the foundation for his future. With his current strength, he could barely withstand ordinary bullets, let alone weapons of mass destruction. In summary, he remained exceedingly vulnerable. He resolved to cultivate cautiously and avoid recklessness. Under the cover of night, Chen Fan returned once more to the eastern wilderness cultivation realm, primarily to seek a means of selling the bones of demonic beasts. In the future, an abundance of demonic beast corpses would accumulate on Earth. If he could secure a share, it would allow this nascent chi refining cultivator to thrive. Even upon reaching the golden core stage, he would no longer need to fret over spirit stones. Over the past 5 days, Chen Fan had stealthily returned to the eastern wilderness cultivation realm under the cover of darkness, finally discovering a market for loose cultivators 200 miles away. Fortunately, the two worlds operated on inverted day and night cycles, which did not hinder his endeavors. This is the place. Observing the bustling market, Chen Fan pulled out a cloak from his bag and donned it before stepping inside. Come and see. Premium spirit talismans at bargain prices. Good sir. Would you care to purchase a spirit sword? Freshly made first-tier chi condensation pills, still warm. Act fast. Upon entering the market, Chen Fan was taken aback. This market for cultivators bore little difference from that of mundane mortals. As a novice in the realm of cultivation, Chen Fan was filled with curiosity about the various stalls. Eager to gaze upon this and that, yet he found himself unable to afford any of the wares. Shopkeeper, do you buy beast bones? After much deliberation, Chen Fan set his sights on a shop named Ru E Pavilion, which dealt in assorted goods, including beast blood, bones, and skins. Out. Do not disturb my business. The shopkeeper, clearly a cultivator as well, saw through Chen Fan's realm at a glance and promptly ejected him from the establishment. A mere first-layer chi-refining child dares to jest with me. Had it not been for the prohibition against violence in the market, I would have ensured he faced the consequences. After driving Chen Fan away, the shopkeeper continued to curse, evidently believing that Chen Fan was mocking him. A mere first-tier chi refinement cultivator. How could he possess the strength to hunt demon beasts? Even if he chanced upon 1 or 2 beast carcasses, it would be far from sufficient for a shop of Ru E Pavilion's caliber. Beast blood could fortify the body, beast bones could enhance strength, and beast hides could be fashioned into talismans or armor. The treasures of a demon beast are plentiful, but one must possess the life to claim them. Countless cultivators have met their demise at the jaws of these creatures. A first-tier chi refinement cultivator is akin to an infant who has just learned to walk in the realm of cultivation. Brother, do you have beast bones to sell? As soon as he exited Ru E Pavilion, Chen Fan was accosted by a shifty-eyed individual who approached him and whispered the inquiry. How do you know? Observing the other's furtive demeanor, even Chen Fan, though not particularly astute, recognized the dubious nature of this encounter. Yet, sensing the subtle aura emanating from the individual, he surmised that he was likely no match and decided to feign compliance for the time being. Follow me. Chen Fan trailed the man through a labyrinth of alleys until they arrived at a dead end. Chapter 10. Are you truly hungry? A grocery store? Chen Fan gazed at the shabby sign, which bore no name save for the words grocery store, and felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Could this be a den of iniquity? However, having ventured this far, he resolved to make the best of it. With no money to his name, it seemed improbable that they would resort to violence against him without cause. Young brother, do you have beast bones to sell? Once they reached the counter, the shifty-eyed cultivator hastily departed. Judging by his demeanor, he appeared to be a professional scavenger. I do not have any at present, but if the shopkeeper offers a reasonable price, I can procure them in 3 days. Having experienced life and death across 2 lifetimes, Chen Fan exuded an air of calm assurance. The shopkeeper instinctively scrutinized Chen Fan more closely, then offered a slight smile. Oh, I presume the esteemed guest has discerned that our humble establishment operates on a modest scale. Our purchasing price is 10% below market value. However, regardless of quantity or source, we shall acquire all. Very well. Chen Fan agreed without hesitation, then turned to leave. Observing Chen Fan's resolute retreat, the shopkeeper's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he pondered. Could he possibly be a disciple of a sect? Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, his demeanor had led the proprietor of this dubious establishment to misinterpret his character. At that moment, he had already exited the market and found a secluded spot, returning to his home on Earth. As dawn approached, the city was intermittently pierced by the sounds of anguished cries. A grim reminder of yet another unfortunate soul lost to the beasts. Is it going to snow? Chen Fan murmured softly, gazing out at the dimly lit window, as if awaiting something. Snow. Such heavy snow. For a southern city, snowfall was undoubtedly a luxury for the people of Shu Du, yet This deluge of snow was unprecedented. Chen Fan, possessing memories from his previous life, had naturally foreseen this situation. His home had long been equipped with underfloor heating, which gradually elevated the room's temperature upon activation. As the year drew to a close, it was indeed the coldest time in the Shidu region. Following the cataclysmic disaster, the populace had become engrossed in the threats posed by the beasts, neglecting to notice the drastic drop in temperature this year. At that moment, snowflakes began to fall, awakening the realization that the temperature had plummeted to 10 degrees, with a continuing downward trend. Ding dong. Chen Fan's phone chimed, revealing a message from Zheng Miaodong. Has your underfloor heating been activated? Yes. Zheng Miaodong was just outside his building. Once his heating system was turned on, she would undoubtedly sense it. So Chen Fan was not particularly surprised. Did you advise me against exchanging food because you poisoned it? Zheng Miaodong, perceptive and astute, inquired about the source of his energy and deftly changed the subject to their earlier conversation. You must be cautious. Those who survived are intent on causing you trouble. Thank you, Chen Fan replied succinctly, refraining from further explanation. It was hardly unexpected that some individuals had refused the food he provided. Were he in their position, he would also hesitate to consume provisions obtained from an adversary. Even in dire circumstances, he would first seek a test subject. The deceased lacked even this basic awareness and would not survive long in this apocalyptic world. As for the survivors, Chen Fan was uncertain about most. But he was certain that the man in the vest next door was among them. As anticipated by Chen Fan, the man in the vest did not act impulsively after receiving the bread, but instead awaited feedback from the other residents. When those individuals began to succumb one after another, he felt a twinge of regret for the first time. He feared he might have crossed the wrong person. Yet, with no turning back, he resolved to forge ahead, having already offended someone. Consequently, the man in the vest began to reach out to the other survivors, inciting a group of residents from other buildings and establishing a separate chat group, plotting to violently breach Chen Fan's door. Although Zheng Miaodong was not part of this group, she had seen the man in the vest's comments in the community chat and thus inferred the situation. Come on, it is precisely the time to ensnare them. Chen Fan glanced at the community group, noting a significant reduction in messages. Many phones had likely run out of battery. The few remaining messages echoed the sentiments of the man in the vest, indicating that these individuals intended to cause him trouble. Through the access control system, he noted that Liang Shiqing and Tang Xinyan were no longer present, likely forced to return to the 18th floor due to the frigid weather. These two women, having missed out on the bread, had temporarily evaded disaster, which was, in truth, part of Chen Fan's plan. Targeting Liang Shiqing was intended both to humiliate her and to prevent her from obtaining the poisoned bread. As for Tang Xinyan, she had indeed been fortunate. Before long, the sky began to brighten. The heavy snow arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, ceasing after a mere 2 hours. Recalling memories from a past life, Chen Fan anticipated a significant number of monstrous beasts would emerge within the community today, prompting the residents to mobilize in search of sustenance. Peering downstairs, he noticed the silhouette of several figures, predominantly middle-aged men burdened with familial responsibilities. A cacophony of clanging sounds echoed from outside, signaling the arrival of the men organized by the one in the vest. Come out now, or we shall break down the door. The tone of the man in the vest was decidedly more aggressive this time, exuding an air of relentless determination. Ah, here they come again. As per our usual practice, slap that woman and receive a portion of food as a reward, he barked. Observing the intimidating crowd, Chen Fan wore a smirk, dismissing them entirely. Liang Shiqing instinctively recoiled, but quickly recalled the man in the vest's earlier assurances, which lent her a modicum of courage. Chen Fan, do not think you can sow discord and poison us again. Brother Zhuang has promised to protect me. With that, she clung to the arm of the man in the vest, seeking reassurance. Indeed, you shall not trick us this time. Tang Xinyan echoed, grasping the other arm of the man in the vest. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, finally understanding why the two women had fallen silent. The memory of the man in the vest eavesdropping behind the door the previous day suddenly made everything seem inevitable. Kid, they are now under my protection. Open the door promptly, or I shall not hesitate to be uncivil, boasted the man in the vest, reveling in his authority. Yet, the two women had gone days without washing, appearing disheveled and emitting an unpleasant odor. Liang Shiqing had even been struck, her face swollen like that of a pig, and her parents had not yet emerged. The entire tableau resembled an absurd comedy. You are truly famished, Chen Fan commented nonchalantly, his words dripping with sarcasm, which incited the man in the vest into a furious rage, while Liang Shiqing and Tang Xinyan were equally mortified. Smash it down. As he spoke, the man in the vest withdrew with the two women to the side. It was then that Chen Fan noticed a large iron hammer and a hatchet positioned at the back of the crowd, indicating that they had come prepared. To locate such tools in the city was already a considerable feat. Chapter 11. 3 rules of engagement. Do you truly hold the renminbi in such low regard? Chen Fan taunted as he observed the crowd laboriously attempting to break down the door. Despite their strenuous efforts, their arms growing weary, the sturdy security door remained unscathed, save for a few white marks. Constructed from aerospace-grade steel, its solidity greatly pleased Chen Fan. Brother Zhuang, what shall we do? As the hatchet and hammer proved ineffective, the crowd turned their hopes towards the man in the vest. If you can't chop it down, then ram it. As the leader, the man in the vest commanded considerable respect among the group. At the sound of a command, several young men began to alternately ram the door. Yet, it proved futile. Brother Zhuang, after a brief moment, the group, nursing their swollen arms, looked helplessly at the man in the vest. You stay here, the rest follow me. Seeing the lack of results from their efforts, the man in the vest seemed to have an epiphany and hastily departed with a portion of the group, taking with them the large hammer and the mountain axe. I am intrigued to see what scheme you all are concocting. Glancing at the time, there were still 4 hours until the arrival of the monstrous beasts, as it had been in a previous life. Chen Fan languidly reclined on the sofa, relishing the warmth of the heated floor, observing the group at the door, stamping their feet against the cold, with a sense of tranquility. After more than half an hour, the man in the vest returned, accompanied by a throng of individuals bearing a large iron column, having dismantled the community's fitness equipment. What a remarkable endeavor! Chen Fan could not help but exclaim. Dismantling fitness equipment in such frigid weather, they seemed unafraid of attracting the attention of the beasts. Smash it! The man in the vest, displaying some intellect, had also brought along 2 bed sheets, which he tied to the iron column, fashioning a rudimentary battering ram. Bang! 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 With this makeshift battering ram, the commotion intensified significantly, causing the very floor to tremble. Is everything all right over there? Ding dong, a message from Zheng Miaodong inquired with concern. All good, just watching the show. Chen Fan had personally inspected every aspect of the renovations. He was well aware of the door's sturdiness. The doors, reinforced by a professional security company, were constructed with aerospace-grade steel, and the frames were embedded into the walls, further fortified with steel bars. It would likely be easier to damage the walls than to breach this door. Seeing Chen Fan still had the leisure to joke, Zheng Miaodong understood that he was not in danger, and the words she had planned to say next were swallowed back. It seemed this fellow was indeed extraordinary. How could he have foreseen the apocalypse? Zheng Miaodong mused silently. The tremendous vibrations instilled hope in the man in the vest and his companions. However, after ramming for a while, the outcome remained unimpressive. The wall plaster had cracked, yet Chen Fan's security door remained unscathed, merely slightly warped. Get out of the way. A bunch of famished fools. Let me take over. The man in the vest finally lost his patience, shoving one of the group aside and stepping up himself. The individual's arms had grown numb from the vibrations and in desperate need of a replacement. He quickly handed the makeshift cloth tied from the bed sheets to the man in the vest. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impacts echoed once more, audible even to the other buildings in the community. A roar erupted, jolting Chen Fan upright as if he had been electrified, his brow furrowing slightly. Why did they arrive early? Were they drawn by the noise? As a practitioner of qi refinement, Chen Fan's hearing surpassed that of an ordinary person. Judging by the direction of the beast's roar, it seemed to be at a considerable distance from the community. Was there not a cry of a beast just now? I see you are attempting to shirk your responsibilities. Outside, others have also taken note of the beast's roar. While the sound of the door being struck has left their ears ringing, they remain oblivious to the commotion. Boss, your phone is ringing. The man in the vest, engrossed in his efforts to break down the door, remains unaware of the ringing phone. What? A beast? Upon answering the call, he gasps in astonishment, instinctively glancing around at the crowd, which has already begun to flee. Though the others have yet to move, their expressions of terror betray their innermost fears. The man in the vest comprehends that the tide has turned, and this time they are destined to return empty-handed. Retreat. With his command, the group dissipates as swiftly as they arrived, vanishing from the corridor in the blink of an eye. As for Liang Shiqing and Tang Xinyan, they naturally followed the man in the vest to the neighboring room. It seems I must seek alternative methods. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Plans seldom withstand the test of unforeseen circumstances. He had not anticipated that the sound of the door being struck would alter the timing of the beast's appearance, thus preventing him from executing his carefully laid plans. Before long, a horde of beasts emerged within the community, utterly shredding those who had failed to retreat to their rooms in time, primarily the individuals who had ventured out for food. Meanwhile, the man in the vest and his companions had already returned to their respective abodes, narrowly escaping disaster. After devouring their prey, the beasts did not depart immediately. Some wandered about the neighborhood, while others infiltrated the buildings. The residents of the lower floors had long been consumed or had relocated to higher levels, leaving virtually no inhabitants below the 10th floor. The beasts, finding no sustenance, howled in discontent within the stairwells, enhanced by the echo of the corridors. Their roars resonated as if playing right beside the terrified residents, causing them to tremble in fear. May I come to your place? Once these beasts have departed, Chen Fan regarded the message from Zheng Miaodong with a peculiar smile. Women, no matter how strong and independent, will inevitably succumb to fear in such situations. What can you offer me? Chen Fan, no longer the fool who once fawned over women, got straight to the point. I possess considerable medical skills, have learned professional massage techniques, and my culinary abilities are quite decent. Knowing Chen Fan's character, Zheng Miaodong responded succinctly, without hesitation. Not sufficient. Observing the cold retort, she bit her lip, her fingers trembling uncontrollably as she struggled to press send. After 20 years of arduous study, she had yet to save her life. She refused to perish so easily. I am unwilling. Gazing around at the trophies, certificates, and photographs that adorned the room, she felt a strange sense of liberation at the moment her finger hovered to send the message. What value do these accolades hold? The weariness etched on her face, the grumbling of her stomach, and the mere one battery life on her phone. Each of these circumstances seemed far more maddening at this moment. As Chen Fan gazed at the seemingly simple character on his phone, he could only imagine the arduous decision Zheng Miaodong had undergone over the past several minutes. After a brief moment of contemplation, his fingers swiftly typed a message. He laid down 3 stipulations. First, you are not permitted to bring any belongings. Second, you must remain in the bedroom for the majority of the time. Third, you shall unconditionally obey my commands. Upon reading Chen Fan's terms, Zheng Miaodong felt a surge of indignation, lifting her phone in a fit of rage, ready to shatter it against the floor. What does this man take me for? A slave? Yet, as her gaze fell upon her haggard reflection in the mirror, the phone's battery dwindling to a mere 1, and the litter of food wrappers scattered around her, she ultimately let her arm fall helplessly. Chapter 12. Above the moon, having a compliant maid seems rather appealing. Chen Fan smiled contentedly at the message Zheng Miaodong had sent. His parents had perished in a car accident during the summer following his college entrance examinations, a tragedy from which it took him a considerable time to emerge from the shadows. It was under such circumstances that he met Liang Shiqing. In their senior year, they crossed paths at a welcome party for new students, forming a charismatic host duo that captivated the audience. This connection blossomed into love. However, Liang Shiqing was discerning and had noticed Chen Fan primarily because he generously treated the entire student council to a lavish meal, leading her to mistakenly believe he was a privileged heir. Upon realizing the truth, Liang Shiqing maintained a distant relationship with Chen Fan while secretly seeking other prospects. Thus, they lingered through their university years, with Chen Fan yearning for affection, growing deeply attached to Liang Shiqing, while she remained with him for his ability to provide financial support. After graduation, Chen Fan, armed with a degree in hydraulic engineering, took a position at a hydropower station deep within the mountains, while Liang Shiqing, having studied business management, stayed in the city of Shidu. During this period, she encountered numerous successful individuals, leading her to embrace her independence. Realizing that Liang Shiqing was beginning to drift away, Chen Fan attributed it to their geographical separation. Resolutely, he resigned from a lucrative position in a state-owned enterprise and returned to Shidu, only to discover that his field offered little opportunity in the city. Reluctantly, he turned to writing online novels for a living, leading to the subsequent events that unfolded. As a man who had yet to experience intimacy, Chen Fan had longed to savor the pleasures of a woman. Yet Liang Shiqing's ambivalence left him with no outlet for his desires. Zheng Miaodong, now 28 years old and having graduated with her doctorate just over 2 years ago, had garnered various accolades during her academic pursuit, establishing herself as a true scholar. At such a young age, she had already ascended to the position of chief physician at a provincial hospital, her rapid advancement within the medical system being a rare feat. Most importantly, Zheng Miaodong's beauty rivaled that of Liang Shiqing, and her grace was unparalleled. The allure of her mature, intellectual beauty stood in stark contrast to Liang Shiqing's more superficial charms. The only minor flaw might be that she was slightly older. In Chen Fan's mind, thoughts swirled as he began to devise a scheme for vengeance utilizing the monstrous beasts. Merely slaying Liang Shiqing would not satiate his thirst for retribution. It would be the act of having these beasts rend her apart, piece by piece, that would bring him solace. Suddenly recalling how the man in the vest had inadvertently attracted the beasts earlier, a plan began to form within him. Just wait. The suffering I have endured shall be repaid to you 100-fold. Without hesitation, seizing the moment before the beasts could disperse, Chen Fan sprang into action. He confirmed through the security system that the corridor was devoid of any beasts. Employing his golden spike technique, he carved a small hole above the door of the man in the vest, swiftly embedding a Bluetooth speaker within the wall, while tossing another speaker near the fire escape. Yet feeling that this was insufficient, He melted a significant portion of the door lock using his fireball technique, rendering it vulnerable enough for even a child to break through. Done. Prepare to face my judgment. Returning home, Chen Fan took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, before resolutely pressing the play button on his phone. The resounding music echoed from the Bluetooth speaker, instantly capturing the attention of the beasts in the corridor, who rushed into the entrance of Building 4. Where's that sound coming from? In the neighboring apartment, Liang Shiqing and Tang Xinyan huddled on the sofa, trembling in fear, while the man in the vest stealthily observed the situation from the window. The sudden burst of music startled all three, causing Liang Shiqing to leap to her feet. It seems to be coming from outside, Tang Xinyan stammered, pointing hesitantly towards the door, avoiding the man's gaze. The man in the vest, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of inexplicable rage as he looked at the two quivering women. Damn it, that little brat has outsmarted us. As the head of security at the nightclub, he was well acquainted with such tactics, instantly grasping the unfolding scenario. You, go check where the noise is coming from. Without a moment's thought, he commanded Tang Xinyan to investigate, disregarding her willingness. He had already gleaned much about the entanglement between the two women and Chen Fan. Liang Shiqing was, after all, the boy's legitimate girlfriend, perhaps serving a greater purpose. Naturally, it was Tang Xinyan who would be sent to probe the danger first. Me? Why should I go? She could go instead. Stunned by being singled out, Tang Xinyan pointed an accusing finger at Liang Shiqing, her anger bubbling to the surface. You go. And stop wasting my time with your nonsense. With Tang Xinyan daring to retort, the man in the vest's fury escalated, and he swiftly slapped her across the face. In a moment of peril, time was of the essence. This foolish woman was still squabbling when they faced imminent danger. Tang Xinyan, stung by the slap, found herself at a loss for words. Clearly, Liang Shiqing's performance was far more inadequate, yet the perilous task of venturing forth fell upon her shoulders. Was she truly inferior to that wretched harlot? Both Chen Fan and the man in the vest regarded her with such disdain. If she did not act soon, she would be the one to take the plunge. At this critical juncture, Tang Xinyan's thoughts were consumed by jealousy, her tears cascading down as she remained rooted in place. Such behavior instantly incensed the man in the vest, who kicked her sharply, sending her stumbling towards the door. The sudden pain jolted Tang Xinyan back to a semblance of rationality. Realizing the futility of resisting, she reluctantly approached the door, peering through the peephole. Upon discovering that no monstrous beast lurked outside, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Stop dawdling, she chastised herself. However, her moment of hesitation was abruptly interrupted by another blow from the man in the vest, who was poised to close the door at any moment. Glaring at him with resentment, Tang Xinyan opened the door and stepped outside, immediately identifying the source of the music emanating from above and down the corridor. She dared not venture toward the hallway, but looked up to find a perfectly square hole chiseled into the wall above the doorframe, with a Bluetooth speaker firmly embedded within. Get back here. The man in the vest yanked Tang Xinyan back inside, slamming the door shut, anxious that it had been ajar too long, allowing a beast to slip through. In that fleeting moment of being pulled back, Tang Xinyan's gaze fell upon the door lock, which had already melted significantly. Recalling the speaker embedded above, her face drained of color, and her eyes lost their luster. Moments later, a fit of manic laughter erupted from her. Ha ha, ha ha. Chapter 13. Vengeance achieved. Insufferable harlot. Laugh on. Tell me, what on earth is making that noise? The man in the vest was perturbed by her inexplicable laughter and responded with a resounding slap. Yet, at this point, Tang Xinyan had descended into utter despair. Even after the blow, she continued to laugh maniacally. In her gaze towards him, there was a glimmer of sympathy, mingled with a sense of exhilaration. Witnessing her derangement sent a chill down the man in the vest's spine. The incessant music only heightened his agitation. You go. With Tang Xinyan in a frenzy, he decided to redirect his focus towards Liang Shiqing. She had witnessed her friend being struck and, after a brief excursion, had completely lost her senses. Though she felt 1,000 unwillingnesses in her heart, terrified of the pain, she still chose to act as the man in the vest's pathfinder. Tang Xinyan stepped outside to assess the situation, observed by Chen Fan through the door access system. Given the speed of the beast, it would soon be upon them. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a deafening roar echoed, causing the door that had just opened next door to slam shut in fright. Behind the door, the man in the vest appeared pallid, yet Liang Shiqing felt an inexplicable sense of having survived a calamity. Little did she realize that her fate, irrespective of the eventual outcome, could be succinctly encapsulated in 2 words: tragic. Chen Fan, wearing an expression of calm indifference, sat behind the door, observing as a monstrous beast materialized on the surveillance monitor. With a gentle tap of his finger on his phone, the haunting melody of the Symphony of Destiny began to resonate. One by one, the second and third beasts emerged in the frame, lunging towards the door of Chen Fan and the man in the vest. With a resounding crash, the door was effortlessly breached, and the beast that charged toward Chen Fan shook its head, stumbling as if disoriented. It seemed there was no need to retreat to the realm of cultivation after all. Chen Fan had prepared himself to escape to the cultivation world should the beasts force their way in, planning to return to Earth only after achieving mastery. Yet, the current turn of events left him quite satisfied. Ah, help! No, beast! Get away! The chilling cries of Liang Shiqing and Tang Xinyan intertwined with the symphony, allowing Chen Fan to vividly imagine the hellish scene unfolding next door. In his previous life, he had met a similar fate, torn apart by a horde of beasts. Now, the pent-up resentment had finally been released. After a while, the cacophony from next door began to fade, leaving only the sound of beasts feasting on flesh. Though vengeance was at hand, Chen Fan felt an unexpected emptiness, his gaze lost in the ceiling, pondering his thoughts. Time drifted by until his phone emitted a sudden notification, rousing him from his stupor, only to find silence enveloping the outside world. Can I come over? Zheng Miaodong's heart raced to its zenith as she witnessed the monstrous beast pass by. Hearing the commotion upstairs cease and with nightfall approaching, she powered on her phone, sending this message with the last remnants of battery. All right, should we use the staircase or the window? Chen Fan, uncertain of the presence of beasts in the corridor, relinquished the decision to Zheng Miaodong. Let us go with the window. Zheng Miaodong, decisive by nature, promptly settled on this course of action. Chen Fan approached the window, surveying the area for any flying beasts, then tossed down a climbing rope. Zheng Miaodong paused momentarily at the sight of the rope, suddenly feeling that the two bed sheets in her hands were rather absurd. This fellow had truly come prepared. With genuine admiration, she felt reassured in her choice. With Chen Fan's thorough preparation, her chances of survival after aligning with him had significantly increased. Retrieving the climbing rope, closing the window, and shedding her clothing, Zheng Miaodong adeptly scaled the 25th floor using the rope. Not only did she evade Chen Fan's outstretched hand, but as her feet touched the ground, she was met with a chilling remark. Observing Chen Fan's earnest demeanor, she realized he was not jesting, and in her heart, she had already unleashed a torrent of expletives at him. What kind of man was this? Despite the turmoil within her heart, Zheng Miaodong obediently retracted the climbing rope and securely closed and locked the window. However, when it came to the act of disrobing, her hands grasped the hem of her clothing at her waist, yet she found herself utterly unable to lift it. The stipulation was clear. Chen Fan's icy utterance of 4 words shattered Zheng Miaodong's remaining dignity in an instant. With a clenched jaw and closed eyes, she reluctantly raised her arms, stripping away her outer garments until she was left clad only in her bra and panties, her exquisite form laid bare before Chen Fan's gaze. Continue. To her surprise, Chen Fan did not relent. His cold voice commanded her once more. Zheng Miaodong, arms crossed over her shoulders, slowly opened her eyes, now brimming with tears. Faced with Chen Fan's impassive expression, her trembling hands unfastened the clasp of her bra. With a soft thud, as the bra fell away, crystalline tears cascaded down Zheng Miaodong's cheeks. When the entirety of her silhouette was finally revealed to Chen Fan, her face was already awash with tears. Turn around. With her arms still clutching her chest, Zheng Miaodong slowly pivoted, her heart racing at the sound of approaching footsteps behind her, as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. Despite having steeled herself for the loss of her virtue, she was unprepared for Chen Fan's sudden urgency. As she gently closed her eyes, bracing to endure the ordeal, she did not receive the warmth she had anticipated. Instead, she heard the rustling behind her, suggesting that Chen Fan was picking up her discarded clothing and handling it carelessly. The thought of her intimate garments being manhandled by a stranger sent a wave of indescribable shame coursing through Zheng Miaodong, turning her cheeks a deep crimson. Thankfully, her back was turned to Chen Fan, sparing her from the humiliation of his gaze. All right, I have completed the inspection. If you wish to bathe, you may head to the bathroom. You can take these clothes with you, or I can provide you with new ones, men's clothing. What? An inspection? The abruptness of his words momentarily rendered Zheng Miaodong's mind blank, and her flushed cheeks regained their usual hue. So, he made me undress out of fear that I might be concealing a weapon. The absurdity of this conclusion left her both amused and bewildered, and she recalled that Chen Fan had mentioned something about bathing, albeit faintly. What did you just say? Bathing? I have hot water here. Your clothes have begun to emit an odor. Chen Fan hesitated briefly before stating this harsh truth. His failure to directly mention the unpleasantness of Zheng Miaodong's smell was his final act of kindness. Nevertheless, such blunt remarks from a man, especially directed at a woman who naturally cherished beauty, felt like a nuclear bomb dropped upon her. Ashamed, she fled, completely forgetting to retrieve her clothing or inquire about the location of the bathroom. Over there, Chen Fan, observing Zheng Miaodong's aimless flurry, pointed to the bathroom with a sense of resignation. Chapter 14. a truth universally acknowledged as the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. A flicker of unease crossed Chen Fan's otherwise stoic visage. Observing the foul-smelling garments of Zheng Miaodong, Chen Fan disdainfully cast them onto the balcony. He retrieved a fresh set of loungewear and 2 clean towels from the wardrobe, placing them at the bathroom door. Zheng Miaodong fled in haste. But as the warm water cascaded over her body, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten her clothes, and more importantly, the towels. What to do? A flurry of anxiety coursed through her, and after a moment of internal conflict, she resolved to seek Chen Fan's assistance. However, when she gently opened the bathroom door just a crack, she discovered a plastic basin placed conveniently at the entrance, containing precisely what she needed. As for Chen Fan, upon hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, he did not cast a single glance in her direction. This fellow possesses a certain tenderness after all. Hugging the plastic basin into the bathroom, Zheng Miaodong felt a surge of joy, completely forgetting how Chen Fan had treated her earlier. Although lacking undergarments, she recalled Chen Fan's piercing remarks and decided not to don anything until she was thoroughly cleaned. After a week without a shower, Zheng Miaodong found herself humming a tune. Her spirits lifted, bringing a hint of life back into the long quiet house. From this day forth, without permission, you shall remain in this bedroom. Access to the living room, bathroom, and kitchen is granted only upon request. The 2 rooms are off limits. Emerging from the bathroom, the fleeting joy Zheng Miaodong felt was swiftly shattered by Chen Fan's terse words. Though these were terms they had previously agreed upon, hearing them spoken so coldly by him ignited a sense of indignation within her. Oh, Zheng Miaodong responded absently, prompting Chen Fan to furrow his brow. I must reiterate. We are in an apocalyptic world. This is not a negotiation. Understood, master. Realizing her momentary lapse into arrogance displeased him, Zheng Miaodong corrected her demeanor. This man before her was fundamentally a refined egoist. His earlier gesture of providing her with clothes and towels was likely motivated by a desire to minimize inconvenience. Observing Zheng Miaodong's newfound seriousness, Chen Fan's expression softened slightly. Proximity breeds familiarity, while distance breeds resentment. Essentially, Zheng Miaodong was no different from a slave he had purchased. He certainly did not wish for her to become overly audacious. Very well, go prepare a meal. Despite having a substantial stockpile of food, Chen Fan was not skilled in the culinary arts. There were still some fresh vegetables in the refrigerator that would spoil if not consumed soon. After several days, Chen Fan finally savored a warm meal. In the eastern wilderness realm of cultivation, as a lowly spirit planter, he rarely had the opportunity to indulge in delectable dishes, often subsisting on spirit-repelling pills. Thus, he found a certain fondness for earth, where even packaged food was far more palatable than the flavor of spirit-repelling pills. As for those pills, Chen Fan contemplated including them in the trade list once stability was achieved. This extraordinary sustenance, capable of keeping one satiated for an entire day, proves far more effective than compressed rations. After securing Zheng Miaodong in the bedroom, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to return to the eastern wilderness of the immortal realm. Here, the abundance of spiritual energy far surpasses that of earth, allowing for remarkably efficient cultivation. As for the matter of trading beast bones in 3 days, it merely serves as a ruse to placate the owner of the general store. Such unscrupulous establishments hardly require any semblance of credibility. In the bedroom, Zheng Miaodong only sensed something amiss upon hearing the sound of the door locking. What trickery is this? Why would he forsake such a stunning beauty and a comfortable bed for the allure of a sofa? Expecting to surrender herself to Chen Fan today, she could never have anticipated this outcome. Lost in her thoughts, Zheng Miaodong awoke the following dawn, feeling as though her bladder was on the verge of bursting. Knock, knock, knock. Upon returning to earth, Chen Fan was greeted by the sound of knocking at the bedroom door. After unlocking it, he was met with the sight of Zheng Miaodong, fidgeting inexplicably. What is the matter? May I use the restroom? Upon receiving permission, she dashed towards the bathroom like a bolt of lightning. Chen Fan then realized that the woman could no longer contain her need. Here, take this. Zheng Miaodong looked at the bucket in Chen Fan's hand, momentarily speechless. Following the tragic demise of Liang Shiqing and the others, Chen Fan seemed to have lost interest in vengeance. The remaining individuals who had wronged him in his previous life were no longer worth his effort to confront. Once Zheng Miaodong finished washing the dishes, Chen Fan locked her back in the bedroom and resolved to initiate his next plan, hunting. The beasts on Earth, having mutated from wild animals, possessed a strength only slightly superior to that of ordinary fauna, but their capabilities were still quite limited. Nonetheless, these creatures were undeniably genuine beasts, categorically belonging to the realm of first-tier monsters. Trading in the carcasses of these beasts was a lucrative venture Chen Fan had long envisioned. In the realm of cultivation, the acquisition of resources is paramount. This principle is well understood not only by practitioners in the immortal realm, but also by the denizens of Earth. In his previous life, Chen Fan had witnessed a group of individuals slay a solitary beast, and with his current cultivation at the first layer of chi refinement, he could easily handle a single monster. Should he encounter a pack, he could swiftly utilize his bronze piece to escape, ensuring his safety. Emerging from his building, Chen Fan caught a glimpse of a figure darting across the community. Upon recognizing him, the individual immediately retreated. Am I truly that terrifying? I am not a beast that consumes humans. Chen Fan chuckled at his own jest, oblivious to the fact that he had poisoned several residents, earning a notorious reputation within the community. The grim fate of the man in the vest had also been disseminated among the residents. And even in the absence of concrete evidence, those 3 lies would inevitably be attributed to Chen Fan. Otherwise, why have those desperate individuals ceased to trouble Chen Fan? It is precisely because he has become synonymous with ruthlessness. People naturally tend to fear the formidable, upon realizing that Chen Fan is not to be trifled with. Indeed, he is far more ferocious than even the infamous backstabber. These individuals can only hope that he does not remember their faces, and thus dare not approach him. Observing that everyone keeps their distance, Chen Fan finds himself rather at ease. During this brief hunt, he need not worry about his mastery of spells being discovered. Thus, Chen Fan exited the community and wandered aimlessly outside. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and collapsed signs, and even after a heavy snowfall, crimson stains could still be seen on the ground, thoroughly dried and solidified. After a short while, Chen Fan noticed a beast slumbering beneath an overpass, a common dog demon. Perhaps once a cherished pet of a minor deity or merely a stray from the streets. Judging by its appearance, it appeared to be a golden retriever, but now, having transformed, it had grown considerably larger, akin to an adult lion. You shall be my target. After scanning the surroundings and finding no other creatures, Chen Fan solidified his first target for battle. Chapter 15. The initial slaying of demons. Fireball technique, water bullet technique, golden spike technique, earth trap technique, wooden shield technique. As a novice in the chi refinement stage, Chen Fan had only mastered these 5 fundamental elemental spells through his cultivation of the 5 elements Immortal Sutra. Among them, the earth trap technique could create a small marsh, while the wooden shield technique could conjure a modest shield. The other 3 spells were of an offensive nature. In the city, where the ground was paved with concrete, Chen Fan was unsure whether his rudimentary earth trap technique would prove effective. After some contemplation, he decided to employ his favored golden spike and fireball techniques for a direct and forceful strike. Fireball technique, go. Golden spike technique, condense. With a hand gesture. As the fireball was unleashed, the golden spike had already coalesced at his fingertips, ready to deliver a follow-up strike. The blazing fireball surged toward the dog demon's forehead. Sensing danger in its slumber, the dog demon's fur bristled as it agilely sprang to its feet. Upon seeing the fireball approach, it instinctively tilted its head, narrowly avoiding the fiery projectile, which whizzed past its chin. Damn it, it actually dodged. Chen Fan cursed, releasing the golden spike. The dog demon, still dazed from narrowly escaping the attack and unaware of its source, was caught off guard as the golden spike, moving with incredible swiftness, pierced through its skull. With a whimper, it collapsed, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Chen Fan acknowledged that although he had not performed exceptionally well in his first battle as a novice in the cultivation world, his opponent had proven even less capable. After dispatching the dog demon, Chen Fan refrained from acting recklessly, ensuring that no other beasts had heard the commotion before cautiously emerging from his hiding spot. Gazing at the lifeless form of the canine demon, Chen Fan was filled with overwhelming joy, hastily stowing it away in his chinquan pouch. Alas, this pouch seemed rather inadequate. Observing how a single beast's carcass filled it to the brim, Chen Fan let out a weary sigh. Fortunately, the pouch bore no weight limit. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to manage such a substantial demon's remains. Quickly departing the scene, Chen Fan glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky and resolved to investigate the villa district before dusk descended. If safety were assured, he would expedite his relocation there. His temporary residence in a modest 3-bedroom apartment was solely for the purpose of vengeance. However, he had not anticipated that his rebirth would alter the course of events. The villa was intended as his stronghold in this apocalyptic world, far surpassing the small apartment in terms of land area, resources, and defensive capabilities. The villa lay just over 2 kilometers away, a distance easily traversable. Utilizing the cover of nearby structures, Chen Fan cautiously made his way toward the villa district. Passing by a supermarket, he discovered it had been thoroughly looted. The ground strewn with debris. Bloodstains marred the floor, walls, and toppled shelves. Uncertain whether any beasts lurked within, he abandoned the notion of searching for supplies. With the mysterious copper piece in his possession, the risk was unwarranted for a meager haul. As he approached the police station, Chen Fan sensed something amiss. The bloodshed here was notably less than in surrounding areas, suggesting that few had remained during the calamity. Perhaps they had evacuated in advance. Did the authorities foresee the impending disaster? This thought lingered in his mind, growing more plausible with each passing moment. Historically, the government had never displayed such disregard for the safety of its citizens, yet this time, they had conspicuously failed to intervene, inciting public outrage online. Nevertheless, the officials merely reiterated the importance of remaining indoors, preferably above the 10th floor, without mobilizing military or police forces to eradicate the beasts. It seemed this disaster was far more terrifying than he had initially comprehended. The government must possess more comprehensive intelligence, and their current strategy likely stemmed from deeper considerations. Behind the beast tide, there were surely more dreadful occurrences at play, diverting the authorities' attention. Realizing this, Chen Fan acknowledged his ignorance regarding the catastrophe. His singular focus on vengeance had caused him to overlook crucial information. Now that his vendetta had been avenged, he recognized the necessity to enhance his strength. With a heavy heart, he quickened his pace toward the villa district. Along the way, he encountered several stray beasts wandering the streets, which he deftly evaded. Fortunately, the villa district appeared relatively secure. With its low occupancy rate and superior defensive capabilities compared to ordinary residences, the beasts found little sustenance here, thus rarely making an appearance. The only drawback, perhaps, is the relatively low floor. Seizing the opportunity, with no demonic beasts in sight, Chen Fan swiftly dashed to the entrance of his rented villa, unlocked the door, and slipped inside like a flash. Meanwhile, behind the window of the neighboring villa, a woman of exquisite grace observed the scene unfold. Who is he? A thief, perhaps? As she watched Chen Fan's furtive movements, Luo Shuiyao pondered curiously. After inspecting every corner of the villa and reviewing the surveillance footage from the past week, Chen Fan finally felt at ease. No one had entered the villa during that time. To be on the safe side, he had instructed the security company to construct a bunker underground, which now proved invaluable. He retrieved the corpse of the dog demon from his spatial bag, its head still oozing fresh blood. Hastily, he fetched a basin to collect the blood. The blood of demonic beasts can be used to fortify one's physique, yielding beneficial effects whether applied externally or ingested. Though the scarcity of physical cultivators in the realm of cultivation keeps the price of beast blood relatively low, it is still better than nothing. Chen Fan, who was quite impoverished, certainly did not mind. Before long, he had dismembered the dog demon. To conceal the origins of the creature, he painfully divided the intact hide into several pieces. The hide could be used to inscribe talismans or craft defensive artifacts, with larger pieces being more desirable. While the value of the cut hide diminished significantly, safety was paramount, and Chen Fan was willing to make the sacrifice. Regarding the bones of the demon, he resolved to sell only a few, adhering to the same reasoning. Having completed his task, Chen Fan stored most of the dog demon's remains in the villa's cold storage, taking with him a small portion of the hide, a few bones, and half a basin of blood, leaving the villa area with a sense of satisfaction. To avoid drawing attention from the cultivation world regarding his precious treasures, he refrained from carrying the jade bottle with him, opting instead to leave it at home. As he contemplated moving, he knew he must not forget this invaluable item. Furthermore, there was still a living person confined in the bedroom. After all, Zheng Miaodong had aided him in his past life, and he could not abandon her ungratefully. Whether she would choose to leave with him was a decision she would have to make for herself. Reflecting on this, he realized he might be too kind-hearted. The moment he recalled Zheng Miaodong's tearful expression, he found it impossible to compel her to share his bed. Each time he thought of this, he could only sigh in resignation. Chapter 16. The Trade of Demon Bones. Is that you? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zheng Miaodong quickly called out, her heart fluttering with anxiety. What would she do if that fellow had met his demise outside? Listening to the familiar yet cold voice, Zheng Miaodong felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. As Chen Fan unlocked the bedroom door, he noticed Zheng Miaodong's cheeks flushed, her demeanor somewhat bashful as she gazed at him. Realizing the situation, he immediately turned away, allowing Zheng Miaodong to seize the opportunity to slip into the bathroom with a bucket. The sound of water splashing soon filling the air. Forget it. During the time I am out, you may engage in your activities. However, not in the evening. After Zheng Miaodong emerged, she was preparing to cook for Chen Fan when she heard him express his benevolence. Thank you. After uttering this phrase, Zheng Miaodong hurried into the kitchen to busy herself. Before long, a meal, rich in color, fragrance, and flavor, was presented at the dining table. Zheng Miaodong, confident in her culinary skills, was not merely boasting. Shall I give you a massage? After a long day, Chen Fan felt somewhat fatigued and reclined on the sofa to rest his eyes. Having finished tidying the kitchen, Zheng Miaodong noticed Chen Fan's exhaustion and, almost instinctively, uttered, okay. Chen Fan was slightly taken aback but did not refuse, allowing Zheng Miaodong to approach him from behind, though his senses heightened in alertness. No need to be so tense. I still rely on you for sustenance. Look, I even trimmed my nails. Sensing the tension in Chen Fan's body, Zheng Miaodong felt a wave of grievance wash over her, extending her snow-white hands before him as a token of her harmlessness. After 2 days of interaction, she had discerned that this man was exceedingly fearful of danger, whether it was having her undress for an examination, locking her in the bedroom, or refraining from claiming ownership over her. He was evidently concerned for his own safety. Despite his cold exterior, a gentle heart lay beneath. He had prepared clean pajamas for her and generously allowed her freedom of movement. To attain better treatment, she must first demonstrate her harmlessness, at the very least, that she posed no threat to him. This woman was remarkably astute. Chen Fan tilted his head in surprise, catching a glimpse of Zheng Miaodong's alabaster neck, with hints of her curves beneath. Okay, what one should not gaze upon, one must not. He quickly averted his gaze, though his cheeks betrayed him with a blush. Fortunately, Zheng Miaodong stood behind him, unaware of his embarrassment. Feeling Chen Fan relax, her hands began to gently knead his shoulders. The soothing sensation ensnared Chen Fan, leading him to lose track of time, and before he realized it, half an hour had slipped by. Noticing the diminishing pressure of Zheng Miaodong's hands, Chen Fan finally responded. Let us call it a night, rest early. She replied, rubbing her sore wrists, but then promptly retreated into the bathroom. As exiting the bedroom was prohibited in the evening, she naturally needed to relieve herself first. In the eastern wilderness of the immortal cultivation realm, Chen Fan, well acquainted with the marketplace, pondered whether to try his luck at the Rui Pavilion or to visit the humble grocery store in the alley. After much contemplation, he opted for the grocery store. Given his current cultivation level, he dared not present a large quantity of beast bones or skins. Moreover, the quality of beast bloodlines on Earth was exceedingly poor, rendering both bones and skins of inferior quality. Although the grocery store was somewhat shady, it accepted a wide range of items, making it a preferable choice. Welcome, esteemed guest. As Chen Fan arrived as promised, the shopkeeper of the general store greeted him warmly. After their brief previous encounter, the shopkeeper had already regarded Chen Fan as a disciple of the sect, and thus was careful not to be neglectful. These items, how many spirit stones can you offer? Chen Fan inquired briskly, presenting the prepared beast bones, skins, and blood. The shopkeeper, familiar with Chen Fan's demeanor, immediately began inspecting the items, but he couldn't help but frown slightly. Observing the shopkeeper's expression, Chen Fan remained impassive, waiting for the forthcoming offer. Alas, the quality of your beast bones, skins, and blood is rather subpar. They must be from newly ascended demonic beasts, I presume. While speaking, the shopkeeper discreetly monitored Chen Fan's reaction, only to find him unwavering and unresponsive. Reluctantly, the shopkeeper shifted his approach. For the remains of such low-quality demonic beasts, I can only offer you 50% of the market price. 2 beast bones will fetch you 1 spirit stone, 3 beast skins will yield half a spirit stone. And as for this small basin of beast blood, the shopkeeper's frown deepened at the mention of the blood, clearly conflicted. For this first transaction, I shall value the beast blood at half a spirit stone. In total, that would be 2 spirit stones. What do you say? Agreed, Chen Fan replied without hesitation, leaving the shopkeeper momentarily stunned, pondering if he had perhaps overestimated the offer. I shall take my leave. After breakfast, Chen Fan bid farewell to Zheng Miaodong, locked the door behind him, and departed eagerly. Having exchanged 1/3 of a demonic beast's remains for 2 spirit stones, this substantial gain invigorated Chen Fan. Upon encountering a solitary demonic beast once more, Chen Fan felt much more adept this time, swiftly dispatching it with a single strike of his golden needle technique. After quickly clearing the battlefield, he made his way to the villa area and slipped into the underground shelter. This particular demonic beast was a cat demon, presumably of British short hair, significantly smaller than the golden retriever from the previous day, only about the size of an adult wolf. Through online videos, Chen Fan had acquainted himself with basic information regarding demonic beasts. Generally speaking, among cats and dogs of comparable size, cat demons tend to possess greater strength, particularly in terms of speed, far surpassing that of their canine counterparts. In cases of the same species and size, wild variants are typically stronger than domesticated ones. Most demonic beasts prefer to dwell in familiar environments, which explains why, following a beast tide, the majority have vacated urban areas. The demonic beasts roaming the city are predominantly transformed from domestic pets, hence their lingering presence in urban settings. In contrast, wild demonic beasts are far more formidable in both power and numbers. The carcass of the cat demon occupied less than half the space in Chen Fan's Chinkoan bag. He had contemplated hunting another cat demon, but he currently had more pressing matters to attend to. Carefully retrieving the jade purification bottle from his bosom, he delicately tossed a spirit stone inside. Now, Chen Fan stands on the precipice of reaching the second level of qi refinement. Yet he finds himself unable to step through the threshold. With spiritual stones now in his possession, he certainly cannot allow the precious jade clean bottle to merely serve as a decoration. Success. Witnessing the gentle luminescence emanating from the jade clean bottle, Chen Fan is filled with unrestrained joy. Initially, He had harbored concerns that the bottle might not be able to absorb the spiritual stones, but it appears his anxieties were unfounded. However, the duration of the bottle's glow stretched unusually long, lasting a full half-hour before it ceased. Chen Fan surmised that this was due to the fact that the spiritual energy contained within the stones was far richer than that of spiritual rice. Given that the conversion efficiency remained constant, the total amount of spiritual energy would naturally influence the time required for transformation. Observing the shallow layer of spiritual liquid at the bottom of the bottle, he estimated it contained dozens of drops. Eagerly, Chen Fan opened his mouth and slowly allowed a drop of the spiritual liquid to fall. Chapter 17. Second level of Qi refinement at last. He has reached the second level of Qi refinement. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, and Chen Fan's expression brightened with elation. At this pace of cultivation, could it be possible for him to become a foundational practitioner within a year? Such a feat would grant him dominion over the life and death of powerful forces within a 1,000-mile radius, something he had never even dared to dream of before. Strangely enough, while he was well aware that he was merely a struggling author from Earth, the memories of Chen Fan within the realm of cultivation felt entirely harmonious. The two identities seemed to merge seamlessly, akin to the poles of a magnet, forming a new entity. This entity was governed by the consciousness of Earth's Chen Fan, yet possessed the entirety of the memories and thoughts from the cultivation realm's Chen Fan. The recent spiritual liquid, in fact, surpassed the quality of its predecessors significantly. Upon experiencing it, Chen Fan discerned that a drop of spiritual liquid derived from the spiritual stones was far more abundant than that from spiritual rice. The disparity between the two was roughly tenfold, which explained why the jade clean bottle required half an hour to fully assimilate. What a marvelous treasure! Cradling the jade clean bottle in his hands, Chen Fan could not help but praise it sincerely. Welcome back, esteemed customer. Upon seeing Chen Fan's return, the shopkeeper of the general store felt a mix of emotions. He was pleased that the young man had come bearing the remains of demon beasts to sell, but distressed at the lackluster quality of those remains, which made them difficult to resell. With a thud, Chen Fan cast aside several cat demon carcasses, prompting the shopkeeper to inspect them with a growing headache. My dear young friend, shall we negotiate? Observing the shopkeeper's obsequious tone, Chen Fan felt a sudden unease. The quality of these beast bones and skins is quite subpar. The ones I acquired yesterday were a struggle to sell, and I only managed to offload half of them. Just tell me, how many spiritual stones? Chen Fan decisively interrupted the shopkeeper, recognizing the familiar dance of haggling. The fact that he had sold half of his previous acquisitions indicated that these demon beast remains were indeed marketable. It was merely a matter of time. As long as the price was sufficiently low, every flaw could be transformed into an advantage. In any case, the earth is replete with numerous mystical beasts awaiting his endeavors, leaving him unconcerned about sourcing materials. How about a spirit stone in exchange for 50 spirit crystals? 50 spirit crystals equate to half a spirit stone, causing the shopkeeper to feel a mild sense of embarrassment. The deal was struck. Chen Fan readily agreed, leaving the shopkeeper, who initially felt he had made a favorable bargain, momentarily dumbfounded. Who conducts business in such a manner? It is important to note that the realm of cultivation is not akin to Earth. Typically, the strength of a beast of the same rank surpasses that of its human counterpart. This disparity is particularly pronounced when both parties are of a lower tier. The harsh environment in which mystical beasts develop endows them with a natural combat instinct that far exceeds that of a novice cultivator just entering the Qi refinement stage. Encounters in the wild often lead to the unfortunate demise of the latter at the jaws of the former. However, the shopkeeper was unaware that the mystical beasts hunted by Chen Fan were not of the cultivation world, but rather akin to mere wild animals, possessing little strength and thus rendering the quantity of spirit stones irrelevant. A complete beast carcass holds no value, not even a single spirit crystal, in the eyes of cultivators. Items devoid of spiritual energy are utterly worthless to them. Upon returning to his modest abode, the dawn had yet to break on earth. Listening to the gentle sounds of breathing from the bedroom, Chen Fan realized that Zheng Miaodong had not yet awakened. With nothing to occupy his time, he resorted to meditative practice on the sofa. After reaching the second level of the Qi refinement stage, even with the aid of an upgraded spirit liquid, he could feel the pace of his progress sluggish. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots are classified as heavenly, earthly, mixed, and mortal. One's aptitude dictates the speed of their cultivation and the ceiling of their potential. Most cultivators spend their entire lives grappling with a bottleneck at a certain realm. Ultimately, they fade into dust, having lived only a few hundred years more than an ordinary person. Only through significant cultivation and attaining the legendary status of an immortal can one enjoy a lifespan of 10,000 years. Thereafter, enduring a heavenly tribulation every 10,000 years allows for eternal life. Beyond these four types of spiritual roots, various special physiques and mutated roots exist. often exhibiting a cultivation speed comparable to that of heavenly roots, yet their occurrence is even rarer. The so-called mortal root is akin to lacking a spiritual root altogether. Most individuals will never break through the qi refinement stage, though many are reluctant to confront this truth. Chen Fan's aptitude is indeed that of a mortal root, which is why he became the spirit crop cultivator for the Yi family, tending to their spirit rice since childhood. Alas, at this rate of cultivation, when will he ever ascend to immortality? With a sigh of resignation, Chen Fan concluded his meditation. The realms of cultivation begin with qi refinement, followed by foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, and great ascension. Upon reaching the great ascension stage, one can be referred to as a scattered immortal. And after overcoming the 9 layers of heavenly tribulations, one may truly become an immortal. However, in the current age, the cultivation world is bereft of spiritual energy, and even the most formidable cultivators in the eastern wilderness are merely at the nascent soul stage. The realm of immortality appears exceedingly distant for cultivators in the eastern wilderness. They could never imagine that in the southern fringes of this realm, a mere second-level qi refinement cultivator is troubled by such thoughts. Listening to the sounds emanating from the bedroom, Chen Fan realized that Zheng Miaodong had awakened. He unlocked the bedroom door, and she promptly headed straight for the bathroom, a behavior to which Chen Fan had long since grown accustomed. "I am moving," he announced, just as Zheng Miaodong emerged from the bathroom. "Where to?" "To the villa district in the south. I have a property there. I shall accompany you," Zheng Miaodong declared without a moment's hesitation, a response that took Chen Fan aback. "It is dangerous outside. Isn't it you who will protect me?" Although Zheng Miaodong was unaware of Chen Fan's daily escapades, she felt assured of her safety given his aversion to peril. Chen Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to her unshakable confidence. In the midst of his bewilderment, Zheng Miaodong misinterpreted the silence, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Are you planning to abandon me?" Her soft, trembling voice left Chen Fan flustered. "That was not my intention." Upon witnessing Chen Fan's flurry of panic, Zheng Miaodong couldn't help but chuckle softly. This man can indeed be quite endearing at times. "Then it's settled. I shall prepare breakfast," she stated, her tears vanishing as swiftly as they had come. Zheng Miaodong entered the kitchen, leaving Chen Fan momentarily dazed. Are women always so capricious? With days spent hunting and nights exchanging goods at the grocery store for spirit stones, Chen Fan became thoroughly acquainted with the route to the villa district. With only 2 days remaining before his leave from the Yi family expired, it was time to transition to the villa. "Let us go." After Zheng Miaodong opted to leave with him, Chen Fan began orchestrating their moving plans. And today marked their agreed-upon date of action. "May I return home first to fetch a couple of outfits?" Zheng Miaodong gazed at Chen Fan with pleading eyes. Since moving into the cramped apartment, she had been wearing his pajamas, and her own foul-smelling garments had long since been discarded. Knowing this was her last chance before departing, Zheng Miaodong realized she could not continue wearing Chen Fan's clothes indefinitely, each of which she found utterly unappealing. Chapter 18. Zheng Miaodong's sacrifice clothes make the man. Chen Fan mused as he beheld Zheng Miaodong in a fresh ensemble. Though he had always recognized her beauty, it was only when she donned attire more befitting her that he understood the essence of harmony in appearance. "What are you staring at? Let us go." Seeing Chen Fan captivated by her presence filled Zheng Miaodong with a sweet sense of pride. Under Chen Fan's guidance, they navigated the desolate streets with caution, ultimately arriving at the villa district unscathed. "Here it is." Chen Fan pointed to the opulent villa before him and stepped forward to unlock the door. Just as they were about to enter, a melodious voice suddenly broke through the air. "Sir, could you please save me?" Chen Fan furrowed his brow as he observed the graceful figure at the entrance of the opposite villa, pulling Zheng Miaodong with him into his own abode without a backward glance. That woman appeared to be Luo Shuiyao, did she not? Having endured the tribulations of a previous life, Chen Fan harbored an unwavering vigilance towards any stranger. The notion that there are always schemers intent on causing him harm echoed his innermost sentiments. What of Luo Shuiyao? As he listened to Zheng Miaodong utter her name, Chen Fan felt a twinge of confusion. Luo Shuiyao, an idol singer, an actress, one of the most celebrated stars in Huagua today. Yet, he did not recognize her. Chen Fan coldly concluded, harboring no desire to delve deeper. Absurd. Could any woman, no matter how beautiful, possibly rival the allure of immortality? Zheng Miaodong cast a bemused glance at Chen Fan, questioning whether he might be lacking in certain faculties. After all, here was a stunning beauty before him, and he remained utterly indifferent. A beauty like Luo Shuiyao, one capable of captivating even women, elicited not a trace of interest from him. "From now on, you are to remain above the first floor. The underground areas are off limits without my permission, and do not disturb me," Chen Fan stated, establishing his customary rules before disappearing into the underground shelter. This marked Chen Fan's first visit to the villa district since the Great Catastrophe. and it was then that Luo Shueiyao took notice of him. Initially, she suspected him to be a thief, given his furtive demeanor. However, as the days passed, she observed that he appeared at roughly the same time each day, entering the villa only to depart shortly thereafter. This revelation led her to realize that Chen Fan was not a thief, but rather the owner of the villa, igniting her desire to seek his assistance. Based on his demeanor, it was clear that he possessed a certain degree of self-preservation capabilities, at least sufficient to fend off solitary beasts. Such abilities might seem trivial in peacetime, but in this apocalyptic landscape, they were exceedingly valuable, for they suggested that he had the capacity to venture forth and gather resources, enough to endure in this desolate world. Having navigated the corridors of fame and fortune for years, Luo Shueiyao understood that interpersonal relationships are often sustained through the exchange of benefits. The moment she sought help, she had already resigned herself to the notion of submission. Yet she was taken aback by his utter indifference. After all, he was already accompanied by a beauty who was no less captivating than herself. With a resigned shake of her head, Luo Shueiyao acknowledged the situation. Zheng Miaodong was acutely aware that Chen Fan harbored secrets. Whether it was the preemptive renovations of the house, the stockpiling of resources, or his daily mysterious disappearances, all indicated that he was shrouded in enigma. Moreover, it was evident that he wished to keep this secret from her. But what did it matter? Her current life was quite satisfactory. Compared to the days of trepidation in room 2405, now she resided in a spacious and beautiful home, with ample provisions, free from the worry of what tomorrow might bring. In this world of calamity, such circumstances were nothing short of a blessing. A wise woman must learn the art of feigning ignorance. Thus, the rules that Chen Fan set for himself were never to be challenged by Zheng Miaodong. Since he forbade her from venturing underground, there must be a reason behind it. As for what Chen Fan was doing beneath the surface, it was not her concern. With only one day remaining until the end of her half-month leave, Chen Fan made one last visit to the grocery store before heading toward the Yi family. The Yi family held his servant contract, which had yet to expire. Should they notice his absence, they could easily locate him through the contract, and at that point, the situation would become quite precarious. Oh, Chen Fan is back. The steward of the Yi family beamed with delight upon seeing Chen Fan return a day earlier than expected. Thank you, Steward Yi, Chen Fan replied graciously. Oh, it was nothing really. The steward, surnamed Yi, was not a direct descendant of the main family, but rather a member of a collateral branch, holding a position of lesser nobility. His role as the steward of spiritual plants was essentially that of a senior worker for the Yi family. He relied on Chen Fan and others to cultivate more spiritual rice to fulfill the tasks assigned by the main family, so he generally did not impose difficulties on them. However, something felt different about Chen Fan. After he left, the steward murmured to himself, realizing something was amiss. Thus, Chen Fan returned to the Yi family, diligently tending to the spiritual rice, while no one noticed that he had already reached the third level of the qi refining stage. Once settled back at the Yi family, Chen Fan returned from the underground to the first floor of the villa, only to encounter Zheng Miaodong emerging from the bathroom. At that moment, Zheng Miaodong was no longer clad in Chen Fan's oversized pajamas, but in her own silk robe. The robe, light and soft, caressed her skin like a gentle cloud, accentuating her graceful figure. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, brushing softly against her fair skin, smooth as silk. The collar was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and enchanting neckline, exuding an aura of allure and elegance. In that instant, Zheng Miaodong's charm was revealed in its most perfect form. Chen Fan's Adam's apple bobbed as he felt a dryness in his throat. Zheng Miaodong was equally taken aback by Chen Fan's sudden appearance, momentarily lost in thought. As her wet slippers slipped beneath her, she began to fall backward. Just as her head was about to collide with the marble countertop of the sink, Chen Fan dashed forward like lightning. He caught her soft waist with his left hand, while his right inadvertently tugged at the tie of her robe. Zheng Miaodong's defenses were down, her exquisite form once again presented before Chen Fan. The woman's shyness prompted an instinctive scream, yet within her, a subtle anticipation began to stir. Chen Fan, being a vigorous young man and an untouched virgin, found himself utterly unprepared for such a scene. A surge of vitality coursed through him, leaving his mind in a blank haze, as if something had detonated within. In a moment of impulsive fervor, his lips found themselves pressed against Zheng Miaodong's delicate cherry blossoms. The instant their lips met, Chen Fan felt as if he had discovered a sweet spring in the arid expanse of a desert, his tongue eagerly savoring the nectar from Zheng Miaodong's mouth. Reluctant to part, simultaneously, his right hand, unbidden, ventured towards the heights of Zheng Miaodong, feeling the softness and warmth that brought him considerable relief. Chapter 19. The waters of Luo's passion ignited, the couple transitioned from the bathroom to the living room, indulging in unrestrained ecstasy upon the sofa. Chen Fan, in his naive exploration of forbidden pleasures, lacked moderation, which soon left Zheng Miaodong overwhelmed. With both hands pressed against his chest, she pleaded for mercy. However, after repeated entreaties fell on deaf ears, Zheng Miaodong resigned herself to fate, lamenting her unfortunate pairing with such an inexperienced partner. Time slipped away unnoticed until Chen Fan finally completed his initial conquest as a man, allowing them to finally find respite. At that moment, Zheng Miaodong lay in a state of utter exhaustion, her eyes glazed as she curled up on the sofa. Observing her disheveled state, Chen Fan realized he had perhaps gone too far. The constitution of a cultivator was beyond that of an ordinary person, and his lack of restraint had nearly led to a calamity. Gently, he carried Zheng Miaodong back to the bed, where he retrieved a drop of spiritual liquid, diluted it 100-fold, and tenderly administered it to her. While Zheng Miaodong slumbered, Chen Fan returned to the Yi family, commencing a day of labor. Watering, fertilizing, and pest control. Aside from sowing seeds, these 3 tasks comprised the entirety of cultivating spiritual rice. Repeating this cycle for 15 years had begun to wear on him, particularly now that he had ascended to the 3rd level of qi refining. The monotony of such drudgery had become increasingly intolerable. He needed to devise a plan to reclaim his body contract. For cultivators, the clarity of thought is paramount. The body contract not only serves a locating function, but also significantly influences a practitioner's advancement. While Chen Fan pondered this matter, old Lu happened to pass by, shaking his head in disapproval at Chen Fan's dazed expression. Those 2 spirit stones would likely go to waste. As old Lu lamented over his lost spirit stones, Chen Fan called out to him, "Elder Lu, what is the current situation with that person from the Qingmu sect?" "You ask me, but who should I inquire of?" Old Lu retorted, exasperated. "Matters concerning the foundation establishment are beyond our grasp. However, I have heard that the Yi family is currently recruiting guest cultivators. It seems there may be some complications." Old Lu's irritable response inadvertently divulged a valuable piece of information to Chen Fan. "Guest cultivators? Are there any requirements?" "Huh. Do you truly wish to sign up? Do you possess the strength of a 3rd-level qi refiner?" Old Lu scoffed, finding Chen Fan's naivety amusing. Their conversation soured, and with a huff, old Lu turned on his heel and departed. Initially, witnessing the young lad diligently cultivating day after day, I believed he might have a chance to embark on the path of enlightenment, which is why I lent him those 2 spirit stones. Little did I anticipate that he would suddenly succumb to a fit of hysteria, spending 10 spirit stones on a gaudy, yet impractical spatial pouch, all the while spouting nonsensical bravado. The Yi family is currently recruiting guest cultivators. Perhaps I could give it a try. As for old Lu's dissatisfaction, Chen Fan was well aware of the reasons behind it. However, the realities he faced were somewhat difficult to explain, and he could only let it be. Given the right opportunity to reveal his prowess as a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement, old Lu would surely revise his opinion. When Zheng Miaodong awoke, it was already noon, and Chen Fan had ventured out to hunt once more. Gazing around the empty room, yesterday's events felt like a fleeting dream. Just as she was about to tidy up, the door creaked open, revealing Chen Fan, returning triumphantly, with his strength now elevated to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Dealing with those cat and dog demons felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. "You're back." Zheng Miaodong greeted him with a hint of joy. "Feeling better?" Though Chen Fan did not specify, Zheng Miaodong understood perfectly what he meant and playfully shot him a coy glance. "What do you think?" Chen Fan scratched his head awkwardly, instinctively glancing in her direction, only to find that she was wearing the same silk nightgown from yesterday. An involuntary image of her lithe form beneath the silk flashed in his mind, causing a certain part of him to stir. "That won't do. She needs to rest." Zheng Miaodong, noticing the fervor in Chen Fan's gaze, was acutely aware of his implications. Yet, just as Chen Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, Zheng Miaodong shifted her tone. "However, I can." She playfully pointed to her rosy lips, leaving Chen Fan momentarily speechless. 5 days later, having tasted forbidden fruit for the first time, Chen Fan found himself yearning for more, persistently seeking Zheng Miaodong's affection over several consecutive days, which left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "I can't take it anymore. Perhaps you should consider the lady across the way." Rubbing her sore jaw, Zheng Miaodong pointed toward the neighboring villa. Let us not go there." Chen Fan felt a wave of despondency wash over him, but Zheng Miaodong was not ready to give up. "Fan Ge, I'm not joking. Haven't you noticed? With your constitution, I simply can't withstand it alone." Despite being several years older than Chen Fan, Zheng Miaodong still called him Fan Ge, harboring an unspoken youthful sentiment. "Lo Shuiyao is quite lovely, having come from a girl group in Korea, and she has a fantastic figure. You would surely be satisfied." Seeing Chen Fan still hesitating, Zheng Miaodong seized the moment, seemingly unperturbed by the thought of Lo Shuiyao usurping her position. "All right, I'll be honest. I feel a bit lonely at home. And you're often away." At this point, Zheng Miaodong feigned a look of melancholy, which made it increasingly difficult for Chen Fan to resist. "All right, let us first observe her intentions." Chen Fan sighed helplessly, affectionately ruffling Zheng Yaodong's hair, and resolved to ascertain the situation regarding Luo Shuiyao, without needing to inquire. I have already gathered information on your behalf. She has just returned from the land of the peninsula, unfamiliar with the unspoken rules of our country, thus offending a powerful figure, leading to the dissolution of her management team. Consequently, she came to Shudu to unwind, only to find herself ensnared here. Chen Fan was taken aback by the barrage of information Zheng Miaodong delivered. How do you know all this? There are reports online. Zheng Miaodong replied, her expression one of utmost certainty. And how do you know she is willing? He asked. It is often said that women understand other women better. Consider how I ended up here. Zheng Miaodong flashed a cunning smile, her words leaving Chen Fan with no room for rebuttal. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, Zheng Miaodong was an ardent admirer of Luo Shuiyao. Upon discovering that Luo Shuiyao resided across from her, she became increasingly invested. After settling into the villa, Zheng Miaodong noted how often Luo Shuiyao stood alone behind the window, a sight reminiscent of her own isolation in room 2405. Recalling the day when Luo Shuiyao bit her lip and sought Chen Fan's assistance, Zheng Miaodong had already surmised much of Luo Shuiyao's feelings and resolved to lend her a helping hand when the opportunity arose. Now that the moment had come, coupled with her own struggles, she casually brought it up. Chapter 20. Lending a seed with Zheng Miaodong's support, Luo Shuiyao moved into Chen Fan's villa. To facilitate Luo Shuiyao's better integration, Zheng Miaodong engaged her in a lengthy whispering session. That evening, Chen Fan indulged in the exquisite experience of being attended by two women. However, Luo Shuiyao found it peculiar that the owner of the villa did not share the same chamber with them at night. Zheng Miaodong had her own explanation for this. One must tread carefully. This fellow is quite fearful. Though unspoken, Luo Shuiyao grasped Zheng Miaodong's implication, shaking her head with a wry smile. As a vulnerable woman, what advantage would there be in eliminating Chen Fan in this apocalyptic world? Chen Fan, indifferent to the speculations of the two women, harbored the secret of the mysterious copper piece, a knowledge he vowed to keep from another soul. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the Yi residence, contemplating the trial of the guest elder position as suggested by old Lu. Stop. Today is not the rent collection day. Just as Chen Fan prepared to enter, he was halted by a servant at the door. Mistaking his attire for that of a rent collector sent by the steward, the servant assumed he was there to pay rent. I have come to apply for the guest elder position, not to pay rent. Chen Fan clarified earnestly upon realizing the misunderstanding. Ha, did you hear that? He claims he is here to apply for the guest elder position. One of the servants burst into laughter, mercilessly mocking Chen Fan alongside his companion, as if he had just heard an uproarious joke. It was a well-known fact that among the Lingji cultivators of the Yi family, there was only one practitioner, an elderly man who had long severed his path. Youngster, have you damaged your brain from your fall? Go on, don't block the way. Another servant even went so far as to physically shove him away. Fearing that others might witness the Yi family's disgrace, he was concerned that he would ultimately bear the consequences. However, unexpectedly, at the moment his hand brushed against Chen Fan's shoulder, an immense force emanated from Chen Fan, sending him flying. How utterly hilarious. A mere Lingji cultivator. The other servant's laughter was abruptly cut short as he witnessed his comrade being hurled away, his eyes widening in shock. Spare me, esteemed master. Spare me. The mocking servant, realizing his misjudgment, hastily knelt to beg for mercy, while the one who had been struck, disregarding his pain, crawled back in a state of panic. The distinction between immortals and mortals was clear. There had never been a favorable outcome for those who dared to offend a practitioner. What has transpired? A striking female cultivator emerged from the Yi residence, drawn by the commotion stirred by Chen Fan and his companions. When her gaze fell upon Chen Fan, her expression grew peculiar, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. Her keen perception led her to surmise the unfolding events. Ding San, Ding Si. Hurry and apologize to the esteemed master. Otherwise, you shall face punishment from the steward. May I ask how to address you, good sir? Chen Fan. He replied with a slight smile, inwardly admiring the woman's astute tactics. Although it appeared she had punished the two servants, in reality, she had effectively thwarted his opportunity to discipline them, thereby preserving their lives. Such trivial matters did not concern Chen Fan, thus he chose to remain silent. So it is, Brother Chen. My apologies for my ignorance. I was unaware that there was such a master among the Yi family's Lingji cultivators. Please come in. Please. Come in. Ah, so this is the sole heir of the Yi family in this generation. The Yi family had few practitioners, with only 2 or 3 in each generation, and now, in this current one, only Yi Linglong remained. As a Lingji cultivator of the Yi family, she naturally possessed some knowledge of these fundamental details. Yi Linglong warmly invited Chen Fan, leaving him somewhat taken aback, and he subtly realized that the current predicament of the Yi family was likely dire. After leading Chen Fan to the rear courtyard for a brief respite, Yi Linglong returned shortly with an elderly man. Chen Fan was startled and promptly bowed in respect. I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. This man was none other than Yi Wuyo, the elder of the Yi family, with a cultivation level at the 7th stage of qi refinement. Chen Fan had previously seen his portrait during the Yi family's ancestral rites. Please, no need for formalities. Now that you have embarked on your path, we are peers. And here is your contract. Yi Wuyo smiled as she handed the contract to Chen Fan, yet he hesitated momentarily. Senior, may I inquire what instructions the Yi family has? Bestowing such an honor upon someone must surely come with a request, and the Yi family's swift return of the contract hinted at a complex matter. Observing Chen Fan's keen awareness of the situation, Yi Wuyo's smile broadened. Have you come today regarding the Yi family's recruitment of guest scholars? Indeed. Then that settles it. Since you are now a guest scholar of the Yi family, this contract is rendered void. Do you truly fear that the Yi family would deceive you? At this point, Yi Wuyo feigned a stern expression, implying that not accepting the contract would be a slight against her. What a pair of clever foxes, old and young. Chen Fan mused internally, reluctantly accepting the contract, though he felt a twinge of apprehension about what the Yi family expected from him. Very well. From this day forth, you are a guest scholar of the Yi family. Prepare a banquet. Upon seeing Chen Fan accept the contract, Yi Wuyo smiled contentedly and immediately ordered a feast in his honor. This gesture only heightened Chen Fan's anxiety. If things go awry, I can always make a swift exit. Chen Fan thought to himself while maintaining a jovial facade in conversation with Yi Wuyo. Yet, even after the banquet concluded, he remained oblivious to the true purpose behind his appointment as a guest scholar. What? To marry in? Due to Yi Wuyo's enthusiastic insistence, Chen Fan was compelled to spend the night at the Yi residence, fearing that returning to Earth might reveal too much to the Yi family. The following morning, the words spoken by Yi Linglong left Chen Fan utterly stunned. What could the Yi family possibly see in a mere spirit plant artisan like myself? Brother Chen need not be alarmed. Heroes do not inquire about origins. The Yi family does not concern itself with your past, but rather with the future of its own existence. Seemingly anticipating Chen Fan's reaction, Yi Linglong hastily offered her reassurances. What connection does marriage have to the survival of the Yi family? Chen Fan's brow furrowed, sensing he had stumbled into a significant predicament. The lifespan of the esteemed Qingmu is waning, and the dynamics of the Qingmu mountain region are on the verge of transformation. Unfortunately, I am the sole spiritual seed of the Yi family in this generation, and I am a woman at that. I trust you now comprehend the situation, Brother Chen? At this juncture, Yi Linglong's expression betrayed a hint of reluctance, and Chen Fan finally grasped the Yi family's true intentions. So they seek to propagate. In pursuit of immortality, one must first possess a spiritual root. However, spiritual roots are predetermined. Even if both parents are cultivators, it does not guarantee their offspring will inherit such a trait. Perhaps higher-tier cultivators could alter this outcome, but within the realm of Eastern wilderness cultivation, the notion of grafting spiritual roots has yet to be heard. Nonetheless, the probability of a cultivator's offspring possessing a spiritual root is ultimately higher. A fact long established in the cultivation community. The Yi family has suffered a decline in talent, with only Yi Linglong among 3 generations possessing a spiritual root. Despite the multitude of her siblings, should Yi Linglong marry, the Yi family's spiritual lineage would be severed, leading to its eventual extinction within a century. Seeking a son-in-law is the sole remedy for this predicament. However, the Yi family is merely a modest qi refining clan. From where could they possibly find a suitable candidate? With no background and a pristine lineage, Chen Fan naturally became their lifeline. As for how he discreetly cultivated to the 3rd level of qi refining, the Yi family, overwhelmed with their own troubles, has ceased to concern themselves with such matters. Chapter 21. The Han families visit. The news of Chen Fan becoming a guest elder of the Yi family spread like wildfire, leaving everyone in the spiritual field utterly astounded. Following the initial shock, a plethora of hindsight commentators emerged, all claiming, "I knew it all along." Upon hearing this news, old Lu was momentarily taken aback. Yet he felt a genuine joy for Chen Fan. I truly underestimated him. Before long, he received 3 spirit stones from Chen Fan, sent through the Yi family, neither more nor less than the exact amount. Along with the spirit stones came a letter. Your kindness is something I, Chen Fan, shall never forget. Although the letter lacked explicit promises, old Lu understood that it served as an opportunity for him to offer assistance. Reflecting on his earlier misconceptions about Chen Fan, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Meanwhile, confronted with Yi Linglong's candidness, Chen Fan did not hesitate to decline her advances. Miss Yi, you are a noble lady of the Yi family. I am unworthy of your esteem, and thus, I cannot accept. Chen Fan was not a fool. He recognized that the longevity of cultivators meant that the Yi family's urgency in seeking a son-in-law was likely not merely for procreation. It was highly probable that other forces had set their sights on Yi Linglong, and the Yi family required a shield. The power that even the Yi family dared not offend was far beyond the capabilities of a mere cultivator at the third level of qi refining like Chen Fan. Yi Linglong possessed Earth's spiritual roots, was 20 years of age, and had already reached the 5th level of qi refining. In terms of both talent and strength, she vastly surpassed Chen Fan. Upon his rejection, the youthful and spirited Yi Linglong's expression soured considerably. "Do you believe that I am unworthy of you?" Chen Fan responded. "Not at all. I merely consider myself humble. At present, I seek only to cultivate in peace and avoid entanglements with other disputes." He decided to lay the matter bare, wishing to avoid further entanglement with the young lady. "Very well. I see I have underestimated you. I did not expect this reclusive spirit plant cultivator to possess such discernment," Yi Linglong remarked, her gaze towards Chen Fan now imbued with greater seriousness. Where she had once thought to simply deceive him, she now regarded him as a peer in cultivation. "Brother Chen is indeed perceptive. I shall not say much more. The Yi family seeks a son-in-law. Yet I have no desire for such a union. It is merely the family's edict, and for now, I cannot resist it. My path must be forged by my own efforts. Regardless of my family's intentions, I only require you to feign a marriage for 6 months. I assure you, every reward will be given in full, and unless I perish, I will guarantee your safety. What say you?" Yi Linglong shifted her tone, radiating an aura of confidence as she decisively presented her conditions. "Very well." This time, Chen Fan did not hesitate, promptly agreeing to her terms. Surprised by Chen Fan's swift response, Yi Linglong instinctively scrutinized him, her expression a tad peculiar. Brother Chen truly possesses exceptional acumen in business. The two reached a harmonious accord, and Chen Fan subsequently moved into the Yi residence, becoming Yi Linglong's husband. The notion of entering a family through marriage, even within the realm of cultivation, is not particularly esteemed, especially considering that their relationship was merely a pretense for the sake of appearances. Once settled in the Yi household, Chen Fan began to grasp the intricacies of the situation, which aligned closely with his initial thoughts. The Han family, residing in Han City adjacent to Yi City, were both affiliated with the Qingmu sect and had historically coexisted peacefully. Unlike the dwindling talents of the Yi family, the Han family boasted a plethora of gifted individuals, with a notable number of promising disciples among their third generation. More significantly, the Han family's patriarch had attained the 9th level of qi refinement and was rumored to be on the brink of becoming a foundational cultivator within a decade. Given these circumstances, the modest resources of Han City were insufficient for the Han family's consumption, prompting them to set their sights on the neighboring Yi City. However, under the protection of the Qingmu sect, the Han family had refrained from direct aggression towards the Yi family. Now, with the imminent demise of the Qingmu elder, the Han family finally revealed their predatory intentions. Yet, as the Qingmu elder had not yet perished, the Han family dared not act overtly, opting instead to pursue a matrimonial alliance in hopes of assimilating the Yi family. The 9th level of qi refinement is indeed formidable, Chen Fan mused, yet he did not take it too seriously. With the mysterious bronze piece in his possession, he was confident that no foundational cultivator would be able to impede him. Should circumstances become dire, he could simply make a hasty retreat. He was not foolish enough to genuinely pledge his loyalty to the Yi family. After moving into the Yi residence, as Yi Linglong's husband, Chen Fan was assigned to a small courtyard belonging to her. In light of this situation, to keep his secrets hidden from the Yi family, he resisted the urge to seek out Zheng Miaodong and the other women for indulgence, diligently focusing on his cultivation. However, for safety's sake, he had left his jade purification bottle and spiritual liquid on Earth, and the absence of such resources severely hampered his training speed. 3 days passed, and Chen Fan could no longer endure the situation. Under the pretext of retrieving his belongings from the spirit field, he seized the opportunity to return to Earth. Upon his arrival, Zheng Miaodong was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I thought something dreadful had befallen you." Had it not been for her knowledge of Chen Fan's continuous presence in the underground space, she might have genuinely feared he had perished outside. "I have been researching certain matters, so I may not ascend frequently. Do not worry," Chen Fan briefly explained, deliberately ignoring Zheng Miaodong's alluring gestures as he turned and re-entered the underground space. Observing his indifference, Zheng Miaodong stamped her foot in frustration and complained to Luo Shuiyao. "This fellow was so vigorous just days ago. Has he exhausted himself? Hee. Just a few days ago you were saying you wanted to take a break for a couple of days." Luo Shuiyao smiled slyly, akin to a younger sister teasing her elder sibling. "You even mentioned it. You were on the verge of being overwhelmed yourself. Were it not for years of dance practice and the shared burden with Zheng Miaodong, how could Luo Shuiyao, on her initial foray into such pleasures, still speak so unabashedly?" Zheng Miaodong rolled her eyes at Luo Shuiyao, yet she subtly perceived a notable improvement in her physical condition. Otherwise, how could she have recovered so swiftly? Chen Fan had found an excuse to slip away, needing only to make a brief appearance in the spirit field. He hardly had time to engage with the two young women. Faced with the enchanting Zheng Miaodong, he could only feign ignorance, filling an ordinary jade vial with a few drops of spirit liquid before hastening back to the realm of cultivation. Upon returning to the spirit field, Chen Fan was met with fervent enthusiasm and a barrage of flattery, while old Lu merely observed from a distance, showing no inclination to approach. Chen Fan had already sent a letter, trusting that old Lu would grasp his intentions, so he did not make a deliberate effort to engage in idle chatter. Pretending to retrieve something, Chen Fan hurried back, only to see two magnificent dragon horses stationed at the entrance of the Yi family. The term dragon horse does not imply true lineage from the dragon clan. It is merely due to the resemblance of the horns upon their heads to dragon horns. Possessing the blood of a demonic beast, a dragon horse is comparable to a low-ranking qi refining cultivator. And to tame such a steed speaks volumes of the prowess of its master. Could it be the Han family? Chen Fan pondered. Yet he did not proceed to the main hall, choosing instead to sneak back to the small courtyard of Yilinglong. Chapter 22. The Beast Tide returns when gods clash. Mortals suffer. Although Chen Fan had promised Yilinglong to serve as a shield for half a year, he had no intention of seeking out the fray. Unfortunately, as the tree desires tranquility, the wind does not relent. Barely had Chen Fan returned to the small courtyard when he heard a commotion outside. Where's that brat? I want to see who dares to steal my Han Tianming's woman. Han Tianming's voice rang out, immediately followed by Yilinglong's, barely containing her fury. That rascal inside. You better come out at once. If you have any sense, get lost immediately, or you shall face my wrath. The fact that Han Tianming could cause such a ruckus here indicated that the Yi family had little recourse against the Han family. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly, closing his ears to the clamor. With taller figures to shoulder the burden, there was no need for a mere third-tier qi refining cultivator like him to intervene. After all, Yilinglong had pledged to ensure his safety. Let her deal with this mess herself. Han Tianming, this is the Yi family, not your Han family. Yilinglong unleashed her pent-up anger, extending her hand to block Han Tianming. Miss Yi, are you trying to deceive our Han family with a mere phantom? The Han family had come swiftly upon hearing that the Yi family had refused their proposal on the grounds that Yilinglong was already married. Eager to ascertain who dared to jeopardize their interests at such a critical juncture, the Han family sought to arrange a marriage with the Yi family, specifically targeting Han Tianming. He had long been informed by his subordinates that a certain Chen Fan had returned. However, now that the latter had assumed a stance of retreat, Han Tianming began to comprehend the underlying intentions of his counterpart, which was evidently to avoid entanglement in the affairs of the two families. Thus, he decided to go with the flow and turn the tables on Yilinglong. Chen Fan, come forth to meet our guest, he called out. Yilinglong felt a surge of irritation. Although she had agreed to feign indifference at Chen Fan's request, his display of cowardice was rather excessive, lacking any semblance of resolve. Upon hearing Yilinglong's summons, Chen Fan could no longer pretend to be oblivious. He emerged from the small courtyard, feigning a posture of cultivation. My lady, what troubles you? He inquired. He remained diligent in providing basic services, adhering to the principle of taking money to alleviate woes. At the sound of Chen Fan's address, Han Tianming was seething with anger, while Yilinglong's expression softened slightly. Nothing much. This young Master Han has specifically requested to see you. Now that you have met, you may resume your cultivation, she replied. With Chen Fan's appearance, Han Tianming's accusations against the Yi family crumbled, precisely as Yilinglong had intended. Having accomplished his task, Chen Fan turned to leave, only to be halted by Han Tianming's call. Wait, I still have matters to discuss with Brother Chen. Han Tianming, do not overstep. Yilinglong interjected. My lady, it is merely a few words. Is it so excessive? Is the Yi family's son-in-law's upbringing so stringent that even a brief conversation is prohibited? Han Tianming was no fool. He would not let Yilinglong dismiss him so easily. Brother Chen, the terms offered by the Yi family can be doubled by the Han family, provided you leave Yi City, he proposed. Han Tianming, you have crossed the line. Upon hearing this, Yilinglong erupted, striking out at Han Tianming with a swift palm. Brother Chen, you might want to consider this proposition carefully, Han Tianming replied, evading her attack with ease before departing with a casual remark, leaving Yilinglong fuming in his wake. Miss Yi, my task is complete. May I take my leave? Chen Fan asked directly, noting the lingering anger in Yilinglong's demeanor. Leave? You intend to seek refuge with the Han family? Yilinglong misinterpreted his intent, her tone laced with fury. Rest assured, Miss Yi, I shall not renege on my promises, Chen Fan asserted with utmost seriousness. Yilinglong's gaze flickered, as if weighing the truth of his words. However, the distinctions between men and women remain. I am not accustomed to residing in the Yi household. I have several acres of spiritual fields that require my attention, and I kindly request your permission to return and tend to them. You wish to go back? Yilinglong's eyes widened in disbelief, not expecting his departure to be for such a reason. Indeed, Chen Fan affirmed with a firm nod. Very well, Do as you wish. Seeing that Chen Fan was resolute in his decision to leave and had no intention of joining the Yi family's venture, Yi Linglong felt a tinge of disinterest. With a casual wave of her hand, she retreated into the courtyard, indifferent to Chen Fan's whereabouts. Chen Fan, however, was unconcerned with Yi Linglong's disappointment. His primary focus was on returning to Earth to continue hunting demonic beasts, a crucial aspect of his cultivation ambitions. The secluded location of the spirit field, devoid of other cultivators save for the old Lu, perfectly suited his needs. Upon returning to the spirit field and notifying the Yi family steward, Chen Fan promptly retreated to his room. In this manner, he evaded the Yi family's scrutiny and continued with his earthly hunting endeavors. With his strength having increased, Chen Fan could now make 3 round trips in a single day, each time returning with a bountiful harvest. During his leisure, he enjoyed the company of the 2 women, living a life of blissful indulgence. However, on this particular day, Chen Fan returned empty-handed. What's wrong? Noticing Chen Fan's unusual demeanor, Zheng Miaodong instinctively embraced him. Wrapping his arms around her slender waist, Chen Fan spoke gravely. The demonic beasts have vanished. What? They've disappeared? Zheng Miaodong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Oblivious to the revealing nature of her attire, which was now laid bare before Chen Fan. Yet, at that moment, he was not in the mood to notice. A sense of unease was creeping over him. Yes, they've completely disappeared. There isn't a single beast to be seen outside. The peculiar occurrence was undoubtedly a harbinger of greater calamity. The sudden absence of the beasts could not be without reason, though Chen Fan was uncertain of its implications. Don't scare me, Fangirl. Zheng Miaodong, perceptive and astute, quickly recognized the looming danger and nestled closer into Chen Fan's embrace. Could it be related to the moon? Interjected Luo Shuiyao unexpectedly, her offhand remark igniting a spark of realization in Chen Fan's mind. What's the date today? It's January 19th. Why? And the lunar calendar? It's the 15th of the 12th month. Speaking of which, the new year is approaching. Zheng Miaodong sighed softly, her mood dampened. This should have been a time of festive lights and family reunions, yet the world had taken a grim turn. Gently releasing Zheng Miaodong, Chen Fan swiftly scoured his phone. When his gaze landed on December 21st, his pupils dilated in alarm. Hurry, turn off the lights and the underfloor heating. Quickly put on your warm clothes. I need to cut the power. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Chen Fan issued his commands without the time to explain further. Fortunately, both women were obedient. Having always heeded Chen Fan's words, and swiftly donned their heavy garments before converging in the living room with him. At that moment, Chen Fan had already severed the villa's power supply. The temperature in the room began to drop, though there remained a semblance of warmth, rendering it not too frigid. Yao, what made you think of the moon? On the day of the beast tide, I gazed at the moon all night. It looked similar to tonight's. Luo Shuiyao spoke while pointing out the window. Even though the sun had yet to set, a full moon was already prominently visible in the sky. The beasts of the night preferred to roam under the cover of darkness. The beast tide typically surged on nights when the moon was full. Today, however, the creatures had inexplicably vanished. A series of clues coalesced in Chen Fan's mind, culminating in a dreadful realization. The beast tide was likely imminent. Just as he uttered these words, a piercing howl echoed across the city, nearly shattering the eardrums of the 3. The ground began to tremble, and a familiar sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. The beast tide had indeed returned. Chapter 23. The City of Doom. Unlike the previous beast tide that struck at midnight, this one had evidently commenced much earlier. The trio concealed themselves in the shadows, listening to the anguished cries of the beasts outside, accompanied by the sounds of violent impacts, their hearts racing in trepidation. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the doorway, as if the creatures had sensed their presence within. Through the curtain's gap, they could even discern pairs of crimson eyes lurking in the darkness. Luo Shuiyao's gaze collided with that of a beast, and an overwhelming terror compelled her to cry out. Her scream instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding creatures, who began to batter against the door and walls with frenzied force, shaking the very foundation of the villa. This is bad. Follow me. Without a moment to scold Luo Shuiyao, Chen Fan led the 2 women into the underground space, their breaths coming in ragged gasps, still shaken by the encounter. Luo Shuiyao, filled with shame, lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Fan's gaze. If they're essay next time, I'll throw you out to feed the beasts. Chen Fan threatened fiercely, indifferent to whether Luo Shuiyao absorbed his words. Even Zheng Miaodong refrained from defending Luo Shuiyao at this moment, well aware of Chen Fan's temperament. Anyone who posed a threat to his life would be met with ruthless retribution. In the darkness, Luo Shuiyao stifled her tears, fearful of provoking Chen Fan's ire further. As the sounds outside began to subside, Chen Fan confirmed through the security system that the villa remained unbreached by the beasts, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. It should be fine now. Upon hearing his reassurances, both women also felt a sense of relief wash over them. What is that smell? Chen Fan had dissected dozens of beast corpses in the underground space, and Zheng Miaodong, possessing keen senses, quickly detected something amiss as she regained her composure. The underground area operated on a separate power system, relying on a massive energy storage battery, thus remaining silent. When Chen Fan activated the lights, the orderly arrangement of beast bones, fur, and flesh came into full view for Zheng Miaodong and Luo Shuiyao. Although she had long suspected Chen Fan's capability to confront the beasts, the sheer number of corpses left Zheng Miaodong astounded. As for Luo Shuiyao, it was at this moment that she finally grasped the meaning behind Zheng Miaodong's earlier words. Following him ensures our survival. In retrospect, this feels more like a warning, a reminder to refrain from any actions that might defy Chen Fan, and certainly to avoid any attempts to bring harm to him. Although the situation outside remains uncertain, Chen Fan can distinctly sense that this wave of beasts is far more tumultuous than the previous one. Judging by the intensity of the recent beastly onslaught, these creatures possess a strength that far surpasses those he had previously hunted. Perhaps this illustrates the distinction between wild beasts and those that have been tamed? Chen Fan mused, yet he felt an unsettling dissonance within. It seemed inappropriate to abandon the two women in such circumstances, compelling him to relinquish his plans to return to the eastern wilderness for cultivation. After all, he now stood as a revered immortal master, and his modest plots of spiritual fields had long been entrusted to other cultivators for care, requiring only occasional oversight. Even if he were to vanish for 10 days or half a month, no one would utter a word of concern, nor would anyone dare intrude upon his quarters. As the three sheltered in their subterranean refuge, humanity above endured an unprecedented catastrophe. The emergence of flying beasts ultimately marked the failure of their strategy to seek refuge in high-rise buildings. They shattered windows and invaded homes, leaving countless individuals cowering in fear, their anguished cries resonating throughout the city. While the three remained concealed underground, they gleaned snippets of the outside chaos through the internet. Watching the harrowing footage, silence enveloped them. If every full moon were to usher in such a calamity, it would be unlikely for anyone to survive indefinitely. Even in the safety of their underground haven, supplies of food and water would inevitably dwindle, leading to an inescapable demise. In that moment, all online platforms simultaneously disseminated a monumental announcement. The government had constructed a doomsday city within each of the 5 military districts, set to open to all citizens from the following day. The announcement was met with an avalanche of vitriol. Chen Fan finally comprehended why, during the cataclysm, the military, usually the first responders in times of disaster, had been conspicuously absent. Even personnel from the police stations had been evacuated in advance. It was evident that the authorities had long been preparing for this eventuality. The torrent of outrage stemmed from this very realization. Yet, the government refrained from offering any explanation. And while everyone understood the underlying reasons, they were unwilling to accept such a disheartening outcome. The nation lacked the capacity to safeguard all its citizens, opting instead to preserve its most elite military and police forces to confront this sudden, apocalyptic threat. Those who had survived 2 waves of beasts had proven their worth and were thus welcomed by the 5 military districts. How starkly realistic it all is. Chen Fan reflected sincerely, yet he felt no discontentment with this grim reality. Brother Fan, shall we go? Observing the headlines on the platform, Zheng Miaodong raised her gaze towards Chen Fan, aware that he alone possessed the ultimate authority in this matter. No, Chen Fan resolutely denied, not a trace of hesitation evident in his demeanor. Entering the doomsday city constructed within the 5 major military regions would undoubtedly entail submission to official commands. With a mysterious copper token in hand, Chen Fan was not concerned about survival. How could he possibly wish to willingly shackle himself? However, to the side, Luo Shuiyao clearly held a different opinion. Instinctively wanting to voice her thoughts, she was swiftly silenced by Zheng Miaodong, who covered her mouth with a swift hand and gestured for quiet. Chen Fan, already displeased by Luo Shuiyao's earlier conduct, felt compelled to deliver a sharp reprimand upon witnessing her chaotic thoughts once more. Know your place. The stinging slap left Luo Shuiyao on the verge of tears, appearing pitiful. Yet Chen Fan remained unmoved. On the contrary, Zheng Miaodong, feeling a pang of sympathy, couldn't help but intervene. Yao, most of the military personnel are men. It was evident that Zheng Miaodong had a far more prudent outlook than Luo Shuiyao, keenly recognizing the underlying impropriety. She was unaware of Chen Fan's considerations, but she understood that her fate in the Doomsday City would be far from favorable. Rather than gamble on the strength of official constraints, it would be wiser to remain with Chen Fan. After all, this man had never let her down. Brother Fan, I was wrong. I will never dare to again. With Zheng Miaodong's words resonating, even Luo Shuiyao, lacking in wit, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Under Zheng Miaodong's persistent signaling, she hastily knelt before Chen Fan, pleading earnestly. Humph. Chen Fan detested seeing women weep, and with a cold snort, he turned away. Left kneeling there, Luo Shuiyao fought back tears, fearful of provoking further ire from Chen Fan. Chapter 24, Simpleton, do you like it? After enduring a long night, Chen Fan returned alone to the surface, surveying the exterior of the villa through the security system, finally allowing himself to relax. Come up, the beast tide has receded. After hastily satiating his hunger, Chen Fan ventured out to assess the situation, providing Zheng Miaodong the opportunity to summon Luo Shuiyao. Yao Yao, what happened yesterday must not occur again. Brother Fan has a good heart. Following him will not lead us astray. If you truly wish to leave, we shall not hinder you. Though she spoke thus, Luo Shuiyao had previously found herself trapped within the villa and now lacked the capacity to venture alone to the Doomsday City. Even if the Doomsday City in the Western Theater was not far from Shudu, it was not a journey a frail woman could undertake. Sister Miaodong, I realize my mistake. I will not repeat it. Luo Shuiyao was not unintelligent, merely youthful. After a night of contemplation, she had come to a complete realization. That is good. Listen to me. When Brother Fan returns, you must. Zheng Miaodong leaned in to whisper into Luo Shuiyao's ear, causing her complexion to flush crimson. Sister Miaodong, will this truly be effective? As Chen Fan traversed the bustling streets, he could distinctly perceive a notable drop in temperature. Accompanying this chill was the waning vitality of the city. By his estimations, the remaining human population within the metropolis was now less than 1%. In his quest for safety, Chen Fan approached his hunting target with heightened vigilance, ultimately discovering a solitary canine demon at the entrance of a school cafeteria. To his bewilderment, he found it perplexing that he could usually discern the true forms of these beasts by their appearances. This particular canine demon, however, bore an unfamiliar visage, resembling a mix of a Siberian husky and a wild wolf. In an instant, he unleashed the golden spike technique, which swiftly advanced towards the demon's forehead. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as the golden spike was about to strike the demon's head, it suddenly dropped low and charged toward him with remarkable speed. How could this be? The golden spike, the fastest of the 5 elemental techniques he had mastered, had never failed him since he began his hunts. This was the first time he had missed. The demoness evasion was clearly not a mere coincidence. It possessed an actual ability to dodge the golden spike. As the demon lunged at him, Chen Fan had no time for contemplation and unleashed a barrage of fireball techniques. But to his dismay, the demon skillfully evaded each one. With the demon nearly upon him, a sudden idea struck him. The wooden shield technique. 6 wooden shields materialized, arranged in a hexagonal formation, encircling the demon. The sudden appearance of the wooden shields obstructed the demon's path, and given the proximity, it had no chance to evade. It was struck squarely by the fireball technique, emitting a foul odor of singed fur. With a howl, the demon collapsed, revealing a grievous wound that exposed bone where it had been hit. Chen Fan quickly gathered the demon's remains and fled the scene. Once at a safe distance from the battlefield, he reflected on the encounter, a frown creasing his brow. This canine demon was significantly stronger than those he had faced previously. Was it a matter of species, or had he encountered a beast that had undergone a mutation? Or perhaps the demons had experienced some unknown transformation. The uncertainty weighed heavily on his mind. If it were the first 2 reasons, it would be manageable. However, if it were the latter, the situation could prove dire. Determined to unravel this mystery, Chen Fan roamed the city, observing the transformations of various demons. Yet, as he encountered an increasing number of these creatures, his mood grew progressively heavier. All the demons had undergone changes, exhibiting vast differences from those he had encountered prior to the second beast tide. This is serious trouble. Confirming the mutations among the demons, Chen Fan had no desire to linger outdoors any longer and promptly returned to the villa. What's wrong? Zheng Miaodong inquired. Noticing Chen Fan's troubled expression, her heart sinking at the sight. The strength of the demon beasts has increased once more. Chen Fan chose not to conceal this fact and immediately conveyed the result to Zheng Miaodong. You weren't hurt, were you? Upon hearing this news, Zheng Miaodong's first concern was for Chen Fan's safety, as she anxiously shook him before finally feeling relieved. The sensation of being cared for was indeed pleasant, lightening Chen Fan's previously heavy heart. I'm fine, I can handle it. Phew, that's a relief. That's a relief. Zheng Miaodong patted her chest, appearing somewhat shaken, which amused Chen Fan enough to playfully poke her nose. You do have a conscience. With one arm wrapped around Zheng Miaodong's slender waist, the other hand ventured towards the attractive curves that accentuated her figure. Seeing her plan succeed, Zheng Miaodong discreetly signaled behind her, and Luo Shuiyao entered the scene, dazzling Chen Fan with her presence. Silly, do you like it? I have one too. Zheng Miaodong grinned mischievously, winking at Chen Fan, unable to resist such temptation. Chen Fan hoisted Zheng Miaodong onto his shoulder and lifted the alluring maid-dressed Luo Shuiyao, making a beeline for the bedroom. With the discovery of the demon beast's renewed transformation, Chen Fan felt a sense of urgency. The sudden changes had completely disrupted his plans, which would undoubtedly affect his aspirations for ascension. If the strength of the demon beasts were to increase after every wave, it would not be long before he found himself unable to contend with them. Although he acknowledged that his earlier encounter with the dog demon had been influenced by his own overconfidence, it remained an undeniable fact that the demon beasts were growing stronger. It seems I must hasten my own strength. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan sought out Yi Ling Long, intending to select a few spells for cultivation. The spells accompanying the 5 elements immortal technique were merely designed to assist cultivators in better mastering the powers of the 5 elements. Their offensive capabilities could only be deemed rudimentary. Given the rising strength of the demon beasts, Chen Fan felt an increasing sense of urgency. Besides elevating his cultivation level, acquiring a new spell was undoubtedly the quickest way to enhance his power. Aside from offensive techniques, Chen Fan believed he also needed some means of escape, such as earth escape, blood escape, or even a substitute doll, as often depicted in novels. At the very least, he needed spells that could enhance his speed. If he found himself unable to win, retreat would be the wisest strategy. You wish to select spells? Upon Chen Fan's arrival, Yi Ling Long, realizing his purpose, couldn't help but feel exasperated. I thought this fellow had finally come to his senses and had a change of heart. Very well, here's my token. Take it to the Yi family's scripture repository, where you may select up to 3 spells. Chen Fan, appreciating Yi Ling Long's quick response, felt a tinge of embarrassment at accepting her generosity. Miss Yi, may I inquire how many spirit stones are required? Get lost. Yi Ling Long snapped, angrily turning away. Chen Fan was uncertain where he had offended this lady, but with the token in hand, he decided it was best not to dwell on it. The Yi family is merely a clan of qi refiners, and the collection in their library is rather meager. After some deliberation, Chen Fan selected 3 spells to transcribe: the Fireball Technique, the Diamond Technique, and the Shadow Sprint Technique. The Fireball Technique is an upgraded version of the basic Fireball spell, capable of conjuring a more powerful fireball that can be detonated when necessary. The Diamond Technique serves as a defensive measure, allowing the body to harden temporarily, enabling it to withstand a certain degree of attack. As for the Shadow Sprint Technique, it is a spell for escape and preservation, granting the practitioner a significant boost in speed for a brief period. Chapter 25. The Bai Shui Market. If this young lady is in trouble, it would be prudent to offer assistance, Chen Fan thought, recalling how well Yi Ling Long had treated him. He handed over Yi Ling Long's token to a servant and departed from the Yi family. This time, he did not return directly to the Yi family's spiritual fields. Instead, he left the city, making his way towards the Sanxian market. My lady, Chen Shiqing has left the city. As soon as Chen Fan exited Yi City, Yi Ling Long received the news. Acknowledging the information, she tucked away the token and proceeded into her training room, refraining from interfering with Chen Fan's actions. Though she had previously harbored concerns that Chen Fan might seek refuge with the Han family, the days had passed with him diligently practicing in the spiritual fields. Sufficient evidence that he had no such intentions. Since Han Tianming's furious departure, the Han family had covertly begun to take action against the Yi family. Recently, the merchant caravans from the Yi family had been frequently ambushed, undoubtedly orchestrated by the Han family. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, the rivalry between the Yi and Han families had escalated, yet he sensed something amiss shortly after leaving the city. He felt as though he was being followed. Come out. Those trailing behind. As his words echoed, the surroundings fell silent, devoid of any presence. If you choose not to reveal yourselves, I shall take my leave. With a cold smile, Chen Fan abruptly leaped into the nearby underbrush. In the next moment, he utilized a mysterious copper plate to traverse back to Earth. Good luck searching. Even if you search to your demise, you shall not find me. Although he was unaware of the identities of his pursuers, he could surmise their connection to the Han family. If the Yi family wished to prevent his departure, they would do so openly rather than through stealth. Only the Han family possessed the motive to act against him. Regardless, his pursuer was merely a minor figure in the second layer of qi refinement. By taking refuge in the underbrush, he managed to vanish. Even if that individual attempted to investigate further, he would only conclude that Chen Fan had escaped through some means, never suspecting his ability to traverse between realms. By the time night fell in the cultivation realm, he would return to resume his journey. The one following him could not possibly remain in place for long. At present, Earth was on the cusp of dawn. Noticing that there was still a while until daybreak, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to study the 3 spells he had recently acquired. The Fireball Technique was not suitable for testing in the underground space, but the Diamond Technique and the Shadow Sprint Technique were unaffected. As it is a low-level spell, by the time Zheng Yaodong and Luo Shuiyao prepared breakfast, Chen Fan had already mastered both spells with remarkable proficiency. Upon seeing Luo Shuiyao, who had donned a maid's outfit, an image of her kneeling before him in fervent supplication yesterday flashed in Chen Fan's mind. igniting a passionate fire within him. A certain part of him discreetly stirred to life. Zheng Miaodong, observing everything, could not help but chuckle at Chen Fan's lingering gaze. Luo Shuiyao, caught under the heat of Chen Fan's intense stare, felt a rush of embarrassment, her complexion blooming a vibrant shade of red, almost intoxicatingly beautiful. Perceptive of his thoughts being unveiled, Chen Fan feigned nonchalance, focusing intently on his food, as if he had heard nothing. A few days later, the fire explosion technique was unleashed. A fireball, the size of a fist, erupted violently, sending the unsuspecting rabbit demon flying, its insides eviscerated, leaving a pool of beastly blood and entrails behind. The power is truly impressive. Delighted by the remarkable potency of the fire explosion technique, Chen Fan swiftly dealt with the rabbit demon's remains and began to scout for his next target. Having mastered the shadow flicker technique, he no longer feared being pursued by demonic beasts. Thus, after each hunt, he no longer fled immediately as he had before. Instead, he conducted a quick processing of the remains, retaining only the most valuable beast bones and hides before departing. As for the less valuable beast blood and meat, he decisively discarded them, considering the limited space in his dimensional bag and the inefficiency of frequent trips back to the villa. By collecting only beast bones and hides, he could hunt 10 demonic beasts in a single day, far surpassing his previous achievements. This success was undoubtedly attributed to his enhanced overall strength, allowing him to confront more formidable foes. "Ah, esteemed guest, long time no see," the shopkeeper of the general store greeted warmly. Noticing that Chen Fan had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. "Let us calculate how many spiritual stones," Chen Fan stated, dumping the contents of his dimensional bag before the shopkeeper, revealing dozens of beast bones and pelts, which made the shopkeeper's eyes widen with delight. Of course, prior to his arrival, Chen Fan had taken some precautionary measures. Each beast bone and hide was incomplete, comprising only a third of the whole. Collectively, they amounted to approximately the equivalent of 10 complete demonic beasts' remains. "Esteemed guest, you've struck it rich." The shopkeeper's face broke into a radiant smile, as such a lucrative transaction had not graced his humble shop in quite some time. "Let us skip the pleasantries and get to the counting," Chen Fan urged. The shopkeeper, undeterred by the directness, happily inspected the bones and hides before slowly extending 6 fingers. 60 spiritual stones, how about that?" he proposed. 70, Chen Fan countered, prompting the shopkeeper to stare in disbelief. "Isn't this fellow known for never haggling? If not, I shall take my business to the Rui Pavilion." Chen Fan remained unfazed by the shopkeeper's peculiar gaze, confidently tossing out his trump card. "Very well, I shall fetch your spiritual stones right away." The shopkeeper promptly agreed, fearing that Chen Fan might have a change of heart, and hurried off to the Rui Pavilion. Clutching 70 spirit stones, Chen Fan, however, did not make a beeline for the exit of the market. Instead, he turned towards the Rui Pavilion, leaving those who were covertly tracking him utterly bewildered. What? He headed to the Rui Pavilion? The shopkeeper of the general store listened with a grim expression to his subordinate's report, his fingers incessantly drumming on the counter. He had intended to keep a close watch on Chen Fan and execute a cunning scheme when he exited the market, but to his astonishment, this fellow was not adhering to his usual habits. 70 spirit stones could even procure a rather mediocre magical artifact. Such a substantial sum appearing in the hands of a mere qi refining stage cultivator was akin to a child clutching a gold ingot. Chen Fan was no fool. He understood the wisdom of keeping wealth concealed. Why else would he have refrained from selling in bulk during previous transactions, if not to guard against such eventualities? Yet, the circumstances had now shifted. While at the Yi family estate, he had overheard Yi Linglong mention this particular loose, immortal market. This market, known as the Baishui market, was named after the cultivator who founded it, the Baishui master. As a foundation establishment cultivator, the Baishui master was a formidable figure in the Qingmu mountain region, second only to the Qingmu master. And no one dared to flout the rules he had established. Among these, the prohibition against violence was paramount. Armed with this knowledge, Chen Fan no longer feared robbery. As long as he found a discreet place to vanish within the market, he could return in 3 to 5 days, assume a new guise. And who would recognize him then? To this end, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation level, even though he could easily break through to the 4th level of qi refining. He refrained from doing so, spending 50 spirit stones. He procured a high-quality Qingkuan bag from the Rui Pavilion and calmly made his way to the bustling Baishui auction house within the market. Chapter 26. The night of the full moon, when beasts descend slipping into the restroom of the Baihai auction house, Chen Fan returned to Earth. Observing the 20 spirit stones in his Qingkuan bag, alongside the newly acquired high-quality Qingkuan bag, he smiled with satisfaction. The spacious interior of the high-quality Qingkuan bag measured a square foot, roughly the size of a room, approximately 30 times that of a low-quality Qingkuan bag. Chen Fan believed the considerable expense was justified. Firstly, the high-quality Chincoin bag could accommodate a greater volume of items, and secondly, for larger objects that a low-quality bag could not contain, the high-quality bag proved indispensable. Thus, even if it was not immediately necessary, its eventual acquisition would be inevitable. After spending 2 days on Earth, Chen Fan successfully broke through to the 4th level of qi refining, preparing to execute a clever ruse. He changed his attire and had Zheng Miaodong apply makeup and alterations to his appearance, even secretly donning height-increasing insoles. Only then did Chen Fan traverse back to the Eastern Wilderness cultivation world. Previously, he had donned a cloak when visiting the market. Now, he took the opposite approach, knowing that the general store's shopkeeper would never anticipate such a transformation. Most practitioners recognize each other by their aura, while the grocer must remain at his shop and is unlikely to personally surveil the market. Moreover, since interactions with others are infrequent and their auras have changed, the chances of recognizing oneself are virtually non-existent. Chen Fan swaggered out of the auction house's restroom and headed towards the market exit, discreetly sensing if anyone was following him. After observing for a while and confirming that he was not being tailed, Chen Fan strode confidently out of the market and successfully returned to Yi City. Now a 4th-tier qi refining practitioner, with a reasonable record of outings, Chen Fan sold another batch of monster materials at the Yi family shop before leisurely returning to the Yi family's spiritual fields. Meanwhile, Yi Linglong immediately received the news. Upon hearing that Chen Fan had returned safely, she felt a slight sense of relief. What? He sold a considerable amount of monster materials? However, upon receiving the next piece of information, Yi Linglong became somewhat unsettled. Are monsters that easy to kill? Having never personally hunted monsters, Yi Linglong had heard from her elders that these creatures were fierce and brutal, often surpassing practitioners of the same tier in strength, typically requiring a suppression of realm to defeat. Reflecting on Chen Fan's visit to the scripture pavilion before his departure, Yi Linglong pondered thoughtfully. She decided to send someone to the scripture pavilion to see what spells Chen Shiqing had transcribed. Upon returning to the Yi family's spiritual fields, Chen Fan immediately retreated to his room. The monster materials he sold in the Yi family shop were sourced from monsters hunted after the second beast tide, of a quality far superior to those provided to the grocer. Although the quantity was only a third of the previous batch, they fetched 30 spirit stones, yielding a modest profit. Counting the days, the full moon night on Earth was approaching. After a few days of secluded cultivation in the Yi family's spiritual fields, Chen Fan returned to Earth ahead of schedule. You may go down first. I will observe from above, he instructed. As the sun began to set, Chen Fan sent the 2 women into the underground space and sat alone before the security system's monitoring screen, prepared to witness the forthcoming beast tide firsthand. As night fell, the beast tide approached. A sharp roar pierced the air, the earth trembled, and the beasts began to howl, a dark cloud of flying monsters sweeping across the sky, obscuring even the moonlight. However, this time, Chen Fan sensed that the scale of the beast tide was not as great as the previous 2 occurrences. Rather, it appeared to have diminished significantly. What could be the reason? Have a large number of monsters perished? Or have they moved elsewhere? Chen Fan speculated idly in his mind, yet his eyes missed no detail on the monitor. Suddenly, one of the screens displayed a crimson eyeball that filled most of the frame, locking onto Chen Fan's gaze. Almost immediately, a massive maw lunged towards him, as the creature inexplicably attacked the camera. Fortunately, Chen Fan's villa had been modified, with cameras embedded in the walls and covered with tempered glass, rendering the creature's efforts futile. After several unsuccessful attacks, the beast ultimately retreated in frustration. However, Chen Fan felt no joy. Instead, he pondered a question. Did it realize I was observing it? The beasts he had hunted previously, despite undergoing 2 evolutions, still employed only the most rudimentary methods of attack, scarcely differing from mere wild animals. In contrast, the beasts of the cultivation realm not only possessed formidable resilience, but also demonstrated a considerable degree of intelligence, with some even capable of casting spells. The disparity between the 2 was striking. Yet, the behavior exhibited by that particular beast seemed to suggest an inkling of awareness, perhaps even a rudimentary consciousness, as it suddenly attacked the camera, seemingly sensing his gaze. Otherwise, how could one explain its assault on an inanimate object, particularly one concealed within the wall? Was it merely a coincidence? A profound sense of doubt lingered in Chen Fan's mind. With the number of surviving humans in the city dwindling, the night was devoid of many anguished cries. Presumably, those with a modicum of intelligence had already prepared and hidden themselves away. The saying, "On the night of the full moon, the beasts descend," had long been circulated across various online platforms. After enduring a long night, Chen Fan found little of value. When he opened the underground space to summon the 2 women, he discovered them intently watching a video on their phones. The footage depicted the official account of the 5 great doomsday cities encountering a beast tide the previous night. Remarkably, The beasts, whether terrestrial or aerial, were thwarted by a faint blue barrier hovering above the city. Countless creatures crashed against the barrier, sustaining injuries. Yet they could not penetrate it in the slightest. Additionally, towering walls surrounded the city, equipped with an array of advanced weaponry. Beyond the conventional machine guns and howitzers, even laser cannons, relics of science fiction, were present. The beasts attacked throughout the night, leaving rivers of blood outside the Doomsday City. But not a single drop belonged to humans. A profound sense of security washed over those within. The astonishing outcome garnered numerous accolades in the comments, with many heralding the Doomsday City as humanity's last glimmer of hope. Yet, they conveniently forgot the relentless vitriol directed at the authorities just a month prior. How swiftly the tides of public opinion can shift. Chen Fan scoffed quietly, choosing to remain silent. The two women, unaware of his thoughts, hesitated to speak, fearing they might provoke his ire as had happened with Luo Shuiyao. It wasn't until breakfast that Zheng Yaodong, glancing between Chen Fan and Luo Shuiyao with a hint of hesitation, finally spoke up. Brother Fan, what do you think of that video from the Doomsday City? Chapter 27. The ancestral return of the beasts. The 5 Doomsday Cities have now been bestowed with distinct names, drawn from the cardinal directions of the 4 symbols. The Eastern Theater corresponds to the Azure Dragon, the Western Theater to the White Tiger, the Southern Theater to the Vermilion Bird, and the Northern Theater to the Black Tortoise. As for the Central Theater, it is named after the Qilin. The 5 major theaters each govern their respective domains, thereby dividing modern Huagua into 5 regions: East China, West China, South China, North China, and Central China. The Shudu, where Chen Fan and his companions resided, was originally the stronghold of the Western Theater, and the current White Tiger City is established 100 kilometers away from Chen Fan's villa. To win the hearts of the people, Chen Fan offered a succinct appraisal but did not provide the answers Zheng Yaodong and Luo Shuiyao yearned to hear. Their predominant concern was whether the trio would venture to White Tiger City. Without Chen Fan's consent, such a venture was utterly impossible. Zheng Yaodong discerned that Chen Fan's silence implied he was not inclined to travel to White Tiger City. The reasons behind his reluctance remained unspoken, yet it was evident that he had his reasons for withholding them. Luo Shuiyao wished to seek clarity, but after the events of last month, she had learned the virtue of silence. The overwhelming sense of security within the City of the End made one ponder. Who wouldn't desire such a sanctuary in these apocalyptic times? Chen Fan likely understood the sentiments of the two women. However, the multitude of secrets he bore weighed heavily on him. The prospect of venturing into the bustling White Tiger City, fraught with potential scrutiny, posed a significant risk. Given his current capabilities, even ordinary firearms could threaten his life. Moreover, the authorities wielded advanced weaponry and unimaginable tactics at their disposal. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall, surrendering his fate to others. Unless absolutely necessary, such actions were categorically against Chen Fan's principles. With the mysterious copper tablet in his possession, he could navigate this desolate world with ease, without the need to shackle himself with unnecessary burdens. The two women, however, were different. They lacked any distinctive advantages and possessed limited means of survival in this bleak reality. Without revealing his secrets, Chen Fan found himself at an impasse, unable to persuade them, which was the source of his greatest inner turmoil. Alas, if there ever comes a day when this villa is no longer safe, I shall send them there, Chen Fan mused as he tidied his belongings and departed. Yaodong, what do you think is on Fan Jiyi's mind? As soon as Chen Fan left, Luo Shuiyao could hardly contain her impatience. Yao, I have no intention of repeating myself a third time. Observing Luo Shuiyao's unyielding nature, Zheng Yaodong felt a pang of frustration and regret. Had she not suggested to Chen Fan that Luo Shuiyao move into the villa, this predicament would likely have been avoided. Upon leaving the villa, Chen Fan chose to remain discreet, cautiously navigating between buildings in search of solitary monsters. Armed with the experience from the previous beast tide, he resolved to first observe the changes in the monsters before taking action. After meticulously observing 4 or 5 monstrous beasts, Chen Fan finally reached a conclusion. These creatures had indeed evolved. However, prior to engaging, he was uncertain of the extent of their power enhancement. He estimated that if each evolution conferred an approximate 50% increase in strength, then with his current prowess at the 4th level of qi condensation, he would be adequately equipped to confront them. As he pondered this internally, he sensed movement behind him, swiftly employing the shadow flicker technique. Chen Fan darted forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Simultaneously, a beast materialized at the very spot he had just occupied. Had he not evaded in time, he might have sustained grievous injuries. That was close, he thought, relieved. With a swift gesture from his left hand, he unleashed the golden spike technique, aiming for the beast's head. At this moment, Chen Fan finally discerned the creature's appearance. It resembled a wolf, yet was distinctly otherworldly. Adorned with a collar around its neck, indicating it had once been a pet of some human. Regression? Two characters flashed in Chen Fan's mind. The golden spike technique was executed with remarkable speed, but the wolf beast reacted even more swiftly, evading the spike, while simultaneously launching an assault against Chen Fan. The wolf leapt into the air, its claws poised to strike at Chen Fan's throat. Had it connected, even the mightiest warrior would have met their demise. Fortunately, it was Chen Fan who faced it. Before the beast could land a blow, he deftly blocked with 3 wooden shields. The sharp claws pierced into the wood, momentarily ensnaring the creature and hindering its movement. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen Fan hurled a fire blast technique towards the wolf's abdomen. Despite this, the wolf adeptly rolled away, causing the fire blast to detonate against its back instead of the intended target. Thankfully, the potency of the fire blast was considerable, even without striking its vulnerable belly. It inflicted substantial damage upon the creature. Though it had freed itself from the wooden shields, its back was now drenched in blood, and it suffered significant internal injuries, further impairing its mobility. With its speed greatly diminished, the wolf could no longer pose a threat to Chen Fan. 2 more golden spikes decisively concluded the confrontation, subduing the regressed wolf beast. Indeed, it proves to be somewhat troublesome. The newly evolved wolf had exerted considerable pressure on Chen Fan. A successful ambush could have led to fatal consequences. In terms of direct combat, these evolved beasts remained far inferior to Chen Fan. However, judging by the wolf's behavior, it appeared they had begun to grasp tactical maneuvers. Chen Fan did not believe the wolf's surprise attack was merely a coincidence. Whether it was the beasts that attacked the surveillance cameras last night or this wolf's conduct, all evidence suggested they had started to develop intelligence. This was a most unsettling development for Chen Fan. Well, before the next beast tide strikes, I should do my utmost to eliminate as many as possible. Chen Fan was uncertain whether he could keep pace with the rapid evolution of the demon beasts, while he still possessed the ability to suppress these creatures. Gathering their materials was the only course of action available to him. Alternatively, once he attained the foundation establishment stage, his strength would undergo a significant transformation, enabling him to confront these beasts with ease. Foundation establishment, who knows when that will be? Reflecting on the arduous path to this milestone, Chen Fan let out a resigned sigh. Steeling his resolve, he continued his relentless search for solitary demon beasts. These creatures represented his initial fortune in the cultivation world, and the more he could acquire, the better. By day, he hunted on Earth, and by night, he returned to the cultivation realm to refine his skills. His life was a blend of tension and fulfillment. The materials from the underground space continued to accumulate, and if converted to spirit stones, they would amount to over 1,000. Roughly equivalent to the entire fortune of a perfected chi refinement cultivator. However, just as Chen Fan's wealth accumulation plan was progressing smoothly, an unexpected event abruptly disrupted his intentions. Chapter 28. The betrayal of Luo Shuiyao. On this day, while Chen Fan was out hunting, a fleeting glimpse caught his attention, a group of figures moving in the distance. Based on his extensive hunting experience over the past few days, he surmised that the remaining humans in the city were unlikely to engage in collective action. Firstly, a larger group presents a greater target, making them more susceptible to demon beasts. Secondly, in this apocalyptic world, trust among individuals had diminished to a bare minimum, making it improbable for one to easily place faith in a stranger. Such an unusual occurrence immediately piqued Chen Fan's interest. He concealed himself on a nearby vantage point, cautiously observing the movements of the group. Noticing the synchronized formation of the individuals, he deduced their origin. They must be soldiers from White Tiger City. As the group drew nearer, Chen Fan discerned their combat attire, confirming that they indeed belonged to White Tiger City. "Boss, there's someone on that building, seemingly observing us." The soldiers of White Tiger City were well trained, and seeking high ground had become second nature to them. With the aid of binoculars, their field of vision was not much inferior to that of Chen Fan, the cultivator. At that moment, as Chen Fan confirmed their identities, he realized he had been exposed to their line of sight. "I've been spotted." He witnessed one of the soldiers using binoculars to locate him, instantly recognizing he had underestimated these human soldiers. Regardless of individual prowess, their observational skills surpassed those of most cultivators. "Ignore him. Focus on the demon beasts." The captain remained unfazed by the report from his team member. In his perception, no individual could possibly threaten the safety of his small team. Rather, the erratic presence of monstrous beasts warranted more serious consideration. Chen Fan felt a slight sense of relief upon noticing that the other party had disregarded his intentions. At present, he was not inclined to engage with the individuals from White Tiger City. What purpose might these people have in Shidu? Were they searching for someone, or perhaps something? For over 2 months, Chen Fan had not once encountered the military within the city. The appearance of this small squad at such a time left him pondering their mission. He certainly did not believe that the authorities had suddenly developed a conscience and intended to rescue survivors, transporting them to White Tiger City. If that were the case, they should have arrived last month, rather than waiting until now. Moreover, this squad consisted of only 6 or 7 individuals, utterly incapable of escorting a significant number of people to safety. Unwilling to complicate matters, Chen Fan promptly distanced himself from the area, intending to hunt in another location. Yet, he could scarcely foresee that the arrival of this team would ultimately intertwine with his fate. Miaodong, come with me. The conditions in White Tiger City are far superior, and that prominent figure has promised to protect us. We could live much better lives and would no longer be confined within this villa. At the moment when Chen Fan was retreating from the soldiers towards another hunting ground, such a dialogue unfolded within the villa. You actually contacted the people from White Tiger City in secret. Upon hearing Luo Shui Yao's revelation, Zheng Miaodong could scarcely believe her ears, her chest rising and falling in agitation as she trembled with rage. While she had anticipated that Luo Shui Yao would feel discontent, she had never imagined that Luo Shui Yao would betray both her and Chen Fan. What is so appealing here? Ultimately, are we not still his slaves? Come with me to White Tiger City, where we will lead a better life. Listening to Zheng Miaodong's accusations, Luo Shui Yao finally erupted, shouting vehemently at Zheng Miaodong. Observing Luo Shui Yao's frantic demeanor, Zheng Miaodong was forced to confront the harsh reality. This lofty star had never regarded herself or Chen Fan with any significance. The initial plea for help was merely a strategic maneuver. The notion of being unfamiliar with the unspoken rules of the domestic scene, of having offended a powerful figure, and thus retreating to Shidu for respite, was nothing more than a public relations facade for her team. The stark truth was that she could not thrive in Korea and was compelled to return home to develop her career. In a bid for resurgence, she had willingly offered herself to a prominent figure, thus seizing the opportunity to ascend to the silver screen and achieve stardom. The villa across the way was the very sanctuary of that influential person, which explained the excessive embellishments Luo Shui Yao donned. If you wish to leave, Chen Fan will not hinder you, but having lured the individuals from White Tiger City here, he shall not let you go unpunished. Realizing that Luo Shui Yao had made her decision and that the situation was beyond salvaging, Zheng Miaodong cast a cold gaze upon Luo Shui Yao, as if she were regarding a corpse. Chen Fan, he won't let me off. What qualifications does he possess to spare me? Merely because he struck me twice. I, Luo Shui Yao, shall not let him off easily. Observing the increasingly deranged Luo Shui Yao, Zheng Miaodong felt both exasperated and amused. Opting to retreat to her room to contemplate a solution. Ignored, a flicker of resentment passed through Luo Shui Yao's eyes, yet her phone vibrated at an opportune moment. Miss Luo, we have arrived at the villa area. I am at Building 7, but I am unable to open the villa door. Luo Shui Yao succinctly relayed the situation before hanging up, moving to the window to peer outside incessantly. The villa's entrance, like the small 3-bedroom apartments, had been specially modified, aside from Chen Fan's fingerprints and keys, even from behind. The door could not be opened once locked. Each time Chen Fan left, he would securely lock the door to prevent any uncontrollable situations from arising at home. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, he had ultimately overlooked the existence of satellite communications. Little did he expect that Luo Shui Yao was not as wretched as Zheng Miaodong had claimed. Rather, she had been in contact with a significant figure. As she spotted a squad of soldiers in her line of sight, Luo Shui Yao felt elated, nearly jumping with joy, eager to escape the villa she had inhabited for over 2 months. Miss Luo, please keep your distance. With a loud crash, the tempered glass, impervious even to monstrous beasts, was deftly sliced away by the soldiers using specialized glass cutters. A chill gust swept through the villa, causing Luo Shui Yao, who had not changed her attire, to shiver uncontrollably. Wait a moment, I need to change my clothes. Miss Luo, please hold on. Where is Miss Zheng currently? The soldiers, struggling to suppress their reactions at the sight of Luo Xiao's curvaceous figure, swallowed hard, while the captain remained unperturbed. Deep down, he was reluctant to rescue such a performer on orders from above, but only acquiesced when informed that a seasoned doctor was also present. Just a few steps into her escape, Luo Shui Yao was taken aback, realizing that they were not solely coming for her. At least, not exclusively for her. How had she, having merely mentioned Zheng Miaodong in a conversation with that significant figure, caught their attention? She is upstairs. The villa comprised 3 levels. The first floor served as the living area, while both their rooms were located on the second floor. The third floor was primarily a leisure and entertainment space, featuring an artificial swimming pool, often a site of merriment for the trio. Please lead the way, Miss Luo. The captain spoke with a tone that was neither demeaning nor overly familiar, yet carried an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Chapter 29. The Mentor and the Negotiation. Unlike Luo Shui Yao, Zheng Miaodong, though somewhat intrigued by White Tiger City, remained more grounded. While White Tiger City appeared secure, devoid of the constant threat of monstrous beast attacks, it did not imply that everyone could lead a prosperous life there. In the realm of the medical system, she profoundly comprehended that certain seemingly virtuous individuals could be far more terrifying than the beasts that roamed outside. In this apocalyptic world, survival necessitates the demonstration of one's worth. Although White Tiger City is an official establishment, given the current circumstances, the authorities would not sustain idle individuals without justification. Merely maintaining the city's operations demands a substantial amount of resources daily. These resources do not fall from the heavens. They require relentless effort from individuals. Without sufficient value, one is inevitably relegated to the status of livestock, an unavoidable reality. Everyone must serve those who strive tirelessly, thus elevating martial prowess to the highest value, relegating all else to the sidelines. Even if one possesses medical skills, the lack of strength necessitates allegiance to a formidable faction to endure in this bleak world. Though Chen Fan often appeared cold-hearted, his intrinsic nature was not malevolent. Zheng Miaodong believed that only someone as cautious as Chen Fan could navigate this desolate age with greater success. Feeling a sense of security in her association with him, she resolved that if she were to venture to White Tiger City, it must be by his side for adequate protection. In chaotic times, choosing the right master is of utmost importance. Miss Zheng, please accompany me to White Tiger City. The captain gently rapped on Zheng Miaodong's door, extending a courteous invitation. I will not go, she firmly declined, surprising the captain slightly. It was astonishing that someone would refuse to go to the only safe haven amidst the 5 cities of the apocalypse. Then, I must take offense. The captain, seeing her unwillingness to cooperate, wasted no time and forcibly entered the room. Upon witnessing their abrupt intrusion, Zheng Miaodong furrowed her brow, her expression souring. Was this the manner of the soldiers from White Tiger City? She coldly mocked, her gaze fixed outside the window. Fan, why haven't you returned yet? Let us go. At that moment, Luo Shuiyao, fully attired and wrapped securely, appeared. Seeing Zheng Miaodong dressed similarly, she briefly entertained the notion that Zheng Miaodong had reconsidered, calling out gently to the captain. Come along, Miss Zheng, or you shall suffer the consequences. The captain spoke with calm authority, exuding an air that suggested he would resort to force should she continue to resist. Alas, a wise person refrains from suffering immediate losses. With a sigh, Zheng Miaodong cast one last glance out the window before preparing to follow the guards. However, just as she was about to turn away, a familiar figure caught her eye in her peripheral vision, instantly brightening her gaze. Upon returning from a hunt, Chen Fan noticed unfamiliar human footprints around the villa area, heightening his sense of vigilance. Could it be those soldiers I encountered at noon? The recollection of the soldiers from earlier stirred a sense of foreboding within him. With utmost caution, Chen Fan stealthily approached the villa, his gaze falling upon Zheng Miaodong, standing by the bedroom window, clad in a down jacket. The villa was equipped with heating, and under normal circumstances, Zheng Miaodong would be wandering about in her pajamas. Realizing that something had changed at home, Chen Fan became even more vigilant, taking refuge in the shadows beside a neighboring villa, secretly observing the situation within his own abode. Boss, we have intruders. Just as he peered out, he was spotted by a reconnaissance soldier, the very same who had detected him earlier that afternoon. Once discovered, Chen Fan no longer held back. He unleashed a golden cone of energy that swiftly extinguished the life of the reconnaissance soldier. Enemy attack. Conceal. The soldier squad, taken by surprise by an unexpected human assault, hesitated to retaliate against Chen Fan initially. In the wake of the reconnaissance soldier's demise, the squad quickly reacted, seeking cover to avoid being ambushed by the mysterious attacker. Chen Fan. It's Chen Fan who has returned. The sight of a living being falling lifeless before her eyes left Luo Shuiyao greatly shaken. Recalling Zheng Miaodong's earlier warning, she trembled in fear. Chen Fan, the owner of this house. The intel received by the squad leader indicated that the owner had taken in Luo Shuiyao and Zheng Miaodong, yet it had never mentioned that the individual possessed such formidable power. From the moment the enemy was discovered to the reconnaissance soldier's death, it transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving them unaware of the means employed by their adversary. Captain, could it be a mind master? The soldier's voice quivered, clearly filled with dread at the mere mention of the term. A mind master? Zheng Miaodong pondered over the novel concept introduced by the soldier. Is it possible that Chen Fan is the mind master they speak of? Chen Fan exhibited numerous extraordinary traits, a fact that Zheng Miaodong had long recognized. The heap of beast corpses in the underground space alone was testament to this. However, as long as Chen Fan remained silent, she would not inquire further, believing this to be the most amicable way to coexist. It was plausible that further observation was required. The reconnaissance soldier was ambushed and killed outside the villa, while those inside remained unaware of the specific circumstances. They had not heard any gunfire, yet the enemy had indeed executed a long-range kill, leading to their speculation. If he truly is a mind master, we stand no chance against him. Upon hearing the captain's words, despair washed over the others. Why panic? We aren't even certain if he is a mind master. Besides, mind masters have perished at the hands of firearms before, have they not? Hasn't Xiao Hu's vendetta yet to be avenged? The captain's composure ultimately prevailed, stabilizing the situation with a few reassuring words, igniting the anger of the remaining soldiers. Having swiftly dispatched the reconnaissance soldier, Chen Fan felt a sense of helplessness as he observed the soldiers cowering like turtles. He was merely a minor cultivator in the qi refining stage, lacking the spiritual awareness necessary to discern the happenings within the villa. In the presence of a determined adversary, he was reluctant to expose himself. After all, the opposing party possessed firearms that posed a significant threat to his life. Negotiation is imperative, Chen Fan sighed helplessly, then began to call out to the villa. Who are you? What is your purpose here? Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, the soldier squad swiftly deduced his location and fired several shots in his direction. However, Chen Fan had already retreated behind the wall, rendering their attempts futile. Cease fire. Let us hear what he has to say, commanded the captain, whose extensive experience allowed him to discern Chen Fan's intention to negotiate, promptly halting his team from further aggression. We hail from White Tiger City, tasked with escorting Miss Zheng and Miss Luo to our city. Trust me, we mean no harm. If you wish, you may accompany us back to White Tiger City. In truth, the captain bore no ill will towards Chen Fan and his companions. His mission was solely to escort the two women back, and the presence of an additional individual posed no significant concern. Regrettably, he was faced with Chen Fan, who harbored no interest in traveling to White Tiger City. Chapter 30. Luo Shuiyao, are you courting death? To fetch Zheng Yaodong and Luo Shuiyao? How did they know the two were here? Chen Fan keenly identified the crux of the matter, his mind racing with speculations. Luo Shuiyao, are you courting death? Yet, he had just slain one of their men. To mitigate their wariness, Chen Fan decided to temporarily feign compliance. Ignorance is no crime. We intruded upon your premises first, which is understandable. I shall draft a report to clarify this upon my return. The captain struggled to suppress his inner fury, feigning ease as he negotiated with Chen Fan. Internally, he had berated the leader who orchestrated this mission 100 times. What do you mean it's merely a matter of fetching two individuals? Such deceit. The doctor's surname Zheng clearly had no intention of leaving, and the house owner possessed formidable strength, yet the intelligence provided had failed to mention any of this. In truth, the captain had misunderstood. It was not the leader's intention to deceive, but rather Luo Shuiyao's strategy to alleviate concerns by omitting such details. In her mind, she had considered only one issue. Should she present the situation as overly challenging, the opposing party might abandon her altogether. Even Zheng Miaodong's exceptional medical skills were mentioned only to enhance her bargaining position. Listening to the child's play and the captain's words, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The death of a soldier is not a matter for a mere captain to adjudicate. Very well, I shall accompany you to White Tiger City. However, I must first ensure the safety of my companions. Release them to me, and I will place my trust in you. After a series of negotiations, both parties reached an agreement. The soldier squad released Zheng Miaodong, thereby demonstrating their lack of malevolent intent. Miss Zheng, we indeed harbor no ill intentions. I hope you can convey this clearly to Mr. Chen. The captain spoke politely to Zheng Miaodong, apprehensive that she might misrepresent their conversation upon leaving. Meanwhile, he discreetly gestured to his companions behind him, indicating that should Chen Fan reveal himself, they were to eliminate him immediately. I understand. Zheng Miaodong, aware of the gravity of the situation, responded nonchalantly. After her release, she approached Chen Fan and recounted the events without infusing any personal bias. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged as, before Zheng Miaodong's wide, expressive eyes, he conjured two fireballs the size of fists and hurled them toward the villa. The fiery explosions shattered the villa's windows, revealing the soldiers' positions, which Chen Fan swiftly dispatched with several golden spikes. As for Luo Shuiyao, she was left utterly petrified, helplessly watching a fireball hurtle toward her, her body frozen in place. Let us depart. The beasts will soon arrive, Chen Fan declared decisively, taking Zheng Miaodong's hand and leading her away, while she remained somewhat dazed. Is this what it means to be a master of thought? Luo Shuiyao was aware of some of Chen Fan's secrets, a fact that sealed the fate of Chen Fan and the soldiers. However, the soldiers had never anticipated that Chen Fan had no intention of sparing them, and acted with such resolute decisiveness. As Chen Fan navigated through the city with Zheng Miaodong, they returned to their small apartment complex, only to find that all the windows had been shattered. The entire neighborhood was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds, leaving them uncertain of whether anyone remained alive. In truth, Chen Fan had encountered numerous such desolate neighborhoods during his hunts. Yet, witnessing this scene still stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Those who had wronged him in his past life were ultimately met with their comeuppance. You must endure residing here for a while, he said, feeling a bit awkward as he regarded Zheng Miaodong's sparkling eyes after they entered the apartment. Was that magic? Zheng Miaodong, still lost in the awe of the spells Chen Fan had demonstrated, paid little heed to his other words. Sort of, perhaps one day. You two could master it. Chen Fan spoke vaguely, choosing not to elaborate further. He hadn't yet decided whether to guide Zheng Miaodong in the path of cultivation. Firstly, her age rendered her prospects bleak in this pursuit. Secondly, he remained apprehensive about whether she might betray him. After the ordeal with Liang Shiqing, trusting anyone again had become exceedingly difficult. Are you saying? I also have the chance to become a master of thought? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Zheng Miaodong's face lit up with joy, her voice brimming with anticipation. Master of thought? What is this master of thought? Chen Fan was taken aback by the term that suddenly escaped Zheng Miaodong's lips. Huh, you don't even know? During their time at the villa, the captain once remarked that one might be a Nian master. Chen Fan, puzzled by this term, found himself in a state of confusion, prompting Zheng Miaodong to promptly relay the conversations of the soldier squad within the villa. Nian master? It seems in this world, there exists a group of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities or magical powers. I must remain vigilant. Through Zheng Miaodong's explanation, Chen Fan quickly grasped the meaning of Nian master, recognizing it as a designation for humans possessing magical or supernatural abilities. I suppose that makes me a Nian master as well. With such a splendid shield to bolster his identity, Chen Fan ambiguously acknowledged the title, as Nian master was evidently more palatable for Zheng Miaodong than the notion of cultivating immortality. Although the villa lay in ruins, the underground space remained intact. It housed the mystical beasts that Chen Fan had painstakingly hunted, and he had no intention of relinquishing them. The following day, he ventured alone to the villa area, temporarily relocating the beast materials to the realm of cultivation before returning to his modest abode. Fortunately, Steward Yi, concerned that other spirit planters might disturb Chen Fan, had arranged for several nearby spirit planters to be accommodated elsewhere, thus resulting in a few vacant rooms. Otherwise, Chen Fan's small quarters would have proven inadequate for all the beast materials. On the ground amidst the villa's debris, traces of splattered blood were evident, and the bodies of the soldiers and Luo Shuiyao had vanished. Judging by the scene, it appeared that they had been devoured by the beasts drawn by the commotion. Chen Fan speculated that the soldier squad might possess some identifiable items that could attract the attention of the people from White Tiger City. Therefore, he first cleared away his traces, then left behind some of the beast's blood and flesh at the villa before departing. For the foreseeable future, he would not return to the villa. Upon moving back into his modest quarters, Zheng Miaodong displayed no signs of discontent. Aside from a slight reduction in her activity range and the absence of a companion to converse with, it seemed to have little effect. Yet, despite her attempts to comfort herself, Zheng Miaodong could not shake a sense of melancholy. You're back. At that moment, as Chen Fan returned from his outing, Zheng Miaodong quickly greeted him with a bright smile, hoping to conceal her gloom. The Chen Fan of now was no longer the naive young man from 3 months prior. He perceptibly sensed something amiss with Zheng Miaodong and had already formulated a plan in his mind. Just a little longer, when the opportunity arises, we shall proceed to White Tiger City. Upon hearing Chen Fan's sudden declaration, Zheng Miaodong immediately realized that her secret thoughts had been uncovered. Fangu, that is not what I meant. I understand. It's just that the resources here are ultimately limited, and we will have to leave eventually. I just killed their people. It's not advisable to approach them now. Chen Fan gestured toward the storage room filled with supplies, gazing earnestly at Zheng Miaodong. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Seeing that Chen Fan was not merely testing her, but genuinely intended to venture to White Tiger City, Zheng Miaodong felt deeply moved and promptly expressed her resolve. In a moment of deep passion, Zheng Miaodong took the initiative, and the two indulged in a fervent encounter, her soft yet restrained voice echoing throughout the small residence. Chapter 31. The conflict in the Yi family. After the tempestuous encounter, Chen Fan found himself weighed down by a sense of heaviness. He secluded himself in the storage room, and subsequently returned to the eastern wilderness realm of cultivation. The notion of limited resources was merely a pretext intended for Zheng Miaodong. In truth, Chen Fan believed that the plan for hunting the demonic beasts still held great potential, and he was not yet inclined to abandon it. As for the latter half of his statement, he spoke without deceit. The disappearance of the soldier squad would inevitably attract the attention of Baihu City, which would likely dispatch personnel to investigate. During this interval, it was crucial to devise a comprehensive narrative that aligned with Zheng Miaodong's account. Failure to do so could lead to the exposure of their actions, resulting in a multitude of complications from Baihu City. Upon returning to the spiritual fields of the Yi family, Chen Fan gazed at the plethora of demonic beast materials, momentarily at a loss. The underground space of the villa was no longer usable, and he was uncertain where to store such a vast quantity of materials. The small residence lacked sufficient space, and he felt uneasy about leaving them in the Yi family's spiritual fields. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The apartment directly below belonged to Zheng Miaodong. It could serve as a temporary storage solution before the impending beast tide. As for the key to her apartment, she had given it to him when she returned home to fetch her clothes. Without hesitation, Chen Fan traversed back to the small residence and discovered that Zheng Miaodong had succumbed to slumber due to her earlier indulgence. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily made his way to apartment 2405, barricading the dilapidated window with various furniture pieces, and began to transfer the demonic beast materials from the realm of cultivation. While Chen Fan was preoccupied with this task, a significant piece of news cast a shadow over the Yi family. The esteemed elder Qingmu had passed away. This revelation spread like wildfire, reaching every corner within 1,000 miles of the Qingmu mountain range with astonishing speed, suggesting that someone was fanning the flames of gossip. In the Yi family's council hall, the few remaining cultivators sat on either side, while Yi Wuyo, wearing a troubled expression, occupied the central position. At this moment, discussing anything seemed futile. They needed to contemplate how to deal with the Han family instead. Yi Linglong's father, the seventh son in the family, was the youngest of Yi Wuyo's offspring. The speaker was Yi Linglong's second uncle, Chen Fan, a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement and the second strongest after Yi Wuyo, regarded as a pillar of support. In my view, it seems we must place the burden on our niece Linglong. After Yi Qianfan's opening remarks, Yi Linglong's third uncle, Yi Qinyu, launched the first attack, directing his accusations at Yi Linglong. Yi Linglong remained silent, gradually rising to her feet, an aura emanating from her that astonished everyone present. 6th level of Qi refinement. How is that possible? Upon sensing Yi Linglong's aura, Yi Qinyu exclaimed in disbelief, and the others were equally taken aback. Seated majestically in the main position, Yi Wuyo exuded an air of unflappability. Yi Qinyu, I am nothing like you, a mere wastrel. The absence of the honorific third uncle in addressing Yi Qinyu starkly revealed the fury simmering within Yi Linglong. Although Yi Qinyu was over 30 years her senior, he had only reached the 5th level of Qi refining. Thus, when Yi Linglong hurled such insults at him, he trembled in rage. You audacious fool! He is your third uncle, Yi Qianfan bellowed, his voice a thunderous reprimand, as he unleashed his spiritual energy without restraint. Although Yi Linglong's words were directed at Yi Qinyu, they effectively encompassed all present. Wastrel number 2. Unfazed by Yi Qianfan's pressure, Yi Linglong chose to confront him head-on. The tumultuous spiritual energy surged between them. He had expected to overpower Yi Linglong, who had just advanced, with his years of accumulated strength. However, upon contact, Yi Qianfan realized it was far from the ease he had anticipated. She was not merely a newly ascended 6th level Qi refining practitioner. She was on the verge of reaching the 7th level. With a resounding crash, Yi Qianfan's chair was overturned, and he was flung backward. Enough. Witnessing Yi Linglong's readiness to engage in a physical confrontation, Yi Wuyo could no longer stand idly by and shouted in anger, intervening to halt her. Linglong, the Yi family cannot be brought to ruin under my watch. His tone was grave, yet the underlying implication urged Yi Linglong to marry into the Han family. Upon hearing their ancestor voice such sentiments, Yi Wuyo's eyes reddened with emotion. Ancestor, do you think so too? Yi Wuyo remained silent. Yet his silence was a testament to his thoughts. In this dire moment, Yi Linglong ultimately found herself abandoned by the Yi family. Ha! This is the Yi family, the very family I yearn to revitalize. Yi Linglong laughed maniacally, while the other Yi family cultivators wore expressions of despair. It was never a matter of honor to marry off the most promising descendant of the clan. I object. After her manic laughter subsided, Yi Linglong's countenance turned icy as she bellowed the words with deliberate emphasis. Her exquisite face bore traces of desolation and disappointment, yet it radiated an unwavering resolve. You object? Then the lineage of the Yi family shall be severed. Yi Linglong brazenly defied the family, and Yi Wuyo could no longer contain himself. With a single hand, he shattered the armrest of his chair, while the other shot toward Yi Linglong. Bang! Observing the suspended spiritual hand, Yi Qianfan and the others were left agape. Yi Linglong had actually dared to strike against the ancestor. As the pillar of the Yi family, Yi Wuyo had presided over the clan for many years. No one had ever dared to question his decisions, for he was akin to the heavens. Yet today, Yi Linglong's actions utterly shattered their perceptions. It turned out that even the heavens could be defied. Good, good, good. I shall see what abilities you possess. Infuriated by Yi Linglong's audacity to retaliate, Yi Wuyo's rage transformed into a sardonic smile, and he struck without mercy. Chen Fan had just completed the transfer of the monster materials when he was taken aback by the sounds of a fierce battle emanating from the direction of the Yi residence. Judging by the scale of the commotion, it was undoubtedly substantial, involving cultivators of at least the 5th level of Qi refining. Had the Han family come to confront them? A sense of foreboding gripped Chen Fan, prompting him to hasten towards the Yi residence. He held no particular concern for the fate of the Yi family. Yet their circumstances would undeniably influence his own decisions. If the Yi family were truly on the brink of collapse, he would certainly take his leave to avoid being caught in the ensuing chaos. However, just as he approached the entrance of the Yi residence. He spotted a familiar figure fleeing from that direction, evidently injured. Yi Linglong. How could it be her? Chen Fan never expected that the individuals engaged in the fray at the Yi residence were not from the Han family, as he had surmised, but rather the cherished jewel of the Yi family, Chen Fan. In her frantic bid for survival, Yi Linglong recognized him ahead and, recalling their past as husband and wife, called out for his assistance. Save me. What should I do? Should I intervene? Faced with Yi Linglong's plea for help, Chen Fan found himself in a dilemma. To assist her might endanger his own safety, yet to ignore her would seem ungrateful after her previous kindness towards him. Very well, let this be a repayment of debts. With a resolute determination, Chen Fan ultimately decided to lend a hand to Yi Linglong. He stepped forward, lifted her onto his back, and set off towards the city gates. Chapter 32. The fall of the Yi family after her. Yi Wuyo bellowed in exasperation, and the Yi family cultivators promptly obeyed, pursuing the direction in which Yi Linglong had fled. Reflecting on the earlier events, the members of the Yi family remained somewhat dazed. No one had anticipated that Yi Linglong, a 6th-level qi refining cultivator, possessed a formidable array of formations. In a critical moment, she had unleashed them, ensnaring everyone, including Yi Wuyo, in place for several breaths. This was the scene that Chen Fan had witnessed. The tumult within the Yi family had unfolded too abruptly for the city guards to receive any orders. Seeing a guest elder of the Yi family carrying Yi Linglong, they hesitated to obstruct him, fearing repercussions should they inadvertently interfere with his affairs. Simultaneously, the Han family received the news of the demise of Qingshu Shangren, and their ambitions to strike against the Yi family could no longer be contained. By chance, they arrived at the city gates just in time to see Chen Fan fleeing with someone on his back in another direction. Ancestor, it's that guest elder from the Yi family. Should we pursue? Yi Linglong's breath was faint, her hair disheveled from the prior conflict. Han Tianming recognized Chen Fan, but did not discern the identity of the person on his back. Forget it, he is but a minor insect. We must focus on the main objective. The Han family elder, unwilling to complicate matters further, led his forces directly towards the Yi city, leaving Chen Fan in a state of fortunate relief. Although he could not fathom why the Han family had not pursued him, the outcome, in any case, was favorable. Chen Fan was fortunate to evade the Han family, while the disciples of the Yi family, pursuing Yi Linglong, encountered a stroke of misfortune. They collided head-on with the Han family's forces, leaving the Yi clan members utterly dumbfounded. The Han family, led by the decisive and ruthless ancestor Han Shiqing, wasted no time in issuing the command to eliminate them. They had come with the intent to seize the Yi family's assets, and with this unexpected encounter, there was no chance for mercy. Though he did not witness it firsthand, Chen Fan understood in his heart that the Yi family was doomed. The audacity of the Han family to strike against the Yi family signified that the esteemed elder Qingmu had fallen. Presently, within the territory of Qingmu Mountain, the only sanctuary for preserving his and Yi Linglong's lives lay within the confines of Bishuifang City. After a relentless journey, Chen Fan reached Bishuifang City half a day later. He sought refuge in an inn, opting for a single room to facilitate caring for Yi Linglong. The exorbitant prices in Bishuifang City, where accommodations were charged in spirit crystals, deterred him from indulging in extravagance. Uncertain of how long the Han family's pursuit would last, Bishuifang City had become their sole lifeline. Observing Yi Linglong's disordered breath, Chen Fan sighed helplessly and led her to the city's alchemy hall. Cultivators enjoy prolonged lifespans, particularly those who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. In their leisure, they often delve into various other arts, gradually forming the multitude of skills within the realm of cultivation. Among these are alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, array formation, and beast taming, among others. The alchemy hall is a venue for the sale of elixirs, often staffed by adept alchemists. Alchemy and medicine are intrinsically linked, and Chen Fan brought Yi Linglong here to tend to her injuries. Yi Linglong, make sure to remember to repay me with spirit stones. After an exorbitant expenditure at the alchemy hall, Chen Fan returned, feeling somewhat despondent. The cost of a mere elixir had drained him of 30 spirit stones, a price more akin to robbery. Within the room, he lamented while cautiously administering the elixir to Yi Linglong. Before long, Yi Linglong stirred awake, gazing at Chen Fan, who was quietly meditating nearby, her eyes filled with curiosity. Where are we? In Bishuifang City, Chen Fan replied, snapping out of his meditative state, a hint of irritation in his voice. It cost me 50 spirit stones to save you, so do remember to repay me. To ensure Yi Linglong did not forget, he quickly reiterated, 50 spirit stones? Yi Linglong shot him a playful glance, refraining from exposing his little ruse. The gratitude owed for saving a life could hardly be measured in mere 20 spirit stones. I will repay you when I have the chance, Yi Linglong responded readily. Though her breath was somewhat weak, she exhibited no signs of despair. It seems the Yi family is finished, Chen Fan observed. Assuming Yi Linglong remained unaware of the impending threat from the Han family, and thus felt compelled to remind her. As I departed from Yiqing, I caught sight of the Han family's members. Are you not the least bit concerned? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that this girl harbored no worries for her family? What is there to be concerned about? I would rather see them perish. Yi Linglong's smile gradually faded, her tone turning icy, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Realizing this could be the reason behind Yi Linglong's violent actions against her family, Chen Fan chose not to probe further. Curiosity can be perilous. The less one knows of secrets, the safer one remains. Observing Chen Fan's demeanor, Yi Linglong found her interest piqued. They sought to force me into marriage with the Han family, and when I resisted, I rebelled. Yi Linglong's words were succinct. Yet Chen Fan sensed a profound sorrow and indignation beneath her calm exterior. Were I in your position, I would rebel too. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan suddenly declared this, eliciting hearty laughter from Yi Linglong. You are indeed an amusing person, lacking in strength yet possessing a knack for words and deeds. How about I look after you from now on, dear brother? Chen Fan's playful remark lightened Yi Linglong's spirits considerably, though she was 2 years younger than him. She spoke with an air of maturity, claiming the role of an elder sister. Chen Fan chuckled in response, choosing to remain unperturbed. His mind was preoccupied with a singular concern: what was to come next? With the Yi family gone, their sacred lands could not be reclaimed. His only sanctuary within the realm of cultivation had vanished. Within the confines of their room, both individuals harbored divergent thoughts, yet they silently understood the unspoken pact of silence. In the ensuing days, they remained concealed within the confines of Bishi Square, too wary to venture elsewhere. Chapter 33. The Dustless Sword. A turning point emerged 2 days prior to the impending fourth beast tide. It was revealed that the demise of the esteemed Qingmu master had been nothing but a fabrication orchestrated by the Qingmu sect. The ruse aimed to draw out hostile forces against the sect, facilitating their eradication. The Han family unwittingly fell into this trap. After their conquest of Yiqing, they were swiftly dealt with by the Qingmu sect. Alongside them, other opportunistic factions were systematically eliminated. Following this upheaval, the number of cultivators within the Qingmu mountain region plummeted by a staggering 30%. With the Han family's downfall, the Yi family remained a nominal vassal of the Qingmu sect. Ironically, Yi Linglong, the abandoned heiress of the Yi family during this life and death crisis, emerged as the sole ruler of Yiqing. Even she had not anticipated this outcome, reflecting on her once aspirational declarations within the Yi family, which now seemed a mere jest. Upon hearing this news, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Firstly, it meant he could return to Earth to confront the beast tide. Secondly, as the inn in Bishi Square charged 50 spirit crystals per night, and 2 rooms consumed an entire spirit stone daily, it was becoming increasingly unaffordable. Let us depart. Lady Yi, Chen Fan jested lightly, yet Yi Linglong responded without hesitation. From this day forth, I shall assume the mantle of the head of the Yi family, and I am resolute that the Yi family shall flourish under my stewardship. Such a grandiose declaration. One might wonder if it was intended for Yi-Man or merely a self-affirmation. Upon returning to Yi City, Yi Linglong swiftly reorganized the family's enterprises, severing all business ties beyond the city and consolidating operations within its confines. Chen Shiqing, I formally extend an invitation for you to join the Yi family. Will you accept? Unlike the mere guest of the Yi family, joining it signifies the privilege of partaking in the city's taxes and various revenues. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan declined Yi Linglong's offer. I shall forego joining the Yi family. However, should the family head be amenable, I am willing to part with 50 spirit stones to acquire the spiritual farmland in your possession. Having long felt like a guest beneath another's roof, Chen Fan had coveted the Yi family's spiritual farmland for some time and saw this opportunity to voice his intentions. Spiritual farmland? Apart from yielding some spiritual rice, it bears little else of value. Well, if it is your desire, then I shall bestow it upon you. There is no need for the 50 spirit stones. This head of the family is not in want of such trifles. With that, Yi Linglong turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, she sent 50 spirit stones as a token to fulfill their agreement made at Bishi Square. At this juncture, the Yi family stood at the threshold of revitalization, and Yi Linglong was engrossed in her endeavors. I suppose I am now a landowner, Chen Fan mused to himself, delighting in the prospect as he proceeded to take possession of the Yi family's spiritual farmland, which would henceforth be his private property. In the realm of cultivation, there exist rules governing ownership. Thus, this private property would be recognized by the Qingmu sect, rendering it impervious to reclamation by the Yi family unless the sect were to fall or Chen Fan were to perish without heirs. This substantial tract of spiritual farmland would remain the rightful possession of Chen Fan and his descendants, regardless of the Yi family's decline or the emergence of new proprietors in Yi City. Having concluded the transfer of the farmland, Chen Fan returned to Earth. His prolonged absence had left Zheng Miaodong in a state of trepidation, but upon his return, a sense of relief washed over her. With unbridled desire, the two reveled together in their chamber. After their passionate encounter, Zheng Miaodong nestled against Chen Fan, holding him tightly as if this embrace were the only means to attain solace. A day later, the fourth wave of beastly onslaught arrived as foretold. The monstrous creatures came howling, only to retreat once more. No one knew the motive behind their assaults on the city, nor could they ascertain how many souls remained within its walls. The Sunju residents barely withstood this latest surge, yet upon inspection, Chen Fan discovered that even the reinforced walls had begun to show signs of cracking. Numerous areas of the fourth building revealed exposed rebar, indicating that its structural integrity was precarious at best. It seemed likely that, after perhaps 2 more waves of beasts, the edifice would face imminent collapse. Even within the confines of Chen Fan's vision, he could discern the dilapidated 6-story apartment building, which had succumbed to the relentless assaults of the monstrous beasts, collapsing in considerable sections. It seemed that the journey to Baihu City must be expedited. Chen Fan felt a weight upon his heart as he began to align his narrative with Zheng Miaodong. When the soldier squad came to seek us, we fortuitously encountered a beast attack, resulting in our hasty dispersal and subsequent separation from the squad. Zheng Miaodong incessantly rehearsed the script that the two had meticulously crafted, striving for seamless precision. Through the previous incident, Chen Fan had come to realize that Yi Linglong harbored her own secrets. The mere fact of her escape from Yi Wuyo and the other cultivators of the Yi family was enough to provoke deep contemplation. However, Yi Linglong was no fool either. She naturally recognized that Chen Fan was not a mere ordinary spirit plant cultivator. Both were tacitly aware of each other's complexities, yet neither chose to expose the other. After all, any cultivator who could rise above the rest must have encountered their share of extraordinary experiences. In such circumstances, Chen Fan no longer needed to covertly resell monster materials at the Bishi Square. He completed transactions directly through the Yi family shop, thereby amassing a considerable quantity of spirit stones in a short span. With an abundance of spirit stones and a stable environment, Chen Fan commenced endeavors he had long desired, yet previously dared not pursue. For instance, crafting a personalized magical artifact, delving into the art of alchemy, and studying the intricacies of array formations. With his newfound wealth, he swiftly forged a long sword as his magical artifact, whimsically naming it Wuchan, Dustless. Sword control. Under Chen Fan's adept manipulation of spiritual energy, the Wuchan sword danced and maneuvered, boasting an impressive attack range of approximately 100 zhang. With the Wuchan sword in hand, Chen Fan's combat prowess soared, and he realized that his previous fighting methods were overly crude, bordering on an insult to Qi refining cultivators. Thus, he eagerly traversed back to Earth to test his skills against the beasts, only to find that the distinction between a Qi refining cultivator wielding a magical artifact and one without was stark, akin to the disparity between a person wielding a machine gun and another fighting barehanded. Now, after slaying beasts that had undergone 4 rounds of evolution, he found the task far easier than defeating the first dog demon. This is the true essence of a cultivator. Chen Fan mused sincerely, feeling a newfound confidence regarding the journey to Baihu City. As for alchemy and formations, Chen Fan scoured Yi City but could only uncover rudimentary explanations, with not a trace of inheritance remaining, leaving him quite disheartened. In desperation, he approached Yi Linglong to inquire if the Yi family possessed any legacies pertaining to alchemy and formations, only to receive a significant eye roll in response. Alchemy and formations were considered advanced arts within the realm of cultivation. How could one expect to easily obtain their inheritance? Typically, only forces at the foundation building level and above could possess such knowledge. Upon hearing Yi Linglong's explanation, Chen Fan finally grasped the reality. Both were immensely lucrative skills, and alchemists and formation masters relied on them to earn spirit stones. Hence, they would never impart such knowledge lightly. Teaching the apprentice while starving the master embodies a profound truth. Chapter 34, Journey to Baihu City. Upon realizing that he could not temporarily practice alchemy or formations, Chen Fan subdued this thought. After all, there would be ample time in the future. Once his realm advanced, opportunities for learning would undoubtedly arise. Upon returning to Earth, Chen Fan began preparations with Zheng Miaodong for their journey to Baihu City. The two stood at the eastern gate of Shidu, with Baihu City situated in the southeast. To reach Baihu City, they needed to traverse nearly half of Shidu, followed by a 50-kilometer trek across the wilderness. Such a long distance would be exhausting on foot alone. Moreover, the extended duration of travel would necessitate overnight stays in the wild, significantly increasing the risks involved. We require a vehicle, preferably one with some defensive capabilities, Chen Fan remarked. The storage within the small sanctuary contained ample gasoline and diesel. Energy was not an issue. However, Prior to the calamity, he had not anticipated the need for an automobile and thus had made no preparations. Now, in need of one, he would have to scour the city for any cars that had not been ravaged by beasts. Gazing at the scene of collapsed buildings outside, Chen Fan surmised that this task would likely take some time. After several days of searching within the city, he finally discovered a jeep in the underground garage of a villa, along with its keys. Upon inspection, he confirmed the vehicle was in good condition, though the fuel tank held little diesel. Nonetheless, Chen Fan happily stowed it away in his spatial bag. "You drive, and I'll keep watch," Chen Fan instructed Zheng Yaodong, delineating their roles. The jeep roared to life as they sped toward Baihu City. The road was littered with abandoned vehicles and obstacles. Yet Chen Fan cleared them effortlessly with fireball spells, posing no significant hindrance to Zheng Yaodong. The engine's roar inevitably attracted the attention of nearby beasts. Fortunately, Zheng Yaodong's driving skills were commendable, and after consuming diluted spiritual liquid, her physical abilities had greatly improved. Both her strength and reaction speed had seen remarkable enhancement. In critical moments, she executed speed boosts and drifts seamlessly, while Chen Fan supported her, causing most beasts to be left in a cloud of dust behind the vehicle. Even so, some creatures exhibited astonishing speed, relentlessly pursuing the pair. With the number of beasts trailing them increasing, Chen Fan made a decisive move and summoned his dustless sword. In a dazzling display of sword light, the horde was decimated. Seeing this through the rearview mirror, Zheng Yaodong's eyes widened in astonishment. Momentarily distracted to the point of nearly colliding with a broken power pole by the roadside. "Is that a flying sword?" she pondered, her mind surging with tumultuous waves. Chen Fan, noticing her reaction, silently sighed, choosing not to offer any explanations. During his time in Yi City, in pursuit of the path of alchemy and formations, he had also acquired several intriguing new skills, among which was the soul-forgetting technique. The essence of this spell was rather straightforward. It could erase a person's memories for a brief period. According to ancient texts, as cultivators advanced to higher realms, they could even alter an individual's memories. However, Chen Fan remained oblivious to the cultivation level required to achieve such an effect, reluctantly resorting to the sword control technique. He understood that this was not merely a matter of a simple incantation. Even though he trusted that Zheng Yaodong would not easily betray him, he deemed it prudent to employ necessary measures. Were it not for the soul-forgetting technique's limitation to erasing only recent memories, Chen Fan would have considered obliterating the memories of the battle at Zheng Yaodong's villa as well. Thus, the two of them surged forward, and after an hour, they had already exited the urban area of Shidu. The buildings along the roadside gradually diminished, replaced by dilapidated factories billowing black smoke, abandoned farmland, and residences ravaged by monstrous beasts. In stark contrast to the city, the suburbs and rural areas had evidently endured a far more harrowing catastrophe. When will this bleak existence come to an end? As he gazed upon the shattered landscape and the desolation of the populace, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over Chen Fan. Sensing this unusual emotion within him, he felt a twinge of irritation. As a cultivator, such trivial sentiments of nationalism should not occupy his consciousness. Perhaps he was unaware that this very sentiment had long been entrenched in his bloodline. It was only in the confines of the city, where the sense of a fractured homeland was not as poignant, that Chen Fan had remained oblivious to it. Very well, let us do our best and leave the rest to fate. The relentless onslaught of beast tides and the continuous evolution of the monstrous creatures left Chen Fan devoid of hope for an end to this calamity. As they raced onward, beasts from the mountains and wilderness were drawn to the sound of their vehicle, causing Chen Fan's scalp to prickle with apprehension. Fortunately, after departing the city, the number of beasts flanking the road was sparse. Those pursuing them primarily emerged from the distant mountains and forests, maintaining a considerable distance. "Miaodong, accelerate," Chen Fan urged, his anxiety mounting at the sight of the approaching horde. With so many beasts converging, even he had little certainty of survival. In that moment, he recognized that the pet-like beasts he had previously hunted in the city were utterly unworthy of the name. The creatures before him, dwelling in the wild, were not only significantly larger than their urban counterparts, but also possessed far greater speed. Their reflexes in evading his attacks were equally swift. With pressure mounting, Chen Fan drew forth his weapon once more, dispatching the advancing beasts one by one to ensure the vehicle's safety. "Brother Fan, ahead!" Upon hearing Zheng Yaodong's exclamation, Chen Fan swiftly turned his head. Preoccupied with vanquishing the pursuing beasts, he failed to notice that a creature had already positioned itself ahead, less than a kilometer away from them. Observing the character emblazoned on the beast's forehead, it was evident that it was a wild tiger that had undergone a transformation. After 4 evolutions, it now stood over 10 feet tall, occupying the roadway like an armored vehicle. With a roar, the tiger demon charged towards the approaching vehicle. Chen Fan, unwilling to delay, sent the Wuchen sword slicing through the air, aiming directly at the beast's brow. However, The tiger seemed to anticipate Chen Fan's assault, twisting its body mid-air at an uncanny angle to evade the strike. Yet, the Wuchen sword, under Chen Fan's spiritual control and the guidance of the sword control technique, executed a sudden turn in mid-flight, piercing through the tiger's abdomen. With a thunderous roar, the tiger was impaled, yet it did not succumb immediately. In agony, it unleashed a deafening roar that resonated painfully in Chen Fan's ears, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Is this a mental attack? Feeling the peculiar disorientation in his mind, Chen Fan shook his head vigorously, his astonishment directed at the tiger demon ahead. Have the beasts evolved to this extent? Weighed down by these thoughts, he did not relent in his assault. The Wuchen sword danced through the air, severing the tiger's limbs before plunging into the center of the character on its forehead. Remarkably strong, this tiger demon was undoubtedly the most formidable creature Chen Fan had encountered in his hunts thus far, even with the Wuchen sword in hand. It took him several moments to dispatch it. After slaying the tiger, Chen Fan recalled that other beasts were still in pursuit. He unleashed a series of fire explosion spells, which detonated amidst the horde. Witnessing the carnage and the destruction of the roadway, he could only mourn silently for those who would follow. I truly had no choice. It was only under dire circumstances that he would resort to such devastation on their path of survival. Chapter 35. Investigation team. The fierce explosions created a massive breach in the road, leaving a pit nearly a meter deep, temporarily hindering the pursuing beasts. Many creatures, unable to halt their momentum, crashed into the pit, throwing the scene into disarray. However, this moment of chaos was fleeting. The beasts, having undergone 4 evolutions, possessed intelligence akin to that of children. Faced with an impasse, they began to navigate around the obstacle, regrouping from both sides of the road. Just as Chen Fan prepared to wield his sword against the enemies, he heard Zheng Yaodong's voice filled with excitement. Brother Fan, look quickly. In the distance, a majestic city stood proudly upon the earth, resembling an ancient giant resting on the ground. It was truly magnificent. Named White Tiger City, its walls were a deep black, towering approximately 10 feet high, instilling a sense of awe and security. Upon the towering ramparts, an array of advanced weaponry was meticulously positioned, their ominous muzzles aimed in all directions. Observing the watchtowers constructed at intervals along the walls, Chen Fan promptly sheathed his dustless sword, opting instead to employ fireball techniques against the encroaching beasts. This shift markedly diminished the efficiency of his assaults, as the pursuing creatures drew ever closer. Yet, at that moment, Chen Fan suddenly sensed a peculiar energy coursing through him, causing the relentless beasts behind him to halt in their tracks, howling frantically, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Yet they dared not advance further. Recalling the apocalyptic city video he had once seen, Chen Fan pondered deeply. Is this a protective shield? With the beasts no longer in pursuit, he finally exhaled in relief. At this juncture, the distant silhouette of White Tiger City came into view, and the city gates swung open, revealing a squad of soldiers standing at the ready. Greetings, please follow me for an inspection. Upon entering White Tiger City, Chen Fan and his companion were swiftly escorted away by the soldiers, uncertain of the nature of the inspection they were to undergo. May we remain together? Chen Fan gestured towards Zheng Yaodong, indicating their desire not to be separated. Certainly, the captain of the soldiers hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. Having received prior intelligence regarding the vehicle they were in, which was suspected to harbor a practitioner of the arcane arts. Following the soldiers' instructions, Chen Fan passed through a contraption resembling a machine, feeling a peculiar energy sweep over him, thus completing the inspection process. What is the purpose of this machine? Noticing the soldier captain's willingness to converse, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to glean more about White Tiger City. This is a demon power detection device, primarily used to ascertain whether one is carrying any demonic energy. Intrigued by the captain's explanation, Chen Fan mused. Could it be that humans can also be tainted by demonic energy? What would happen if one were found to possess such energy? He inquired with curiosity. You would do well to hope that you do not, the captain replied. Why is that? He pressed. Humans infected with demonic energy typically descend into madness, gradually succumbing to bestial traits, ultimately losing all semblance of reason. A chill ran down Chen Fan's spine upon hearing the captain's words. Indeed, it was best to avoid such contamination. Yet, from this brief encounter, it was evident that the authorities had conducted some research into demonic energy, as evidenced by the existence of this detection device. Before long, Zheng Yaodong was also brought forth, and the two were led into a space akin to a reception room. After instructing them to wait for a moment, the captain of the soldiers departed. It seems the main event is about to unfold. Chen Fan was no fool. Having employed magic under the very noses of White Tiger City's guards, it was inconceivable that they had not noticed. The soldier captain had not uttered a word about it, suggesting that someone specifically would soon arrive to discuss these matters with him. However, in order to secure a more advantageous position in the White Tiger City, Chen Fan intentionally exposed himself, having long since prepared for this moment. Greetings, I am Dong Chengjun, the Joint Officer of Public Security in White Tiger City. May I inquire about your names? Shortly thereafter, a robust officer entered, exuding an aura of decisiveness. Chen Fan. Zheng Miaodong. Observing that Chen Fan provided only a single name, Zheng Miaodong followed suit. There is no need for anxiety, my esteemed guests. I summoned you both without ulterior motives. I merely wish to inquire if either of you are practitioners of the art of Nian. Noticing their reticence, Dong Chengjun endeavored to soften his demeanor, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. I am, but she is not. As posts regarding practitioners of Nian proliferated online, the two were no longer entirely oblivious to the subject. Practitioners of Nian are the official term for those endowed with extraordinary abilities. According to official elucidation, these individuals underwent physical transformations due to gamma radiation, granting them various astonishing powers. Among these practitioners, some can conjure fireballs like Chen Fan. Others possess immense strength capable of shattering walls with a single blow, and some can harden their bodies, achieving effects akin to indestructibility. In essence, their abilities are diverse and awe-inspiring. Upon hearing Chen Fan's response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Dong Chengjun's face, but he swiftly regained his composure. Brother Chen Fan, our nation is in dire need of talents such as yourself. Do you harbor intentions of joining White Tiger City? After confirming Chen Fan's status as a practitioner, Dong Chengjun directly extended an invitation. Though my companion is not a practitioner, she is a physician, the chief doctor at the provincial hospital. Rather than answering Dong Chengjun directly, Chen Fan emphasized Zheng Miaodong's prestigious title. My apologies for my oversight. Miss Zheng, should you wish to join White Tiger City, we would be delighted to offer the finest accommodations. Upon learning of Zheng Miaodong's credentials, Dong Chengjun's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, becoming notably warmer, even tinged with a hint of flattery. I kindly request you to elaborate further. Observing Dong Chengjun's enthusiastic response, Chen Fan felt immensely satisfied and continued to seek additional information. The organizational structure of White Tiger City is quite straightforward, primarily divided into three components: the military, logistics, and the investigative team. The military is responsible for safeguarding the city's security and maintaining public order, while logistics ensures the day-to-day operations of the city. As for the investigative team, that is the primary reason I sought you out. Through Dong Chengjun's explanation, Chen Fan comprehended the purpose of the investigative team. To maintain the normal functioning of such a vast city and meet the daily needs of its population requires substantial resources. The investigative team's main task is to venture into the wilderness in search of resources and to investigate various anomalous events, with the causes of beast tides being a top priority. Certainly, aside from this, the investigation team will also undertake various other tasks, primarily concerning the arrangements in Baihu City. In simple terms, any endeavors that necessitate departure from Baihu City are predominantly spearheaded by the investigation team. Once the team has comprehensively grasped the situation, higher authorities will dispatch military forces to take over, aiming to minimize casualties. Chapter 36. Becoming an investigator from Dong Chengjun's introduction. Chen Fan has surmised the general composition of the investigation team. I suspect most of them are practitioners, he thought. Is there any form of constraint on the team members? Chen Fan, valuing his freedom above all, directly inquired. Essentially none. They are merely required to respond when a mission arises. We understand that conventional training holds little relevance for practitioners, so most of the time, members of the investigation team act independently. What is the frequency of these missions? Chen Fan did not easily trust Dong Chengjun, probing further with meticulous questions. In principle, missions are issued only once a month. Chen Fan continued to bombard Dong Chengjun with a myriad of inquiries, leaving the seasoned official somewhat overwhelmed. This fellow is indeed quite difficult, he mused. I have one final question. Can one withdraw from the investigation team at any time? Upon hearing this, Dong Chengjun's brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he responded earnestly. Mr. Chen Fan, we are currently at a critical juncture for our nation's survival. It is a time when unity is paramount to overcome adversity. I understand you are not a soldier, and I do not expect you to adhere to military standards. However, where there is no shelter, there can be no safety. If the 5 great doomsday cities fall, the last hope for Huaguo will vanish. Dong Chengjun spoke with sincerity, prompting a flicker of hesitation in Chen Fan. Yet he remained resolute. Mr. Dong, you have yet to answer my question. Seeing Chen Fan's unwavering stance, Dong Chengjun's expression soured, and the warmth in his demeanor dissipated. Very well. However, corresponding benefits will be directly rescinded. According to Dong Chengjun's earlier description, the benefits of joining the investigation team were exceedingly generous. Not only was the annual salary in the millions, but the privileges bestowed within Baihu City were enticing enough to captivate many. The mere allowance for team members to reside in Baihu City with up to 10 family members free of charge was sufficient to inspire unwavering loyalty to the city. Ordinary citizens must endure arduous labor to reside in Baihu City, while the families of investigation team members could enjoy all these perks without cost. This, undoubtedly, held immense allure for a culture that prizes familial bonds as highly as Huawu does. However, Chen Fan, being a solitary individual, found little attraction in such offers and did not dwell on them. All right, I choose to join the investigation team. Very well. I will arrange for someone to assist you with the formalities shortly. Now, let us discuss your matters, Miss Zheng. Upon resolving Chen Fan's issue, Dong Qingjun deftly shifted the conversation to Zheng Miaodong. A young chief physician, in times of peace, would undoubtedly have a promising future. In this apocalyptic era, she is akin to a rare gem. I apologize, Mr. Dong, but I believe you are mistaken. She has no intention of joining the White Tiger City. The investigative team possesses 10 complimentary residency slots, and to forego such an opportunity would be a waste. Chen Fan could never consent to Zheng Miaodong selling herself to White Tiger City. Mr. Chen, I did not solicit your opinion. Seeing Chen Fan's interruption, Dong Qingjun could no longer suppress his mounting frustration, his tone becoming decidedly unfriendly. His meaning was clear, echoing Chen Fan's sentiments. Zheng Miaodong interjected at the opportune moment, rendering the previously irate Dong Qingjun momentarily speechless. Miss Zheng, might you reconsider? We truly require talents such as yourself. The urgency in Dong Qingjun's voice betrayed his current state of mind. I apologize, but I will only heed Chen Fan's counsel. Zheng Miaodong offered an apologetic smile, yet her stance remained unwaveringly firm. Dong Qingjun glanced between Zheng Miaodong and Chen Fan, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a heavy sigh. Very well, please follow me. Leading Chen Fan and Zheng Miaodong to a spacious hall, Dong Qingjun summoned an assistant to facilitate the processing of their identification and arrange their accommodations. After issuing his instructions, Dong Qingjun turned and departed, clearly in a foul mood. It seemed that this Officer Dong would be burdened by his frustrations for quite some time. Once Dong Qingjun had exited, Chen Fan, unable to contain his mirth, began to tease. This is all your fault. Honestly, joining White Tiger City wouldn't be so terrible. And doctors are unlikely to see frontline action. Zheng Miaodong shot him an annoyed glance, yet inadvertently expressed her true feelings. I understand your point, but as newcomers, we are still unfamiliar with many circumstances. Once we comprehend the situation better, if all is well, it would not be too late to consider your joining. Zheng Miaodong's earlier actions had instilled a sense of pride in him. Now, in the absence of outsiders, he revealed his true intentions. Their dialogue did not evade the assistant, as they intended to communicate this message to Dong Qingjun through her. After completing their identification, the assistant guided them through the bustling inner city of White Tiger City. After verifying their identities, the trio successfully entered the inner city, arriving at the accommodations arranged for Chen Fan. This was a nearly 200 square meter apartment, situated in the very heart of the inner city, a remarkable feat given the exorbitant value of real estate in White Tiger City. Investigator Chen Fan. Today's matters are concluded. Tomorrow morning at 9, I shall return to escort you to the investigative team for your reporting. Understood. Chen Fan brimmed with curiosity regarding the enigmatic investigative team, eager to learn more. From whence does the power of the mind master derive? What, in essence, distinguishes a mind master from an immortal cultivator? All of this captivated Chen Fan, and he felt a significant anticipation for the investigation team scheduled for the following day. The next morning, a staff member arrived punctually at Chen Fan's apartment, guiding him to a remarkably futuristic edifice. The entire structure boasted a unique design, composed of a series of irregular geometric shapes, as if assembled from various instruments of advanced technology. Its exterior shimmered with a silvery gray metallic sheen, smooth and reflective of the surrounding light, seemingly crafted from a high-tech material capable of changing color with the environment. This was the Baihu City Investigation Team's base, Baihu Hall. I will now take you to report to your assigned team, said the staff member. Upon entering Baihu Hall, Chen Fan was once again struck by the astonishing scene before him. Compared to the sci-fi exterior, the interior of the building was even more breathtaking. In the grand hall, a colossal screen dominated an entire wall, displaying a list of names and data, evidently a ranking board. The flooring of the hall was made of a rubber-like material that yielded with each step, making one feel as though they were in a futuristic gym. What is that? Chen Fan inquired, pointing at the massive screen with curiosity. That is the investigation team's leaderboard. Only the top 10 investigators have their names displayed here, the staff member replied, glancing at Chen Fan's finger with a tone filled with admiration. Chapter 37. Wolfpack Team. Hello. Welcome to the Wolfpack Investigation Team. I am your captain, Xiao Zhan. This is our vice-captain, Yin Bingyun. Xiao Zhan appeared to be in his 40s, possessing a robust physique and a demeanor reminiscent of Dong Qingjun, leading Chen Fan to speculate that he too hailed from a military background. As for the vice-captain, Yin Bingyun. She was, as her name suggested, cold and silent, leaving Chen Fan unable to gauge her character. Captain Xiao, I have completed my task and am leaving the personnel in your capable hands. The staff member politely greeted Xiao Zhan before taking his leave. Thank you, Comrade Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhan replied amicably, then turned to Chen Fan, adding, Yin's personality is just like that. Don't take it to heart. You'll get used to it once you're more familiar. Let me introduce you to the other team members and show you around Baihu Hall. We have quite a few remarkable resources here. I believe you will not be disappointed. By the way, the information indicates that you are a fire element psychic, correct? What abilities have you mastered? As Xiao Zhan spoke, he led Chen Fan up the stairs. Upon interaction, Chen Fan noticed that his captain seemed to be rather talkative, hardly pausing, which explained why he was paired with the taciturn Yin Bingyun, a balance of strengths. I can conjure fireballs and control their explosions. Oh, that skill possesses considerable offensive capability. What is its effective range? How many times can you utilize it at most? Approximately 300 meters. I believe I could perform it around 20 times. Chen Fan's reserved response left Xiao Zhan utterly astonished, revealing an expression akin to that of a treasure finder. Even Yin Bingyun, who stood nearby, exhibited a hint of surprise, her gaze lingering on Chen Fan's face for a few extra seconds, as though she were assessing whether he had exaggerated. Ha ha ha, this time. Old Dong has indeed brought us a fine talent. We must pay him a visit to express our gratitude. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the entrance of a room brimming with a sense of technological sophistication. After Xiao Zhan scanned his face, he ushered Chen Fan inside. You are aware that investigators typically have little to occupy their time. Thus you will need to familiarize yourself with the information. Chen Fan was somewhat puzzled. According to Dong Qingjun, investigators generally enjoyed a degree of freedom. So why did Xiao Zhan mention introducing him to other team members? So this is how it is. As Chen Fan observed the information displayed on the large screen, he committed the basic details of these individuals to memory. Lu Wushuang, Earth Elemental Master, Skills, Ground Collapse. Rock Spikes. Lu Danian, Third Stage Warrior, Weapon, Blade. Yi Yunlan, Wind Elemental Master, Skills, Wind Blade, Wind Wall, Wind Manipulation. Xiao Zhan, Fifth Stage Warrior, Weapon, Blade. Yin Bingyun, Psychic Master. Skills, Seduction, Control, Inspire. Upon reviewing Yin Bingyun's profile, Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that she was a rare psychic master, and her skills appeared to confer team enhancement effects, making her an invaluable asset. Captain, what exactly is a warrior? Even during his online explorations, Chen Fan had never encountered this terminology, igniting his curiosity. He chuckled, stating, both Old Lu and I are strength awakeners. The warrior classification denotes a rank. An awakener is one who suddenly acquires superhuman abilities as a master, unlike other masters who possess various peculiar abilities. The manifestation of strength awakeners is predominantly a significant enhancement of physical power. From this perspective, strength awakeners are undoubtedly distinct from other masters, which is why they are categorized separately and collectively referred to as warriors. And how many ranks do warriors possess? Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's explanation, Chen Fan began to grasp the situation and curiously inquired further. Warriors are divided into 3 ranks: warrior, master, and sovereign. As for whether higher-tier warriors will emerge in the future, that remains uncertain. You know, in this world, anything can happen. Xiao Zhan added with a note of nostalgia, leaving one to wonder what experiences he had endured. Warrior, master, sovereign? I wonder how powerful the sovereign rank truly is. Chen Fan mused internally, his hands beginning to itch with anticipation. Captain, as a newcomer, I am uncertain of my own abilities. Might we engage in a spar? Listening to Chen Fan's request for a friendly duel, Xiao Zhan readily agreed. Yet Yin Bingyun's expression took on an unusual quality, tinged with a hint of sympathy. Xiao Zhan led Chen Fan to the training ground, where news of a newcomer challenging Xiao Zhan had quickly attracted the attention of investigators from the White Tiger Hall. Such excitement was a rare occurrence. Ha ha ha. Old Xiao, you ought to go easy on the little one. We wouldn't want to frighten him, they jested, their words dripping with skepticism towards Chen Fan. Some even went so far as to set up a betting scheme. Come, place your bets. If the newcomer can last 30 seconds, it's even money. If he endures over a minute, it's 2 to 1. One jesting voice chimed in, hey, why isn't there any odds for defeating Old Xiao? Undeterred by the mockery, another boldly proclaimed, all right, defeating Old Xiao is 10 to 1. Go ahead and place your bets. Provoked by the banter, a participant tossed down a wager of 100,000, declaring, I'm just here for some fun. Amidst the chorus of doubt surrounding him, Chen Fan felt a surge of trepidation. Was Xiao Zhan's prowess truly that formidable? Glancing at the training facility situated on the 18th floor, he anxiously inquired, Captain, this structure should be quite sturdy, right? If something were to break, I wouldn't be liable, would I? Laughter erupted from the nearby investigators at Chen Fan's audacious remarks. Listen to this kid. He thinks he can shatter the floor. Don't worry, if anything gets damaged, it's on me. Xiao Zhan assured with a hearty laugh, thumping his chest in confidence. As the sparring commenced, the two stood at opposite ends of the training arena, approximately 200 meters apart, a distance that represented the typical maximum range for most practitioners, which is why most training grounds are constructed to this specification. 3, 2, 1. With the mechanical countdown echoing, their battle was imminent. Fireball technique. Chen Fan launched several fireballs in rapid succession toward Xiao Zhan. Observing the speed of the projectiles, those who had previously mocked Chen Fan quickly fell silent. This newcomer doesn't seem so bad. However, despite the rapidity of the fireballs, Xiao Zhan's agility surpassed them. He deftly evaded every single one. Noticing this, Chen Fan intensified his efforts, summoning an even greater number of fireballs to form an elliptical formation, hurling them toward Xiao Zhan. The dense array of fireballs descended upon Xiao Zhan like an invisible net, significantly hampering his swift movements and threatening to engulf him. Just as Chen Fan prepared to retract the fireballs, he heard a swift whoosh. Xiao Zhan had finally drawn the long knife from his back. In a flurry of white light, he cleaved through the fireballs, scattering them as he closed the distance to Chen Fan, now just 100 meters away. Chapter 38. Level of extraordinary abilities. As Xiao Zhan effortlessly broke through the fireball formation, Chen Fan felt a jolt of surprise. Yet, judging by the expressions of the observing investigators, they appeared utterly unfazed, clearly having anticipated this outcome. It seems I have underestimated these investigators. Since his rebirth, as a cultivator, Chen Fan had always harbored a subtle sense of superiority over ordinary humanity. After all, he possessed extraordinary powers as a practitioner of the arcane arts, placing him on an entirely different plane of existence. How could he possibly regard mere mortals with any semblance of respect? However, Xiao Zhan's performance today finally made him acutely aware of his profound misjudgment. Until he stepped into the Foundation establishment realm, his abilities were merely on par with those of these investigators. Despite Xiao Zhan's strength being rated only as a 6th-level martial master, the existence of martial lords above him hinted at an incomprehensible level of power. Nevertheless, one must not underestimate these individuals too much. Despite this realization, Chen Fan did not wish to become the subject of ridicule within the investigation team right from the outset, for how could he hope to navigate Baihu City thereafter? Witnessing Xiao Zhan's prowess, Chen Fan no longer feared overexerting himself. He unleashed the fire explosion technique, catching Xiao Zhan off guard and sending him hurtling backward. It can even be detonated mid-flight. This skill must surely be of a high level. Observing Chen Fan's ability to control the fireball's explosion, the investigators finally adopted a serious demeanor. A skill rated at a high level within the entire team of investigators was indeed a rarity. Instantaneous, remotely controllable, and immensely powerful. It was certainly worthy of its esteemed rating. The usually stoic Yin Bingyun astonishingly spoke up, succinctly summarizing the situation. Now, there was a spectacle to behold. With a high-level skill would undoubtedly exert considerable pressure on Xiao Zhan, even as a 6th-level martial master. Well, young man, you have truly surprised me. During Chen Fan's self-introduction, he had indicated his ability to manipulate fireball explosions. Yet, Xiao Zhan had not anticipated the magnitude of the blast. Gazing at the small crater left in the training room's floor, Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of regret. This is going to cost me dearly. Having unleashed the fire explosion technique, Chen Fan swiftly regained his momentum, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Xiao Zhan, igniting the combat scene into a fiery spectacle. On one hand, Xiao Zhan desperately sought to close the distance, while on the other, Chen Fan unleashed fireballs with abandon, leaving neither side able to gain the upper hand. This young man's psychic power is no trifling matter. After such an extended battle, he remains as vigorous as ever. Observing Chen Fan's growing tenacity, one investigator could not help but express admiration. The exertion of skills by requires a consumption of their psychic energy, which is why Xiao Zhan had initially inquired about how many times Chen Fan could perform his technique. According to Chen Fan's assertion, he could manage around 20 casts. Yet since the commencement of their confrontation, he had already launched at least 30 fireballs. The young lad indeed kept a reserve. Xiao Zhan merely assumed that Chen Fan was habitually holding back a bit and did not think much of it. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was perceptive. Chen Fan immediately realized this and hastily began to temper his fighting spirit. His intention was merely to gauge the approximate strength of the investigators, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Xiao Zhan. Revealing too much would not bode well for him. With this in mind, Chen Fan began to feign weakness, displaying signs of physical exhaustion. After a brief moment, he voluntarily conceded defeat. At that very instant, the training ground erupted with applause, including Xiao Zhan, who joined in the ovation, all directed towards Chen Fan. What a remarkable find for our Wolf Warrior investigation team. Xiao Zhan beamed, his smile wide. The other investigators enthusiastically approached to congratulate him. I am Duan Yuxuan from the Gale investigation team. Let us communicate more in the future. I am Zhang Weiyue from the Thunder Investigation Team. Let us share a drink sometime. Ultimately, it is the strong who command respect more easily. Having witnessed Chen Fan's prowess, no one dared to underestimate him due to his newcomer status, and their attitudes became considerably warmer. Away with you. Chen Fan is one of our wolf warriors. Do not think of poaching him. Seeing the enthusiasm from the crowd, including the leaders of 2 other investigation teams, Xiao Zhan jokingly shoved everyone aside and led Chen Fan away from that place of potential trouble. Chen Fan's abilities had brought Xiao Zhan immense delight. The power of the flame explosion technique was equivalent to a significant quantity of explosives, which held immense value for the investigation teams when undertaking missions in the wilderness, whether for demolition or to thwart enemies. With Chen Fan's addition, the safety of the Wolf Warrior team during missions could be greatly enhanced, and Xiao Zhan would not wish for him to be easily recruited by other teams. It is worth noting that competition among the various investigation teams was exceedingly fierce, with backstabbing being a common occurrence. Chen Fan, do not be swayed by those individuals. Our Wolf Warrior team is among the best in the entire White Tiger City. You will not be treated poorly under my leadership. Rest assured, Captain Xiao, Chen Fan replied, feigning compliance, while internally he scoffed. The so-called best investigation team in the entire White Tiger City? Then why are there no names from the Wolf Warrior team displayed on the large screen in the White Tiger Hall? Nonetheless, he did not harbor any resentment towards this boastful and loquacious captain. After all, which investigation team did not have its own merits? The Wolf Warrior team was of moderate strength and not particularly conspicuous among the ranks of investigators, which suited Chen Fan just fine. Subsequently, Xiao Zhan guided Chen Fan on a tour of the White Tiger Hall, exposing him to a plethora of high-tech marvels that truly broadened his horizons. The laser combat knife, advanced combat suit, genetic enhancement serum, mental stimulation elixir, and potential explosion potion. These items, once relegated to the realms of fiction and television, now lay before Chen Fan in stark reality, affording him a profound understanding of the power wielded by the authorities. Reflecting on the existence of the White Tiger City Protective Shield, Chen Fan was convinced that the government had embarked on the research of these innovations long before, rather than having only recently developed them. Among these, the genetic enhancement serum piqued Chen Fan's curiosity the most. His interest stemmed not from a desire to utilize it himself, but rather to explore its potential connection to spiritual energy or demonic aura. After consuming her diluted spiritual liquid, Zheng Miaodong experienced a significant enhancement in her physical constitution, enabling her to independently satisfy Chen Fan's desires. In this regard, the spiritual liquid bore a striking resemblance to the effects of the genetic enhancement serum. Chapter 39. Jinchuan Mine. The investigators had little to occupy their time on a daily basis. After reporting in, Chen Fan returned to his apartment and briefly recounted his experiences of the day to Zheng Miaodong. Brother Fan, you are truly amazing. As she listened to Chen Fan's exploits within the investigation team, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Perched playfully on Chen Fan's lap, she became somewhat restless. Since her physical enhancement, Zheng Miaodong had gradually developed a fondness for this activity, finding the continuous waves of pleasure irresistible. With the investigation team currently devoid of missions, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to return to the Eastern Wilderness cultivation realm. Compared to Earth, the cultivation realm, abundant in spiritual energy, was far more conducive to his training, prompting him to maximize his time whenever possible. Having witnessed Xiao Zhan's formidable prowess, a sense of urgency began to brew within Chen Fan. Based on Xiao Zhan's performance during the day, even drawing the dustless sword would not guarantee victory for Chen Fan. The opponent's combat awareness was simply too acute. Every attack Chen Fan launched failed to graze even the edge of his garments, all effortlessly evaded. Even against unavoidable attacks, armed with a long blade, Xiao Zhan remained undaunted. At this moment, Chen Fan's yearning for strength felt particularly intense. What other means exist to enhance combat power? He pondered, eventually directing his thoughts toward talismans. Talismans, crafted through the art of talisman making, encapsulate various spells within talisman paper. When needed, a mere flicker of spiritual energy is sufficient to activate them, thereby conserving one's own spiritual energy. Tales of battles swayed by talismans are not uncommon in the cultivation realm. There are even accounts of wealthy cultivators employing an abundance of talismans to crush their enemies outright. Unlike formations and elixirs, talismans are considered consumable items, making the art of talisman making more commonplace than the methods of array arrangement and alchemy. After successfully purchasing a tome on talisman making inheritance in Yiqing, the affluent Chen Fan procured a selection of basic talismans for reference. In addition, sufficient quantities of cinnabar and talisman paper were procured, allowing Chen Fan to return contentedly to the spiritual field and embark on his journey of talisman crafting. Unfortunately, the inheritance he possessed only pertained to first-tier talismans. Gazing at the records within the jade tablet, he felt a tinge of disappointment, yet quickly regained his composure. After all, If higher-tier talisman techniques were easily obtainable, they would not be within his reach. Behold the array of talismans: dust-repelling talisman, swift movement talisman, blade talisman, diamond talisman, calamity-breaking talisman, and skyward talisman. Faced with such a dazzling assortment, Chen Fan felt overwhelmed and ultimately decided to commence with the simplest, the dust-repelling talisman. Failure. Failure. Yet again, failure. After a series of unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded in crafting a dust-repelling talisman, marking 3 hours since he had first begun his talisman-making endeavor. It seemed his aptitude for this craft was not particularly high. Chen Fan sighed in resignation, feeling rather dejected. Sensing the dwindling spiritual energy within him, he hastened to replenish it, returning to his apartment before dawn broke on Earth. Tomorrow marked the 15th day. During breakfast, Zheng Yaodong expressed her concerns, prompting Chen Fan to remember that the day of the beast tide was fast approaching. After several days of practice, he was now capable of producing the dust-repelling talisman, swift movement talisman, and diamond talisman. To his surprise, his spiritual energy had also reached the 5th level of qi refinement, an unexpected advancement. Could it be that crafting talismans also aids in cultivation? Reflecting on how his recovery speed improved significantly after depleting his spiritual energy, Chen Fan pondered deeply. Do not worry. We are currently in White Tiger City. Noticing Zheng Yaodong's unease, he affectionately ruffled her hair, offering gentle reassurance. Oh, I almost forgot, Zheng Yaodong replied. Appearing genuinely unaccustomed to life in White Tiger City, her mindset still adjusting. Fool. As the two exchanged playful banter, suddenly, Chen Fan's satellite watch flickered, revealing a call from Xiaozhan. Chen Fan, to the White Tiger Hall. Xiaozhan's expression was grave, suggesting that something troubling was afoot. Upon receiving Xiaozhan's summons, Chen Fan wasted no time and swiftly made his way to the White Tiger Hall. Upon arrival, he discovered that the members of the Wolf Squad had been assembled, all seated in the operations room with serious expressions, indicating that a mission was at hand. With the beast tide only a day away, a mission now? What if we cannot return in time? That would be courting death. Chen Fan thought to himself, maintaining a composed demeanor as he sat quietly, attentively listening to Xiaozhan outline the operation plan. Our mission this time is to investigate the lithium mine at the Jinchuan mining site, the closest to White Tiger City. With Xiaozhan's elucidation, Chen Fan began to comprehend the urgency of Baihu City's situation. Even with the impending beast tide, there was an immediate need to dispatch an investigation team. The Jinchuan mine, the lithium or site nearest to Baihu City, serves as a vital pillar for the city's power system. Yet, just a day prior, communication with Jinchuan mine had abruptly ceased, and even the convoy tasked with transporting lithium had vanished without a trace, leaving many perplexed. It was inconceivable that even an attack by demonic beasts could render Jinchuan mine incapable of relaying any messages. Such a bizarre occurrence had indeed transpired, raising grave concerns for Baihu City. Should anything happen to the Jinchuan mine, the city's lithium reserves would dwindle, placing the power system in jeopardy. Moreover, it would necessitate expending greater resources to source lithium from distant locations, a daunting prospect. The mission of the Wolf Squad was to ascertain the cause of the Jinchuan mine's sudden troubles, enabling Baihu City to address the issue effectively. That was the crux of the matter. Did anyone have any questions? The investigators fell silent, yet Chen Fan could not restrain himself from raising his hand. May I inquire? If we are unable to return before the beast tide strikes, do we have any contingency plans? His query pierced the atmosphere of the command room like an unadorned truth, casting a pall over the gathering. We shall endeavor to return before the beast tide arrives, even if we cannot complete our mission, Xiaozhan replied, sidestepping Chen Fan's question. Though unspoken, the implication was stark. There was no contingency plan. This realization weighed heavily on Chen Fan's heart, and his expression darkened. What kind of ridiculous investigation team is this? It's merely a death squad. Just then, team member Lu Danian sprang to his feet, vocally supporting Xiaozhan. Yes, we believe in you. With Lu Danian taking the lead, several other members of the investigation team rose in solidarity, creating a scene reminiscent of noble camaraderie. Chapter 40. Leading by example in stark contrast to the fervor of his comrades, Chen Fan found the notion of such a perilous mission utterly absurd.
He had yet to cultivate the resolve to embrace death as a certainty. Xiaozhan noted Chen Fan as disdain, but valuing team unity,
refrained from confronting him in this moment. Moreover, he did not perceive any issue with Chen Fan's perspective. After all, Chen Fan was merely a fledgling recruit in the investigation team. Expecting him to possess a high political consciousness was akin to anticipating an apprentice to master their craft immediately. At that moment, the previously silent Yan Bingyun spoke up, diffusing the brief tension. The captain's intention is that our foremost objective is to ensure a safe return to Baihu City, with the completion of the mission being secondary. Upon hearing Yan Bingyun's words, Chen Fan's expression softened slightly, and Xiaozhan immediately caught on. Yes, precisely. That is exactly what I mean. With that, the burly man sheepishly scratched his head, showering Yin Bingyun with compliments. Our vice captain truly possesses a high level of education. Yin Bingyun shot Xiaozhan a disdainful glance, prompting a chorus of laughter from the other team members. Clearly, such scenes were not uncommon within the Wolf Warriors squad. Observing from the sidelines, Chen Fan vaguely sensed the profound camaraderie among the group, which instilled him with a sense of reassurance regarding this mission. Old Xiao seems like a decent fellow. He surely wouldn't jest with his brother's life. The group departed from the White Tiger Hall, bantering as they boarded the military's specially modified armored vehicle, setting off towards their destination, the Jinchuan mine. After they commenced their journey, Xiaozhan handed Chen Fan a set of combat attire and a laser combat knife. This is merely a loan for your use. It must be returned upon mission completion. Yesterday, during a tour of the War God Hall, Chen Fan had inquired about the prices of these items, to which Xiaozhan had responded. The laser combat knife costs 10 million Huaxia coins. The combat attire is worth 100 million, the mental stimulation elixir is priced at 1 billion, and the gene enhancement agent is a staggering 10 billion. At that moment, Chen Fan had pondered how long he would need to save in order to afford them. Little did he expect that within just a few days, the first two items would be willingly presented to him. Members of the investigation team, aside from their substantial annual salaries and generous benefits, also receive considerable rewards for each mission undertaken. Moreover, during their downtime, provided it did not conflict with mission schedules, they were permitted to accept bounties from White Tiger City, yielding substantial remuneration. Thus, while these two items were indeed costly, they were not deemed excessively burdensome for the investigation team members. However, the gene enhancement agent, priced at 10 billion Huaxia coins, was a true luxury. Among the ranks of investigators, only a handful had ever utilized the gene enhancement agent. Yet all were distinguished individuals within the Grand Hall of the White Tiger. Even Xiaozhan, the captain of this investigative squad, spoke of the gene enhancement agent with palpable yearning. If I were to obtain this gene enhancement agent, perhaps I would have a chance to challenge the martial sovereign. Chen Fan vaguely recalled Xiaozhan articulating such aspirations. All right. Accepting the combat attire and laser knife from Xiaozhan, Chen Fan readily acquiesced. The officially modified armored vehicle exhibited astonishing speed, racing along the highway, leaving beastly creatures to trail in its dust. Should any reckless beasts obstruct their path, they would inevitably be sent flying by the indomitable armored vehicle. When will I acquire one of these? Watching the armored vehicle charge forward unabated, Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement, already contemplating how to procure one for his own use in the future. The armored vehicle sped onward, and within 3 short hours, the group arrived at Jinchuan County, home to the Jinchuan mine. As they gazed upon the desolate landscape of Jinchuan City, littered with ruins, Chen Fan found it hard to fathom what the once vibrant Shidu had become. Shortly after traversing through Jinchuan City, they successfully reached the village near the mine. Captain, something seems amiss, cautioned Yi Yunlan, the sole female member of the team and a former campus beauty at Shidu University, possessing long, slender legs and captivating, large eyes that resembled those of a character from an anime. Her wind-based abilities allowed her to hover briefly, making her the primary scout and lookout for the group. What is it? Upon hearing Yi Yunlan's warning, Xiaozhan promptly inquired. There's nothing particularly unusual. Even the presence of beasts has diminished. Yet, this very absence feels unsettling. Yi Yunlan replied, her brow furrowed in concern, though her reasoning seemed somewhat illogical. Stop the vehicle and maintain vigilance. Let us not rush into the mine, Xiaozhan, known for his decisive nature, immediately issued a series of commands without hesitation. Lu Dajing, ensure their protection while I investigate ahead. Yunlan, keep a close watch on the situation. Noticing the abnormality, Xiaozhan took it upon himself to undertake Yi Yunlan's scouting duties, assigning Lu Dajing to safeguard the team, before cautiously approaching the Jinchuan mine. Throughout this process, the other team members refrained from voicing any objections, highlighting Xiaozhan's authority within the group. Perhaps it was precisely this trust that led the team to believe in him so readily back in the operations room, Chen Fan pondered, feeling a greater respect for Xiaozhan's leadership. As practitioners of psychic abilities, they possessed unique talents and long-range attack capabilities, which were their strengths. However, in terms of physical prowess, psychics were far inferior to warriors. Should an enemy close in, they were not significantly stronger than an ordinary person. Therefore, during missions, psychics often required the close protection of warriors to avoid being ambushed or having their abilities disrupted. Lu Dajing's role was precisely that. With Xiaozhan's figure receding into the distance under the watchful eyes of his companions, the others remained vigilant. Yi Yunlan hovered in the air, her large eyes wide open, determined not to miss any signs of anomaly. Yin Bingyun slightly closed her eyes, seemingly using her mental energy to sense something. Only Lu Wushuang and Chen Fan remained idle, cautiously on guard against their surroundings. Not good. The captain has vanished. Vanished? Lu Dajing exclaimed in shock. unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yes, he has disappeared. A fog has rolled in over the mining area. Quickly, contact someone using the satellite watch. At this moment, Yin Bingyun had also opened his eyes. In the absence of Xiao Zhan, he took the initiative to assume command of the team. No contact. There's no signal, spoke Lu Wushuang, clearly having made attempts that yielded unsatisfactory results. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the squad became fraught with anxiety. As the captain of the Wolf Warriors, Xiao Zhan was undoubtedly their steadfast backbone. The thought of something happening to him was almost unimaginable for the others. Chapter 41. The Maze. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to rescue the captain. Lu Danian, who shared a close bond with Xiao Zhan, was the first to advocate for the mission. I disagree. Setting aside the fact that Captain Xiao possesses greater strength than any of us, even if we pursue him, it's unlikely we can be of any assistance. Furthermore, the situation remains unclear. It would be prudent to observe for a while. Perhaps Captain Xiao will realize there's no signal and return on his own. Chen Fan articulated his reasoning, only to be met with the ireful glares of Lu Danian and the others. Chen, I've tolerated you for long enough. If you're so afraid of death, then just go back to White Tiger City. Lu Danian could no longer contain his dissatisfaction and shouted at Chen Fan vehemently. Danian, Chen Fan has a point. Let us wait for a bit. If the captain doesn't return, we can still venture in later. Yin Bingyun interjected as a peacemaker, mildly rebuking Lu Danian while endorsing Chen Fan's suggestion. Upon hearing Yin Bingyun support Chen Fan, Lu Danian turned away in displeasure but refrained from voicing his dissent. Although Yin Bingyun spoke little within the team, when he did, even Xiao Zhan would heed his counsel, a fact well understood by every member of the Wolf Warriors. After a tense 15 minutes, Xiao Zhan had still not returned, and his satellite watch was devoid of any signal. The expressions of the group grew somber as Yin Bingyun took a deep breath and issued the combat orders. Wu Shuang, lead the way. Yunlan, maintain vigilance. Danian, cover the rear. Chen Fan, you and I will be ready to strike at any moment. Forming a triangular formation, Lu Wushuang took the lead, with Lu Danian and Yi Yunlan at the rear, while Chen Fan and Yin Bingyun positioned themselves in the center to support. The group cautiously made their way toward the mine. Upon entering the mine, they immediately heard the roars of the demonic beasts and the sounds of combat, which caused Lu Wushuang's expression to brighten. Over there, following the sounds, they soon spotted Xiao Zhan embroiled in a fierce battle against a horde of demonic beasts, besieged and visibly wounded. Captain, seeing Xiao Zhan injured, Lu Danian shot a glare at Chen Fan and prepared to dash forward to assist him. Return. Come back. The command conveyed the same urgency, emanating from both Xiao Zhan and Yin Bingyun. Now, with only 2 warriors remaining in the team, the responsibility of protecting their fellow mage teammates fell squarely on Lu Danian's shoulders. At this moment, if he were to abandon Yin Bingyun and the others to rescue Xiao Zhan, it would be tantamount to exposing them to the claws of the monstrous beasts, significantly impairing the combat effectiveness of the entire team. Consequently, the death toll could extend beyond just Xiao Zhan. Upon being admonished by the two, Lu Danian finally grasped the crux of the issue and prudently retreated to safeguard his companions. Danian, defend. The rest, follow me in the assault. Recognizing Lu Danian's newfound awareness, Yin Bingyun refrained from further commentary. After reiterating the plan, she led the others into an offensive against the beasts. Rock spikes, wind blades, bewitch. The 3 spellcasters unleashed their signature skills, successfully diverting the attention of the monstrous creatures, thus granting Xiao Zhan a momentary respite. The sudden emergence of rock spikes from the ground, the swift onslaught of wind blades from the sky, and the frenzied behavior of the beasts nearby all contributed to their immense discomfort, provoking furious roars as they charged toward Chen Fan and his companions. Fire explosion. As the beasts surged forward, Chen Fan cast his fire explosion spell, sending dozens of them to meet their demise. Goodness, is it truly this terrifying? Witnessing Chen Fan's prowess, Lu Danian's expression shifted dramatically, unable to suppress his astonishment. Although he had heard reports of a remarkable newcomer joining their ranks, he never anticipated the extent of this newcomer's extraordinary abilities, which could only be described as extraordinary. Lu Danian's exclamation did not perturb Chen Fan in the slightest. Much like his earlier actions, he remained unfazed. In their initial interaction, Chen Fan perceived Lu Danian as merely a brawny individual, blindly idolizing Xiao Zhan and lacking the depth to engage in meaningful discourse. The arrival of the spellcasters swiftly alleviated the pressure on Xiao Zhan, affording him the opportunity to break free from the encirclement of the beasts and successfully reunite with his team members. Captain, are you all right? Lu Danian inquired anxiously, observing Xiao Zhan, who was bloodied and battered. I'm fine. Most of this is from those brutes, Xiao Zhan replied with a hearty laugh, though the movement aggravated his wounds, distorting his smile. Stop pretending to be strong. Hurry and get treated. Noticing Xiao Zhan still had time for pleasantries, Yin Bingyun scolded him sharply before turning back to confront the beasts. With a chuckle, Xiao Zhan retrieved a hemostatic agent and a specially formulated healing potion from his pocket, injecting it into his arm. By chance, Chen Fan caught a glimpse of Xiao Zhan's wounds visibly closing at an astonishing rate, prompting him to marvel once more at the efficacy of the official treatments. However, given the urgency of their circumstances, he could not afford to indulge in idle thoughts. Having lost interest in Xiao Zhan as their target, the monstrous beasts redirected their focus onto the wolf squad, their roars echoing incessantly as over 100 of them charged forth. Retreat. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of beasts, Yin Bingyun furrowed her brow and issued the command to withdraw. A group of individuals retreated cautiously, continuously moving in the direction they had come from. However, after several minutes had passed, they found themselves still ensnared within the thick fog. Something felt amiss. As the scout of the team, Yi Yunlan was the first to speak up. Even the dullest among them could sense that something was wrong. It had taken merely 2 or 3 minutes to traverse the mining area and encounter Xiao Zhan. Under the current circumstances of a full-speed retreat, they should have already exited the lithium mine region. Why were they still wandering within it? Could it be a wall of ghosts? Lu Wushuang stammered, her legs trembling in tandem. Don't speak nonsense. There's no such thing as, well, perhaps it's not entirely impossible. Yi Yunlan was about to retort when she realized something was off. The preconceived notions of the past seemed inadequate in this new era. After all, with the emergence of demonic beasts and practitioners, the occurrence of a wall of ghosts was not entirely inconceivable. It's not a wall of ghosts. It's a natural maze, Chen Fan suddenly interjected, leaving the others momentarily stunned. A maze? Is there really such a thing in this world? It seems even more believable than a wall of ghosts. Yi Yunlan silently scoffed, yet she listened as Chen Fan continued. I once read in ancient texts that to protect their tombs from desecration, the ancients would set up mazes to mislead grave robbers, trapping them within. Of course, that is merely one function of a maze. It is not confined to tombs. The ancient texts Chen Fan referred to were mere fabrications, and his knowledge of mazes stemmed from a tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Array Techniques in the Cultivation World, which he had purchased in Yi City. Along with it, he had also bought Comprehensive Guide to Alchemy in the Cultivation World, which he had thoroughly enjoyed reading. Chapter 42. Escaping to safety. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the mazes described in the Comprehensive Guide to Array Techniques in the Cultivation World, which prompted Chen Fan's assertion. Do you have a solution? Xiao Zhan did not question Chen Fan. Given the current predicament, it was better to attempt a remedy than to await doom. He had long recognized Chen Fan's cautious nature. Even during his introduction, he had been reticent. Thus, Chen Fan's sudden input suggested he had a plan. Yes, follow me. I have a way out. The maze before them was not of a high level, and with Chen Fan's rudimentary knowledge of cultivation, even if he could not break the formation, discerning the direction was well within his capabilities. Great. We're counting on you, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, joy illuminating his face, a sentiment echoed by the others. Chen Fan took a moment to orient himself before leading the group as they began to navigate the maze. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts continued their relentless assault. But through their coordinated efforts, the investigative team managed to hold the line, forcing the beasts to roar in frustration. We're almost out. Sensing a shift in spiritual energy ahead, Chen Fan declared excitedly, only to be left utterly dumbfounded the next moment. Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, there lay a platform on the precipice of a sheer cliff. Although they had escaped the confines of the labyrinth, it was not the path through which they had entered. Chen Fan, look what you've done, Yi Yunlan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before launching into a tirade. At that moment, the ominous growls of the beasts echoed from behind, plunging their spirits into despair. Nevertheless, they had at least managed to flee the maze's clutches. It was time to brace themselves for battle. The number of beasts that had followed them out of the labyrinth was limited, roughly 30 in total. This quantity, while imposing, did not pose a significant threat to the wolf squad. After chastising Chen Fan, Yi Yunlan noticed the diminished number of beasts and swiftly recognized her error, her fair complexion flushing with embarrassment. Watch out. Just then, a startled cry erupted as Yi Yunlan, lost in her feelings of shame, nearly fell prey to one of the creatures. Fortunately, Xiao Zhan acted in the nick of time, cleaving the flying beast in two with a single stroke, thus saving Yi Yunlan's life. What are you daydreaming about during the battle? He scolded her after ensuring her safety, though he refrained from continuing his reprimand. Half an hour later, the group finally vanquished all 30 of the beasts that had pursued them from the maze, panting heavily from exhaustion. Chen Fan, we owe you our gratitude. After the fierce battle, Xiao Zhan approached Chen Fan, sincerely expressing his thanks. Compared to the dire fate of being trapped in the labyrinth and fighting to the death against a horde of beasts, their current outcome was distinctly more palatable. Oh, it was nothing. I am merely a member of the team, Chen Fan replied, feeling a bit awkward at such earnest appreciation, as this was a scene he had never encountered in his over 20 years of life. Chen Fan, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have likely perished here. Lu Dali, finally stepping forward, added, I owe you an apology. I misjudged you earlier. Thank you. As they witnessed his embarrassment, the others erupted into hearty laughter, their jovial sounds reverberating through the valley. It was only when they realized they had nearly attracted the attention of a flying beast that they subdued their mirth. Feeling the goodwill from his teammates, Chen Fan's embarrassment began to wane, and he managed a shy smile, standing amidst the laughter like a newlywed bride. This small episode allowed Chen Fan to seamlessly integrate into the team. Yet, a new dilemma loomed before them. One side presented a sheer cliff and a roaring river, while the other was fraught with rampaging beasts and the labyrinth obstructing their path. They faced a choice: to re-enter the maze and traverse the mining area back to their original route, or to leap directly off the cliff and follow the river back to White Tiger City. Chen Fan, are you confident in finding the correct direction? Xiao Zhan earnestly sought confirmation from Chen Fan, who, however, felt a twinge of uncertainty within. His method of escaping the maze relied on the concentration of spiritual energy. Yet this approach did not provide a clear direction. To navigate through the maze with precision proved to be quite challenging for him. Observing Chen Fan's hesitance, Xiao Zhan discerned his answer. Well, we have no other choice. Let us prepare to leap from the cliff. Who knows, perhaps an unexpected adventure awaits us below. Xiao Zhan jested, his words laced with a dark humor. With Yi Yunlan's wind manipulation assisting them, the daunting drop of several dozen meters posed no threat to the group. However, the pressing concern remained: how to return to White Tiger City within a day after their descent. Time was of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, they leaped from the precipice, plunging into the frigid river below. Fortunately, spring had arrived, and the temperatures were not as bitterly cold as they had been at the onset of the cataclysm. The group quickly scrambled to the bank and utilized Chen Fan's fireball technique to dry their clothes. Hey, are you done staring? The combat suits were already quite form-fitting, and after being soaked, combined with their damp hair, Yi Yunlan's allure became somewhat captivating. Ahem. At that moment, Xiao Zhan cleared his throat, prompting the men to retract their fervent gazes, leaving Yi Yunlan stamping her foot in indignation. As for the promised adventures beneath the cliff, they were nowhere to be found. The group gazed at the mine shrouded in the maze, shaking their heads in resignation. The situation at the Jinchuan mine had exceeded what the Wolf Squad could manage. Although they had not fully elucidated the reasons behind the incidents at the mine, the existence of the maze sufficiently accounted for the disappearance of the Jinchuan mine and the transport team. The squad had essentially completed the majority of their mission. Even if another investigative team were to take over, they might not perform better than the Wolf Squad, unless they possessed the capability to eliminate all the beasts. Now, the challenge before the Wolf Squad had transformed into how to return to White Tiger City promptly before the impending beast tide. They faced two choices: to find their way back to the mine's entrance and drive the armored vehicle they had arrived in, or to call for rescue from White Tiger City, requesting them to send a vehicle to retrieve the Wolf Squad. Upon comparison, requesting assistance from White Tiger City appeared to be the safest and most efficient option. However, such a decision would inevitably impact the evaluation of their mission as completion, consequently affecting the squad's ranking and the distribution of bonuses among the members. This not only concerned their earnings, but also the honor of the Wolf Squad. After deliberation, the group ultimately decided to pursue the path back to the mine's entrance. After all, they still had a day before the beast tide arrived, leaving ample time for the Wolf Squad. Even if they could not reach the armored vehicle swiftly, they could still request assistance from White Tiger City when the time was right. Chapter 43. The Feng Shui master Chen Fan naturally held little enthusiasm for such perilous endeavors. Yet observing the consensus among the group, he acquiesced to their decision. They pulled up the electronic map, meticulously scrutinizing the surrounding terrain in search of the most expedient route back. Following the Jinchuan River downstream for approximately 3 kilometers, there lay a bend from which they could ascend and access the national highway leading to the county town. They planned to rest for a night in Jinchuan County and resume their journey to the gold mine the following morning. Yan Bingyun carefully examined the topographical map of the vicinity, pinpointing their location and swiftly finalizing the marching route. According to his proposed path, they would likely return to Jinchuan County just before sunset, utilizing the well-preserved structures within the town to evade the nocturnal beasts that roamed freely. Even those with extraordinary abilities would be loath to spend the night in the wilderness unless absolutely necessary, as it would amount to surrendering one's life to fate, an option no one would willingly choose. Let us move. With Yan Bingyun having established the route, Xiao Zhan issued the command, prompting the group into swift action. Without the armored vehicle to aid their journey, they were left to rely solely on their legs, traversing the rugged mountains and fording rivers, while occasionally engaging in combat with the beasts they encountered. Fortunately, with Yan Bingyun's exceptional control skills, Any solitary beast was swiftly subdued before it could utter a sound, obediently meeting its demise without a murmur. Witnessing the carcasses of the beasts discarded on the ground pained Chen Fan deeply. These are all spirit stones. He had contemplated this matter while on the cliff, and now, seeing the bodies of the beasts left behind stirred a sense of discomfort within him. However, he was reluctant to reveal his possession of a storage space in front of Xiao Zhan and the others, thus suppressing his impulse and trudging along with the group in frustration. As they progressed, Chen Fan began to sense something amiss. The mountainous terrain subtly formed a feng shui configuration akin to a jade belt encircling the waist, with the Jinchuan mine serving as the focal point of this arrangement. Should an ancestral home be constructed at the site of the Jinchuan mine, nestled against the mountain, it could establish a prosperous configuration symbolizing both wealth and vitality. Captain Xiao, prior to the establishment of the Jinchuan mine, were there any ancient structures demolished? With this thought in mind, Chen Fan promptly inquired of Xiao Zhan, eager to validate his hypothesis. Ancient structures? I am not particularly informed on that matter, Xiao Zhan replied. However, the spirited girl Yi Yunlan interjected, I know. My hometown is not far from Jinchuan, and there used to be a courtyard from the Ming dynasty that people still inhabit. According to my grandmother, it is the legacy of a Ming dynasty grandmaster. Xiao Zhan admitted his ignorance on the topic, while Yi Yunlan seemed to possess some knowledge of the situation. But how did you come to know this, Chen Fan? Have you discerned something again? Her large, captivating eyes were fixed intently on Chen Fan, eager to uncover any hidden truths he might possess. From the labyrinth of the Jinchuan mine, his curiosity towards the enigmatic Chen Fan began to flourish. As a girl with a penchant for novelty, her interest transcended the confines of the anime world, embracing various supernatural occurrences and legends with equal fervor. And what transpired next? Why did that family agree to relocate? Chen Fan, uninterested in Yi Yunlan's incessant inquiries, pressed on with his questioning. It was later revealed that the Jinchuan County government expended considerable resources to persuade that family to vacate their home. Subsequently, they moved away. Oh, but does anyone know where they went? Listening to Yi Yunlan's somewhat dismissive response, Chen Fan felt a twinge of exasperation. Of course, I know that family moved, otherwise. How could I have encountered the events of today? That remains a mystery. There were more families than just theirs that relocated back then. Several villagers were also within the demolition range. Yi Yunlan, with her finger resting on her chin like a pondering onion root, appeared deep in thought. Oh, I remember now. My grandmother once mentioned that family's surname was Zhang. Yi Yunlan suddenly leaped in excitement, exclaiming, Zhang, that is a prominent name in Taoism. With the information provided by Yi Yunlan, Chen Fan was able to deduce the underlying cause of the disturbances at the Jinchuan mine. Dismantling someone's ancestral home is akin to disturbing their ancestral grave. The implications are not vastly different. Chen Fan articulated his conclusions, attributing his insights to his readings on feng shui. You didn't foresee this. You're quite the feng shui master. Xiao Zhan and the others exchanged peculiar glances, while Yi Yunlan gazed at Chen Fan with admiration, elevating him to the status of her beloved anime characters in her mind. Thus, the mission to investigate the Jinchuan mine was deemed a resounding success, awaiting only the recovery of the armored vehicle. The assessment for the Wolf Squad's mission would undoubtedly reflect high marks. Chen Fan, you are truly a treasure, Xiao Zhan sincerely praised, feeling immensely fortunate to have such a newcomer in his team. Without Chen Fan, the Wolf Squad might have faced dire consequences during this mission, unable to engage in lighthearted banter. Ha ha ha, indeed. I've always perceived that Chen Fan is extraordinary. Lu Dali generously lavished compliments on Chen Fan, conveniently forgetting that he had initially viewed him with skepticism. In this jovial atmosphere, the group arrived in Jinchuan City just before sunset. They sought out the most intact structure and ascended to the 15th floor, establishing their base there. According to the map, this had once been the most luxurious hotel in Jinchuan County, now serving as the backdrop for the phantoms and specters of the region. The past, like smoke, had dissipated. Wu Shuang, you and I will take the first half of the night. Dalian, you and Bing Yun will take the latter half. Xiao Zhan swiftly organized the night watch plan. In this era of rampant beasts, the city at night is fraught with peril, necessitating utmost vigilance. There was little discourse regarding Xiao Zhan's special care for Yi Yunlan and Chen Fan. Following the cataclysm, it was Chen Fan's first night spent in an unsafe environment, and he found himself tossing and turning, which did not escape Xiao Zhan's keen observation. Chen Fan, if you can't sleep, come have a drink, he suggested, encouraging him to gradually acclimate to the situation. Receiving the small flask from Xiao Zhan, Chen Fan took a hearty swig, only to cough violently from the fiery burn, making an effort to suppress the noise so as not to disturb his fellow teammates. Ha ha ha, the captain's liquor is not for the faint of heart, laughed Lu Wushuang and Xiao Zhan, clearly having anticipated this moment and choosing not to offer a warning. All right, settle down and sleep. I'll be here with Wu Shuang to watch over you, Xiao Zhan reassured, giving Chen Fan a hearty pat on the shoulder, embodying the role of an elder brother. His earlier actions were not merely for amusement, but rather a means to distract Chen Fan from his restless thoughts. Chapter 44. The bar conflict morning dawned, and the previous night had been a peaceful one. Having imbibed strong spirits, Chen Fan soon drifted into slumber, only to awaken with the sun rising. The group felt a sense of relief at having escaped the beast's onslaught during the night, quickly shifting their focus to the urgent journey to the Jinchuan mine. Let us find a vehicle and drive there, they decided, weary from a day spent on foot. Naturally, in the city, their priority was to locate a suitable car for their journey to the mine. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting. And traveling by vehicle would not only expedite their pace, but also help them avoid being hindered by beasts along the way. They dispersed, quickly discovering a 5-seater car in an underground garage. I'll stay here. You can come back to pick me up, Chen Fan volunteered, expressing his willingness to wait in Jinchuan City for their return. All right, let us go. Xiao Zhan agreed without hesitation, while Yi Yunlan mischievously winked at Chen Fan. The wolf warriors squad hurried away, and Chen Fan seized the opportunity to commence his hunting plan. By the time Xiao Zhan and the others relayed a message via their satellite watches, Chen Fan had already slain no fewer than 20 beasts. After picking him up, the group charged towards Baihu City in an armored vehicle, successfully returning to the Baihu Hall base by afternoon. Once back in Baihu City, Xiao Zhan, accompanied by Yin Bingyun, proceeded to the command center to report on their mission, while the others returned to their respective homes, awaiting the disbursement of their mission rewards. Given that a beast tide was expected that night, it was deemed inappropriate to hold a celebratory ceremony at that moment. You finally returned. As soon as they arrived back at the apartment, Zheng Miaodong rushed over like a fledgling returning to its nest. The towering softness pressed against Chen Fan's sturdy chest momentarily stirred his heart and mind. After satiating Zheng Miaodong, he began to ponder the recent events at the Jinchuan mine, feeling an unsettling sense that something had eluded his grasp. Just as he was deep in thought, the fifth beast tide surged forth as anticipated. The entire city of White Tiger was placed under martial law, and weapons along the walls unleashed their full might, successfully repelling the tide once more, plunging the city into exuberant cheers. Darling, what are you thinking? Zheng Miaodong inquired, noticing Chen Fan's serious expression as the beast tide was vanquished. She placed her hands on his shoulders and began to gently massage him. I was contemplating how each beast tide grows increasingly ferocious. How long can White Tiger City truly hold out? Upon hearing his words, Zheng Miaodong froze, her hands ceasing their soothing motion. Don't scare me, dear. This time, White Tiger City easily repelled the beast tide. I believe we can continue to withstand it without much difficulty. Her perspective evidently differed from Chen Fan's. She harbored unwavering confidence in the city's defenses. Perhaps, Chen Fan replied, choosing not to dwell on the matter further with her, yet silently began to prepare himself. Should the northern beast tide breach White Tiger, it would be prudent to have an emergency plan in place. He noticed details that Zheng Miaodong overlooked. Compared to previous videos of the beast tides, this one was far more formidable in both scale and destructive power. While the weapons on the walls unleashed their fury, it merely masked the fact that the city's firepower was already stretched thin. Did one not see the various weapons emitting black smoke after the beast tide? Whether they could be repaired before the next onslaught remained uncertain. 3 days later, after the investigation team concluded their review, Xiao Zhan invited all members of the Wolf Squad to the most opulent bar in White Tiger City for a celebratory gathering. The Jinchuan Mine mission received an exceptional rating from White Tiger City, catapulting the Wolf Squad into sudden fame. Among the entire investigation team, only a handful of squads had ever achieved such a distinguished rating. Now, the Wolf Squad had successfully joined their ranks. Yet, Chen Fan remained perplexed. Based solely on the danger level of the Jinchuan Mine, it hardly seemed to warrant an exceptional classification. Seemingly sensing Chen Fan's confusion, Xiao Zhan leaned closer and provided a succinct explanation. The Jinchuan Mine discovered ruins. At this revelation, Chen Fan's understanding crystallized. No wonder the mission garnered an exceptional rating. It was all becoming clear. These so-called ruins are the official designation for various otherworldly spaces rich in spiritual energy. Such ruins often contain rare herbs, precious mineral veins, and an array of extraordinary treasures, believed by officials to be remnants of prehistoric or extraterrestrial civilizations. With the intelligence relayed by the Wolf Squad, and after verification by the investigation team, the authorities ultimately uncovered a site of ruins beneath the Jinchuan mine. The incident, referred to as the Jinchuan relic, was merely a stroke of luck. What was so remarkable about it? However, the Werewolf Squad had been basking in the limelight, naturally attracting envy from others. As Xiao Zhan and his team celebrated at the bar, an unpleasant voice reached Chen Fan's ears. Even Chen Fan, with his keen senses, could hear it. And there was no way Xiao Zhan, a martial artist with acute perception, could overlook it. The group turned to locate the source of the sound. Discovering a party clad in investigation team uniforms, situated in another corner of the bar, whose visible displeasure was incited by the smug demeanor of Xiao Zhan and his companions. Nie Yuanshan, care to join us for a drink? Xiao Zhan called out jovially, raising his glass toward the leader of the investigation team. Lu Danian, beside Chen Fan, couldn't he help but chuckle, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Someone was about to have a bad day. Observing Xiao Zhan's cheerful expression and Lu Danian's glee, Chen Fan quickly grasped who the unfortunate soul was. The investigation team, led by Nie Yuanshan, known as the Tiger Squad, ranked closely to the Werewolf Squad within the investigation team, often engaging in rivalry, and could be considered old adversaries. Indeed, wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, Chen Fan thought, unable to suppress his reflections. Even in a doomsday city like White Tiger City, humanity had not forgotten the noble tradition of internal strife, which was truly admirable. With the Tiger Squad's blatant disrespect, Nie Yuanshan felt too embarrassed to accept a drink from the Werewolf Squad, and could only refuse with a feigned smile. Thank you for your kind gesture, Captain Xiao, but we aren't fortunate enough. In his words, Nie Yuanshan couldn't resist making a snide remark about the Werewolf Squad's good fortune. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tiger Squad burst into laughter, as did others in the bar who understood the context, revealing knowing smiles. Oh really? Do you dare to refuse a drink from me, Xiao Zhan? Unexpectedly, as soon as Nie Yuanshan finished speaking, Xiao Zhan hurled his glass at Nie Yuanshan's head. With a resounding crash, the crimson liquid cascaded down Nie Yuanshan's hair, accompanied by the shattering of the glass. As Xiao Zhan delivered a resounding slap to Nie Yuanshan's face, asked Butingyun if he would dare. With that, Xiao Zhan returned to his seat, nonchalantly wiping his hands, as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 45, Foundation Pill. The incident at the bar swiftly spread throughout the investigation team, rendering the Tiger Squad a subject of ridicule. Nie Yuanshan truly did not comprehend the gravity of his actions by provoking Xiao Zhan. Alas, it was merely due to his sudden promotion to vice captain that had gone to his head. Haha, who could argue otherwise? Even among the top squads, how many would dare to challenge Xiao Zhan? What is Nie Yuanshan even worth? Nevertheless, it is indeed a pity for Xiao Zhan. Countless rumors have pierced deep into Nie Yuanshan's heart like a sharp blade. At this moment, he finds himself in the operations room of the Tiger Squad, enduring a reprimand from Captain Butingyun. Do you realize your mistake? Butingyun gazes at the newly promoted vice captain before him, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. I understand. I should not have provoked Xiao Zhan. Though Nie Yuanshan verbalizes this acknowledgement, internally, he remains somewhat unconvinced. Aren't you also frequently causing trouble for the Wolf Squad? Enough, you may leave. Butingyun gestures dismissively, leaning back wearily, his mind beginning to ponder the wisdom of promoting Nie Yuanshan in the first place. Captain, where did I err? Ultimately, Nie Yuanshan, possessing some awareness, perceives Butingyun's evident disappointment and realizes he has misspoken yet again. In warfare, one must have a reputation. Xiao Zhan has fallen from grace, and many are eager to witness his downfall. My past provocations aim to prevent his swift resurgence. However, you have chosen an inopportune moment. Butingyun's words were intentionally vague, and he impatiently ushered Nie Yuanshan out of the operations room, his fingers incessantly drumming on the table, lost in thought. The minor incident in the Tiger Squad's operations room bore no impact on the Wolf Squad, while Chen Fan remained entirely indifferent to it. Having just completed a task for the investigation team, he would not receive any new assignments for at least a month. At this moment, he had secretly traversed back to the realm of cultivation, embarking on his breakthrough to the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Since embarking on talisman crafting, he had noticeably accelerated his cultivation pace. After the events at the Jinshuan mine, this sensation had intensified. Could it be the influence of the relic? Chen Fan pondered, while the spiritual energy within him flowed steadily. After an indeterminate period, a faint sound resonated in the air, and Chen Fan's aura surged, successfully propelling him into the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. In the realm of cultivation, the 1st to 3rd layers of each stage are referred to as the early stage. The 4th to 6th layers are termed the mid-stage, while the 7th to 9th layers are known as the late stage. Upon reaching the late stage of Qi refinement, one could, much like Yuyo, establish a small cultivation family, thereby becoming a regional sovereign with an unbroken lineage. Even if one's cultivation in this life yields no fruit, should a descendant attain immortality, the ancestral spirit may be retrieved from the river of time, allowing for reincarnation and a return to the path of immortality. The emphasis on family lineage among cultivators stems from this belief. As a modern individual, Chen Fan has always scoffed at such future prospects. On Earth, there is an ancient saying, raise children to guard against old age. In this contemporary era, however, this sage advice has gradually been cast aside by the youth. Whether raising children guards against old age is evident when observing my parents. Such sentiments proliferate, with no intention of establishing a family. He could commence preparations for foundational building upon reaching the 6th layer of Qi refinement. In the pursuit of foundation establishment, the most effective auxiliary tool is undoubtedly the foundation establishment pill. True to its name, the primary function of the foundation establishment pill is to assist cultivators who have perfected the Qi refinement stage in successfully transitioning into the realm of foundation establishment. By consuming the foundation establishment pill, cultivators can enhance their success probability by 50%, while also ensuring that they do not suffer severe energy depletion from failed attempts at foundation establishment. It is essential to recognize that within the realm of cultivation, countless practitioners have sustained significant injuries due to failed foundation establishment. Those fortunate enough may recover their energy and attempt foundation establishment again, while others, less fortunate, may pass away shortly after suffering such injuries. Many cultivators find themselves perpetually trapped at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage, unable to progress further until the end of their days. Aside from the foundation establishment pill, the cultivation world boasts various spiritual materials suited for practitioners of differing attributes. Although the efficacy of these spiritual materials is slightly inferior to that of the foundation establishment pill, they can still enhance a cultivator's success probability by 20 to 30%, making them highly sought after. For Chen Fan, the foundation establishment pill stands as the most reliable option, leaving no room for consideration of alternatives. The quest to acquire a single foundation establishment pill has become his most pressing dilemma. Perhaps I should consult her? At such moments, Chen Fan invariably thinks of Liang Shiqing. This woman, well-versed and knowledgeable, would be an excellent resource for guidance. Foundation establishment pill. You're a bit ambitious, aren't you? You're only at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Liang Shiqing nearly scoffed at Chen Fan's lofty aspirations, but soon realized something was amiss. In the span of 2 months, this fellow's cultivation had soared from the 4th to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, a remarkable and surprising leap. I accidentally broke through while practicing. Chen Fan sheepishly scratched his head, a gesture that appeared particularly infuriating to Liang Shiqing. The foundation establishment pill is extraordinarily precious, with a market price of 10,000 spirit stones per pill. While the steep price might be daunting, through years of effort, a Qi refinement family could still manage to accumulate the necessary resources. However, in the entire Qingmu Mountain region, not a single new foundation establishment practitioner has emerged in decades. Do you understand why? Upon hearing the exorbitant cost of the foundation establishment pill, Chen Fan could hardly suppress his astonishment. Yet, as Liang Shiqing shifted her discourse, he was instantly captivated. Why is that? Master Bishui successfully established his foundation years ago, yet he hardly dares to leave Bishui market. In the entire Qingmu Mountain region, who do you think is most averse to the emergence of new foundation establishment practitioners? Liang Shiqing regarded Chen Fan with a half-smile, nearly imprinting the answer onto his forehead. Shoo. Liang Shiqing made a gesture for silence, preventing Chen Fan from voicing his suspicions. Cultivators above the foundation establishment stage have already begun to master spiritual awareness, and their senses are exceedingly sharp. We are not far from Qingmu Mountain. Merely uttering his name could potentially alert him, bringing about unforeseen calamity. But I've mentioned it before, Chen Fan retorted, somewhat unconvinced, citing past instances in his defense. In the past, you merely mentioned his name without any malice. However, just now, the situation was markedly different. Liang Shiqing chuckled, and her meaning was unmistakable. The two had essentially directed their pointed remarks towards Master Qingmu. To claim there was no ill intent at this juncture would be sheer self-deception. What shall we do? Knowing that the Qingmu sect was obstructing them, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet he was powerless to act. Observing that Liang Shiqing confided this secret to him, he suspected that the girl had already formed a plan. Chapter 46. A clever mind to be candid with Brother Chen. I have now reached the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage and am preparing to establish my foundation. Yet, I am acutely aware that the Qingmu sect will not allow our loose cultivation families any chance for resurgence, which is why I have concealed my true cultivation level from the outside world. As she spoke, Liang Shiqing cast a meaningful glance at Chen Fan, seemingly assessing whether he would betray her to the Qingmu sect. For this reason, I can only remain in seclusion and dare not venture out easily, lest the Qingmu sect discover my true level. I have a lead regarding a foundation establishment pill that I can share with Brother Chen, and all I seek in return is a promise from you. Upon hearing that Liang Shiqing had information about a foundation establishment pill, Chen Fan's pupils dilated, and his heart began to race. However, recalling the conditions she had attached, he stifled his desire, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. What promise? I only need Brother Chen's assurance that if you acquire this foundation establishment pill, when I am prepared to establish my foundation, you will do your utmost to assist me. And if there is a life-threatening danger, Naturally, Brother Chen's safety takes precedence. It would be unfortunate for Linglong to be so unfortunate. Hee. Miss Yi is indeed quite calculating. Given your cultivation speed, you will undoubtedly reach the perfection of the qi refinement stage before I do. By that time, even if I obtain the foundation establishment pill you mentioned, it must first be used by you, right? Chen Fan's mind raced, and he quickly perceived the trap in Yi Linglong's words, letting out a cold chuckle. But how do you know I won't prepare a foundation establishment pill for myself as well? In that case, you would be at a considerable advantage. How about this? I promise that if you give me the foundation establishment pill, I will seek another for you after I establish my foundation. Seeing that Chen Fan still did not appear entirely satisfied, Yi Linglong increased her stakes, which caused Chen Fan's expression to brighten slightly. Agreed. It's a deal. Strictly speaking, this transaction was merely because Yi Linglong found herself trapped in Yi City and had no choice but to seek help from outsiders. With all the cultivators of the Yi family having perished, she had no one else trustworthy, which is why this deal fell to him. Excellent. I knew Brother Chen would not disappoint Linglong. You have met Han Tianming from the Han family. He should possess a foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing Chen Fan's agreement, Yi Linglong shared her intelligence with him. Han Tianming, how could a mere 4th-level qi refinement cultivator possess such a precious item? As Chen Fan spoke, a thought seemed to dawn upon him. Rumors circulated outside that the Han family had been annihilated by the Qingmu sect. Yet one direct descendant had miraculously escaped this calamity and remained in hiding. From the insinuations in Yi Linglong's words, it was evident that this individual was none other than Han Tianming. The foundational elixir in his possession was undoubtedly prepared by the Han family's ancestor for the purpose of foundation establishment. However, the circumstances surrounding how it ended up in Han Tianming's hands, allowing him to flee, remained a mystery. It appeared that Chen Fan had also come to this realization. Han Tianming had not been in Han City on that fateful day. Rather, he had surreptitiously journeyed to Baiyun City to procure a foundational elixir for the ancestor of the Han family, thus evading disaster. Yet, if the Qingmu sect could not locate him, how could he hope to find this young man? Having grasped the unfolding situation, Chen Fan felt somewhat disenchanted. Without knowledge of Han Tianming's whereabouts, especially since even the Qingmu sect had failed to track him down, what means did he possess to uncover this elusive figure? Hee. While others may struggle, Brother Chen, you are in a fortuitous position, Yi Linglong remarked slyly. With the Han family destroyed, Han Tianming harbors intense resentment towards both of us. If you merely reveal yourself, that arrogant fellow will surely walk right into our trap. It was then that Chen Fan realized he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Yi Linglong from the very beginning. In the end, she required nothing more than a promise from him, while he would be the bait to draw Han Tianming out. Yi Linglong's plan was deceptively simple, leveraging the information gap regarding Chen Fan's advancement to the 6th layer of qi refinement, alongside Han Tianming's thirst for vengeance. She aimed to entice him out, subsequently eliminating him to seize the foundational elixir. The primary challenges were twofold. First, how to ensure Han Tianming would take the bait. And second, how to guarantee that Chen Fan could single-handedly defeat him. According to the intelligence I received, Han Tianming had been spotted a few days ago outside Yinshui City. So you might venture there for a stroke of luck. Keep this array plate safe. If the situation turns dire, it can trap your opponent for approximately 30 breaths. It is effective against cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Seemingly sensing Chen Fan's apprehensions, Yi Linglong timely presented him with an array plate, along with information regarding Han Tianming's whereabouts. This woman is indeed clever. The feeling of being thoroughly manipulated by Yi Linglong left Chen Fan quite uncomfortable. Were it not for the assurance that she bore no ill intent and that this endeavor bore potential benefits for him, he might have considered simply walking away. Yet, the allure of the foundational elixir proved irresistible, anchoring him firmly in place as he engaged in self-affirmation. I possess a mysterious copper piece. If I cannot prevail, I can always escape. There is no fear. Having learned of Han Tianming's location, Chen Fan hastened towards Yinshui City, lest this individual relocate and vanish into the vastness like a fish into the sea. Yinshui City lay outside the domain of Qingmu Mountain, existing within the unregulated territory intersected by the Qingmu sect, Baiyun sect, and Shuihua sect. The Baiyun sect and the Shuihua sect, like the Qingmu sect, both possess foundation-building cultivators. However, their strength far surpasses that of the Qingmu sect. Within these two sects, several foundation-building cultivators exist, creating a mutual restraint that inadvertently allowed the Qingmu sect to seize the entire Qingmu Mountain. Consequently, both sects regard the Qingmu sect with disdain, a sentiment echoed by cultivators from outside the Qingmu Mountain region. The city of Yinshui is named as such, rather than Qingyan City or Qingshui City, precisely for this reason. After 3 consecutive days of travel, Chen Fan finally arrived at Yinshui City. Upon his arrival, he began to wander around in hopes of encountering Han Tianming. However, After several fruitless attempts, he realized this approach was ineffective and decided to alter his strategy. He set up a stall near the city gates of Yinshui City to sell the talismans he had crafted. This arrangement allowed him to both enhance his information channels through sales and keep a close watch on the bustling crowd at the city gates, achieving a dual purpose. To generate more buzz, he sold the talismans at cost price and employed a strategy akin to limited-time sales promotions. This tactic of scarcity marketing quickly made Chen Fan a sensation in Yinshui City, garnering him a brief moment of fame. Nevertheless, Chen Fan was mindful of moderation in his endeavors, refraining from excessive sales, which spared him from competition with his peers. Within a couple of days, other stalls began to mimic his limited-time offers, leaving Chen Fan somewhat speechless. Regardless, he had accomplished his goal. As long as Yang Tianming was in Yinshui City, he would surely be aware of Chen Fan's presence. 3 days later, feeling that his preparations were nearly complete, Chen Fan concluded his talisman sales for the day, packed up his stall, and prepared to enter the final phase of his plan. "Brother Chen, aren't you returning to the inn?" No. The money from selling talismans isn't even enough to cover my lodging expenses. This venture has turned out to be quite a loss." Having sold talismans for several days, Chen Fan had become familiar with the neighboring stall owner. Noticing that Chen Fan was heading out of the city rather than into it, the owner casually inquired. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Fan turned his back and exited the city, his mind fully focused on the presence behind him. "I hope it's you." Shortly after stepping out of Yinshui City, Chen Fan sensed someone trailing him. Yet, he maintained a facade of nonchalance as he continued his journey toward Yiqing, feigning ignorance. Before arriving at Yinshui City, he had utilized a concealing talisman to fix his aura at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. Thus, he was not concerned that Han Tianming would refrain from taking action. As he ventured further away, the outline of Yinshui City faded from view, and the person following him showed no signs of making a move. Could it be that it isn't Han Tianming? Even Chen Fan began to doubt, wondering if perhaps someone was merely traveling the same route by coincidence. However, the fluctuating aura behind him was anything but typical of a normal traveler. "Since you wish to engage in play, I shall accompany you in your amusement." Observing the man's in action, Chen Fan feigned ignorance, resting when fatigued and drinking water when parched, entirely embodying the demeanor of a weary traveler journeying home. Thus, he persisted for an entire day without once returning to Earth. And at last, the person behind him could no longer restrain himself. A silver light pierced through from an oblique rear, manifesting as a flying sword, a magical artifact. Unfortunately for the assailant, Chen Fan remained ever vigilant. At the moment the sword light appeared, he darted away with the swiftness of a startled hare. As Wu Chen parried the flying sword, Chen Fan's figure had already materialized at the location where the ambusher had previously concealed himself. "Indeed, it was you." Upon recognizing the familiar countenance, Chen Fan's heart surged with joy. "And so what? You exerted tremendous effort to lure me out. Yet you shall meet your demise all the same." Han Tianming, seeing that Chen Fan was already on guard, was not overly surprised. He had evidently surmised that Chen Fan might be fishing for him. However, while Chen Fan sought to ensnare him, Han Tianming was equally intent on confirming that Chen Fan had no allies by his side. After trailing Chen Fan for an entire day and ascertaining that he was indeed alone, he finally chose to strike. No sooner had Han Tianming's words left his lips than a surge of dark energy erupted from his being, elevating his cultivation from the 5th to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Demonic energy. Although I have not personally witnessed a pig running, I have certainly seen its kind. The moment the dark aura enveloped Han Tianming, Chen Fan felt an impending danger. This fellow, in his quest for vengeance, was willing to plunge into the demonic path. "Ha. Now tell me where you intend to flee." With his aura swelling, Han Tianming's tone grew increasingly arrogant, his expression imbued with a trace of madness, exuding a bloodthirsty demeanor. Chen Fan dared not hold back any longer. He swiftly removed the concealment talisman from his person, and the Wuchen sword surged forth with a whoosh, aiming for Han Tianming's neck. Upon witnessing that Chen Fan had also reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, a flicker of astonishment crossed Han Tianming's frenzied visage, quickly replaced by a deeper fury. "Why? How can a worthless being like you cultivate faster than I? Heaven, how unjust you are!" With Han Tianming's roar, the demonic energy surrounding him thickened, his aura growing more violent, and the flying sword's speed became increasingly ferocious. Good heavens! This has escalated. Observing Han Tianming's ferocity, Chen Fan inwardly lamented. Han Tianming's aptitude was formidable, and with his berserk state activated, how could Chen Fan's meager skills possibly contend against him? If this continued, he would surely be the one to suffer. Instinctively reaching into his pocket for the array plate that Yi Linglong had bestowed upon him before her departure, Chen Fan hesitated, contemplating whether to use it now. Is this not a critical moment? Very well, perhaps it is not as dire as it seems. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan resolved to endure a little longer. According to the principles of the cultivation world, techniques like Han Tianming's, which provoke a surge of spiritual energy, would invariably lead to a subsequent period of weakness. Persevere a little longer. If it becomes unbearable, resort to Yi Linglong's formation plate. Perhaps it can help delay this fellow until his violent phase concludes. By then, a fifth-tier Qi refinement cultivator weakened to the point of vulnerability will be easily subdued. Iron Armor Talisman, Diamond Talisman, Divine Movement Talisman, Qi Recovery Talisman. Chen Fan relentlessly affixed talismans to himself, striving to maintain the stalemate with Han Tianming. As each talisman was activated, Han Tianming's frustration mounted to the brink of fury. Who truly held the title of Young Master? In comparison to Chen Fan, even a beggar would seem superior to the young master of the Han family. Han Tianming, consumed by anger and urgency, found his flying sword's assault hastening yet growing weaker. Sensing the decline in Han Tianming's attacks, Chen Fan's heart surged with hope. This is the moment I awaited. With a swift motion, he drew the formation plate from his robe and hurled it towards Han Tianming. The diminutive formation plate, akin to a card dealer, released 6 formation flags at lightning speed, leaving no time for reaction, let alone defense. Once the flags were planted, a vibrant azure barrier erupted, ensnaring Han Tianming within its confines, impervious to his assaults. Each time he collided with the barrier, he felt a gentle rebounding force. Though harmless, it left him utterly helpless. I shall not accept this fate. Realizing his inevitable downfall, Han Tianming let out a mournful howl, as if lamenting the heavens' injustice. Yet, as he gazed skyward, a flash of insight struck him. He comprehended Chen Fan's purpose. Ha ha ha, it was that wretched Yi Linglong who sent you, wasn't he it? You seek a foundation establishment pill. Dream on. As he spoke, his right hand moved towards his waist, seemingly intent on destroying the foundation establishment pill within his Jinquan bag, thwarting both Chen Fan and Yi Linglong's plans. Unfortunately, your reflexes are too slow. With a swift motion, a white light flashed. Han Tianming's arms fell away, and a gash appeared upon his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Chen Fan quickly advanced, seizing Han Tianming's Jinquan bag and inspecting its contents. This must be it. Observing the round, translucent pill within the jade vial, identical to the description in the complete compendium of elixirs, he exhaled a sigh of relief. This journey was not in vain. A fireball spell ignited the corpse, and after tidying up the traces of battle, Chen Fan swiftly departed the scene. Caution is the mother of safety. Should the Qingmu sect discover that I killed Han Tianming, it would spell disaster. Chapter 48. The emergence of the secret realm after acquiring the foundation establishment pill. Chen Fan informed Yi Linglong and returned to his spiritual field to enter seclusion for cultivation. After all, Yi Linglong was still merely at the 8th tier of Qi refinement. To achieve the consummation of Qi refinement and complete the preparations for foundation establishment would require at least 3 months. Until then, the owner of this foundation establishment pill remained E-Man. Perhaps I could surpass her in cultivating to the peak of Qi refinement before she does, Chen Fan consoled himself, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. Chen Fan, report to the White Tiger Hall. Upon receiving a summons from Xiaozhan, Chen Fan felt a twinge of curiosity. Having already completed a task this month, he wondered what necessitated his presence at the White Tiger Hall once more. With a sense of intrigue, he arrived at the operations room of the Wolf Warriors team, only to discover that everyone else was present as well. What was going on? Another mission? Observing the neatly assembled Wolf Warriors, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. Yes and no. Please take a seat and listen before making any decisions. Xiaozhan gestured for Chen Fan to remain calm and began to elucidate the matter. It turned out that White Tiger City had successfully unlocked the secret realm of the Beichuan mine, and they required a contingent to investigate the situation. This mission was not part of the designated tasks for the investigation team, allowing individuals to choose whether to partake. Wow, how could I, Lu Dajing, miss out on such an opportunity? Lu Dajing exclaimed eagerly. I shall go as well. Yes, I will join you, chimed in another. As soon as Xiaozhan finished speaking, Lu Dajing was quick to register his name, followed by Lu Wushuang and Yi Yunlan expressing their intentions to join. Chen Fan knew without needing to look that both Xiaozhan and Yin Bingyun had likely coordinated their plans and would also be participating. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Chen Fan felt a surge of pressure. Why is everyone looking at me? Am I not a member of the Wolf Warriors team? Hooray! Upon hearing Chen Fan's declaration, Yi Yunlan was particularly elated. Since returning from the Beichuan mine, she had been intrigued by the enigmatic Chen Fan and was eager to unearth more secrets from him. Haha. If that's the case, everyone should prepare. We depart tomorrow, Xiaozhan declared with a hearty laugh, sealing the decision. Chen Fan, indeed, felt a strong curiosity about this so-called secret realm. Otherwise, he would have remained indifferent even if the rest of the Wolf Warriors were going. From the mysterious copper plate to the jade bottle, and finally to the maze of the Beichuan mine, Chen Fan had surmised that there had once existed a cultivation civilization on Earth. Perhaps within this secret realm lay opportunities meant for him. Early the following morning, Chen Fan arrived at the White Tiger Hall to rendezvous with the Wolf Warriors team, and they swiftly made their way toward the Beichuan mine. Upon returning to the entrance of the mine, the group was immediately astounded by the transformation that had taken place in just half a month's time. It had been fortified into a miniature fortress. Chen Fan even noticed the presence of protective shields akin to those in White Tiger City, a clear testament to the authorities' regard for this secret realm. It seems the officials are not entirely oblivious to the cultivation civilization, Chen Fan mused. In such a brief period, they had managed to dismantle the maze and unlock the gate to the secret realm. He would not believe that the authorities lacked the means from the cultivation world. Such things as mazes and secret realms could not be resolved merely by missiles. After undergoing a series of inspections, including scans by demonic power detectors, the Wolf Warriors team was finally granted passage to the entrance of the secret realm. While mining, a hidden realm was unexpectedly uncovered. Observing the entrance to the secret domain within the cave, Lu Dajing could not help but smirk and exclaim, "Stop dawdling and let us venture inside. If we delay any longer, the treasures will be snatched away by Bu Tingyun and his crew." "What? The Tiger Squad has already entered?" Lu Dajing hurriedly exclaimed upon hearing Xiao Zhan's revelation. "Let us go quickly." The urgency in his voice was palpable as they made their way into the cave, only to find themselves in an astonishing transformation of scenery. Before them lay not the dark cavern they had anticipated, but a resplendent forest. "Goodness, am I dreaming?" Lu Dajing's face was a canvas of disbelief as he pinched himself to confirm his senses. "Are we still on Earth?" Yi Yunlan, brimming with curiosity, surveyed the vibrant world around them, posing a profound question. "We must still be, right? Did not the captain mention that relics are akin to alternate dimensions, existing alongside Earth?" Lu Wushuang responded with utmost seriousness, though Yi Yunlan appeared unsatisfied, turning to Chen Fan for his thoughts. "As for me, I cannot say for certain. However, as the saying goes in Buddhism, a flower represents a world. Perhaps we can regard this as a singular flower blooming on Earth." Upon entering the secret realm, Chen Fan sensed the abundant spiritual energy in the air, far surpassing that of Earth and even exceeding the Eastern wilderness cultivation realm. He was preoccupied with attuning to the surrounding spiritual fluctuations, thus offering a casual remark to Yi Yunlan. "Indeed, Chen Fan makes a valid point." Yi Yunlan chimed in, showering him with praise. "What validity is there in that? It is hardly different from what I said." Lu Wushuang grumbled, annoyed by Yi Yunlan's flattery. "All right, remain vigilant. This place is not as idyllic as it appears. The military has already suffered significant losses. With Xiao Zhan's directive, the atmosphere turned serious." After choosing a direction, they formed a triangular formation and cautiously ventured deeper into the secret realm. "Be careful." As they pressed forward, Xiao Zhan's warning rang clear. In the next moment, a swarm of demonic beasts charged from their right flank. These creatures appeared to be rabbit demons, yet their size rivaled that of kangaroos, evoking a sense of trepidation. Xiao Zhan lunged forward with his blade, aiming for the head of the foremost rabbit demon. However, the creature effortlessly leaped away, soaring over 3 meters high, evading the attack with remarkable agility. The fluidity of its movements posed a challenge even for Xiao Zhan. "Dajing, protect the rear," he shouted, urgency in his voice. "These rabbit demons are incredibly swift." With that, Xiao Zhan accelerated, aiming to strike the rabbit demon's abdomen before it landed. A resounding clash echoed as his blade met the creature's claws. The long blade originally aimed at the rabbit demon's abdomen was firmly caught between its legs, only to be forcefully propelled away once more. As Xiao Zhan took action, aside from Lu Danian, who was tasked with safeguarding his teammates, the others were not idle. Lu Wushuang unleashed her earth-based powers, transforming the nearby ground into a quagmire, ensnaring numerous rabbit demons and rendering them powerless. Yi Yunlan and Chen Fan, one wielding blades of wind and the other casting fireballs, posed a significant threat to the rabbit demons. Particularly, Chen Fan's flame explosion technique displayed immense lethality, resulting in widespread devastation with each blast. As for Yan Bingyun, he opted not to employ his usual seduction tactic this time, but instead utilized the inspiring skill that had piqued Chen Fan's curiosity for quite some time. A peculiar energy swept across each member of the Warwolf team, and they all felt a notable enhancement in their speed and strength. What astonished Chen Fan the most was that his spiritual energy recovery rate also benefited from the boost, significantly improving his recuperation speed. "This is truly extraordinary." Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Under their collaborative efforts, the group swiftly dispatched the horde of rabbit demons. It soon dawned on them that this secret realm was far from tranquil. These rabbit demons were considerably stronger than their counterparts outside the realm, their teeth and claws capable of withstanding titanium laser blades. Indeed, their size had significantly increased, and their strength and speed were markedly superior. It seemed the beasts within this secret realm were more formidable than those outside. Everyone needed to exercise caution. The team briefly summarized the previous battle, with Xiao Zhan providing the final assessment. While the others remained unaware of the reason for the rabbit demon's enhanced strength, Chen Fan had an inkling. The spiritual energy within this secret realm was vastly superior to that of Earth, naturally allowing for a greater degree of evolution among the rabbit demons. However, explaining the concept of spiritual energy to the werewolf team was somewhat challenging, and since it did not affect the overall situation, he chose to remain silent. Having learned from the encounter with the rabbit demons, the team proceeded with heightened vigilance. Their deliberately slowed pace enabled them to respond more calmly to unforeseen crises. Ahead stood a tree adorned with an abundance of fruit. As they looked up, they indeed spotted a lush tree, towering amidst its surroundings. With a clear 10-meter radius devoid of any other plants, standing out starkly against the nearby foliage. Caution, something seems amiss. Xiao Zhan cautioned, moving forward alone to investigate. With his strength, even if the fruit tree proved to be suspicious, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. Upon stepping into the 10-meter zone, Xiao Zhan sensed something was amiss. The roots he had just crossed began to writhe towards him. Simultaneously, 3 fierce gusts of wind approached, as the roots, like sharp spikes, aimed for Xiao Zhan's back. Quick! Save the captain! Seeing the tree come to life, the werewolf team was taken aback, promptly launching an assault on the tree to assist Xiao Zhan in extricating himself. As the roots of the tree surged towards him from behind, Xiao Zhan wielded his long knife with a fierce downward slash, severing the encroaching roots beneath his feet. He then twisted his body in an astonishing arc, utilizing the rebound force of the blade to narrowly slip between 3 gnarled roots. Upon landing, he dared not linger. Leaping into the air to land 10 meters away from the massive tree, clutching his knife tightly, while cautiously observing the tree's movements. Before the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the roots halted as if they had encountered an invisible barrier upon reaching the 10-meter mark. After a brief struggle, confirming that its prey had escaped, they retreated back into the ground. Before the tranquil facade of the tree, it appeared as if nothing had transpired. Yet a chill of apprehension gripped the hearts of the spectators. Had Xiao Zhan not ventured forward to scout, and had the 6 of them entered the tree's attack range simultaneously, it was likely that, apart from Xiao Zhan, the others would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape. This was indeed a man-eating tree. Lu Danian, eyeing the vivid red fruits dangling from the tree, muttered in frustration. Those fruits served as bait. The cunning nature of such a tree was astounding. Yi Yunlan echoed his sentiments, her heart still racing with fear, as she had nearly dashed towards the enticing fruits just moments before. It was clear that these fruits must possess immense benefits for the beasts, or else, with their intelligence, why would they recklessly venture to their doom? Chen Fan, with his unique perspective, seemed eager to take action. Captain, this tree is perilous. Sensing Chen Fan's growing interest, Xiao Zhan promptly cautioned him. Rest assured, Captain, I am well aware of the risks. Since its attack range is limited to 10 meters, we can simply employ our abilities. Chen Fan grinned, revealing his intention. Are you suggesting we knock the fruit down using our abilities? Yet, that would only cause them to fall within the root's reach. Xiao Zhan responded, quickly grasping Chen Fan's idea, but finding it impractical. Captain, why not just eliminate it altogether? Eliminate it. Such a colossal tree would require an immense amount of energy. This secret realm is fraught with danger. It's wiser to conserve some mental power for unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Zhan remarked, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the tree that could only be encircled by several individuals. He was not in favor of Chen Fan's suggestion. Fear not, watch me. Chen Fan replied with a slight smile, stepping closer to Xiao Zhan and gathering his spiritual energy. Captain, step back. As Xiao Zhan observed the increasingly large fireball forming between Chen Fan's hands, he suddenly realized the intent behind his actions. This fellow could actually merge fireballs, creating a much larger one. Considering the explosive power of a single fireball, the combined force of multiple fireballs upon detonation was beyond Xiao Zhan's imagination. What a madman. With a tremendous roar, the entire secret realm felt the impact. The wolf brigade witnessed a small mushroom cloud rise from the site, as the roots of the tree had been violently severed, and the massive trunk began to tilt slowly to one side. The intertwined tree roots lay scattered across the ground, convulsing like severed octopus tentacles. What are you still dawdling for? While the wolf squad stood in awe of Chen Fan's extraordinary feat, he had already surged forward, nimble and quick, to commence the gathering of fruits from the towering tree. Only then did the others come to their senses, hastily keeping pace with Chen Fan to harvest the fruits before they could fall and spoil. Hurry, we must leave before someone arrives. Once the harvesting was complete, Chen Fan swiftly shifted his position, his sudden change in demeanor leaving the wolf squad utterly astonished. What was this young man engaged in previously? How does he execute this process with such fluid grace? Retreat. Without the luxury of further contemplation, Xiao Zhan commanded. and the wolf squad promptly withdrew from this perilous place. Shortly after their departure, a group arrived at the fallen tree spirit, led by Bu Tingyun and his fierce tiger squad. Upon observing the charred roots of the tree, they were immediately reminded of the earlier deafening explosion in the mushroom cloud. "Captain, did someone bring a missile in here?" one investigator asked uncertainly, eyeing the 3-meter-wide trunk. "Nonsense. How could a missile just be brought in? Do you think it's a hand grenade?" Nie Yuanshan could not help but scoff at such a ridiculous assertion. "It must be a fire-type ability." Bu Tingyun approached the blasted roots, carefully sensing the surroundings before rendering his judgment. If it were a missile, this place would already be engulfed in flames. Only a fire-type ability could produce such scorching effects without igniting the trunk. His reasoning was sound and meticulous, earning him admiration for his keen observations. "Captain, you are indeed wise." Nie Yuanshan seized the opportunity to flatter him. However, the team members were still skeptical. "But who among us possesses such terrifying power if it is indeed a fire-type ability?" In their understanding, there were no individuals of such caliber within the investigator ranks. The others exchanged glances, unable to fathom the existence of someone so formidable. Yet, for some reason, a distinct and elegant face surfaced in Bu Tingyun's mind. Could it be him? Chapter 50. Yi Yunlan's kiss. Chen Fan, you truly startled me. After distancing themselves from the scene, the wolf squad began to organize their spoils, with Lu Dajing giving Chen Fan a thumbs up. "Incredible. You were simply magnificent." Yi Yunlan, with a starry-eyed expression, took advantage of a moment of distraction to rush over and plant a kiss on him. Feeling the warmth on his cheek, Chen Fan had yet to register the moment when Yi Yunlan had already retreated as if nothing had transpired. "Yunlan, when will you give me a kiss too?" Lu Dajing said boisterously, oblivious to the displeased expression on Lu Wushuang's face. "You, perhaps after another decade of training." Yi Yunlan cast a fierce glance at Lu Danian, delivering a merciless rebuttal. Her words elicited laughter from the others, even Lu Danian, who merely stammered in response, "That's not how it should be said. Who knows? In 10 years, I might even become a martial sovereign. Do you think you're the captain?" Yi Yunlan's tongue was as sharp as ever, her remarks unrelenting. At that moment, Yin Bingyun, who had remained silent until now, suddenly reprimanded Yi Yunlan, prompting her to realize her faux pas and hurriedly apologize to Xiao Zhan. "Captain, I'm sorry. It was unintentional." The mention of a painful subject cast a shadow over Xiao Zhan's expression, though he managed to muster a smile. "It's all right. It's all in the past. I'm doing quite well now." Noticing the sudden shift in atmosphere, Chen Fan keenly sensed that Xiao Zhan had experienced some unfortunate events that had hindered his advancement to martial sovereign. However, he felt it inappropriate to inquire at that moment and decided to keep this curiosity to himself, planning to seek answers when the opportunity arose. "Come, let us divide these fruits. The fact that those beasts willingly faced death for them indicates they must hold significant benefits." Xiao Zhan quickly regained his composure, his hearty laughter inviting everyone to partake in the distribution. The others understood, letting go of the earlier discomfort, and began to joyfully share the spoils. "This achievement primarily belongs to Chen Fan. We have all benefited from his efforts. Thus, this half is for Chen Fan, and we shall divide the rest. Is that agreeable?" The team members nodded in agreement, voicing no objections to Xiao Zhan's proposed allocation. The Wolf Warriors squad had obtained 20 fruits in total, allowing for an equitable distribution of 2 fruits per person. Upon receiving his share, Chen Fan promptly tossed one of the fruits into his mouth, leaving Xiao Zhan unable to intervene in time. "You really aren't worried about poison?" Xiao Zhan remarked in disbelief, only to witness Chen Fan suddenly sitting cross-legged, palms facing upward, exuding a peculiar aura. "Captain, is he meditating?" Yi Yunlan whispered to Xiao Zhan, her bright eyes reflecting curiosity. "It appears so," Xiao Zhan replied, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. While it is well known that martial artists can enhance their strength through cultivation, he had only heard that mentalists could accelerate their recovery through meditation. He had never heard of mentalists cultivating in a similar manner. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhan, the moment Chen Fan laid eyes on the fruit, he had already confirmed its safety. The fruit before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the Zhu fruit recorded in the realm of cultivation. This fruit contained pure spiritual energy, and consuming it could bolster a cultivator's power and even facilitate a breakthrough in their realm, all without any adverse effects. The Zhu fruit possesses a harmonious medicinal power, making it most suitable for practitioners in the qi refinement stage, while also offering certain benefits to those in the foundation establishment stage. However, it is often monopolized by powerful factions, rarely finding its way into the marketplace. Before long, Chen Fan completed his cultivation, successfully elevating his realm to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Xiao Zhan and the others sensed that Chen Fan was somewhat different, though they could not quite articulate why. "Chen Fan, how do you feel?" one of them inquired. "I feel splendid. This fruit contains a peculiar energy that greatly benefits the body. You should all consume it as well." Chen Fan replied with a slight smile, offering to protect the group during their cultivation. He chose not to mention his recent practice in front of them. Understanding his silence, Xiao Zhan and the others promptly ingested their zhu fruits. Wonderful. I feel that with a bit more training upon my return, I could advance to the 4th rank of martial master. Lu Daji exclaimed, completely captivated by the effects of the zhu fruit. I sense a significant enhancement in my mental power and physical prowess. Another added, me too. They exchanged their feelings about the fruit, while Chen Fan shook his head and smiled wryly within. If the cultivators of the realm knew how recklessly you all squandered this, they would surely be infuriated. Captain, how are you feeling? Lu Daji asked with concern, noticing Xiao Zhan's silence. I feel extraordinary, like never before. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, exuding a joy that Chen Fan could not quite fathom. Boss, are you implying? Lu Daji quickly grasped the situation, his excitement causing him to cover his mouth. Indeed, the injuries within me have been eradicated. With Xiao Zhan's affirmation, Lu Daji was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears like a child, which deeply moved Chen Fan. Splendid, splendid. Captain, you have finally recovered. Now, even if I were to perish, I would have the honor of facing old Han. Lu Daji wept, and the other members of the Wolf Warriors team empathized with him. Yi Yunlan could not hold back her tears, crying while scolding, you big-headed fool, must you make me cry? Big Head was a nickname Yi Yunlan had given Lu Daji, though Chen Fan seldom heard her refer to him in such a manner. All right, isn't this a joyous occasion? Why is everyone crying? Xiao Zhan said, embracing the tearful Lu Daji and Yi Yunlan as a benevolent father would. At that moment, Yin Bingyun approached Chen Fan and spoke softly. I have not been with the Wolf Warriors for long. Prior to my arrival, there was another vice-captain named Han Chong. He, along with the captain and Daji, came from the military, and the three shared a deep bond. Tragically, during a mission, Han Chong met his demise, and the captain suffered severe injuries. Although he survived, his martial arts journey came to a halt, leaving him with no hope of becoming a martial sovereign in this lifetime. According to Daji, he feels responsible for Han Chong's death and has burdened the captain with his guilt, which has become an unshakable knot in his heart. Yin Bingyun provided a succinct explanation, allowing Chen Fan to comprehend why Lu Danian had always been an ardent admirer of Xiao Zhan, and finally grasped the familiar aura that enveloped Xiao Zhan. This sensation he had previously encountered in Old Lu, a concealed unwillingness masked beneath a facade of open-mindedness. Chapter 51. The assault of the Tiger Squad. Zhu Gua had bestowed upon the Wolf Squad an extraordinary surprise, igniting within them a fervent enthusiasm for further exploration of the secret realm. After a brief reorganization, the group continued onward, their mindset significantly transformed. Meanwhile, the Tiger Squad encountered numerous other investigative teams, drawn by the commotion to ascertain the situation. Bu Tingyun, is this your doing? The speaker was Chu Shinfeng, the captain of the Divine Wind Squad, who stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. However, Chu Shinfeng was indeed justified in his pride. His name ranked third among the investigators in the White Tiger Hall, and the Divine Wind Squad was renowned within the entire investigative team. I lack such capability. I surmise this must be the handiwork of the Wolf Squad. Bu Tingyun chuckled softly, deftly redirecting the conversation towards the Wolf Squad. Chu Shinfeng's arrogance was notorious throughout the investigative team, and the scene before him likely ignited his competitive spirit. With a deft manipulation of words, Bu Tingyun subtly shifted the focus. The Wolf Squad. Is Xiao Zhan recovered? The news of Xiao Zhan's internal injuries was no secret among the investigators, known only to those like Nie Yuanshan and Chen Fan, who were relatively new to the team. After all, the incident had stirred considerable uproar within the investigative ranks. I am not privy to that. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Bu Tingyun shrugged, displaying a demeanor of helplessness, and departed with the Tiger Squad. The Wolf Squad. This promises to be intriguing. It appears this tree harbors numerous valuable treasures that the Wolf Squad cannot monopolize. Investigators, skilled in discerning subtle clues, recognized this truth, yet none dared to shatter the unspoken understanding, until Chu Shinfeng openly voiced it. We shall proceed as well. With that command, Chu Shinfeng signaled for the Divine Wind Squad to pursue the direction in which Bu Tingyun and the others had departed. Quick, run. Just as the Divine Wind Squad set off in pursuit, Chen Fan and his companions had already vacated the vicinity, making their way deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Yi Yunlan raised a loud alarm, prompting the group to turn and flee without hesitation. What transpired? Questions were exchanged amid their flight, leaving everyone bewildered. A beast tide. Yi Yunlan's voice trembled as she uttered those words. The mention of a beast tide sent chills down the spines of the Wolf Squad, who wished fervently that their parents had blessed them with additional legs. Yunlan, are you certain? How could there be a beast tide here? Xiao Zhan, ever the composed one, sought to reconfirm with Yi Yunlan. However, I see numerous beasts rushing towards us. Yi Yunlan exclaimed while sprinting, devoid of any hint of jest. Could it be a horde of beasts? This is a relic site. Its expanse is likely not vast enough to sustain a swarm of such magnitude. Chen Fan interjected at an opportune moment, causing the group to momentarily pause and direct their gazes towards Yi Yunlan. Let us not dwell on that. Let's find a safe place to hide and observe the situation first. Yi Yunlan felt a surge of uncertainty, but fortunately, Xiaozhan spoke up just in time to alleviate his awkwardness. As the wolf squad continued their flight, they soon spotted a group of individuals approaching them head-on. Xiaozhan glanced up, his expression darkening. It's the tiger squad. They are likely coming for us. Yan Bingyun exchanged a knowing look with Xiaozhan, promptly delivering her assessment. No one in the investigator team is a fool. It's evident that the treasure must be hidden in that tree. The appearance of the tiger squad at this moment can only mean they are here to seize it. Isn't fighting prohibited within the investigation team? Chen Fan inquired curiously, observing the tense demeanor of the wolf squad. Logically, we are colleagues, and with the higher-ups overseeing, they shouldn't go too far. This is a secret realm. There is no surveillance here, Xiaozhan stated succinctly, making Chen Fan realize his naivety. In this post-apocalyptic world, to foolishly believe that the authorities still wield absolute deterrence could lead to a swift demise. Break through to the left front, with obstacles ahead and beasts behind. Xiaozhan decisively issued the combat command. Simultaneously, the tiger squad also recognized the presence of the wolf squad. Nie Yuanshan, responsible for reconnaissance, couldn't help but beam with excitement. Captain, it's the wolf squad. Oh, why are they turning back? Bu Tingyun, the captain, demonstrated his sharper intellect compared to Nie Yuanshan, immediately sensing something amiss. Upon hearing this, Nie Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, then soared into the sky for a better view, reporting with enthusiasm. They are being pursued by a pack of beasts. It seems Xiaozhan and the others have noticed us and are heading towards our right. Understood, let us engage. Bu Tingyun, unwilling to miss the opportunity, made a swift decision to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a dimensional slash towards the fleeing wolf squad. Nie Yuanshan followed suit, launching a wind blade, with other members of the tiger squad promptly joining the assault. They have initiated their attack. Prepare for defense. The greedy wolf squad had long been aware of the tiger squad and were certainly not caught off guard. Xiaozhan soared into the air, slicing through the wind blade shot by Nie Yuanshan and deftly deflecting a fireball launched by another psychic. However, the tiger squad consisted of 7 members, 5 of whom were psychics. In addition to the wind blade and fireball, a wall of water suddenly emerged to obstruct the wolf squad's path. I'll handle this. Chen Fan unleashed a fiery explosion that evaporated the water barrier, but the next moment, he sensed something amiss as a golden talisman adhered to his chest. Just as he activated the talisman, a wind barrier appeared before him, only to be pierced by a short arrow emanating dark energy. With a resounding thud, the arrow was neutralized by the protective spell, sparing Chen Fan from injury. It was a shadow arrow, truly despicable. Chen Fan, are you alright? The shadow arrow, a signature skill of one of the members of the tiger squad, lay in ambush behind the water wall, rendering one defenseless. Yi Yunlan, infuriated, turned to see the fading glow of the protective spell on Chen Fan and his unscathed form. Just now, be careful, she exclaimed, just as she was about to inquire how he had deflected the shadow arrow. Chen Fan suddenly warned her, yanking her aside. At that moment, a transparent crescent-shaped blade sliced through the spot where Yi Yunlan had just stood. Had Chen Fan not pulled her away, the outcome could have been dire. However, Yi Yunlan, caught off guard, lost her balance and stumbled into Chen Fan's embrace. Chapter 52. Delivering a heavy blow with their initial attack thwarted, the tiger squad launched a relentless barrage. Without the luxury of savoring the warmth and softness of Yi Yunlan's presence, Chen Fan pushed her away, earning a somewhat resentful glance in return. Captain, we are being too passive. It was not in Chen Fan's nature to leave a grudge unaddressed, especially after nearly falling victim to the ambush of the shadow arrow, which fueled his anger. What is your plan? Xiaozhan, well-versed in Chen Fan's temperament, recognized that his voice signaled a strategy had formed. Captain, please cover me for a moment. I intend to deliver a significant blow. All right, let's annihilate these scoundrels. Upon hearing Chen Fan's intent to unleash something substantial, Lu Danian instantly recalled the formidable super fireball Chen Fan had previously conjured. Its missile-like power had made quite an impression. Excellent. Yunlan, stay close to protect Chen Fan. Everyone else, assume defensive positions. Xiaozhan swiftly reorganized their tactical approach, encircling Chen Fan to allow him the focus necessary to strike. Wind blades, fireballs, water barriers, shadow arrows, dimensional slashes. The tiger squad's powers rained down in succession, determined to prevent the wolf squad from escaping, intent on having them devoured by the monstrous horde. Yet, with this relentless assault, even if the wolf squad possessed treasures, they would be forever out of reach of the tiger squad. Nie Yuanshan realized this and was about to warn Bu Tingyun when he noticed the sinister expression on Bu Tingyun's face, leading to a sudden epiphany. So, Bu Tingyun genuinely wishes for the demise of the wolf squad. The notion of seizing treasures was merely a fade. Acknowledging this revelation, he prudently fell silent, continuing to unleash wind blades while observing the situation of the wolf squad. As he peered through the gaps of the wolf battle squad, witnessing the enlarged fireball in Chen Fan's hand, a wave of unease washed over him. Captain, look at that kid's hand. Bu Tingyun narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze toward the wolf battle squad. Upon seeing the fireball that had grown more than threefold in size, he finally comprehended the reason behind the destruction of the robust tree. Fall back. Bu Tingyun, a decisive individual, realized that the fireball in Chen Fan's grasp could pose a lethal threat to his life, prompting an immediate retreat. He harbored no illusions that this fireball was intended for the horde of beasts at such a critical juncture. Thinking of fleeing? It's too late. Noticing the tiger squad attempting to escape, Chen Fan let out a cold chuckle, unleashing the massive fireball that swiftly pursued the desperate tiger squad. With a loud explosion, he snapped his fingers, causing the fireball to detonate, generating a tremendous commotion that captured the attention of all investigation teams. Quick, it's just ahead. Chu Shenfeng, his spirits lifted, urged the members of the Shenfeng squad to hasten their pace. Upon arrival, he witnessed the tiger squad engulfed by a colossal blaze, leaving only their captain, Bu Tingyun, as a survivor, albeit in a woeful state, on the brink of death. His clothes were tattered, his arms hung limply, and several wounds marred his body, charred beyond recognition, sparing him the need for further attempts at staunching the bleeding. Gasping at the sight of Bu Tingyun's pitiful condition, even Chu Shenfeng couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. This guy is in dire straits. Once the flames subsided, Chu Shenfeng finally laid eyes on the wolf battle squad and understood the fate that had befallen the tiger squad. The tree that had been blasted apart was indeed the handiwork of the wolf battle squad. His gaze swept over the members of the wolf battle squad, ultimately settling on Chen Fan. It's you. Chu Shenfeng licked his lips in excitement, eager for a thrilling battle with Chen Fan. Captain, look. Aware of their captain's combative nature, Lu Buoyang, the vice-captain of the Shenfeng squad, pointed toward the approaching horde of beasts not far away. Retreat. Even Chu Shenfeng, despite his arrogance, recognized that he would not stand a chance against this formidable group of beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled with his team. After just a couple of steps, he doubled back, hoisting the barely alive Bu Tingyun onto his shoulder. I'm saving your life today. You know what to do if you're sensible. Despite his dire circumstances, Bu Tingyun, a captain-level figure, still held considerable value as long as he drew breath. It's the Shenfeng squad. Observing Bu Tingyun's rescue, Yi Yunlan spoke with a tinge of regret. Never mind, preserving one's life takes precedence. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, ultimately allowing reason to prevail. The horde of monstrous beasts drew ever closer, prompting a swift retreat from a few individuals who hastened to follow the direction in which the Divine Wind team had departed. Captain, how did Bu Tingyun survive? Chen Fan inquired, his curiosity bubbling as they ran. Given his assessment of the potency of his own technique, he found it inconceivable that even Xiao Zhan, a formidable sixth-tier martial artist, could withstand it. Bu Tingyun was merely a mind master, whose physical prowess paled in comparison to Xiao Zhan's. Yet he had somehow endured and remained unharmed. This was truly perplexing. Perhaps he possessed some rare life-preserving method, being an uncommon spatial mind master. Xiao Zhan, somewhat uncertain, offered a brief explanation. Spatial system? Chen Fan pondered, recalling the transparent crescent-shaped blade that had appeared in the void. Could a spatial mind master harbor an alternate dimension? The knowledge that spatial mind masters still existed in this world ignited a new thought within Chen Fan. Perhaps, in the future, he could utilize this concept as a shield to obscure his own use of the Qingquan bag. Perhaps such a thing exists, though I have yet to witness it myself. Since the cataclysm, numerous humans have undergone transformations, manifesting a plethora of bizarre abilities. Indeed, take for instance the vice-captain's ability, which has been classified as a level of existence. As the two conversed, Yi Yunlan interjected, steering the discussion toward Yin Bingyun. Level? Are there levels to abilities? Hearing of this classification for the first time, Chen Fan felt a surge of curiosity. Martial artists possess a rigorous ranking system, and the authorities aim to establish a comprehensive hierarchy for mind masters as well. However, given the vast diversity of their abilities, categorizing them proves to be quite challenging. Consequently, the officials resorted to evaluating the skills of these abilities. For instance, the fireball you conjure is classified as a level ability, while a fireball capable of manipulation and explosion is deemed a level ability. Yet today, if you were to merge fireballs and subsequently detonate them, the resultant power would warrant a classification of level. Is there anything beyond level? After an extensive explanation from Xiao Zhan, Chen Fan gained a general understanding of the levels of abilities. Yet his most urgent desire was to ascertain the level of his personal combat prowess on Earth. Was he among the elite, the pinnacle, or perhaps invincible? Yes. According to official terminology, there exist levels beyond level, namely level and level, with abilities of that caliber posing a significant threat to martial sovereigns. When the subject of martial sovereigns arose, a sense of yearning naturally illuminated Xiao Zhan's eyes. Chapter 53. The arrogant Chu Shinfeng listening to Xiao Zhan's insights. Chen Fan developed a more profound understanding of the martial sovereign's strength. If abilities of level are required to pose a threat to a martial sovereign, then his own super fiery explosion technique, akin to level abilities, stood no chance whatsoever. Even with the addition of the Wuchen sword, the odds would still be exceedingly slim. After all, the greatest advantage of martial artists lies in their resilience and speed, somewhat reminiscent of the physical cultivators in the realm of cultivation. Prior to the foundation establishment stage, physical cultivators of the same tier typically dominated their magical counterparts, but once the foundation establishment was achieved, the dynamics would swiftly reverse. The foundation-building cultivators can traverse the skies upon their swords, no matter how swift a body-refining practitioner may be. They cannot match the speed of a flying sword and must endure passive assaults. This means that once I establish my foundation, I could contend with the martial sovereign. Chen Fan mused, his desire for foundation building intensifying. Meanwhile, as the group conversed, Chu Shinfeng encountered another investigation team drawn by the explosion. Upon seeing the barely conscious Bu Tingyun slumped over his shoulder, they were taken aback. "Captain Chu, what is happening? Get out of the way. Don't obstruct my path." Chu Shinfeng, known for his pride, was preoccupied with escaping and had no intention of engaging with the investigators. With a furious shout, he employed a wind technique. Soaring over the heads of the crowd, the other members of the Shinfeng team followed suit, leaping over the throng and leaving only their retreating figures behind. The bewildered investigators sensed something was amiss. If someone as proud as Chu Shinfeng was fleeing, the danger ahead must be considerable. Without hesitation, they turned and pursued the Shinfeng team. After a brief delay, the Warwolf team had also caught up. The group divided into 3 tiers, fleeing towards the forest's edge, relentlessly pursued by a formidable horde of beasts that showed no signs of relenting. If Chen Fan and his companions had taken a moment to observe closely, they would have discerned the panic reflected in the eyes of the beasts. They were not chasing after the humans, but rather fleeing from a terrifying presence. Yet, the investigators, consumed by their own desperate flight, failed to notice this unsettling truth, continuing their frantic chase. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the heart of the forest. A beam of white light shooting skyward, even piercing through the clouds. In that instant, the mysterious copper piece resting against Chen Fan's chest quivered slightly, emanating a sense of longing. There lies the object that the mysterious copper piece desires. "Chen Fan, what is wrong with you?" Xiao Zhan keenly observed Chen Fan's unusual behavior. At that moment, Chen Fan halted abruptly, standing still with a furrowed brow, his eyes darting back and forth, caught in an internal struggle. "Captain, you all go ahead." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Fan resolutely turned and made his way toward the source of the white light. "Chen Fan," Xiao Zhan called out. But Chen Fan paid him no heed, racing toward the oncoming horde of beasts. What is he doing? Is he seeking death? The sudden eruption of white light captured the attention of others, leading some to question Chen Fan's erratic actions. Noticing the commotion, Chu Shinfeng turned to investigate and realized that it was Chen Fan charging into the beast horde, instinctively halting his own retreat. Before long, Chen Fan conjured a colossal fireball with both hands and hurled it toward a specific point within the beast horde. Following a resounding explosion, a breach the size of 2 people appeared, and seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan dashed forward. Astonishingly, as he slipped past their midst, the other beasts remained oblivious, focused solely on their flight and exhibiting no intent to attack him. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan effortlessly traversed the horde. The gap was soon filled by the other beasts, and Chen Fan vanished from sight. It was he. With this display, everyone immediately understood that the previous explosions within the ruins were orchestrated by him. Good heavens, he made it through. Chen Fan's actions epitomized the adage that skill breeds audacity, leaving a group of investigators utterly awestruck. How intriguing. Observing Chen Fan's prowess, Chu Shinfeng's eyes ignited with fervor, eager to join in. "You all escort him away first. I shall follow." Casually tossing Bu Tingyun to other team members, Chu Shinfeng emulated Chen Fan and surged toward the beast horde. However, as a wind elementalist, he effortlessly soared above the heads of the beasts using his wind manipulation techniques. "I'm going to." Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Yunlan's eyes brightened, and with that declaration, she followed suit. In an instant, other investigative teams mirrored this action, with wind elementals taking to the air in pursuit of Chen Fan. "Yunlan," Lu Wushuang called out. But Xiao Zhan restrained her. "Don't act rashly. Survival is paramount. As the beast horde approached, those who lacked wind manipulation skills would be courting death by charging forward. Thus, the entire investigation team was divided into two factions. The wind elementals pursued Chen Fan toward the source of the white light, while the others were forced to retreat from the secret realm. Alas, I wonder how they are faring. Upon exiting the forest confines, everyone found themselves expelled from the secret realm. Concerned for the safety of Chen Fan and Yi Yunlan, Lu Danian anxiously muttered, "Given Yi Fan's strength, he should be fine." With Yunlan by his side, the situation should not be dire. Xiaozhan offered a few words of reassurance, though it was unclear whether they were directed at Lu Danian or the others. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had arrived at the central area of the forest. A stark white line within the woods drew his attention. This so-called white line was, in fact, a grim array of bleached bones, which, judging by their form, appeared to have originated from the beasts themselves. Deeper within the forest beyond the white line, such bones were scattered abundantly, forming a vast circle that starkly contrasted with the surrounding woodland. As Chen Fan gazed at the stark white bones ahead, he instinctively halted his steps. Could there be danger? Just as he pondered this, Chu Shinfeng arrived shortly after, unleashing a wind blade without a moment's hesitation. "Are you out of your mind?" Suddenly beset by an unprovoked attack, Chen Fan, filled with fury, retaliated without hesitation with a fiery explosion spell. However, Chu Shinfeng, a master of wind abilities, effortlessly countered with a flurry of wind blades that obliterated the fire spell mid-flight. "Chu Shinfeng, what are you doing?" At that moment, Yi Yunlan arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing Chu Shinfeng assaulting Chen Fan, she wasted no time launching an attack of her own against him. "This is between us. Outsiders should step aside," Chu Shinfeng bellowed, unleashing a tornado aimed at Yi Yunlan, attempting to hurl her away. Naturally, Chen Fan could not remain a passive observer and unleashed several fire spells towards Chu Shinfeng, preventing him from concentrating solely on Yi Yunlan. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yunlan employed her wind manipulation technique to escape the tornado's grasp, landing beside Chen Fan. Chapter 54. The mysterious black egg. Is he mad? He certainly seems quite deranged. Chen Fan, feeling a surge of anger after being ambushed by Chu Shinfeng, spoke without restraint. "This is bad." Chu Shinfeng's belligerence is legendary within the investigation team, and few possess the strength to contend with him. Upon hearing Chen Fan's taunt, Yi Yunlan quickly realized the severity of the situation. Chen Fan, he ranks among the top 3 experts in the investigation team. Recognizing that a confrontation was inevitable, Yi Yunlan whispered a warning to Chen Fan. "Don't worry, I have a plan. You should move back a bit." With that, Chen Fan gently pushed Yi Yunlan away, standing resolutely before Chu Shinfeng. "Now that's more like it. A true warrior should never shy away from battle. I find myself admiring you a bit," Chu Shinfeng remarked, pleased with Chen Fan's choice, standing idly by as Yi Yunlan retreated. "A warrior? You think you are worthy?" Chen Fan scoffed, unleashing a barrage of fire spells that enveloped Chu Shinfeng in flames. With a flick of his right hand, Chu Shinfeng summoned a massive wind barrier, and with a gentle sweep of his left hand, he directed a tornado towards the barrage of fireballs. "Explode!" Chen Fan shouted, and all the fireballs detonated in a brilliant display. Amidst the billowing smoke, a silvery flash darted past. By the time Yi Yunlan regained her focus on the battlefield, Chu Shinfeng had collapsed, weakened. Chen Fan hurled another fire spell at him, obliterating him completely. How did he accomplish that? Utilizing the cover of smoke. The Wuchen sword struck decisively. Although Yi Yunlan glimpsed the silvery flash, she could not discern its nature, her mind swirling with turmoil and unrest. At that moment, other wind element users from the investigation team arrived. Observing the chaotic scene and the shattered remains, they discovered that Chu Shinfeng had vanished. "Did you kill Chu Shinfeng?" A trembling investigator inquired, prompting everyone to instinctively heighten their vigilance. "We must leave," Chen Fan called to Yi Yunlan, stepping over the white line. He sensed a powerful call emanating from the depths of the forest. Gazing upon the scattered white bones, Yi Yunlan felt a shiver of fear creep into her heart, causing her to instinctively quicken her pace until she caught up with Chen Fan. The group of investigators, witnessing Chen Fan's apparent indifference, simmered with frustration. Yet, the thought that Chu Shinfeng might have met his demise at Chen Fan's hands left them with no choice but to swallow their anger. In the secret realm, the art of murder was one that demanded the utmost discretion, leaving no trace behind. Although they suspected Chen Fan of having slain Chu Shinfeng, they had no tangible proof to present, rendering any report to the investigation team futile. "Let us depart," someone suddenly called out, prompting the anxious investigators to collect themselves and follow in the wake of Chen Fan and Yi Yunlan. The duo pressed onward, traversing several hundred steps before the world before them opened up in a breathtaking expanse. In the midst of the endless forest stood an octagonal jade platform, entirely carved from white jade. Upon this platform rested an enormous egg, its surface a deep, glossy black, adorned with intricate patterns and approximately the size of a human torso. Could it be that all those beasts were drained of their life force by this egg? Chen Fan pondered, particularly noting how the engravings on the jade platform seemed to resonate with those on the eggshell. Radiating from the 8 corners of the jade platform, one could distinctly observe 8 dividing lines etched into the sea of white bones. More significantly, since approaching this spot, he had sensed an insatiable thirst emanating from the giant egg, yearning for his blood. What manner of egg is this? Intrigued by the novelty of the black egg, Yi Yunlan stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch it. Stop! Chen Fan attempted to intervene, but it was too late. As he grasped Yi Yunlan's left hand, her right hand had already made contact with the surface of the black egg. A tremendous force surged from the egg, and in an instant, the two were drawn within. The next moment, the place they had occupied was left desolate. The octagonal jade platform completely vanished. Where have they gone? The group of investigators, who had followed Chen Fan and Yi Yunlan, found themselves staring at the barren ground, the two having disappeared without a trace. Search everywhere. As they scattered in search of the duo, Chen Fan and Yi Yunlan found themselves in a cavernous space, enveloped in warmth and suffused with a hazy peach-pink ambience. With just a single breath, Chen Fan felt a surge of heat within him, an overwhelming desire flooding his senses. As he struggled to suppress it, a delicate arm, akin to a jade lotus root, wrapped around his neck, and a warm body pressed closely against him from behind. The last vestiges of his rationality crumbled, and within this warm, peach-pink sanctuary, the two became enmeshed in fervent passion. When Chen Fan awoke once more, he discovered himself lying naked upon the octagonal jade platform. The passage of time unknown. Yi Yunlan's snow-white form lay nestled in his embrace, a crimson stain between her legs bearing witness to the events that had transpired. What astonished him the most was the presence of a small creature resembling a lion dog curled up beside Yi Yunlan. Its eyes were tightly shut, and it breathed in a rhythmic manner, appearing as if it had just been born. Could it be that egg? At the moment he laid eyes on the creature, Chen Fan felt a flicker of understanding wash over him. Just then, Yi Yunlan gradually awoke, and upon noticing her state of undress, instinctively let out a shriek. Put something on. Chen Fan retrieved a set of his own clothes from his spatial pouch and carelessly tossed them beside Yi Yunlan. By this time, Yi Yunlan had regained her composure, the memories of previous events flooding her mind. Realizing she had taken the initiative to push Chen Fan down, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Once dressed, Yi Yunlan realized the presence of the adorable small creature beside her, and her heart swelled with affection as she crouched down to pet its head. How cute! Just as her hand made contact with the creature's head, the slumbering little beast slowly opened its eyes, gazing at Yi Yunlan while emitting a series of playful yelps. It rubbed its head against her calf, its adorably innocent demeanor making it impossible for her to resist. Chen Fan, what do you think we should name it? Yi Yunlan, feeling shy about directly addressing him, sought a topic to engage him. Wonkai? Chen Fan, lacking any talent for naming, offered a common dog name offhandedly. At that moment, he was more concerned about his current location and how to return home. He had already inspected the surroundings of the bayou platform and found no signs of any mechanisms, the area instead resembling a vast expanse of illusory space. Chapter 55. The summons of General Li. It seemed the little creature was displeased with the name Chen Fan had given it, as it voiced its protest with a series of yelps directed at him. Oh, are you unhappy? Then it shall be Wonkai. Wonkai? Wonkai? Bored and restless, Chen Fan found himself engaged in a playful argument with the little dog. However, as he shifted his gaze away from the creature, he caught a glimpse of something glowing beneath Yi Yunlan's feet. What are you doing? Why are you arguing with a dog? Chen Fan suddenly stepped forward, causing Yi Yunlan to assume he was about to harm the little creature. She quickly scooped it into her arms and took a step back. To her surprise, Chen Fan suddenly knelt before her, adopting a posture reminiscent of a marriage proposal. Isn't this a bit too sudden? What? Chen Fan replied dismissively, yet his eyes were fixated on the oval indentation at the center of the octagonal jade platform, further validating his inner suspicions. Yi Yunlan, filled with delight, was left waiting for further words that never came. Upon closer inspection, she observed Chen Fan carefully removing the pendant from around his neck and placing it at the very center of the octagonal jade platform. Yi Yunlan immediately realized her misunderstanding, but found Chen Fan's actions rather peculiar. What are you doing? As soon as the words fell, the octagonal jade platform trembled, startling Yi Yunlan, who instinctively clutched the small beast tightly. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the two found themselves outside the secret realm, while the mysterious copper plate along with the octagonal jade platform vanished without a trace. Yi Yunlan, her face alight with surprise, gazed at Chen Fan with admiration, as if there were nothing this man could not accomplish. Chen Fan, Yunlan, you're safe. How splendid. Xiao Zhan approached with palpable excitement. and the other members of the Wolf Brigade gathered around them. Captain, we are unharmed. Chen Fan felt a warm surge in his heart at Xiao Zhan's concern. Ever since his parents had passed, it seemed no one had cared for him in such a manner. The secret realm has been closed for 3 days now. If you hadn't emerged, we would have left. What? Chen Fan and Yi Yunlan exchanged incredulous glances. Apologies, Captain Xiao, but the general requests your presence. Just then, an officer approached, saluting Xiao Zhan with military precision. Chen Fan, this is Officer Xue. The general likely seeks you regarding Chu Xinfeng. Clarify the matter. And all should be well, Xiao Zhan discreetly warned Chen Fan, ignoring Officer Xue's disapproving gaze. Please, follow me. Officer Xue gestured for them to proceed, seemingly resigned to the situation. Very well, please lead the way. With a reassuring glance toward Xiao Zhan, Chen Fan and Yi Yunlan followed Officer Xue into an armored vehicle, heading towards Baihu City. Officer Xue, you seem to hold Captain Xiao in high regard? Chen Fan casually inquired, observing the upright posture of Officer Xue. Captain Xiao was previously my superior, one of the finest soldiers under the general, Officer Xue replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Chen Fan understood and continued. Are warriors a phenomenon that emerged after the Great Cataclysm? Not at all. Officer Xue's lips were sealed, unwilling to divulge more. Fortunately, Yi Yunlan was well versed in such matters and naturally took over the conversation. Warriors have existed since ancient times, as have psychic masters. However, after the Great Cataclysm, it became easier for warriors to cultivate their abilities, leading to an increase in psychic masters and bringing them into the public eye. With Yi Yunlan's explanation, Chen Fan's confusion dissipated. He had previously found it astonishing that within less than half a year of the Great Cataclysm, multiple individuals had already reached the level of martial sovereign. It seemed rather exaggerated. So, Chu Xinfeng was already a psychic master before the Great Cataclysm? Chen Fan's mind raced as he quickly connected the dots regarding Yi Yunlan's mention of the psychic master. Indeed, he is one of the few who had already mastered his abilities prior to the Great Cataclysm, Officer Xue replied. His gaze fixed intently on Chen Fan before he slowly continued speaking. Thus, you comprehend the implications of your ability to extinguish his life, do you not? Upon finishing his words, Vice Officer Xue casually turned away, his eyes gently closing, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was not inclined to speak further. Yi Yunlan cast a worried glance at Chen Fan, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Fan smiled faintly, mimicking Vice Officer Xue's demeanor, feigning a doze. Entirely unperturbed regarding his future prospects. Observing Chen Fan's demeanor, Yi Yunlan quickly deduced that he must have devised a strategy. And so she busied herself with the little beast in her arms. The group swiftly returned to White Tiger City, navigating smoothly to the central administrative building. General, Chen Fan and Yi Yunlan have arrived, Vice Officer Xue announced respectfully, knocking on the door. Come in, a balanced and tranquil voice resonated from within. Following Vice Officer Xue, Chen Fan and Yi Yunlan entered the room, greeted by exceedingly simple furnishings, and behind the desk sat a vigorous middle-aged man, smiling warmly at them. Is this the bounty from your expedition into the ruins? Once Vice Officer Xue exited, the general refrained from immediate reprimands, instead engaging in casual conversation about the little beast in Yi Yunlan's embrace. Indeed, Wang Kai was indeed discovered in the secret realm, Yi Yunlan replied, hesitating slightly upon mentioning Wang Kai. But upon reflection, realizing she had not given the little creature another name, she settled on Wang Kai for the moment. Wang Kai, ha ha ha, what a splendid name. Did you slay Chu Xinfeng? Suddenly, the general's tone shifted, becoming grave, a commanding aura enveloping the room. Yi Yunlan found herself taken aback, her words trembling as she instinctively glanced at Chen Fan. I did it. Chen Fan remained composed, his voice calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Alone? The general appeared skeptical, his gaze locked onto Chen Fan's eyes, adding, Did you truly do it by yourself? Yes, I did it alone. Chen Fan met the general's gaze unflinchingly. A brief silence enveloped the room, and Yi Yunlan, her nerves frayed, felt her toes digging into the floor, until the general suddenly broke into a smile. Impressive, truly impressive. After his moment of admiration, the general's tone softened considerably, and with careful phrasing, he cautiously inquired of Chen Fan, your ability, it is not an extraordinary power, is it? No, it is not, Chen Fan readily affirmed, leaving the general somewhat taken aback. Yi Yunlan, beside him, gasped, her mouth agape as she instinctively exclaimed, not an extraordinary power? Then what is it? Chapter 56. The Deal 5 Elements Immortal Technique. Can your ability be replicated? Chen Fan did not respond to Yi Yunlan's query, but the general, suddenly exhilarated, trembled uncontrollably, his speech quivering with anticipation. Indeed, it can. Chen Fan uttered 2 words nonchalantly, causing the general to be filled with elation, abruptly striking the desk and rising to his feet in excitement. Splendid, but it is exceedingly difficult. Among 100 individuals, perhaps only one could succeed. Before the general could bask in his joy for too long, Chen Fan doused him with a cold reality check. However, the general was not disheartened. He merely waved his hand slightly. Difficulties are of no consequence. No matter how challenging the task, it shall not thwart us, the people of Huagua. If what you say is indeed true, you will be our nation's foremost benefactor. The general endeavored to calm his surging emotions. While Yi Yunlan finally grasped the significance of their conversation, the prospect of replicable superpowers surely signified that humanity might escape the city of the apocalypse and return to their former cities. I cannot claim to be a benefactor, but I do have 3 conditions. Chen Fan, devoid of pretension, had already devised a comprehensive plan the moment he decided to unveil the 5 elements immortal technique. Firstly, I shall impart this knowledge solely to Xiao Zhan. Others who wish to acquire it must gain his approval. Secondly, among the numerous beasts slain in the 5 cities of apocalypse, I demand 1/10 of their corpses. Thirdly, should the authorities discover new relics in the future, I shall possess the right of first entry. These 3 points, I trust, are within the general's capabilities. After stating this, Chen Fan calmly regarded the general before closing his eyes and feigning slumber. The room fell into a profound silence, with even the sound of breathing becoming distinctly audible. Yi Yunlan, trembling with trepidation, hugged Wang Kai tightly, her toes clutching the floor. I can agree to the first 2 points. Even the third point regarding the relics found in White Tiger City, you shall have priority access. However, regarding other relics, the general's words trailed off. Yet Chen Fan comprehended his intent. No worries, you may confer with the others first. All right, please wait, the general exclaimed, retrieving a satellite phone from his drawer and dialing a number. The call was swiftly connected, and before the general appeared 4 projection screens showcasing the other generals from the cities of Apocalypse. It's Old Li. What brings you to assemble everyone so grandly? One of the generals, possessing a square face and piercing, bright eyes, greeted General Li with a smile. General Li quickly summarized the situation, engaging in frank negotiations with the prominent figures before Chen Fan for the next half hour, ultimately reaching a consensus. We shall proceed as per Chen Fan's stipulations. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction, then stood and respectfully bowed to General Li. Thank you, General. This is what you rightfully deserve. On behalf of the nation, I express my gratitude. The decision to relinquish the 5 elements immortal technique was not a hasty whim, but a conclusion reached after careful deliberation. After all, Huagua was his homeland, and he could not stand idly by as the people upon this land faced extinction. On the other hand, by exchanging a substantial quantity of beast materials with the 5 elements immortal technique, he found himself profiting immensely without consuming any of it. Such a commonplace item as the 5 elements immortal technique holds no value in the realm of cultivation, scarcely worth even a fraction of a spirit stone. As for the notion that someone could surpass Chen Fan's realm using the 5 elements immortal technique, he regarded this possibility as nearly non-existent. Firstly, although the spiritual energy on Earth has revived, the demonic energy exceeds the spiritual energy, rendering it less suitable for cultivation compared to the cultivation realm. Secondly, while Earth is abundant in demon beasts, they cannot be converted into cultivation resources. Without resources, relying solely on the 5 elements immortal technique would lead to an unimaginably slow progress. By the time they cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, Chen Fan would likely have already attained the golden core, or even higher. However, to the authorities, even a mere beginner at the first layer of the Qi refinement stage would be equivalent to a versatile psychic master. With a vast population base, they could produce numerous warriors, thus increasing their chances against the demon beast crisis. In summary, this business venture proved immensely profitable for Chen Fan. Yet the authorities did not incur losses either. In fact, Chen Fan planned to exchange for additional cultivation techniques from the cultivation realm once his own realm elevated, intending to impart these teachings as well. This way, he would effectively become a revered master of a realm, with those beneath him assisting in accumulating spirit stones, while he could oversee the secrets of the entire earth, which was far more comfortable than the arduous task of hunting demon beasts. It was not only safe, but also efficient. Appointing Xiao Zhan as the instructor for these techniques was also a strategy to enhance Xiao Zhan's influence, aiding his rise to prominence. As the most exceptional soldier under General Li, Xiao Zhan had solid roots. Now that his past ailments were healed, he had the potential to become a martial sovereign. With both strength and prestige, he was the ideal candidate to succeed General Li once he stepped down. In the absence of absolute power to suppress the authorities, choosing someone close to him to help in his ascension was the optimal strategy. Soon, Chen Fan imparted the 5 elements immortal technique to Xiao Zhan, taking on the role of a hands-off manager and returning to his apartment. Darling, you're finally back. I was so worried. Upon his return, Zheng Miaodong rushed over, tightly embracing Chen Fan and refusing to let go. Miaodong, do you wish to cultivate? You mean, dual cultivation? Zheng Miaodong, her eyes sparkling with flirtation, initially thought Chen Fan was jesting. No, I mean genuine cultivation, the kind that allows one to wield spells. Just like you. Hearing Chen Fan's earnest tone, Zheng Miaodong suddenly snapped to attention, her eyes gleaming as she fixed her gaze on him. Yes, I want it. I want it. Upon Chen Fan's nod of affirmation, Zheng Miaodong immediately burst with excitement, shaking him enthusiastically. However, at that moment, she was seated on Chen Fan's lap, her legs entwined around his waist, and the intense physical contact ignited a fiery desire within him. You want it? I'll make sure you get your fill. A fierce battle ensued on the apartment sofa until Zheng Miaodong was utterly spent and limp. After Zheng Miaodong had slightly recovered, Chen Fan transmitted the 5 Elements Immortal Sutra to her, and she eagerly began her cultivation. Once she attains a sense of qi, I shall provide her with the complete spiritual essence, he mused, wishing to aid Zheng Miaodong in her training while fearing she might be overwhelmed. Chen Fan discreetly added a drop of diluted spiritual essence into her water cup. Having completed this, he retreated to another bedroom, locked the door behind him, and sat cross-legged. Gazing at the enigmatic copper piece that had merged with the octagonal jade platform within his consciousness, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The mysterious copper piece and the octagonal jade platform have both entered my sea of consciousness. The world-traversing function should still be operational, right? Quietly invoking the thought of traveling to the eastern wilderness realm of cultivation, Chen Fan concentrated on the mysterious copper piece. In the next moment, he found himself in the familiar confines of the spirit plant husbandry cottage, letting out a profound sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. As Chapter 57, the 8 Extremities Tower, unfolded, the instant Chen Fan successfully crossed over to the realm of cultivation, the octagonal jade platform within his consciousness trembled slightly, transmitting a message. It turned out that the mysterious copper piece he had obtained was the core of the treasured 8 Extremities Tower's base, and the subsequently merged octagonal jade platform was precisely the foundation of the tower. The 8 Extremities Tower, consisting of 9 levels, symbolized the ultimate in numerical significance. Representing the 9 heavens. Coupled with the name 8 Extremities, it denoted the boundlessness of the universe, thus earning the tower an even more resounding name, the Tower of all heavens and worlds. With such an impressive origin, what other functions might it possess? After merging with the octagonal jade platform, the 8 Extremities Tower appeared to possess a degree of sentience. Otherwise, how could it convey that information? Consequently, Chen Fan endeavored to communicate with it. The octagonal jade platform within his consciousness quivered once more, delivering another message. After merging with the base, the 8 Extremities Tower can establish 8 coordinates, facilitating seamless traversal between them. When you advance to the foundation establishment stage, you will also be able to sense a new world. The newly opened world, akin to Earth, contains a layer of the 8 Extremities Tower component. Wait a moment. Do you mean to say that the Eastern Wilderness realm of cultivation also possesses a layer of the 8 Extremities Tower component? Indeed. Only after the 8 Extremities Tower is fully restored will it possess complete traversing capabilities across all heavens and worlds. After imparting this information, the 8 Extremities Tower fell into a deep silence, unresponsive to Chen Fan's calls, leaving him infuriated. What a troublesome contraption. It doesn't even tell me how to mark the coordinates. After venting his frustration, Chen Fan settled into a cross-legged position, drank a prepared vial of spiritual essence in one gulp, and began the slow process of refining it. At this moment, his utmost priority was to elevate himself to the foundation establishment stage as swiftly as possible. He was determined not to let Yi Linglong get ahead of him. Moreover, he was exceedingly intrigued by the prospect of connecting to a third world as mentioned by the 8 Extremities Tower. When Chen Fan returned to Earth, it was already the following morning. Thanks to his journey through the secret realm and the miraculous effects of the Zhu fruit, he had successfully advanced to the 8th layer of the qi refinement stage, having just ascended to the 7th level of qi refining. He found it quite astonishing that he had achieved yet another breakthrough within a mere few days. There lingered an elusive thought that perhaps he had overlooked some crucial factor, yet he could not quite grasp what it was. Due to the matters concerning the 5 Elements Immortal technique, he harbored concerns that Baihu's city might summon him again. Thus, he devoted his daytime hours to cultivating in his apartment. However, to his surprise, someone did indeed come to find him at noon. Though it was not anyone from the administrative building. Yinlan, what brings you here? Upon seeing the two-dimensional beauty standing at the door, Chen Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. Yi Yunlan, are you not going to invite me in? I have heard whispers that a stunning beauty resides within your abode. She winked at him playfully, a sly smile gracing her lips. Please come in. Chen Fan, being the type who could not disregard someone's presence, welcomed her in. Yet, he was taken aback by how Yi Yunlan acted as if nothing had transpired between them. He found himself at a loss for words, and now, with her seeking him out, he felt a pang of guilt akin to betrayal. Wait a minute, where did that thought come from? A sudden notion struck Chen Fan. What about that, sister? As Yi Yunlan took a seat, she surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for Zheng Miaodong. Darling, do we have a guest? At that moment, Zheng Miaodong emerged from the bedroom in casual attire, having hastily changed from her silk nightgown upon hearing the doorbell. Yi Yunlan, from the Wolf Warrior Squad. She is a wind elemental master. Chen Fan offered a brief introduction, and upon observing Yi Yunlan's meticulously crafted appearance, Zheng Miaodong began to piece together the situation. So, it is Sister Yi. Have you come to compete with me for Chen Fan's affections? With a sputter, Chen Fan sprayed the water he had just sipped all over the place at Zheng Miaodong's bold remark, leaving Yi Yunlan momentarily flustered. Is that not the case? Zheng Miaodong gracefully offered him a tissue to wipe his mouth, casting a challenging glance at Yi Yunlan. And if it is? Provoked by Zheng Miaodong's audacity, Yi Yunlan's competitive spirit ignited. She glared defiantly at Zheng Miaodong with her striking eyes, embodying an unwavering determination. Darling, perhaps you should settle down. I alone cannot fulfill all your desires. To her surprise, Zheng Miaodong paid her no heed, her words sharp as daggers, delivering yet another blow to Yi Yunlan's confidence. Defeated, Yi Yunlan slumped into the sofa, fully aware that she had lost, and quite thoroughly at that. Perhaps you both could discuss this? Chen Fan, feeling overwhelmed, wished to evade the brewing conflict and dared not engage with Zheng Miaodong's suggestion. Very well, sister, let us negotiate. You can have him on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while I take him on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and we shall share him on Sundays. How does that sound? Once again, Chen Fan found himself sputtering the water he had just ingested, and Zheng Miaodong, with an exasperated expression, was forced to assist him once more with a tissue. All right, I shall move in tomorrow. With a determined bite of her teeth, Yi Yunlan rose and fiercely uttered a parting remark before storming out. It remained unclear whether she was provoked by Zheng Miaodong or if it was merely a spur-of-the-moment outburst. Darling, your taste is commendable. This young lady possesses qualities that rival those of Luo Shuiyao. Zheng Miaodong hesitated to speak further. Yet Chen Fan understood her concern. She feared that Yi Yunlan might become the next Luo Shuiyao. Chen Fan had been forthright with Zheng Miaodong regarding the matter of handing over the 5 elements immortal technique to the White Tiger City. The sudden decision of Yi Yunlan to move into the apartment naturally raised suspicions that she may be acting under the influence of White Tiger City. However, that seemed unlikely. Even if it were true, it mattered not. They could deftly consume the sugar-coated pill and return the cannonball on its original path. Chen Fan succinctly articulated his assessment, expressing a nonchalant attitude. As long as you are aware of it. Interestingly, Yi Yunlan's age aligned more suitably with his own, and she was indeed a comrade in arms. How is that suitable? She is several years my junior. Had it not been for the beast attack, she would likely still be in university. Well, isn't that even better? Zheng Miaodong replied with a mischievous smile, though a hint of melancholy flickered within her heart. The following day, Yi Yunlan appeared at the foot of the apartment building, clutching her pet Wangkai and dragging along her luggage. Chen Fan was utterly perplexed to see her truly moving in, burdened with an array of boxes. Where did this girl acquire so much? Did she flee with these belongings amidst the beast onslaught? Yet, he soon discovered the reason. A shopping street had emerged within White Tiger City. Really? I must explore it thoroughly. I haven't had the chance to venture out since arriving at White Tiger City. Yi Yunlan's words piqued Zheng Miaodong's interest, who eagerly pulled her companion towards the door for shopping. Unbeknownst to Yi Yunlan, her casual remark struck a chord with Chen Fan, stirring feelings of guilt within him. To spare Chen Fan from inconvenience, Zheng Miaodong had confined herself to the apartment since entering White Tiger City, never once stepping beyond its threshold. This existence mirrored her previous confinement in Shudu, merely exchanging one cage for a safer one. Chapter 58. Trouble approaches, let us go. I shall accompany you. I have yet to truly explore White Tiger City, Chen Fan suggested. Go on, go. We don't need a big man like you tagging along. You're just a nuisance. Zheng Miaodong dismissed him with a wave, joyfully leading Yi Yunlan out the door. Rebuffed by Zheng Miaodong, Chen Fan relished the opportunity for solitude, returning to his cultivation within the apartment. For most men, accompanying women on shopping excursions is merely a form of torment, and Chen Fan was no exception. Time passed unmeasured until he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of his satellite watch. Chen Fan, come to the commercial street. We are in trouble. The message was from Yi Yunlan, accompanied by a distress signal and coordinates for White Tiger City. Without uttering a word, Chen Fan donned his attire and departed, albeit with a tinge of perplexity. The strict law enforcement in Baihu City raised questions in his mind. How could anyone dare to create a disturbance in such a bustling area? After all, Yi Yunlan was a member of the investigation team. Who would be so audacious? While contemplating, he hastened his pace and arrived at the coordinates sent by Yi Yunlan within 10 minutes. From a distance, he observed a throng of people gathered, creating a cacophony, at the center of which stood Yi Yunlan and Zheng Miaodong. Beautiful lady, where is your man? If he doesn't arrive soon, I fear I shall lose my patience, taunted a flamboyantly dressed young master. Though his looks were not unremarkable, his pallor betrayed a lack of exercise and excessive indulgence. He lounged against an opulent chair, casting a mocking gaze toward Zheng Miaodong, his eyes occasionally lingering on Yi Yunlan's long, elegant legs, revealing a predatory glint, with an imperceptible arrogance etched upon his brow. Behind him loomed two towering bodyguards clad in suits and sunglasses, exuding an air of authority, mirroring the attire of the crowd encircling Yi Yunlan and Zheng Miaodong. If I am not mistaken, are you waiting for me? Chen Fan strode forward, an expression of mockery plastered across his face as he casually cleared his ears. Chen Fan, you have finally arrived. Yi Yunlan's anger transformed into joy at his appearance, filling her with newfound confidence. In her eyes, Chen Fan was nothing short of invincible, and she felt no fear of the arrogant young master before her. Meanwhile, Zheng Miaodong's enchanting eyes brimmed with tears. Upon closer inspection, a wound marred her knee, evidently a result of the earlier altercation. So you are her man? You do not seem particularly impressive, sneered Wang Yunsong, casting a dismissive glance at Chen Fan. I'll offer 5 million. Let her come with me, and you can take the money and leave. Such arrogance. Chen Fan, disinterested in exchanging words with this entitled young master, activated his swift shadow technique, moving with the grace of a swan, and in an instant, he stood beside Wang Yunsong, delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying from his chair. The speed of the swift shadow technique was so astonishing that even the bodyguards beside Wang Yunsong could not react in time, and he was left reeling, two of his teeth flying out alongside him. Master, the sight of their leader being struck incited the bodyguard's fury. One rushed to assist Wang Yunsong, while another charged at Chen Fan with a fist raised. The bodyguards surrounding Zheng Miaodong quickly rallied, converging upon Chen Fan in a wave of aggression. Dare to strike me? Get him! Wang Yunsong, momentarily dazed from the blow, soon regained his composure and bellowed in rage, inadvertently aggravating his dental wounds. Seeing Wang Yunsong still daring to shout, and noting that many of the approaching bodyguards possessed martial prowess, Chen Fan felt a surge of determination. Water Dragon Bullet. A talisman was cast forth, and the surrounding bodyguards were instantly sent sprawling. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. He is a practitioner. How dare he wield his powers within the inner city? Alas, such impulsiveness. If apprehended by the enforcement team, his fate would be dire. Yet, under the circumstances, had he refrained from using his abilities, he would have been brutally beaten to death. Who could blame him for crossing paths with young Master Wang? He is the apple of the city lord's eye? As Chen Fan listened to the murmurs around him, a frown creased his brow. Today's events felt awry, as if someone had plotted against him. He was well aware that the use of martial prowess, particularly supernatural abilities, was strictly prohibited in White Tiger City, a rule he had learned on his first day as an investigator. However, given the circumstances, he had no alternative. Had he not feared the city's regulations, he would have resorted to fireball magic instead. You are doomed. How dare you employ your powers in White Tiger City? I shall have my father dismember you. Wang Yunsong, accustomed to wielding authority, was taken aback that someone would disregard his status and the laws of White Tiger City. His speech trembled, and only the thought of his elevated father provided him with a modicum of courage, yet he still exuded an air of bluster concealing cowardice. Seeing Wang Yunsong's audacity to continue his threats, Chen Fan showed no mercy. He approached and delivered a couple of sharp slaps, ensuring his cheeks were evenly reddened. Why did you come to trouble me? After the blows, Chen Fan lifted Wang Yunsong's bloodied chin, offering a smile he deemed affable. What now? Will you continue to shout? Who sent you? As he spoke, Chen Fan shifted his tone, seeking to gauge Wang Yunsong's reaction. Regrettably, Wang Yunsong appeared utterly dazed, seemingly oblivious to the inquiries posed. Please don't hit me. My father is a martial sovereign. My father is a martial sovereign. At this moment, Wang Yunsong was thoroughly frightened. Chen Fan's smile, to him, appeared demonic in its malevolence. He repetitively uttered the same phrase, as if it would bolster his dwindling courage. Raise your hands. At that moment, the enforcement team of White Tiger City arrived belatedly, a contingent of approximately 30 fully armed soldiers encircling the crowd. Chen Fan had no intention of surrendering by raising his hands, yet he stood up, shaking off the blood that had splattered upon him. Placing his hands in plain view for the enforcement team. You can see for yourself, they ganged up on me. Chen Fan shrugged, a look of exasperation on his face. Observing the moaning bodyguards strewn about, along with Wang Yunsong, now resembling a pig's head before him, the captain of the enforcement team felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Although the visage of the battered Wang Yunsong was obscured, he recognized the bodyguards. With the city lord's son so brutally assaulted in the inner city, the captain of the enforcement team could hardly absolve himself of responsibility. After a moment's contemplation, he reached a decision. Arrest him. Chapter 59. The Might of the Martial Sovereign, terrifying indeed. Upon hearing the words of the captain of the law enforcement team, Chen Fan's countenance darkened immediately, while the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. How could this be? They should at least be apprehended together, shouldn't they? It's nothing short of bullying. Hush. Have you considered who it is that was assaulted? That is the son of the city lord. Ah, so it's him. Since you wish to play this game, I shall give you a grand spectacle. After being persistently troubled, Chen Fan's patience had worn thin, having just handed over the 5-element celestial art. He found himself embroiled in such a predicament, leading him to suspect that someone was deliberately targeting him. The phrase to shed the donkey after using it may sound harsh, but to dismantle the bridge after crossing it is truly fitting. They claim they act for the nation, yet such words are nothing but deceitful drivel. Observing the swarm of law enforcement soldiers approaching, Chen Fan prepared to summon the Wuchen's sword, intending to strike swiftly enough to prevent the soldiers from retaliating. However, he knew he would have to flee to the realm of cultivation thereafter. Stop! Just as Chen Fan was poised to unleash his wrath, a powerful voice resonated from the crowd. The onlookers turned to see Xiao Zhan arriving with the Wolf Brigade. Upon sighting Xiao Zhan, Chen Fan's seething anger subsided somewhat, and he coldly glared at the members of the law enforcement team. Should anyone make a move, he would not hesitate to act. Captain Xiao, the investigation team has no authority over our law enforcement matters. Besides, we are of equal rank. The captain of the law enforcement team, upon recognizing Xiao Zhan, experienced a fleeting moment of shock, quickly transforming into dissatisfaction. The investigation team and the law enforcement team maintained a respectful distance. Did Xiao Zhan still believe he was the same man as before? As the captain prepared to signal his subordinates to continue apprehending Chen Fan, he was met with Xiao Zhan's mocking laughter. Go Yiming, I advise you not to miscalculate. Look at this. With that, Xiao Zhan produced a letter of appointment, unfurling it before Go Yiming, his gaze piercing and unyielding, rendering Go Yiming hesitant to act. The letter of appointment designated Xiao Zhan as the deputy city lord of Baihu City. An astute onlooker eagerly read aloud the contents of the appointment, causing the crowd to erupt in excitement. Deputy city lord. Goodness, that is a significant figure. So what if he is the deputy city lord? Wang Yunkai is still the son of the city lord. Let us not forget, the city lord is a martial sovereign. While some were awed by Xiao Zhan's status, others remained indifferent, cognizant that the title of deputy still placed him beneath the city lord. What? Go Yiming struggled to fathom the reality before him. Rumors had suggested that Xiao Zhan had suffered grave internal injuries and had gradually receded from the center of power. How had he suddenly made such a remarkable comeback? What are you waiting for? Hurry and apprehend those individuals. Without uttering a word, Xiao Zhan remained stoic, while Lu Danian could not help but take on an air of triumph, directing the situation with an attitude reminiscent of a fox relying on the might of a tiger. In the presence of the lord of Xiao City, the hesitant Go Yiming subtly gestured towards Wang Yunsong, unable to utter his name directly. What? Is my speech ineffective? Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes, which caused Go Yiming to tremble in fear. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly apprehend all these troublemakers. The soldiers of the enforcement team fell silent, but upon receiving Go Yiming's order, they sprang into action. Go Yiming approached Wang Yunsong, awkwardly apologizing. My apologies, young Master Wang. His demeanor elicited unabashed ridicule from Lu Danian, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Go Yiming wished he could vanish into the ground, but the prevailing circumstances compelled him to endure. Yunsong, come home with me. At that moment, an authoritative voice resonated from behind Xiao Zhan, infused with a calm yet commanding presence. Chen Fan turned to see a robust, sprightly middle-aged man approaching. Strangely, despite his seemingly displeased stride, he swiftly reached the front of the crowd. Lord Wang, you have finally arrived. Go Yiming exclaimed, visibly relieved to see the middle-aged man. But alas, Lord Wang did not spare him a glance, proceeding directly to Xiao Zhan. You have recuperated? Yunsong did not resort to violence. Thus he has not contravened the regulations of the White Tiger City, correct? Indeed, the Lord speaks true. Even Xiao Zhan, in the face of a martial sovereign, refrained from challenging him, opting instead to concede. Are you his father? You must discipline him properly upon your return. Xiao Zhan acquiesced. Yet Chen Fan's temperament was less forgiving. Witnessing Wang Yunsong's imminent departure, he could not suppress a caustic remark. The utterance sent shockwaves through the assembly, leaving everyone breathless. After all, he was a martial sovereign, a being capable of subduing an entire city. How could this young man dare to speak so? Youth, one must exercise restraint and mercy, he warned. Before his words could settle, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Lord Wang, enveloping the crowd in a profound sense of dread that reverberated within their very souls, compelling their knees to buckle as they prostrated themselves on the ground. In an instant, only 4 individuals remained standing: the Wang father and son, Xiao Zhan, and Chen Fan. Even Xiao Zhan, a 6th-rank martial master, trembled uncontrollably, nearing his limit. As the most direct recipient of this oppressive force, Chen Fan, despite his aura of protection, found it increasingly arduous to withstand. As his knees began to bend, Chen Fan bit his tongue, summoning his last vestiges of strength to remain upright. Fortunately, the pressure surged swiftly, dissipating just as rapidly. Noticing Chen Fan's unexpected resilience, Lord Wang paused momentarily in surprise before continuing on his way. Before long, the figures of the Wang father and son vanished from sight, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. At this moment, the crowd finally managed to rise from the ground. The might of the martial sovereigns was indeed terrifying. Chen Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, dragging his weary body, slowly made his way towards his apartment. Chen Fan. Xiao Zhan called out to him, but Chen Fan remained oblivious. Seeing Chen Fan depart, Zheng Miaodong hurriedly pursued him. Noticing his unsteady gait, she cautiously extended her hand in an attempt to assist him, only to be gently rebuffed by Chen Fan. "I'm fine," he insisted, though his expression betrayed an unprecedented grimness. Zheng Miaodong, momentarily at a loss after being rejected, felt a pang of guilt, thinking that it was her fault that things had come to this. "Miaodong, let us leave as well." At that moment, Yi Yunlan approached Zheng Miaodong and gently linked her arm. Xiao Zhan, watching the trio fade into the distance, particularly Chen Fan's slightly hunched figure, let out a deep sigh. Alas, Lu Wushuang furrowed her brow, fixated on Yi Yunlan's retreating silhouette. As Chen Fan returned to his apartment, his emotions had settled considerably. Observing the concern etched on Zheng Miaodong and Yi Yunlan's faces, he forced a smile. "I truly am fine. Yunlan, does today's event have anything to do with you?" After offering some comfort to the two women, Chen Fan shifted his gaze, calmly regarding Yi Yunlan. At that moment, as Yi Yunlan moved into the apartment, she coincidentally encountered Wang Yunkai, prompting Chen Fan to ponder further. "Chen Fan, do you suspect me? How could you doubt me?" Yi Yunlan, both furious and distressed, plopped down onto the sofa, ignoring Chen Fan, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zheng Miaodong, observing from the side, wished to console Yi Yunlan but understood that it was best to remain silent. "All right, I believe you. I will impart to you the 5 elements celestial art, and may provide you with superior cultivation methods in the future. I hope you do not let me down." Chen Fan's tone was flat, devoid of discernible emotion, leaving it unclear whether he truly believed in Yi Yunlan. Yet, at this juncture, his mindset had shifted. Rather than attempting to decipher the hearts of others, he resolved to strengthen himself. He had initially thought that with his current strength, complemented by a good rapport with General Li, no one within White Tiger City would dare to trouble him. However, the events of the day had struck him like a resounding slap across the face. Had he been stronger than Lord Wang, it would not have been he who nearly bowed in submission today. Yi Yunlan paused, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She wished to decline the 5 elements celestial art, yet found herself unwilling to part with it, especially because Chen Fan mentioned that he would bestow upon her superior cultivation techniques. Her curiosity was piqued to an infinite degree. "You must keep your word. I shall forgive you this time," Yi Yunlan stated with a hint of pride. But Chen Fan turned his attention back to Zheng Miaodong. "Miaodong, you are not to blame for today's events. From now on, you may come and go as you please, wherever your heart desires." No sooner had he spoken than tears began to cascade down Zheng Miaodong's cheeks. "Husband, do you not want me anymore? What are you talking about? I merely wish for you not to remain cooped up at home. I had previously overlooked this." Chen Fan felt exasperated. His expression darkened. Zheng Miaodong, initially believing Chen Fan was being sarcastic and preparing to leave, instantly beamed with joy upon hearing his clarification. How annoying. Why not be clearer? After venturing out that day, she had discovered that there was little of interest in White Tiger City. Zheng Miaodong's antics lightened the atmosphere in the room considerably. After imparting the 5 elements celestial technique to Yi Yunlan, Chen Fan declared his intention to enter seclusion for a time, subsequently retreating to his bedroom. "Focus on your cultivation," he murmured to himself, gradually entering a state of seclusion as he returned to the realm of cultivation. While Chen Fan was deeply engrossed in his meditation, Xiao Zhan came to visit several times, only to be turned away by Yi Yunlan, who cited Chen Fan's seclusion as the reason for his absence. Due to Xiao Zhan's promotion, both Chen Fan and Yi Yunlan voluntarily withdrew from the Wolf Brigade, thereby officially dissolving the team. Lu Danian followed Xiao Zhan into the city hall, while Yan Bingyun and Lu Shuang were reassigned to other investigative teams. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded in the Eastern Wilderness cultivation world. Damn Chen Fan. He chose to enter seclusion at such a critical time. Yi Linglong sent several communication talismans, but received no response from Chen Fan. Frustrated, she made her way to the Chun family's spiritual fields, only to discover that Chen Fan was indeed in a state of seclusion. A cultivator's seclusion can last anywhere from a few days to several years. The higher the realm, the longer the duration may be. Realizing she could no longer rely on Chen Fan, Yi Linglong returned home, taking charge of the situation alone. Days later, upon awakening from his meditative state, Chen Fan found several communication talismans sent by Yi Linglong. Master Qingmu, has he truly perished? Without a moment to ponder, Chen Fan sent a talisman back to Yi Linglong and swiftly made his way to the Yi family. With Master Qingmu's demise, the Qingmu sect could no longer suppress the numerous qi-refining families within its domain, and chaos erupted in the Qingmu mountain region. As Chen Fan approached Yi City, he sensed the sounds of a battle emanating from the direction of the Yi family, prompting him to quicken his pace. In the past, he would have likely fled from such a situation, but now, having emerged from seclusion with his strength having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, he felt a surge of confidence. Yi Linglong, graciously yield Yi City. You alone cannot contend with us. Within the Yi family courtyard, 3 cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle against Yi Linglong. Among them, 2 individuals were at the 8th level of qi refinement, while another was a master at the 9th level. Such prowess could be considered among the elite within the entire Qingmu mountain region. Just based on your capabilities, you are far from qualified. Yi Linglong, despite facing 3 opponents, was forced to retreat step by step, yet her lips remained defiantly unyielding, exuding an air of arrogance. Humph. Why waste words with a dead man? The one speaking was the 9th level master, whose emaciated frame appeared as if it could collapse at any moment. Who dares? As the frail elder spoke, he suddenly pivoted, fixing his gaze upon the entrance of the Yi residence. Miss Yi, do you require assistance? Chen Fan flashed a roguish grin, which appeared particularly infuriating in Yi Linglong's eyes. However, when her gaze fell upon Chen Fan's aura of the 9th level of qi refinement, her jaw dropped in astonishment. You have actually reached the 9th level of qi refinement. The sudden emergence of a 9th level master caused the 3 individuals to feel a sense of alarm. Fellow cultivator, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. This is a matter between us and the Yi family. As long as you refrain from intervening, the Wang family will surely reward you handsomely. The Wang family, they are the very ones I despise the most. Upon hearing the elder proclaim his affiliation, Chen Fan finally understood the identities of the individuals before him. The Wang family had long been a prominent clan in the Qingmu sect's territory, with ancestors who had even produced foundation establishment cultivators. Their foundation was comparable to that of the Qingmu sect itself. Now that the demise of the Qingmu master had been confirmed, they could no longer contain themselves and began to expand outward. You distract that old man. I will deal with these 2 insignificant fish, and then I shall come to your aid. As soon as Chen Fan uttered these words, the expressions of the 3 Wang cultivators shifted dramatically, while Yi Linglong displayed a look of satisfaction, promptly assigning Chen Fan a task. Very well. The Wuchen sword soared into the air, hurtling directly towards the frail elder without a hint of hesitation. Seeing Chen Fan engage without so much as a greeting, the elder truly became enraged. Ignorant child, since you have chosen to seek death, then you shall remain here. The frail elder unleashed a ghastly white bone claw, which seized the Wuchen sword with an iron grip, producing a sound akin to the clash of metal as the 2 forces collided. This claw was evidently also a magical artifact. Chapter 61. The first duel of magic. The Wuchen sword being restrained by the bone claw momentarily stunned Chen Fan, but he quickly recognized his miscalculation. These individuals before me are genuine cultivators, not the diminished versions of beasts from Earth. The Wuchen sword was effective against beasts, yet it faltered against fellow cultivators wielding magical artifacts. Fortunately, having experienced countless battles, Chen Fan's combat experience was relatively rich. His immediate thought was not to unleash spells against the foe, but rather to cast multiple talismans. Fire Explosion Talisman, Water Dragon Talisman, Swift Movement Talisman, Diamond Talisman. Several talismans were thrown, encompassing offensive, defensive, and acceleration types. As the frail elder was impeded by the offensive talismans, Chen Fan had already utilized the Swift Movement Talisman to create distance between them. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Linglong, who had been attentively observing the battle, finally felt a sense of relief. In her eyes, Chen Fan had been sequestered in the spiritual field, diligently honing his skills, and possessed little combat experience. Now, seeing that Chen Fan was safe, she began to focus entirely on her own adversaries. Suddenly, Yi Linglong's aura surged, elevating her to the 9th level of qi refinement, instantly instilling fear in her 2 opponents. At that moment, while the 2 Wang clan cultivators were momentarily stunned, Yi Linglong cast a formation plate at their feet, summoning bolts of heavenly thunder. The 5 Thunder Formation. How could you possess such a formation? Upon seeing the formation plate, the gaunt elder's expression changed dramatically. But it was too late. The 2 8th level Wang clan cultivators were unable to defend themselves in time, and their protective spiritual energy was shattered, resulting in their immediate demise from the descending lightning strikes. Eldest. Third. The situation shifted rapidly, and the gaunt elder, caught off guard, could scarcely comprehend that his 2 sons had perished while he was merely momentarily restrained. The anguish of a parent losing their children drove him to the brink of madness. "I want you dead, die?" Before his words could dissipate, dark clouds enveloped the sky as a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, and a thunderous roar echoed through the clear sky, heralding the birth of a heavenly tribulation. "Damn it, he intends to perish with us." Upon witnessing the emergence of the thunderclouds, Yi Linglong's expression changed. The God Elder, having lost his two sons, was now disregarding his own life and forcefully began to establish his foundation. Even though his attempt at foundation establishment would surely fail, he could still drag Chen Fan and Yi Linglong down with him. "Ha! Think you can escape?" Too late. Seeing Yi Linglong and Chen Fan preparing to flee the Yi residence, the Gaunt Elder would not permit their escape. He casually tossed a formation plate, enveloping the entire Yi family courtyard with a confinement array, the very same that Yi Linglong had previously employed. What to do? With their retreat blocked, Chen Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to use the 8 Extremes Tower to escape back to Earth. If Yi Linglong was unable to find a solution, he would not hesitate to return later for the spoils. "Hold him off for a moment. I will lead you out." Fortunately, Yi Linglong did not disappoint him. After uttering this phrase, she retrieved several formation flags from her bag and placed them on the ground, her hands deftly gesturing in the air to weave a formation. Why is she setting up a formation at a time like this? Chen Fan grumbled internally, yet his hands moved swiftly. While wielding the Wuqian sword to distract and restrain the skeletal claw artifact, he unleashed a barrage of talismans to bombard the Gaunt Elder, preventing him from interrupting Yi Linglong's formation. Simultaneously, the clouds in the sky thickened, and flickers of silver light emanated from the darkening clouds, indicating that the thunder was brewing. Taking shape. Are you ready? The tribulation lightning is about to descend. As the tribulation lightning loomed, Chen Fan could no longer contain his urgency, fully prepared to flee with the 8 Extremes Tower at any moment. Just as Chen Fan was preparing to activate the 8 Extremes Tower, Yi Linglong's voice finally reached him, her delicate hands gripping his right hand tightly. "Hold on to me." A wave of overwhelming dizziness washed over him, and he felt as though his body was on the verge of being torn apart. At that moment, the 8 Extremes Tower in his consciousness trembled slightly, enveloping him in a gentle force, causing the intense sensation of tearing to vanish instantaneously. "What a treasure!" Chen Fan exclaimed sincerely, realizing what had transpired. Yi Linglong had set up a spatial teleportation array. While pondering this, he suddenly felt as though he was being expelled by some unseen force, losing his balance and nearly stumbling. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered that both he and Yi Linglong had been teleported out of the Yi residence, appearing just outside Yi City. "Don't let go." As Chen Fan was calculating the distance of the teleportation, Yi Linglong's stern voice broke through his thoughts, and he realized he was still firmly holding her hand, never having released it. "Miss Yi, from whom did you learn this formation?" Feeling quite embarrassed, Chen Fan quickly shifted the topic to inquire about Yi Linglong's formation skills. Among the myriad of arts in cultivation, he was particularly intrigued by elixirs and formations, having sought her counsel before, yet he never anticipated her to be so tight-lipped. "Chen Shiqing, how did you manage to elevate your cultivation to the 9th layer of qi refinement?" Yi Linglong retorted, causing Chen Fan to retreat, somewhat chagrined. Both of them harbored significant secrets, pretending to be oblivious to each other's truths, which was an unspoken understanding between them. To pry too deeply would only jeopardize their relationship. It seemed that old man must have perished. They fell into silence for a moment, noticing the calamity clouds over the Yi family dissipating, which led them to understand that the withered elder had likely met his end. "Well, let us go?" Yi Linglong agreed, and the two of them proceeded towards the Yi residence. Upon arriving at the Yi estate, they indeed found the body of the withered elder lying in the courtyard, with the corpses of his two sons nearby. With a swift motion of her right hand, Yi Linglong collected the 3 men's spatial bags. "Is this distribution acceptable to you?" she asked Chen Fan symbolically after efficiently dividing the spoils. No problem. I must thank Miss Yi for her care." It was clear that Yi Linglong had been the one exerting herself most during the battle. However, when it came to the distribution of the spoils, she had divided them equally, which Chen Fan was quite pleased with. "Speaking of which, you have saved me twice now. I doubt I can procure the foundation establishment pill as quickly as you, so I will seek other means and won't trouble you further. Are you planning to leave?" Hearing Yi Linglong express her intentions, Chen Fan looked at her with confusion. According to their previous agreement, if Chen Fan established his foundation first, he was to help Yi Linglong find another foundation establishment pill. Today, Yi Linglong has expressed her desire for Chen Fan to refrain from further assistance, evidently harboring alternative intentions. The Yunshui region is on the brink of chaos. Yi Linglong's countenance bore the weight of gravity as she calmly dropped a bombshell on Chen Fan. Chapter 62. The departure of Yi Linglong. Through Yi Linglong's elaboration, Chen Fan came to comprehend the profound repercussions stemming from the demise of Master Qingmu. The realm of East Wilderness, where the cultivation world resides, is known as the Kongming realm, which encompasses the southern Ming, northern Ming, and western Buddhist realms. Beneath the East Wilderness, it is further divided into 9 provinces, with Yunshui being one of the 18 domains under the jurisdiction of Qingzhou, specifically ruled by the Baiyun sect, Shuihua sect, and Qingmu sect. Previously, the Qingmu sect boasted several foundation-building cultivators, who, while slightly inferior to the Baiyun and Shuihua sects, nonetheless constituted a formidable force. In a conflict between 2 tigers, one is bound to be injured. However, if a third party intervenes, it can foster a temporary equilibrium through mutual caution. Yet, as the foundation-building practitioners of the Qingmu sect continue to perish, the sect finds itself in a state of decline, lacking new practitioners to take their place. This precarious balance has been shattered instantaneously. Logically, one might expect that even in such circumstances, the Baiyun sect and Shuihua sect would engage in fierce conflict, with the Qingmu mountain realm merely witnessing a skirmish between nascent cultivators, resulting in minimal casualties. However, the situation is exacerbated by the revelation that Master Bihui of Bihui Square is actually an undercover agent for the Shuihua sect. This revelation has ensnared all powers within the Qingmu mountain realm into the burgeoning conflict. Now, with Master Bihui having launched an assault on Qingmu Mountain, the next step would be to unify all practitioners of Qingmu Mountain, sending them to the front lines against the Baiyun sect, a fate from which they may not even comprehend the manner of their demise. Is this truly the world of cultivation? Yi Linglong's tone was flat. Yet it was the first occasion that Chen Fan viscerally grasped the brutal reality of the cultivation world. He refrained from inquiring about Yi Linglong's destination, instead offering a sincere bow of gratitude. Thank you, Miss Yi, for your revelations. Farewell. Yi Linglong remained silent, and he understood that she deemed it inappropriate to bring him along. The invaluable information she had shared with him, enabling him to prepare for the impending turmoil, was already a rare gift. After speaking, Chen Fan turned to leave, aware that chaos was imminent, and he too must commence preparations for the upheaval within the Yunshui region. Brother Chen, please wait. Linglong has an unreasonable request. Just as Chen Fan was about to depart, Yi Linglong called out to him, her expression revealing a hint of hesitation. Miss Yi, I am at your service. In the spirit of reciprocity, given all that Yi Linglong had assisted him with, he was naturally inclined to offer his aid if feasible. While I may depart, the Yi family cannot. I wish to trouble Brother Chen to assist in safeguarding the Yi family. This is the Zhou Tian Li Hua grand array that I have arranged. With this array, high-level qi refining practitioners can fend off low-level foundation-building cultivators. Should Brother Chen agree, I shall entrust the array to you. Of course, if it becomes unfeasible, you may withdraw at any time. Ultimately, this is not your responsibility. Yi Linglong, with her gaze unwavering, looked at Chen Fan, seemingly indifferent to whether he would agree or not. Very well, I consent, Chen Fan replied after a moment's contemplation, earnestly expressing his gratitude to Yi Linglong once more. On the surface, she appeared to be requesting his assistance in overseeing the Yi family, yet in truth, she had no demands. He was well aware of her intentions. She had generously bestowed upon him a second-tier formation for self-protection, while overseeing the Yi family was merely an incidental task. The journey of immortality is long. Take care of yourself. Take care. After this exchange of well wishes, the two did not look back. Upon returning to his modest abode, Chen Fan began to ponder how to navigate the impending turmoil in the Yunshui region. The Baiyun sect and the Shuihua sect were formidable forces, each boasting not only foundation-building cultivators, but also possessing the might of false Dan warriors within their ranks. A conflict of this magnitude among sects of such caliber would undoubtedly take at least 3 to 5 years to resolve. His immediate objective was to enhance his strength as much as possible before the flames of war reached the territory of Qingmu Mountain. Thus, reaching the foundation establishment stage became his most pressing concern. With chaos looming in the Yunshui region, Chen Fan resolved to enter seclusion once more, aiming to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Before his retreat, he took a brief trip back to Earth, only to discover that both Yi Yunlan and Zheng Miaodong had successfully condensed their qi. Glancing at the time on his phone, he realized that over a month had passed, and the day of the 7th beast tide was fast approaching. The phrase time flies while in seclusion was not an exaggeration. Darling, you've finally emerged from your retreat. Look, what is this? Zheng Miaodong exclaimed with enthusiasm, demonstrating her accomplishment with a wood shield technique, unaware that Chen Fan had already sensed their presence. And I. Yi Yunlan, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over, and the two stood before Chen Fan, beaming with joy. Wonderful. You both are remarkable. Chen Fan feigned surprise, though internally he grappled with self-doubt. Could it be that my aptitude is truly so lacking? Reflecting on his own journey, he recalled how he had spent 8 years cultivating before successfully condensing his qi upon acquiring the Yujing bottle. Without that artifact, He might have taken another 8 years to achieve such a feat. In contrast, these two had only engaged with the techniques for less than 2 months. And given the significantly lower concentration of spiritual energy on Earth compared to the realm of cultivation, their success was astounding. The stark disparity left Chen Fan feeling uneasy. Darling, what's wrong? Zheng Miaodong, perceptive as ever, quickly noticed Chen Fan's discomfort. Huh, it's nothing. I was just pondering whether you two are some kind of cultivation prodigies. He replied, adjusting his mindset and playfully jesting with Zheng Miaodong. Indeed, I heard from the team leader that among the first batch of 1,000 experimental subjects, only 3 have succeeded in condensing their qi so far. 3. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Fan was genuinely astonished. Yes, just 3. Now you see how impressive Yunlan and I are. Yi Yunlan became increasingly exhilarated, much like a child boasting about their excellent grades to their parents. Little did she know that Chen Fan was not astonished by the fact that there were merely 3 successful candidates, but rather by the alarming number of 3. In the realm of cultivation, the statistics suggest that approximately 1 in 100 possesses a spiritual root, and among those, 90% are classified as mixed or mundane roots. With such qualifications, the prospect of achieving qi condensation within a month is akin to a fool's errand. Even those with Earth's spiritual roots, who manage to condense qi in 3 months, are considered exceptional. Only those endowed with heavenly spiritual roots may accomplish such a feat in just over a month. Yet, Yi Yunlan informed herself that Xiao Zhan had gathered 1,000 individuals for trials, with 3 achieving successful qi condensation, leaving Chen Fan questioning his understanding of the cultivation world. At home, Chen Fan had discreetly altered the drinking water, infusing it with diluted spiritual liquid. When he noticed the 2 women becoming qi practitioners, he attributed it solely to the efficacy of the spiritual liquid and dismissed it as a mere coincidence. However, upon reflection, the matter appeared to be far more intricate than he initially perceived. Chapter 63. Coordinate. Marking. Chen Fan, you finally deigned to meet me, exclaimed Xiao Zhan, elated upon Chen Fan's visit. He had now attained the position of Deputy City Lord of White Tiger City and possessed the 5 elements celestial art jade slip, basking in a moment of unparalleled glory. For cultivators to advance, they require the aid of engraved jade slips containing cultivation techniques. Relying solely on oral transmission can easily lead to significant gaps in knowledge. With his possession of the 5 elements celestial art slip, anyone wishing to practice must receive his endorsement, and those who have learned it cannot impart the knowledge without permission. Chen Fan had chosen Xiao Zhan for this very reason. Considering such dynamics, Brother Xiao, please refrain from jesting. I have indeed been in seclusion, Chen Fan chuckled, exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Zhan before revealing his purpose. I've heard that the first batch of practitioners of the 5 elements celestial art has seen 3 individuals successfully condense qi. Might I request an audience with them? Of course. I shall summon them immediately. Xiao Zhan, taken aback by Chen Fan's request, promptly ordered for the 3 successful candidates to be called forth. He hesitated momentarily before speaking with a tone laced with regret. Chen Fan, regarding Wang Yunkai, Brother Xiao, that matter is in the past. Discussing it now serves little purpose. Chen Fan interjected, having undergone a shift in mindset. He was no longer interested in who might be targeting him. With absolute strength, his goal was to eliminate any threats that dared to surface. Xiao Zhan, sensing Chen Fan's reluctance to delve further into the topic, sighed softly, realizing that this incident had ultimately created a rift between Chen Fan and White Tiger City. They have arrived. Before the individuals even crossed the threshold into the room, Chen Fan had already sensed the approach of 3 first-level qi practitioners. Observing their synchronized and powerful strides, Chen Fan immediately discerned that these individuals hailed from the military. He had anticipated this. In the apocalypse, only the armed forces represented the most trusted authority. My goodness, they all possessed celestial roots. As the 3 stood before him, the astonishment that surged within Chen Fan was akin to a tidal wave. Out of 1,000 individuals, 3 possessed celestial roots? What a terrifying ratio. If these individuals were transported to the realm of cultivation and allowed to develop for a few decades, he could potentially unify the waters of Yun. However, this thought flickered through his mind only momentarily before being utterly dismissed. Cultivation demands resources, companions, methods, and land. Chen Fan himself lacked sufficient resources, let alone the means to support so many with celestial roots. What do you think? Xiao Zhan's penetrating gaze fixed upon Chen Fan, eagerly awaiting his evaluation of the experimental results. Should this method prove effective, it would soon proliferate within the military, heralding humanity's emergence from the city of apocalypse. Not bad, Chen Fan acknowledged, though he voiced his concerns. Yet, the evolution of the beasts continues unabated, and their cultivation speed outpaces that of the beasts. This should not be a significant worry. Our observations indicate that although the beasts evolve with each full moon, the intensity of their evolution has been gradually diminishing. It is likely that after a few more cycles, their evolutionary leaps will cease to be substantial. As the deputy city lord of White Tiger City, Xiao Zhan evidently possessed greater authority and was well informed about the data concerning beast evolution. That's reassuring. If this is the case, there is hope for Huagua. Upon hearing this news, Chen Fan felt a slight relief. Had the beasts been capable of infinite evolution, even he would have had to retreat in a few years. The slowing pace of beast evolution was undoubtedly a positive development. Indeed, we shall persevere. By the way, the materials from the beasts you requested have arrived. Would you like to take a look? Following Xiao Zhan to a warehouse in White Tiger City, Chen Fan was struck by the sight of 5 full warehouses stacked with the carcasses of beasts. All of this is yours, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, spreading his arms wide with a beaming smile directed at Chen Fan. Please extend my gratitude to General Li. Feeling the sincerity of both Xiao Zhan and General Li, Chen Fan found some comfort. At the very least, General Li was initially unaware of the Wang Yunsong incident, and Xiao Zhan had genuinely come to his rescue. However, given the current circumstances, Chen Fan's mindset had irrevocably shifted. He would no longer be swayed by General Li's goodwill. It appears I shall require a larger storage space. Surveying the 5 warehouses brimming with beast materials, Chen Fan felt a twinge of regret. Such an abundance of materials could not be relocated in one go. The prospect of transporting them batch by batch was exceedingly laborious. But I can mark the coordinates. Suddenly, Chen Fan experienced an epiphany and recalled the coordinate marking function of the 8 Extremes Tower. Brother Xiao, may I enter and take a look? Chen Fan fabricated an excuse to gain access to the warehouse, where he began to experiment with marking coordinates. Although the 8 Extremes Tower had not provided him with explicit instructions, the operational methods of magical artifacts in the cultivation realm were largely similar. After a series of attempts, Chen Fan successfully marked the location of Warehouse 1. How simple it is. Upon succeeding, Chen Fan could not help but express his heartfelt admiration. He then cheerfully ventured to the remaining 4 warehouses, marking the coordinates in obscure locations deep within, where they would be difficult for others to discover. Thus, once the warehouses were locked, he could infiltrate at any time to transfer the materials of the demonic beasts. He even took the precaution of checking to ensure that there were no surveillance cameras inside the warehouse. Rather, the monitoring was positioned around the perimeter. Clearly, no one would suspect that someone could stealthily infiltrate and steal the materials of demonic beasts while the doors were locked. Let us go, Brother Xiao. After completing all these tasks, Chen Fan was in high spirits, his tone noticeably uplifted. Observing Chen Fan's satisfaction, Xiao Zhan finally felt a sense of relief. As long as Chen Fan did not harbor any resentment towards him, everything would be fine. Upon returning to the apartment, Chen Fan seamlessly traversed back to the cultivation realm. With a mere thought, he silently appeared within Warehouse 1. Very good, this works splendidly. After testing the coordinates several times, Chen Fan confirmed that he could traverse freely and began transferring the materials of the demonic beasts to the cultivation realm. Presently, with Yi Linglong seeking refuge elsewhere, the Yi family nominally still controlled Yi City, yet they had drastically retracted their operations, closing all businesses such as the treasure pavilion that engaged with cultivators. Even with the demonic beast materials in his possession, Chen Fan found himself devoid of sales channels. Consequently, he only transferred a small portion of the materials before halting his efforts, summoning the current head of the Yi family, Master Yi, who was responsible for the transactions of the demonic beast materials previously. The transactions were overseen by Manager Yi Shiren, came the reply. Then please have Manager Yi Duan come here. The current head of the Yi family, Yi Wuheng, was merely an ordinary mortal, who had long been instructed by Yi Linglong, and thus complied readily with Chen Fan's request. With no cultivators remaining in the Yi family aside from Yi Linglong, they depended entirely on Chen Fan to maintain Yi City, establishing Yi City as a foundation. They awaited the emergence of a new prodigy among the descendants of the Yi family to preserve their lineage as a cultivation family. Before long, Yi Duan was brought before Chen Fan. After a series of inquiries, Chen Fan finally learned that the materials of the demonic beasts were collected by a specific merchant who visited them, and the means of contacting this merchant was through a communication talisman. Once he acquired the talisman, Chen Fan sent the 2 individuals away and infused it with spiritual energy. Yi City has a substantial quantity of demonic beast materials for sale. After conveying a message, Chen Fan waited for an extended period before receiving a response. Yi City? Hasn't your Yi family shop closed down? Are you accepting or not? Yes. In 3 days, I shall send someone to the Jinbao Pavilion in Yi City. It is settled. With that, Chen Fan severed the communication talisman, patiently awaiting the visitor's arrival in 3 days' time. On the appointed day, Chen Fan sat behind the counter of the Jinbao Pavilion, anticipating the merchant's arrival. To his surprise, a familiar aura entered from outside. Could it be him? The visitor was none other than the benefactor who had taken him to the grocery store at Bishi Square. While Chen Fan recognized him, the benefactor did not identify Chen Fan. As he had employed a simple disguise and wore a cloak during their previous encounter, his aura now significantly altered. Present the goods. The world is chaotic. I must return early. The benefactor produced an ancient token, briefly displaying it to Chen Fan. It was indeed the identity token mentioned by Yi Dun. Follow me. Chen Fan beckoned, leading the benefactor to the backyard. Upon seeing the numerous materials from demon beasts scattered around, the benefactor was momentarily taken aback. So much. The only thought echoing in his mind was Chen Fan's earlier remark, bring more spirit stones. Given the abundance of demon beast materials, it was no wonder the other party exuded such confidence. What? Are you not accepting? With a slight glance at the benefactor, Chen Fan's tone remained unperturbed as he unleashed the full force of his 9th level Qi refinement aura. 9th level of Qi refinement. Of course, I will accept. After a brief moment of astonishment, the benefactor quickly began to tally the materials and offered a price. Senior, it totals 700 spirit stones. What do you think? Deal. Chen Fan readily agreed, causing the benefactor to momentarily pause before promptly retrieving 7 medium-grade spirit stones from his bag and presenting them to Chen Fan. Here are 7 medium-grade spirit stones. Senior, please accept them. Is this what medium-grade spirit stones look like? It was Chen Fan's first encounter with medium-grade spirit stones, and he was unsure how to assess them. After a cursory glance, he felt their energy was indeed richer than that of low-grade spirit stones. So he simply nodded in acknowledgement, confirming the transaction. The benefactor then produced a storage bracelet, using his right hand to draw in the demon beast materials from the yard, which were promptly swept away. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this not the expansive storage space he had longed for? Well then, senior, I shall take my leave. With the transaction concluded, the benefactor turned to depart, feeling somewhat threatened by Chen Fan's fervent gaze. To be honest, Chen Fan entertained thoughts of seizing the treasures for himself, especially since the benefactor had initially contemplated scheming against him. However, observing the benefactor, a mere 4th-level Qi refinement practitioner, boldly parading such a wealth of spirit stones and a high-grade storage space, left Chen Fan feeling somewhat uncertain. This group was well-versed in the art of black market dealings. It was unlikely they would let their guard down. To ensure a foolproof plan, Chen Fan ultimately decided to abandon this intention. At present, the most crucial task remains advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Everything else is but ephemeral. With the 5 great doomsday cities continuously supplying him with materials from demonic beasts, how could he possibly lack spiritual stones? If necessary, he could always procure a storage bracelet with a larger capacity. Gazing at the newly acquired mid-grade spiritual stones, Chen Fan's mind was already set on a course of action. After obtaining the jade purification bottle and conducting numerous tests, he discerned its unique characteristics. Although it similarly transforms spiritual energy into spiritual liquid, the liquid derived from spiritual rice pales in comparison to that produced from spiritual stones. By extension, the spiritual liquid generated from mid-grade spiritual stones should be significantly superior to that from low-grade stones. This might just be the opportunity he needs to swiftly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Closing his shop, Chen Fan promptly returned to the Yi family. Eager to conduct his experiment, he tossed a mid-grade spiritual stone into the jade purification bottle, and the familiar radiance ignited once more, even more brilliantly than before. After a full hour of anticipation, the glow finally dimmed, signaling the completion of the refinement process. He had accumulated 27 drops, approximately equivalent to the yield from a low-grade stone. While the quantity remained unchanged, the quality should indeed be superior. Gazing at the pale blue liquid, Chen Fan murmured to himself, his desire palpable. He consumed 1/3 of the liquid in a single gulp and silently initiated the 5 elements immortal art, commencing his cycle. 2 hours later, Chen Fan gently exhaled and concluded his practice. The spiritual liquid refined from mid-grade stones is indeed effective. Just 9 drops helped me reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement. With a heart full of joy, he regarded the remaining 18 drops of spiritual liquid and began to contemplate the most opportune moment to transcend the tribulation. In 2 days, the 7th beast tide will arrive. Once it passes, I shall prepare for my foundation establishment. The beast tide loomed like the sword of Damocles, suspended above the White Tiger City. No one knew if the city could withstand the impending onslaught. Thus, as long as he was not in seclusion, Chen Fan would seize every opportunity to observe the beast tide. This was pivotal to his plans on Earth and the corresponding arrangements. Faced once more with the beast tide, Chen Fan found himself momentarily dazed. Unbeknownst to him, 8 months had slipped by since his rebirth, and during this time, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Who would have thought that merely 8 months prior, he had been struggling at the lowest echelon, now standing but a step away from the foundation establishment realm? Darling, what are you thinking about? Chen Fan was lost in thought while watching the live broadcast of the beast tide, which had just been successfully repelled once again. Zheng Miaodong embraced him from behind, her delicate face pressed against his cheek. Nothing much. How is your cultivation progressing? Regaining his composure, Chen Fan lifted Zheng Miaodong from behind, settling her onto his lap, and gently teased her nose with his right hand while inquiring about her cultivation progress. What else could it be? Just the same as always. But Yunlan seems to be nearing the second level of qi refinement. That quickly. Upon hearing that Yi Yunlan was about to reach the second level of qi refinement, Chen Fan was taken aback. Chapter 65, The Foundation begins. What? You look down on me. As they conversed, Yi Yunlan emerged from her bedroom, her gaze falling upon the two who were affectionately close. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Although she had boasted about spending each day alone, in reality, Chen Fan was either in seclusion or on his way to it. And their conversations had scarcely exceeded 10 words. Turning his head, Chen Fan nearly widened his eyes in disbelief. Yi Yunlan had surprisingly reached the second level of qi refinement. Her aura still somewhat unstable, appearing as if she had just broken through. Observing Chen Fan's astonished expression, Yi Yunlan felt an overwhelming sense of pride, lifting her chin in triumph. Lan, you are truly remarkable. Zheng Miaodong, understanding her feelings, immediately showered her with compliments, further elevating her spirits. Meanwhile, Chen Fan found himself sinking into profound self-doubt, repeatedly questioning whether his cultivation aptitude was truly so lacking. Darling, today is Sunday. Just as Chen Fan was engulfed in self-doubt, Zheng Miaodong softly leaned her lips towards his ear, her warm breath brushing against him. Sunday? Chen Fan paused momentarily, but upon sensing Zheng Miaodong's subtle movements, he quickly regained his composure. Although her voice was soft, Yi Yunlan, now a qi refinement practitioner, possessed keen hearing, and her neck flushed a delicate pink. Chen Fan seized the opportunity, lifting Zheng Miaodong into his arms and gently pulling Yi Yunlan into Zheng Miaodong's bedroom as well. What is this? The following day, as Chen Fan returned to the realm of cultivation to commence his foundation, he discovered that, despite not having practiced, his aura was somehow more refined than the previous day. This sensation was reminiscent of the time spent with Yi Yunlan in the secret realm. Could she possess a special constitution? The world of cultivation is vast and diverse, with countless miraculous physiques. The most fundamental ones include the 5 elements spiritual bodies: fire spiritual body, water spiritual body, metal spiritual body, earth spiritual body, and wood spiritual body. These represent a higher tier of single attribute constitution compared to the heavenly roots, allowing practitioners to cultivate corresponding attribute techniques with remarkable efficiency. Similarly, there exist the thunder spiritual body and wind spiritual body, corresponding to the rare elemental roots of thunder and wind. Though they are considered less common than the 5 elements bodies, it is commonly believed in the cultivation world that thunder and wind attributes are the result of the fusion of the 5 elements. Hence they are generally referred to as attribute spiritual bodies. Beyond the 5 elements bodies lie various physiques with extraordinary characteristics. The most renowned being the innate 5 Tai bodies: Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, and Tai Ji. The innate 5 Tai symbolize the 5 processes of the cosmos from chaos to the creation of heaven and earth, embodying a path that grants them the stature of immortals at birth, resonating with the heavens and allowing the entire world to sense their presence. Such an existence prompts nothing but envy in Chen Fan's heart. While others toil for millennia in their cultivation, they may not measure up to the fortunate rebirths of those endowed with innate spiritual bodies and the primordial 5 elements, collectively referred to as innate spiritual bodies, which symbolize the birth of the great Tao and constitute the world as it exists today. Beyond these innate spiritual bodies, numerous postnatal divine bodies are believed to be the result of unparalleled power, transforming mortal forms into divine entities through sheer force of will. Once these divine bodies are attained, their bloodlines are infused with certain principles of the great Tao, which may awaken in future generations, granting them this divine form upon birth. This category of divine bodies includes the pure Yin body, pure Yang body, battle saint body, and the great Sun divine body, among many others. Notably, both the pure Yin and pure Yang bodies possess the ability to enhance the cultivation of their partners through union. As the moment of foundation establishment approached, Chen Fan had no choice but to suppress his lingering doubts, reserving them for future contemplation. With foundation establishment pills, spiritual liquids, crimson fruits, and the Zhou Tian Li Hua Grand Array all prepared, Chen Fan meticulously completed his preparations. At the moment the sun began to rise, he resolutely summoned his foundation establishment tribulation. In an instant, ominous clouds gathered over the Yi residence, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The commotion far surpassing that of the Wang family's ancestor during his own foundation establishment tribulation. Yi Wuhong, still in slumber, was jolted awake by the tumult. His mouth agape at the celestial phenomena unfolding above. Chen Shiqing is actually about to establish his foundation. The foundation establishment tribulation is no trifling matter. Chen Fan had no time to consider the thoughts of the Yi family as he concentrated on facing the challenge. He drank half of the remaining spiritual liquid, reserving the other half in his mouth as a precaution against insufficient spiritual power during the tribulation. Then, he resolutely activated the 5 elements celestial art, summoning the Wuchen's sword to hover behind him, drawing upon the aura of the tribulation. At the moment Chen Fan began to channel his technique, the ominous clouds above seemed to find their target, unleashing a thunderbolt the size of a thumb that pierced the heavens, aimed directly at Chen's head. Swiftly, Chen Fan gestured with his right hand, and the Wuchen's sword responded. A flash of silver light illuminated the scene as the descending thunderbolt was deflected by the Wuchen's sword. Though the sword, suffering such a grievous blow, lost all its spiritual essence and fell to the ground with a clatter, devoid of its former brilliance. The foundation establishment tribulation consisted of 3 thunderbolts. The Wuchen's sword had intercepted the first, but 2 remained for Chen Fan to endure. As the second thunderbolt gathered its energy, Chen Fan swiftly applied several Vajra talismans to his body, while simultaneously merging them with the fire explosion technique to conjure a massive fireball. Go! The fireball soared through the air, colliding head-on with the descending second thunderbolt, resulting in a tremendous explosion that resonated throughout the skies, awakening the residents of the entire Yi City. Although the inhabitants of Yi City were predominantly mortals, many had encountered cultivators in their lives, and a few discerning individuals quickly recognized the unusual phenomena in the sky as a result of someone's foundation establishment. Look! Someone is establishing their foundation. Foundation establishment. Is there a perfected Qi refinement cultivator in Yi City? What the heck? Indeed, the foundation is being laid, seemingly in the direction of the Yi family. Is Miss Yi about to establish her foundation? She is merely 20 years old. Everyone presumes that the cultivator currently establishing a foundation within the Yi residence is Yi Linglong. Yet only the members of the Yi family are aware that there exists but one cultivator in the family, the guest elder, surnamed Chen. Despite the protective barrier of the diamond talisman, Chen Fan is still shaken by the immense shockwave of the explosion, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling slightly. However, the heavenly tribulation pays no heed to such matters. As Chen Fan bleeds, the third tier of the tribulation has already gathered its might, tracing a crooked path through the air, manifesting before Chen Fan in an instant. At this critical juncture, Chen Fan swallows the remaining spiritual liquid in his mouth, channeling all his spiritual energy into the array plate in his hand, left behind by Yi Linglong before her departure, the great array of celestial fire. As the third bolt of divine lightning looms over the Yi residence, a transparent barrier suddenly envelopes the area. Crimson flames swirl upon this barrier, resembling flowing patterns, casting a fiery hue upon it. Chapter 66. Foundation successfully established. The brilliant silver lightning strikes the fiery barrier, igniting the crimson flames as if they were fireworks bursting forth in a breathtaking display. This strike causes the entire fiery barrier to tremble violently for a moment, but it quickly stabilizes. The third tribulation has been surpassed. The overwhelming joy of nearing foundation establishment engulfs Chen Fan, and he swiftly dispels the great array of celestial fire, preparing to embrace the baptism of heaven and earth, to forge the foundation of eternal life. Yet, what follows nearly provokes his ire. After the 3 tribulations, while the heavenly baptism is indeed a blessing, no one warned him of the excruciating agony it entails. An influx of celestial spiritual energy floods into Chen Fan's corporeal form, nearly threatening to rupture him apart. Should his body falter, even the preservation of his life would be uncertain, rendering the foundation establishment a farcical endeavor. Hold on. The searing pain almost drives Chen Fan to despair, and he can only alleviate the torment of his body through loud, anguished cries. At that moment, he feels akin to a solitary rock amidst a vast ocean, battered by relentless waves, withstanding the howling winds and crashing tides, determined to endure, gradually refining the celestial energy and channeling it into his dantian. At this juncture, the efficacy of the foundation establishment elixir manifests. Whenever Chen Fan feels his body on the brink of collapse, a peculiar force flows to the damaged areas, mending them completely. This arduous process persists for a full hour, until Chen Fan finally refines the overwhelming celestial spiritual energy, invigorating the power of the 5 elements immortal technique, progressively transforming his gaseous mana into a misty state. The misty mana thickens and densifies, until all celestial spiritual energy is fully absorbed, yet he remains but a breath away from the liquefaction of his mana. The transformation of spiritual energy from gaseous to misty signifies the transition from a Qi refining cultivator to a foundation establishing cultivator. When the mana within him entirely shifts from misty to liquid form, that day heralds his ascendance as a golden core cultivator. At present, Chen Fan's task was to compress the misty spiritual energy within him continually, aiming to condense it into a droplet of liquid spiritual energy, which would allow him to successfully open the gateway to foundational cultivation. Concentrating intensely, he delved into his internal awareness, entering his Qi and Dantian, relentlessly compressing the ethereal spiritual power within. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed, until the sound of droplets falling echoed in Chen Fan's ears. It worked. After years of arduous cultivation, he was on the brink of tears from joy. Yet, the liquidization of his spiritual energy had not ceased, as it continued to drip like raindrops. 1 droplet, 2 droplets, 3 droplets, until 10 droplets of liquid spiritual energy had formed, at which point it gradually came to a halt. These 10 droplets settled at the bottom of his Dantian, resembling a clear spring, and suddenly activated the circulation of the 5 elements celestial technique, flowing repeatedly throughout his body in a grand cycle. This was the essence of foundational cultivators, transforming their very sinews and marrow. I did it. I have successfully established my foundation. From this moment onward, Chen Fan's lifespan transcended its previous limits, extending from the 120 years of Qi refining cultivators to 200 years. It was from this moment that, having established his Tao foundation, he truly embarked upon the path of cultivation. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within, akin to the ephemeral nature of stars. To be a foundational cultivator, this was a realm he had scarcely dared to dream of during his days as a spiritual planter. Yet, in the span of merely a year, a tremendous transformation had unfolded. Is someone approaching? Just as he was immersed in the joy of his successful foundation, Chen Fan suddenly sensed someone hastening toward him. Upon entering the foundational realm, cultivators could master their spiritual awareness, rendering their 5 senses remarkably acute, perceiving even the minutest details within a 100-meter radius. It is him. The visitor was none other than Yi Wuheng, the head of the Yi family, who had sensed Chen Fan's accomplishment and rushed over to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, senior. Congratulations. Spare me the pleasantries. Has anything significant transpired during my foundational cultivation? After achieving his foundation, Chen Fan discovered that 100 days had passed. Realizing that the ancient texts regarding 100 days for foundational cultivation were indeed accurate. The master of Bihui had annihilated the Qingmu sect and was now summoning various Qi refining families to Qingmu Mountain for a discussion concerning a grave matter. With the Qingmu sect eradicated, what further bandits remained? It seemed that the master of Bihui was merely using the pretext of hunting down the remnants of the Qingmu sect to gather numerous cultivators from the vicinity to confront the Baiyun sect. I understand. You may leave now. The affairs of the Yi family will continue as usual. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Chen Fan was well aware and casually dismissed Yi Wuheng. Yi Wuheng had initially hoped that with their guest elder achieving foundational success, the Yi family might gain some benefit, but he was disappointed to find that Chen Fan had no intention of aiding their family's growth. However, despite his disappointment, he dared not express dissatisfaction toward a foundational cultivator. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to inquire further. Senior, regarding the summons from the master of Bihui, what about our Yi family? We shall not attend. Chen Fan coldly uttered 2 words before vanishing before Yi Wuheng, leaving the latter in a state of helplessness. Having been absent for over 3 months, he was oblivious to the current circumstances on Earth, and Chen Fan had no time to squander with Yi Wuheng. Upon returning to his apartment, a sudden unease gripped Chen Fan's heart. He sensed no presence of Zheng Miaodong and Yi Yunlan within the apartment, and under normal circumstances, the two would not venture out. Something has gone awry. Chen Fan's expression darkened as he extended his spiritual awareness and hurried towards the city hall. As he approached, he noticed Xiao Zhan confronting someone, his expression particularly grim. Jiang Yuming, who gave you the audacity? Deputy City Master Xiao. Chen Fan has murdered our warriors and has fled in fear of his crimes. Zheng Miaodong is an accomplice. Capturing her falls under the jurisdiction of my enforcement team. Yi Yunlan's complicity is equally unforgivable. You speak nonsense. Do you possess any evidence that Chen Fan killed those warriors? Evidence? Do you dare summon Chen Fan for confrontation? His flight from justice is the best evidence. Jiang Yuming was the influential figure contacted by Luo Shuiyao, a former deputy mayor of Shidu, who had now transformed into the captain of the enforcement team. Upon discovering that Zheng Miaodong was Chen Fan's woman, he speculated that Luo Shuiyao and those soldiers had not perished at the hands of monsters, prompting him to send someone to investigate the villa. Indeed, traces of the flame explosion technique were discovered amidst the villa's ruins. However, this alone was insufficient for a conviction against Chen Fan. So Jiang Yuming had remained silent until he realized Chen Fan had not shown his face for months. To confirm Chen Fan's absence from his apartment, he discreetly employed an infrared system to probe the location. Only then did he decide to strike. Regrettably, he greatly underestimated the strength of Yi Yunlan and Zheng Miaodong. resulting in Yi Yunlan utilizing the wind control technique to escape Baihu City with Zheng Miaodong. Chapter 67. Urgent rescue. Having grasped the situation, Chen Fan barged in, seizing Jiang Yuming by the throat. Speak. Where are they now? Cough. Chen Fan. Jiang Yuming struggled to articulate as his breath dwindled, and Xiao Zhan, witnessing this, rushed to intervene. Chen Fan, do not act recklessly. Do not escalate the situation further. Ignoring Xiao Zhan's admonition, Chen Fan tightened his grip, only releasing Jiang Yuming after his face turned a deep shade of purple, slamming him against the wall. My patience is limited. You have half a minute to decide whether to speak. Seeing Chen Fan's disregard for the consequences, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of anxiety and opened his mouth to say something. Brother Xiao, if you still cherish our brotherhood, it would be best to say nothing. Do nothing, and concern yourself with nothing. With Chen Fan's words hanging in the air, Xiao Zhan had no choice but to fall silent, inwardly cursing Jiang Yuming's ancestors. Why provoke anyone, if not this disaster? Help! Someone has been murdered. Jiang Yuming gasped for breath, feeling a slight relief, and hastily began to shout loudly in hopes of attracting the attention of others. Unfortunately, despite calling out twice, there was no response from outside. Turning his head, he saw Chen Fan watching him with a mocking smile, as if he were merely observing a jester. What have you done? With the knowledge of the cultivation arts, a secret not unknown among the upper echelons of Baihu City, Jiang Yuming panicked upon realizing that his voice could not escape. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead uncontrollably. Half a minute has passed. It seems you have no intention of speaking, Chen Fan said, his smile fading as he gripped Jiang Yuming's neck once more. I will tell you. They were pursued by the investigation team and fled to Shidu. A familiar sensation washed over Jiang Yuming, instilling fear into his very soul, prompting him to divulge all he knew. Shidu? Chen Fan murmured softly, a plan forming in his mind. With a slight increase in pressure from his right hand, Jiang Yuming was sent to meet his maker. Brother Xiao, please arrange for a vehicle. Certainly. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow at Chen Fan's ruthless efficiency in dispatching Jiang Yuming, yet he acquiesced to Chen Fan's request without hesitation. At this point, he could only assist Chen Fan as best as he could. Foundation-building cultivators possessed the ability to fly with swords. But Chen Fan's Wuchen sword had been damaged during the heavenly tribulation, and he had yet to refine it into a flying sword. He boarded the armored vehicle prepared by Xiao Zhan and drove toward Shidu. According to Jiang Yuming, Yi Yunlan had also seized a vehicle and departed for Shidu 3 days prior. Given the current wilderness conditions, even though Yi Yunlan and Zheng Miaodong had become qi refining cultivators, they would struggle to survive long in the wild. Moreover, Zheng Miaodong possessed the key to the Shaoxin residence, making it their most likely refuge. Only Chen Fan and Zheng Miaodong knew the location of Shaoxin residence, which served as an excellent hideout from the pursuit of Baihu City. Even if the investigation team were to uncover traces of them, the sturdy nature of Shaoxin residence would suffice to withstand a siege for some time. Wait for me. You must wait for me. Chen Fan called out in his heart repeatedly, hoping that Zheng Miaodong and Yi Yunlan could hear him and hold on until he arrived. The armored vehicle reached its maximum speed, resembling a ferocious beast charging towards Shidu, mercilessly colliding with any monstrous creatures that dared to obstruct its path, either sending them flying or obliterating them with fireball spells. In a furious dash, Chen Fan reached the urban area of Shidu in less than an hour. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed to Shaoxin residence. At that moment, Shidu had endured 10 beast tides, with buildings toppled and roads severely damaged and blocked. Even with the assistance of spiritual awareness and the armored vehicle capable of clearing smaller obstacles, Chen Fan found himself immobile within the city. In a moment of desperation, Chen Fan relinquished the armored vehicle, affixing a talisman of swift movement to his legs, and hastened towards the vicinity of the small 3-bedroom apartment that lingered in his memory. As he approached the neighborhood, his spiritual awareness revealed that the buildings had collapsed. The remodeled apartment now lay askew amidst the rubble, yet its main structure remained largely intact. A throng of individuals relentlessly assailed the residence, indicating that Zheng Miaodong and Yi Yunlan were likely taking refuge within. Splendid. There is still time. Drawing nearer, Chen Fan confirmed this through his spiritual perception, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Without hesitation, he clenched his right hand in the air, and a group of investigators found themselves seized by an ethereal grip around their necks, flung away with force. If you value your lives, do not move. Considering that the investigators might be unaware of the underlying circumstances, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, yet he would not hesitate to do so should they prove obstinate. Miaodong, Yunlan, come forth. I have returned. The incessant assaults from the investigators had already shattered the doors and windows of the apartment. Their inability to breach the interior relied solely upon the walls and the protective spells cast by the two women. Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, they emerged from the window, their faces covered in dust, resembling two distressed princesses. My husband. Chen Fan. They simultaneously leaped into his embrace, calling him by different names. At that moment, as they felt the warmth of his hold, their eyes brimmed with tears, a mixture of joy and grievance overwhelming them. Everything is all right. Everything is all right. Chen Fan understood the immense pressure the two had endured over the past 3 days, gently patting their backs to offer solace. However, at this moment, an unwelcome interruption occurred. A spiraling wind blade shot towards him from behind a man, poised to strike. As the assailant, Bu Tingyun, wore a smile on his face. The next instant revealed a grim fate, as the very blade he unleashed ricocheted back and pierced his own brow. Is this sorcery? The reconstituted Shinkong team, pursuing the two women, now regarded Chen Fan with reverence upon witnessing Bu Tingyun's demise at his own hand. Kill him. Avenge our captain. Yet, some remained in disbelief, recklessly launching their own attacks at Chen Fan, only to be met with a swift retaliation that sent them crashing into the ruins, impaled upon a rusty steel bar. The two women, captivated and awestruck by Chen Fan's display of power, ceased their sobbing, their eyes sparkling with newfound admiration as if seeing this man before them for the first time. Return and inform Wang Ziyang to prepare himself. Chen Fan disregarded the remaining investigators, casting this declaration before vanishing from their sight, accompanied by Yi Yunlan and Zheng Miaodo. Wang Ziyang was none other than the lord of Baihu City, a man of formidable martial prowess. Chapter 68. Confronting the martial sovereign. Chen Fan's proclamation reverberated back to Baihu City, igniting a tumultuous uproar. Wang Ziyang, the lord of Baihu City and a formidable figure in the realm of martial arts, stands as the foremost benefactor in aiding the military's establishment of the city. Presently, he finds himself publicly denounced by a rising talent, leaving countless onlookers astounded. Some, unfamiliar with Chen Fan, have begun to inquire about his identity. The entire Baihu City buzzes with discussions surrounding this incident, while Chen Fan, having settled the two women, promptly returns to the realm of cultivation. His words directed at Wang Ziyang do not stem from arrogance, but rather from the knowledge he has gleaned regarding Jiang Yuming's machinations, which trace back to Wang Ziyang himself. The lord of Baihu City appears to have succumbed to the inflation of his power, nurturing ambitions to entirely usurp the city and transform it into the private estate of the Wang family. In the past, Chen Fan may have hesitated, fearing that even a foundational cultivator could not stand against Wang Ziyang, particularly after the overwhelming impression left by the Wang Yinsong incident. However, upon genuinely stepping into the realm of foundation establishment, he realized the extent of his misjudgment, an egregious error indeed. The might of a foundational cultivator, compared to that of a chi refining practitioner, is akin to the distinction between the full moon and a firefly. Not only can a foundational cultivator withstand the spells of a chi refining practitioner post the I Ching essence refinement, but the ability to harness external spiritual energy is beyond the reach of a martial master. Had he faced not Wang Ziyang, but rather a foundational cultivator unleashing their pressure, he would have crumbled under it. Yet, our esteemed leader has proclaimed, strategically, one must underestimate the enemy. Tactically, one must regard the enemy with utmost seriousness. Thus, mending the Wuchen sword and confronting Wang Ziyang is the most prudent course of action. After procuring the last remaining refining materials from the Yi family through Yi Wuheng, Chen Fan meticulously reforged the Wuchen sword. While it may not rival the creations of master artisans, it certainly surpassed the previous iteration of the Wuchen sword. Flying swords employed by chi refining practitioners are typically mere magical tools, reliant solely on the wielder's spiritual energy. Upon entering the foundational stage, cultivators gain spiritual awareness, allowing them to transform magical tools into spiritual artifacts, thereby bestowing sentience upon the flying swords and enabling more intuitive control. Furthermore, spiritual artifacts can manipulate the natural spiritual essence, vastly amplifying their power beyond that of mere magical tools. Having completed these preparations, Chen Fan returned to Earth, accompanied by the two women, and made his way directly to Baihu City. Upon his arrival, 6 hours had elapsed since the return of the Divine Wind Squad. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness loomed. Wang Ziyang, prepare to meet your demise. His thunderous voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated in the ears of every resident of Baihu City, leaving many in disbelief as they turned to gaze toward the city's outskirts, realizing that Chen Fan's proclamations were not mere bravado, but a prelude to action. Is a change in the winds truly upon us? Xiao Zhan murmured to himself as he hastened towards the city walls, joined by numerous high-ranking officials of Baihu City and experts from the investigation team. A mere child dares to insult me. Wang Ziyang was immersed in his cultivation within the Lord's mansion when he was suddenly consumed by fury upon hearing Chen Fan's voice. Initially, he dismissed the words from the Divine Wind Squad with a mere chuckle, paying them no heed. Having traversed the tumultuous tides of life as a seasoned warrior, he was hardly intimidated by a trivial remark from Chen Fan, perceiving it as the futile struggle of an ant against a tree. However, when the very ant he deemed insignificant dared to challenge him before the entirety of White Tiger City, his ire became unavoidable. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." Wang Ziyang's voice echoed from within the city, and shortly thereafter, his figure appeared atop the city walls. Gazing down upon Chen Fan, a sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through him. The composure emanating from his opponent was ethereal, suggesting that it was not mere pretense. Could it be that he truly possesses the means to kill me? Since he had arrived, why not descend and face his fate? Chen Fan had never been one to extend courtesies to his adversaries. Although he could engage in aerial combat with his flying sword, he was resolute in not revealing this trump card to Wang Ziyang, lest it grant him caution and result in a retreat without conflict. Should Wang Ziyang indeed choose to withdraw, Chen Fan would find himself at a disadvantage within the confines of White Tiger City. The military still wielded various lethal weapons, and even with his successful foundation establishment, he did not believe he could withstand their might. Wang Ziyang's reluctance to seize power through violence was likely due to this very reason, thus enticing him to confront Chen Fan outside the city. Leaving him with no avenue for retreat was the true objective of Chen Fan. As Chen Fan spoke, his tone was laced with impatience, exuding a demeanor of casual indifference. Yet, the more nonchalant he appeared, the more unbearable it became for Wang Ziyang, who was nearly driven to madness by the humiliation of being derided by a mere jester. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down from the 30-meter-high city wall, his gaze icy as he fixated on Chen Fan, already considering him a corpse. "Rest assured, young man. After your demise, I shall ensure your woman is well taken care of." Observing the armored vehicle behind Chen Fan, Wang Ziyang aimed to provoke him, but was met only with the oncoming Wuqing sword. "What is that? A flying sword?" The debut of the Wuqing sword before the crowd sent ripples of shock through them. The flying swords they had only ever witnessed in novels and television were now a vivid reality before their eyes. Wang Ziyang's expression shifted as he beheld the approaching Wuqing sword, clearly taken aback by the unexpected offensive capability of his adversary. Yet, as a battle-hardened warrior, his astonishment was fleeting. He swiftly regained his composure. With a slight bend of his body, his right hand darted to his waist, grasping his treasured blade, drawing it forth with seamless grace. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ziyang's sword danced like a tempest, and in a critical moment, he cleaved the Wuqing sword away with a single stroke. Is this the prowess of a martial sovereign? Quite intriguing. Chen Fan's lips curled into a faintly amused smile, for he had detected the presence of spiritual energy emanating from Wang Ziyang's treasured blade. Were it not for this essence, the Wuqing sword would never have been sent flying. Of course, this was also due to the sword's agile technique and the fact that Chen Fan had not exerted his full strength. After successfully striking, Wang Ziyang leveraged the momentum of his downward slash, swiftly closing the distance and lunging toward Chen Fan's face. This was a classic martial artist's approach to confronting a mental practitioner. First to close in, then to employ speed to prevent the practitioner from retaliating. Unfortunately for Wang Ziyang, Chen Fan was not merely a mental practitioner, but a cultivator. Though the Wuqing sword had been sent flying, it returned to Chen Fan's hand in the blink of an eye, deftly maneuvered by his spiritual awareness. No matter how swift Wang Ziyang was, he could not outpace the sword. Caught off guard, Wang Ziyang had no choice but to transition from offense to defense, continuously parrying with his treasured blade. Yet he found himself retreating under Chen Fan's relentless assault, unable to approach him. Chapter 69. Universal Cultivation. Wang Ziyang's apprehension grew with each exchange. The boy who had been unable to withstand his pressure merely 3 months prior now seemed to dominate their confrontation. The flying sword in Chen Fan's grasp resembled a weaver's shuttle, crafting an intricate web that he could not penetrate. After several failed attempts, as he neared the entrance of Baihu City, Wang Ziyang steeled his resolve. He lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, using the city wall to leap into the air, executing a hawk's somersault, and darting towards Chen Fan like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, channeling all his internal energy, Wang Ziyang's speed surged dramatically, and he appeared before Chen Fan in a heartbeat, bringing his blade down upon him. Such incredible velocity. Observing Wang Ziyang's explosive speed, Yi Yunlan couldn't help but feel a surge of worry for Chen Fan. With all his might, Wang Ziyang's blade emitted a golden aura, shining brilliantly against the hazy night sky. The crescent-shaped blade energy carved a deep gash into the earth, obscuring Chen Fan's figure entirely within its radiance. Wang Ziyang frowned slightly, replaying the sensation of that strike in his mind. Although others might believe he had struck Chen Fan, he was certain he had missed. Where is he? A colossal question mark loomed in Wang Ziyang's mind. Just as he scanned his surroundings, Chen Fan's voice resonated from above. Are you looking for me? Before the words had fully left his lips, the Wuqing sword shot forth, piercing Wang Ziyang's brow, and returned to rest at Chen Fan's feet. You. Wang Ziyang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression rife with unwillingness. yet his body began to grow cold and stiff, rendering him unable to utter another word before he collapsed. That strike had anticipated every possible direction Chen Fan might evade, yet he had not foreseen the latter's ability to fly with the sword. How could he accept such a fate? Let us go, it is over. Chen Fan invited the two women to disembark from the carriage and, with them, soared into the skies on their swords, leaving the onlookers of White Tiger City in awe and admiration. To fly with swords as immortals do, we too must aspire to such heights, Xiao Zhan mused, gazing at Chen Fan's receding figure, his heart filled with astonishment. The martial sect, the pinnacle of his lifelong aspirations, seemed poised for a complete transformation. Observing the fervent aspirations of the crowd, Xiao Zhan realized that General Li's proposed plan could soon be set into motion. Universal cultivation? Such a matter was solely for General Li and his cohorts to decide. My consent was unnecessary. When Xiao Zhan approached him, Chen Fan was not taken aback. However, when Xiao Zhan broached the subject of universal cultivation, Chen Fan was genuinely astonished. Throughout history, those in power have never voluntarily relinquished their might and authority. Much like the ancient prohibitions against privately hoarding crossbows and armor, which were treated as grave offenses akin to treason. Now, the authorities intended to promote the 5 elements immortal technique to the populace, extending beyond the military. This act of decentralizing power, even in the exceptional context of a post-apocalyptic world, left Chen Fan somewhat shaken. It was akin to a grand sect disseminating its core teachings to the world. Within the realm of cultivation, such an act would render one a fool. After all, how could one promote universally with but a single jade slip? Xiao Zhan, somewhat sheepishly, rubbed his hands together, his intentions unmistakably clear. He was there to request more jade slips. How many would suffice? At least 5. The authorities planned to establish cultivation universities in the 5 cities of the apocalypse, recruiting students for unified teaching and management. As for the instructors, they would be selected from those in the military who had progressed swiftly in their practices. When it came to the position of principal, Xiao Zhan hesitated, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Fan. I must say, Brother Xiao, are you truly eyeing me? One cannot shear a single sheep and expect to reap the benefits. Seeing Xiao Zhan scheming once more, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. You merely need to lend your name. No effort is required on your part. Each branch will have its own headmaster. This technique originated from you, and given your superior cultivation level, it would be unconvincing for anyone else to assume the position of the principal. Noticing Chen Fan's lack of outright refusal, Xiao Zhan seized the moment to press further. If you agree, then all cultivators in Huagua will be considered your students. Contemplate the magnitude of such influence. Some of Xiao Zhan's words were left unspoken. Yet Chen Fan grasped the underlying meaning. Clearly, the authorities were hesitant to entrust such a vast power to anyone within the established system, or to allow the 5 cities to constrain one another, thus seeking an external candidate. Chen Fan's existence perfectly aligned with the authorities' needs, especially since the 5 elements immortal technique was originally his own teaching, giving it a legitimate foundation. However, this initiative was likely propelled by General Li behind the scenes. Otherwise, despite Chen Fan's rightful claim, such a fortuitous opportunity would not have fallen into his lap. Very well, I shall acquiesce. But let me make it clear from the outset. I shall not be teaching classes, though I may visit when time permits. No problem. No problem. Upon hearing Chen Fan's agreement, Xiao Zhan was immediately elated, repeatedly affirming that there would be no issues. However, he quickly shifted his tone, rubbing his hands together. I truly admire your resolve. Allow me to prepare. You may come to collect it tomorrow. Chen Fan, lacking an abundance of the 5 elements celestial scripture jade slips, needed to return to the immortal realm for further imprints. Thus he requested Xiao Zhan to return the following day. Very well, I shall return tomorrow, and I won't take up any more of your time. With that, Xiao Zhan hastily departed, appearing anxious that Chen Fan might retract his words, leaving Chen Fan somewhat speechless. Ah, Brother Xiao, you truly spare no effort when it comes to business. Chen Fan, come quickly. As soon as Xiao Zhan left, Yi Yunlan excitedly beckoned Chen Fan over. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that she was displaying various misdeeds of Wang Ziyang, including his framing of Xiao Zhan and inciting violence, among other transgressions. That was quite swift. When Xiao Zhan visited, he had not mentioned Wang Ziyang at all, leading Chen Fan to surmise the official stance. The rapid downfall of Wang Ziyang, now publicly shamed, caught Chen Fan by surprise, as if the authorities had been well prepared for such an outcome. Am I merely being utilized as a pawn? Chen Fan chuckled softly, quickly dismissing these thoughts. At this moment, he was solely devoted to his own strength. Should he ever find himself lacking in power and perish at the hands of a stronger adversary, Wang Ziyang would serve as a cautionary tale. Returning to the immortal realm, Chen Fan was about to commence the imprinting of the 5 elements celestial scripture jade slips, when he sensed through his spiritual awareness that Yi Wuheng was hastily approaching his residence. Seemingly in a state of urgency, Senior, trouble is brewing. Trouble is brewing. Yi Wuheng shouted from a distance, which caused Chen Fan to grow somewhat impatient. What are you yelling about? The sky isn't falling yet. Chapter 70. The Relics of Changbai Mountain after being reprimanded by Chen Fan. Yi Wuheng trembled as he recounted the situation. The Yi family had refused the summons of the Baishui master, inciting the master's wrath and prompting him to make an example of the Yi family. I thought it was something serious. Keep this spiritual awareness jade talisman. If anyone comes knocking, shatter it, and I will know. Chen Fan casually handed Yi Wuheng a jade talisman and dismissed him. From the moment he decided to reject the Bai Shui master's summons, he had prepared himself for a confrontation with the master. The unfolding events were merely as he had anticipated, although he was no match for the Bai Shui master in a direct contest. Chen Fan possessed the Zhou Tian Li Hua Grand Array as his secret weapon. This formation, being a second-tier array, wielded vastly different power in the hands of a Qi refinement practitioner compared to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. As long as Chen Fan remained within the confines of the array, even 10 Bai Shui masters would be helpless against him. Upon returning to Earth, Chen Fan prepared 10 5-elements celestial scripture jade slips to present to Xiao Zhan, who was, of course, overjoyed, and then proceeded to share some good news with Chen Fan. A new secret realm has been discovered. Oh, where is it? Ever since it was confirmed that Earth once boasted a magnificent cultivation civilization, Chen Fan has developed a profound interest in various secret realms. Thus, among the 3 conditions he proposed in exchange for the 5-element celestial sutra, the right to access a new secret realm was included. There lies some complexity. This new secret realm was uncovered in Xuanwu City, located in the Changbai Mountains. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, suggesting there might be some difficulties involved. What is it? You are aware that the Northern Military District is the foremost in the Huaguo realm, and the position of the president of the Cultivation University is typically expected to emerge from there. At this juncture, Chen Fan began to grasp the situation. It appeared that someone envied his position, yet found themselves ensnared by the 5-element celestial sutra, thus seeking to undermine him through other means. According to Xiao Zhan's account, the establishment of the Cultivation University was not initially aimed at fostering cultivation, but was intended for universal martial training, originally named the Martial Arts University. It was Chen Fan's remarkable emergence that revealed an alternative path to the authorities, prompting a sudden shift in their developmental strategy, placing their bets on cultivation instead. The primary reasons for this shift were twofold. First, the limitations of martial practitioners are considerable, lacking long-range offensive capabilities, rendering them less effective in the current defensive-oriented landscape of the Doomsday City compared to mentalists. Second, the cost of training martial artists is exorbitant. Until they reach the level of martial masters, martial practitioners pose minimal threat to demonic beasts, and cultivating a martial master is no trivial matter, often requiring decades of effort. The 5-elements celestial sutra provided by Chen Fan allows for the cultivation of Qi refinement practitioners to yield results within a year, generating sufficient combat strength. The techniques mastered by Qi refinement practitioners are far more diverse than those of ordinary mentalists, encompassing offense, defense, and auxiliary methods, thereby eliminating the need for martial practitioners to provide dedicated protection. Given the current circumstances on Earth, prioritizing the development of cultivation while treating martial arts and ability awakening as supplementary avenues is undoubtedly the wisest choice. After obtaining the specific location of the Changbai Mountain secret realm from Xiao Zhan, Chen Fan bid farewell to the 2 women and took to the skies on his sword. In a world where demonic beasts roam freely, and even aircraft face peril, Chen Fan remains unfazed. The speed and agility of his flying sword surpass that of any fighter jet, and with the protection of spiritual energy, he is free to traverse the skies. As he gazes down upon the beautiful landscapes of his homeland, his eyes sweeping over the ravaged cities, a peculiar emotion stirs within him, one that seems incongruous for a cultivator. The path of immortality is devoid of sentiment. Can one truly be without feelings? Chen Fan mused, suppressing these strange emotions as he headed straight for the Changbai Mountains. Following the cataclysm, global temperatures have significantly decreased. Now, in the golden autumn of October, the weather is gradually turning cold. The further north he travels, the more he can feel the biting chill. Among the 5 Doomsday Cities, only Xuanwu City boasts the highest dimensions, and he cannot fathom how they endure the winter. Look, what is that? Approaching the coordinates provided by Xiao Zhan, Chen Fan was swiftly discovered by the soldiers stationed at the secret realm. They pointed at the dark spot in the sky, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Is it a person? A person? Are you joking with me? Could it be that esteemed individual has arrived? The video of Chen Fan flying on his sword had long since circulated widely across various platforms, earning him the title of Sword Immortal, which undeniably added to his allure. However, this was the first time the soldiers had witnessed the spectacle of sword flight, leaving them momentarily speechless. May I enter? Chen Fan descended with his sword, smiling at the soldiers before him, and spoke calmly. "Sword immortal, please wait a moment. I will seek permission," one soldier replied, his face filled with reverence, trembling with excitement as he spoke. "No need, I'm not blind." "You are Chen Fan." A burly bald man, appearing to be in his 40s, approached, exuding the aura of a martial arts master, clearly possessing at least the strength of a martial master. "May I enter?" Chen Fan reiterated, doubtful that the man would fail to recognize him. Ignoring such pretentious individuals was often the best course of action. "How dare you? I'm asking you a question." The bald man, feeling dismissed, erupted in fury. He stamped his right foot lightly, launching his left fist directly at Chen Fan's shoulder. At such a close distance, he was confident that even if Chen Fan were to move swiftly, he would still suffer some consequence. A deafening crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, followed by a piercing scream. When the bald man's fist struck Chen Fan, it felt as though he had hit an impenetrable wall. Had he not retracted his force in time, not only would his fist have shattered, but his left arm would likely have been in grave peril as well. You've made quite the effort, yet you haven't managed to utter anything of substance," Chen Fan thought. The man merely stood there, not even lifting a finger. Could he truly blame the other for a sneak attack? "May I enter?" Chen Fan repeated once more, his interest in this martial master's antics waning. Clap, clap, clap. The demeanor of the sword immortal is indeed extraordinary. Just as Chen Fan finished speaking, applause erupted from behind the bald man. A young man in a blue robe gracefully ascended the steps, slowly revealing himself to the gathered crowd. Chen Fan remained expressionless, silent, having already repeated the same question thrice. Impatience began to grow within him. It was well known that even the most inconsequential of characters dared to put on airs before him. Receiving no satisfactory answer from the young man, Chen Fan's thoughts shifted, and he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, sending a palm strike directly at him. Chapter 71, Second-Order Monster. With a single strike, the young man was sent flying, and without a backward glance, Chen Fan turned and strode into the secret realm. The soldiers and the bald man stood in stunned silence, utterly too intimidated to intervene as they watched Chen Fan enter the secret realm. "Where is he? Where is he? Dare to strike me? I shall make him aware that this is not the White Tiger City." After entering the secret realm, Chen Fan noticed that the young man had returned, shouting wildly at the crowd gathered at the entrance, his face marked with vivid handprints, their clarity heightened by his agitation. As Chen Fan stepped into the secret realm, he inhaled deeply, immediately perceiving that the concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed even that of the secret realm in the Jinchuan mine. Goodness, if I could cultivate here indefinitely, would the golden core not be within reach? Feeling the dense spiritual energy enveloping him, Chen Fan even contemplated entering a secluded meditation right then and there. However, he was uncertain whether this secret realm would vanish like the Jinchuan one, and thus he dismissed the thought. "Never mind, let us seek treasures first," Chen Fan muttered to himself, unconsciously licking his lips. The crimson fruit he had procured from the Jinchuan secret realm had proven immensely beneficial. Yet he was left with only 3. The Changbai Mountains, being a secluded forest, should surely harbor more celestial treasures awaiting his discovery. With a heart full of anticipation, Chen Fan ventured into the woods, leaving behind a trail of deep and shallow footprints amidst the pristine white snow. "Ah, this pine nut is delightful. It can actually enhance one's spiritual perception. This old mountain ginseng is excellent as well. Consuming it has increased my spiritual power by several degrees. Wow, I've struck gold. There is actually a tai shui." As he walked, Chen Fan suddenly spotted a colossal stone in the distance, upon which grew a piece of golden, fleshy spiritual fungus, reminiscent of purple gold, causing him to beam with delight. This item is a renewable resource. Long-term consumption grants longevity and enhances magical power. A coveted treasure in the realm of cultivation, even sought after by golden core practitioners. Cautiously he approached, intending to stow the tai shui and the stone into his bag of holding. Just then, the tai shui, as if sensing danger, emitted a wail akin to a baby's cry, reverberating through the forest and instilling a sense of foreboding in Chen Fan. At that moment, a shadow darted past him, and from the corner of his eye, he perceived a dark figure lunging toward him. Chen Fan deftly pivoted, leaving a shallow imprint in the snow as he evaded, his foot barely touching the ground. A lethal claw descended where he had just been, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a golden eagle demon beast, roughly the size of an adult human. While Chen Fan retreated, the Wuchen sword had already been unleashed, piercing toward the neck of the golden eagle demon beast. A resounding clash of metal echoed as the beast deflected the sword with its wing, leaving Chen Fan astounded. What is this? Since mastering the Wuchen sword, he had never encountered a beast capable of blocking it with mere flesh, especially considering that the sword had now been refined into a spiritual weapon. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, The golden eagle demon beast furiously flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest that surged directly toward Chen Fan. Is this a second-tier demon beast? At the sight of the approaching gale, Chen Fan was truly taken aback. Just as the foundation-building cultivators can initially harness the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, so too must the demonic beasts ascend to the second tier to acquire such capabilities. The tempest before me does not emanate from the demonic power within the golden eagle, but rather from the confluence of spiritual energy in the cosmos, a feat achievable solely by beasts of the second tier and above. With a gentle push of my right palm, I dispersed the raging winds. Just as I was preparing to engage the golden eagle beast with my Wuchen sword, I heard several beastly roars echoing from the surroundings, indicating that the creatures summoned by the Tai Sui were not limited to just the golden eagle. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, I stepped onto the Wuchen sword and soared into the sky. The golden eagle beast was poised to pursue, but upon hearing another cry from the Tai Sui atop the boulder, it reluctantly abandoned its intent. This secret realm is perilously dangerous. As I fled on my sword, the lingering dread of encountering the golden eagle beast, a confirmed second-tier creature, haunted my thoughts. I wonder how many second-tier beasts there are in this secret realm? I pondered silently, seeking a secluded corner to land cautiously. Traveling on the sword consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy, and with the treacherous nature of this realm, I had to conserve my strength. The emergence of second-tier beasts on Earth did not surprise me, given the vast potential for such occurrences. It is conceivable that third-tier and even fourth-tier beasts may emerge in the future. This realization is precisely why I am committed to bolstering the strength of Baihu City. Alone, I may struggle against the ever-evolving demonic beasts. Only by enhancing humanity's collective strength can we amass sufficient power to confront these threats. This is a race. From the outset, humanity has been at a disadvantage, relegated to the 5 great doomsday cities while the demonic beasts roam the expansive wilderness. Fortunately, humanity possesses various weapons of mass destruction that can serve as a pivotal force in critical moments. However, if we remain huddled within the confines of our 5 doomsday cities, even the most formidable arsenal will eventually be depleted, and our resources will inevitably dwindle, leading to humanity's ultimate demise. The Chinese government has recognized this truth, thus placing their hopes on my 5 elements immortal technique. Yet, they mistakenly believe that my technique originated from some secret realm, failing to consider its transcendental nature. With the discovery of new secret realms, the Northern Military District has begun to entertain ulterior motives. If they could obtain techniques from the Changbai Mountain secret realm, my 5 elements immortal technique would no longer be unique, thereby solidifying the Northern Military District's influence. As I cautiously navigated through the forest, a group of fully armed soldiers arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, each donned advanced combat attire. Equipped with laser combat blades at their waists and wielding small laser cannons in their hands, clearly preparing for a formidable confrontation. Before this group of fully armed warriors stood an elderly man clad in a blue robe, his hair and beard as white as snow. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed profoundly at the entrance of the secret realm, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. All is prepared, Elder Luo, reported a bald man, his left arm rendered useless, as he approached the elder with utmost reverence. Very well, let us proceed. The elder waved his right hand gently, and the armored warriors promptly followed suit, advancing toward the entrance of the secret realm. Grandfather, allow me to enter as well. At that moment, a young man, who had just been struck by Chen Fan, suddenly emerged, his eyes filled with urgency as he implored the elder. The first group of entrants has been confirmed dead. This place is far too perilous. You should remain outside for now. The elder's voice bore a calm yet authoritative tone, leaving no room for dissent. Chapter 72. The Fountain of Youth. As the elder led his contingent into the secret realm, Chen Fan stealthily made his way toward the location of the Tai Sui. Such a precious treasure lay tantalizingly close. It would be a travesty to leave it unclaimed. I wonder if the golden eagle beast has engaged in battle with the subsequent beasts. Chen Fan pondered, though uncertainty gnawed at him. The golden eagle beast was formidable, and while he could contend with it, facing more than 3 second-tier beasts would necessitate a hasty retreat. Judging by the earlier commotion, at least 5 or 6 beasts were likely approaching. Thus it was prudent for Chen Fan to adopt a cautious strategy. Now, contemplating a surprise return, he hoped to find an opportunity for gain. Excellent. It appears they are indeed fighting. As he drew near to the area where Tai Sui resided, Chen Fan felt the immense residual energy of battle, and his spirits lifted. He took refuge beneath a large tree, waiting for the clash of beasts to conclude, lest he become an unwitting casualty. After a significant wait, as the tumult from the Tai Sui's vicinity subsided somewhat, Chen Fan held his breath and stealthily approached. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. The vast forest had been utterly ravaged by the conflict between the beasts. Crimson blood splattered across the pristine snow, creating a striking contrast, while trails of blood etched across the ground bore witness to the injured beasts being dragged away. Many areas of the ground were upturned, revealing the yellow earth concealed beneath the white snow, rendering the scene a chaotic tableau reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. 3 beastly corpses lay strewn across the snow, while 2 others had fled in disarray, leaving only 2 still locked in confrontation, both bearing wounds. Among them was the golden eagle beast, facing off against a tiger-like creature, likely a mutated form of the Siberian tiger. The tiger beast roared defiantly, the golden eagle screeched piercingly. Yet, from their voices, Chen Fan discerned a hint of bluster masking their vulnerability. What a splendid opportunity! With fierce determination, Chen Fan unleashed his attack, the Wuchen sword darting forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the golden eagle's abdomen. In this desolate expanse devoid of feathers, where wings find it exceedingly difficult to extend, Chen Fan, having gleaned wisdom from prior experiences, strategically identified this weakness. A muffled thud resonated as the Wuchen sword pierced through the back of the golden eagle, trailing a line of crimson in the air. Yet, Chen Fan had no intention of concluding the encounter there. As the sword transgressed the golden eagle, it swiftly appeared beside the tiger demon, delivering a precise strike to its left forepaw. The hide of the tiger demon was of considerable value, and Chen Fan could not bear to perforate it as he had with the golden eagle. With a painful roar, the tiger demon lunged towards Chen Fan, limping and enraged. However, at this moment, it posed little threat. Employing the earth collapse technique, the ground before the tiger demon suddenly gave way, just as it attempted to leap. Its injured forepaw cried out in agony, causing its hefty frame to lose balance and crash into the snowy terrain with a resounding thud. Chen Fan, undeterred, maneuvered the Wuchen sword to pierce through the other 3 paws of the tiger demon, leaving only its mournful wails echoing in the air. Apologies, but you are no longer a protected species. Chen Fan chuckled to himself, and a barrage of water bullets struck the tiger demon's head, swiftly ending its life. I've struck gold. This is truly a windfall. The familiar exclamation escaped his lips, and Chen Fan beamed at the sight of 5 second-tier demon beasts lying lifeless before him. I nearly forgot the matter at hand. Just as he was about to skin the tiger, Chen Fan suddenly recalled his primary objective, Tai Sui. As he approached the colossal stone, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The once resplendent Tai Sui now appeared lethargic, its vibrant hue significantly dimmed. At the very center atop the Tai Sui, the flesh resembled 2 lips, continually expelling a golden orb. Within the orb, a faint dragon silhouette flickered, akin to the Dragon Balls from animated tales, utterly captivating Chen Fan's attention. Despite his extensive knowledge from 2 worlds, he could not ascertain the nature of this peculiar object. Nevertheless, he dismissed such concerns. It was undoubtedly a treasure. Speaking to himself, Chen Fan's right hand unceremoniously reached out to seize the golden orb. Just as his fingers brushed against it, the entire secret realm trembled violently, and a beam of golden light shot skyward from the depths of the mountains and forests. An image that felt oddly familiar to Chen Fan. Is this a great treasure emerging? It reminded him of the golden light in the Jinshuan's secret realm, which had led to his acquisition of the base of the 8 Extremes Tower. Swiftly, he stowed the Tai Sui and the corpses of the 5 demon beasts into his Qinquan bag, hastening towards the source of the golden light. Simultaneously, Old Luo also spotted the emergence of the golden radiance and promptly led his fully armed warriors toward it. Having taken only a few steps, Old Luo suddenly looked up at the sky, catching a glimpse of a fleeting light, leaving behind only the silhouette of Chen Fan soaring through the air on his sword. Quickly, increase our pace. Upon the appearance of Chen Fan, Elder Luo felt a surge of anxiety and promptly commanded the soldiers to quicken their pace. The paramount objective of his expedition was to acquire the cultivation techniques from the secret realm, at the very least. He aimed to thwart Chen Fan from reaping the greatest rewards. Witnessing Chen Fan's advance, his vexation was palpable. However, how could 2 legs possibly outrun a flying sword? While Elder Luo and his entourage were still en route, Chen Fan had already arrived at the site aglow with golden light. In the pristine, snow-white forest, there suddenly appeared a spring, bubbling forth with steam. Unlike a typical hot spring, the water was not clear and transparent, but rather a resplendent golden hue. The fountain of immortality. Gazing at the golden waters, Chen Fan was reminded of a description he had encountered in an ancient text regarding the fountain of immortality. According to the manuscript, the fountain was said to be the blood of a true dragon mingled with mountain spring water, causing it to bubble incessantly, as though alive. Furthermore, due to the infusion of true dragon blood, the water turned a brilliant gold and possessed the power to prolong life. Realizing that the golden spring water before him was likely the legendary fountain of immortality, Chen Fan's eyes widened in excitement. Without a thought for propriety, he lunged forward and took several mouthfuls of the water. The moment the water entered his stomach, he was seized by an intense burning sensation, as if two molten masses were churning within him. The spiritual energy coursing through his meridians was relentlessly scorched by the two masses of spring water, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Even the precious droplets of liquid spiritual energy he had painstakingly condensed evaporated entirely. In a flash, the spiritual energy within Chen Fan began to dwindle, nearly rendering him a mere husk. What in the world is this? The ancient text had recorded the life-prolonging effects of the fountain of immortality, yet it made no mention of such a searing side effect. The excruciating burn left him in agony, and the relentless loss of spiritual energy filled him with dread. The sensation of losing power after having once possessed it was far more unbearable than death itself. Chapter 73. Mid-Foundation Establishment. What to do? What to do? In his panic, Chen Fan resorted to desperate measures, hastily retrieving spiritual liquid and vermilion fruits from his bag and stuffing them into his mouth. Upon ingestion, the spiritual liquid and fruits rapidly transformed into pure spiritual energy, spreading throughout his body and revitalizing his nearly depleted reserves. Sensing the efficacy of his actions, Chen Fan sat cross-legged, diligently circulating the 5 elements celestial art, using the abundant spiritual energy from the vermilion fruits and spiritual liquid to wash away the 2 searing masses of spring water. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 1 fruit, 2 fruits, 3 fruits. Only when he had completely exhausted all the spiritual liquid and vermilion fruits did the burning sensation within him finally subside, while the evaporated spiritual energy gradually liquefied into beads within his dantian. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The droplets of spiritual energy fell like rain, and soon they accumulated to over 100 in his dantian, at which point the rate of accumulation began to wane. Is this the mid-foundation establishment? Feeling the liquid spiritual energy within him surpass 100 droplets, Chen Fan was overwhelmed with joy. The tale of the old man losing his horse, only to find fortune in misfortune, aptly encapsulates his current predicament. The profound joy of narrowly escaping despair nearly brought him to tears. It was only when the liquefaction of his spiritual energy within his dantian finally ceased that Chen Fan meticulously counted, discovering a total of 153 droplets of liquid spiritual energy, an increase of over 100 compared to before. Such a bounty of spiritual essence would typically require 3 to 5 years of arduous cultivation, yet under the stimulus of the fountain of youth, it took less than half an hour. Quick, just ahead. At that moment, Chen Fan heard the approaching sounds of footsteps, likely belonging to the soldiers he had spotted during his flight. Before long, Elder Luo appeared with a group of warriors, encircling both him and the fountain of youth. Look, the spring water is golden, isn't it, Chen Fan? This area is now under the jurisdiction of our Xuanwu city. You may leave. The soldiers gazed in astonishment at the fountain of youth, while Elder Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon glancing at Chen Fan, he instinctively furrowed his brow, contemplating. This bothersome fellow arrived first. I wonder if he has obtained anything else of value. What if I refuse? Chen Fan chuckled at Elder Luo's self-assured demeanor. After all, he was merely a martial sovereign, and Chen Fan had dealt with such individuals before. I advise you not to provoke me. While the sword immortal may be formidable, Xuanwu City is no pushover. With a command from Elder Luo, Chen Fan found himself facing the dark muzzles of a dozen firearms, the atmosphere thick with the threat of imminent conflict. These weapons were among the most advanced laser arms, and even Chen Fan could not guarantee his escape, especially with such armaments at play. His countenance darkened, while Elder Luo wore a smug expression. For it is often said that no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, one fears the kitchen knife. In this era, no matter how potent one's personal combat abilities, they are but a child in the face of sufficient firepower. Unless, of course, one day Chen Fan could withstand a nuclear bomb. Very well, Xuanwu City. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, muttering in exasperation, and turned to leave the throng. A wise man does not suffer needless losses. For the moment, he would allow this old man to revel in his arrogance. Hold on. Surrender the treasures you acquired in the secret realm. Just as Chen Fan was about to depart, Elder Luo had no intention of letting him go. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the items concealed within Chen Fan's garments, intent on seizing them. Ha ha ha. The moment Elder Luo's words fell, Chen Fan halted, unable to suppress a sudden, boisterous laughter. An overwhelming aura of spiritual energy emanated from him, compelling those around him to bow in reverence. In that instant, the Wuchen sword shot forth, tracing a breathtaking arc at his side, swiftly piercing through the combat uniforms of several soldiers, leaving nearly half of them with severed necks. Fire! Kill him! The command rang out, followed by the sound of gunfire. Without even a command from old Luo, the moment the spiritual pressure emanated from Chen Fan, a soldier had already pulled the trigger. The powerful laser cannon discharged instantaneously, its speed akin to a flash of lightning, leaving no time for reaction. Alas, they were up against Chen Fan, who had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As the laser cannon pierced through what they believed to be Chen Fan, old Luo barely had time to revel in triumph before realizing it was merely an illusion. The true Chen Fan had vanished without a trace. Upon closer inspection, the spot where Chen Fan had stood revealed a deep hole in the ground. The soldiers swiftly aimed the laser cannon at the opening, firing once more. A tremendous explosion echoed through the mountains, soil erupting and splattering onto the snow, leaving behind numerous yellow stains, yet conspicuously absent of any blood. The soldiers, aware that they had failed to hit Chen Fan, immediately felt a wave of panic. The Sword Immortal's complex techniques, including the art of earth escape, had caught them completely off guard. Just as despair settled among them, the Wuchan sword emerged once again from the earth, claiming the life of yet another soldier with each appearance, akin to a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Spare us, Sword Immortal, spare us. With the enemy's figure obscured, comrades were sent one after another to meet the King of Hell. The overwhelming pressure instilled a profound fear in these battle-hardened soldiers, causing them to kneel and plead for mercy. Old Luo's face turned ashen as he watched soldier after soldier fall, realizing he had no means to contend with Chen Fan and beginning to harbor regrets. Yet, regret is a luxury in this world. His mind was solely fixated on the singular objective of eliminating Chen Fan within the secret realm. Surveying the surroundings with meticulous care, old Luo seized the moment when the Wuchan sword re-emerged for a surprise attack, delivering a powerful punch towards the earth. Beneath the ground, Chen Fan, perceiving the impending blow, had no choice but to abandon his original target and once again burrowed underground, seeking an opportunity to strike anew. Judging by the speed and force of old Luo's punch, it was evident that his martial prowess far surpassed that of Wang Ziyang, explaining why Xuanwu City had always held the position of the foremost among the 5 doomsday cities. Now that the initiative lay in his hands, there was no need for a direct confrontation. Systematically eliminating his subordinates would indeed place considerable psychological pressure on old Luo. Only 3 soldiers remained, forming a protective formation around old Luo, but this arrangement served not to safeguard him, but rather to deter Chen Fan from making an attack. Should he strike at any soldier, it would invite old Luo's wrath, resulting in a stalemate. A profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the bubbling of the fountain of youth and the occasional roar of beasts from the distant forest, their breaths audible in the stillness. Chapter 74. The Mysterious Great Hall. Oh no. Breathe. Upon hearing the soldiers' breaths, a sudden realization struck Chen Fan, and he instinctively sensed danger. Unfortunately, before he could react, a powerful fist descended from above, crashing down upon him. Caught off guard, Chen Fan had attempted to evade the attack, yet he was still struck on his left shoulder. With a crack, his scapula shattered, crimson blood gushed forth, and his entire left arm instantly drooped. Damn, I underestimated these martial sovereigns. Chen Fan grunted softly, swiftly staunching the bleeding from his shoulder. He then held his breath, retreating to a distance to observe old Luo. Uncertain if old Luo possessed further means to detect his presence, he prudently chose to withdraw. Were it not for the presence of the spring of longevity, he might have departed entirely. Once he dealt with the remaining 3 warriors and eliminated the threat of the laser cannon, he would not fear a direct confrontation with old Luo. With control of the aerial domain, there was no reason for him to fear a grounded martial artist. Using his divine sense, Chen Fan hid underground to recuperate while keeping a distant watch on old Luo and his companions. Having landed a successful blow, old Luo was aware that Chen Fan had managed to evade a fatal strike and was likely recuperating somewhere nearby. Yet, he remained uncertain whether Chen Fan had truly departed. Maintaining a vigilant stance, after a considerable half-hour, he finally confirmed his suspicion. Chen Fan must have left. Exercising caution, he instructed one of the warriors to approach the spring, while he remained fully alert to guard against a possible ambush from Chen Fan. Go ahead, drink up. The moment you do, it will be your end. Watching as a warrior stepped forward to fetch the spring water, Chen Fan remained utterly unperturbed. Having nearly met his demise after a couple of sips, he doubted that the old man could withstand it. Should he dare to take a sip here, it would be the perfect opportunity for Chen Fan to strike. However, the ensuing scene completely unraveled Chen Fan's plans. Old Luo took the spring water but did not drink it himself. Instead, he used one of the warriors as a test subject. Remarkably, these warriors, well trained, did not flinch at being treated as guinea pigs and resolutely swallowed a mouthful. As expected, the warrior quickly collapsed in agony, writhing and howling before gradually falling silent. A closer look revealed that his body had withered significantly, his combat suit even caving in. How tragic. Such a waste. Chen Fan lamented, both for the warrior's life and for the squandered sip of the spring of longevity. From his previous experience, he understood that the spring was not toxic. Rather, Its exceptionally high grade exceeded the foundational levels of spiritual energy that the warrior could withstand. It was akin to a mortal consuming a potent tonic, resulting in an inability to absorb its benefits. Had a core formation practitioner partaken of it, the adverse effects would likely have been far less severe. The death of the warrior darkened old Luo's expression as he stared at the individual water pouch in his hand. Yet he dared not risk himself. Let us go. In a state of vexation, old Luo departed, only to suddenly realize why no ferocious beasts had come forth to contend for the golden spring. Alas, not only had he failed to savor the delectable lamb, but he had also stirred up a host of troubles, all while remaining constantly wary of that calamity lurking behind him. The bitterness within old Luo's heart was too profound to be conveyed to others. Since it has come to this, let you guard it for a while. Observing that old Luo had refrained from consuming the elixir of immortality, Chen Fan felt a twinge of regret, yet he quickly reconciled himself to the situation. As long as the opponent remained within the secret realm, ample opportunities for him to act would still abound. With his shoulder injury nearly healed, and with the adversary now down a warrior, the scales of victory began to tilt gradually in his favor. Just as he prepared to follow old Luo, ready to seize the elixir, a sweep of his spiritual awareness over the spring revealed something amiss. Beneath the spring's surface, he sensed a faint aura of spiritual energy, slowly awakening. What could that be? Chen Fan glanced at old Luo's retreating figure and then back at the spring, ultimately deciding to spare old Luo for the time being. Beneath that spring, there might lie a greater opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned old Luo's group and turned towards the spring's depths. However, as he approached the spring from below, an invisible barrier firmly obstructed his entry. Blocked, Chen Fan had no choice but to emerge from the ground, frowning at the diminutive spring opening. With the underground route impassable and only a small aperture above, he pondered his next move. Cautiously, he extended his spiritual awareness into the spring, seeking to uncover what lay beneath. Yet, the moment his consciousness breached the spring's surface, darkness enveloped him. And when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a dim underground palace. Having previously traversed Yi Linglong's teleportation array, Chen Fan realized he had been transported beneath the spring. Upon scrutinizing his surroundings, he noted that the decor bore resemblance to a Taoist temple. The grand hall housed a colossal statue, towering several meters high, exuding an air of solemnity and majesty. The walls were adorned with numerous murals, seemingly narrating some mythological tale. The pillars and beams within the hall were intricately carved, imparting a sense of opulence and gravitas. Before the statue stood an incense altar, adorned with a censer and candlestick. The incense within the censer continued to emit curling wisps of fragrant smoke, while the candles crackled as they burned, casting a flickering light within the dim underground palace. How long have these been burning? Observing the still flaming incense and candles, Chen Fan was utterly astonished. The furnishings in this hall suggested they had been here for centuries, and the fact that the incense and candles had managed to burn until now utterly defied his understanding of physics. In front of the incense altar lay a time-worn mat. Upon witnessing the emergence of this object, Chen Fan instinctively knelt and fervently bowed 3 times. According to the tropes found in novels and tales, a mat often signifies the presence of a secret martial arts manual. Thus, Chen Fan was certainly not one to begrudge such gestures. Where were the techniques? The treasures? Regrettably, after completing his 3 bows, silence enveloped the grand hall, leaving Chen Fan in a state of bewilderment. Undeterred, he prostrated himself to inspect beneath the incense table, only to find it utterly devoid of any items. Attempting to lift the mat, he discovered that the furnishings within the hall were seemingly welded to the ground, immovable by any means. As he scrutinized the murals and the ornate patterns on the columns, no clarity emerged. In a fit of frustration, Chen Fan's gaze settled upon the statue before him, and an impulsive desire to shatter it surged within him. Chapter 75. The Blood Fiend's demonic art. You are unkind. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Chen Fan exclaimed in fury, and with a swift motion, the Wuchen sword soared through the air, striking the statue with a resounding force. A fissure erupted from the statue's brow, extending down to its seated legs. Yet, one strike was not sufficient to quell his rage. The Wuchen sword danced in the air, delivering several more blows to the statue's head, ultimately cleaving it in 2. Gazing at the wreckage of the statue, Chen Fan suddenly regained his senses, shaking his head in confusion and murmuring to himself, "What has come over me?" Given his usual temperament, even if he had bowed without receiving any treasures, he would not have behaved so irrationally. What had compelled him to commit such an unorthodox act? Just as he pondered this, his attention was drawn to a black jade slip nestled within the statue's abdomen. While jade slips typically came in white or emerald hues, this black jade slip was a novel sight for Chen Fan. With a slight bend of his right hand, the black slip was drawn into his grasp. Upon observing the blood-red characters inscribed upon it, a wave of dizziness swept over him, as if a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth. Blood Fiend's demonic art. At the moment Chen Fan grasped the Blood Fiend's demonic art, the entire hall began to tremble, threatening to collapse. A brilliant light shone down from above, revealing that the ceiling had begun to fracture. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan soared upwards on his sword, escaping through a crevice in the roof. Once outside, he discovered that the fountain of immortality was situated precisely above the statue, akin to a divine revelation. With no time for further contemplation, he observed the grand hall continuing to crumble and decisively distanced himself from the sight. Upon reaching a place of safety, Chen Fan unfurled the Blood Fiend's demonic art for a brief perusal, only to be met with a drastic change in countenance. It was a method that sought to enhance one's power by devouring the blood essence of cultivators, a practice so nefarious that it would undoubtedly provoke widespread condemnation in the realm of cultivation. Chen Fan had no desire to become a pariah, reviled by all, so he merely skimmed through its contents, resolutely deciding against its practice. Furthermore, the fact that the Blood Fiend's demonic art could exert influence over his mind even at a distance from the statue instilled within him a profound sense of unease. The reason this technique is concealed within the belly of the divine statue is likely due to a deliberate sealing by someone. It is possible that the fountain of immortality has sustained this seal, and the actions of both myself and old Master Luo in extracting the fountain have inadvertently created a flaw in the seal. The unyielding incense and candles are also maintained by the unique properties of the fountain of immortality. Just as I was about to put away the blood demon technique, I noticed that several secret arts were inscribed behind it. These include the blood escape technique, blood demon induction, and blood puppet technique. Among these three secret arts, the blood demon induction is particularly formidable, capable of drawing forth an enemy's blood energy during combat, thereby disrupting their technique and even extracting their blood energy directly from their bodies. However, this technique requires the foundational power of the blood demon technique, which I do not intend to cultivate, leaving me to lament my unfulfilled potential. As for the blood escape technique, it serves as an exceptional means of escape, boasting a speed that far surpasses flying swords and elemental escape methods, nearly instantaneous in effect, a perfect method for preserving one's life. Yet, this technique necessitates the consumption of a significant amount of blood energy with each use, inflicting considerable harm upon oneself. Thus, it is not to be employed unless absolutely necessary. I have always cherished such crucial techniques that can safeguard my life, and I immediately committed them to memory, resolving to practice them thoroughly when time permits. The blood puppet technique, on the other hand, is a method of puppetry, or rather, a technique for controlling corpses. It allows one to refine the bodies of cultivators or magical beasts into blood puppets, retaining approximately 80% of their strength from life along with diminished sentience. Characterized by their tough skin and fearless nature, this technique holds great practicality for me, especially since I still have the corpses of 5 second-tier magical beasts within my universe bag. If I could refine the strongest among them, the golden eagle, into a blood puppet, I would then possess a flying mount, truly becoming a chivalrous figure akin to a divine eagle, living a life of freedom and ease. With a flying mount, I could unleash the dustless sword, soaring through the skies to vanquish foes, no longer fearing becoming a target in the air. The dustless sword and the golden eagle would offer both offense and defense. Even the most formidable combat machines would find themselves thwarted. Should I refine the golden eagle puppet first, or pursue that old man? Leaning against a large tree, two inner voices clashed within my mind. The former option is undoubtedly more prudent, yet it risks allowing the old man to slip away from the secret realm, complicating any subsequent attempts to act. Alas, prolonged nights breed many dreams. It is wiser to reclaim the fountain of immortality first. After a moment's contemplation, I concluded that retrieving the fountain was indeed the more secure choice. To prevent the other party from exiting the secret realm directly, I opted to head straight for the exit, blocking their path. Achieving this with the speed of my flying sword would be no arduous task, considering they could only traverse on foot while evading the magical beasts on the ground, rendering their speed considerably slower. Eureka! At a distance of 3 or 4 kilometers from the exit, I spotted the 3 individuals hastily marching. Within just an hour, they had traversed from the fountain of immortality to this point, evidently making a beeline for the exit. Let the old boy leave first, who knows? He might bring trouble upon himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan unleashed a barrage of fire blast spells, obstructing his opponent's advance. Simultaneously, he pressed the Wuchen's sword to the ground, utilizing the earth escape technique to swiftly approach the trio. Damn it! The expression on old Luo's face darkened to an extreme, and he cursed vehemently. With Chen Fan's relentless ambushes, only 2 insignificant fighters remained. Old Luo had no intention of continuing to skirmish with Chen Fan in the secret realm. Instead, he resolved to exit the secret realm, rally the forces of Xuanwu City, and strike directly at Chen Fan upon his emergence. Unfortunately, he never anticipated that just as he was nearing the exit, Chen Fan would pursue him again. The short distance of 3 or 4 kilometers, normally traversed in mere minutes, now felt insurmountable. After a brief moment of hesitation, old Luo abandoned the two warriors and dashed towards the exit. In the current predicament, remaining vigilant and safeguarding the two would only lead to their demise at Chen Fan's hands. Sacrificing the lesser for the greater, severing the tail to save oneself, was the only prudent choice. Do you think you can escape like this? Observing old Luo's abandonment of his two warriors, Chen Fan smirked disdainfully, maneuvering the Wuchen sword to swiftly eliminate the two before soaring towards old Luo. Bang! Just as the desperate old Luo was fleeing, a fire blast struck the ground before him. Reluctantly, he had to pause momentarily, turning to evade. Yet, in that fleeting instant, his speed was inevitably compromised, and Chen Fan had already caught up on his sword. The 300 meters distance was the maximum range for the Wuchen sword's attack. Chen Fan lowered his altitude and leaped down from the sword. Ping pong. The Wuchen sword was incredibly swift, catching up with old Luo in the blink of an eye. The latter had already drawn his blade, striving to escape, but found himself ensnared by the Wuchen sword. Chapter 76. The Jester Chen Fan. Have you ever contemplated the consequences of your actions? With the exit of the secret realm merely 1,000 meters away, old Luo, entangled by the Wuchen sword, glared at Chen Fan with a furious intensity, beginning to issue threats. Consequences? Are you suggesting that Xuanwu City would retaliate against me for a dead man? Chen Fan retorted with a chilling smile, dismissing old Luo's words. Setting aside the cautionary tale of Wang Ziyang, with his current strength and the 8 Extremes Tower in hand, there was truly nothing he feared on Earth. Even if the authorities possessed weapons of mass destruction, could he not simply flee if he could not withstand them? From this perspective alone, he stood invincible. Old Luo's expression darkened. He had to concede that Chen Fan's argument was sound, even with his immense power in Xuanwu City. Should he perish, no one would risk offending a promising sword immortal for a deceased individual. Moreover, if he died within the secret realm, Xuanwu City might not even realize that Chen Fan was responsible for his demise. I concede. I implore you to spare me. I am a master of martial arts. The Lord of Xuanwu City and many military commanders are my disciples. Spare me, and I shall ensure their loyalty to you, while fending off the Wuchen sword. Old Luo pleaded loudly, exhibiting a pitiful demeanor that was hard to reconcile with his status as the most formidable martial arts master in Huagua. Very well, then declare your allegiance to me. Chen Fan responded with a smirk of disdain, wholly uninterested in old Luo's words. As a dignified cultivator, he had no inclination towards worldly power. Were it not for his desire for a stable environment on Earth, he would not concern himself with such trivial matters. All right, I shall swear my loyalty at once, old Luo declared, pointing to the heavens, feigning readiness to pledge himself to Chen Fan. Suddenly, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. He transformed his finger into a palm and stomped fiercely on the ground, launching himself at Chen Fan like a rabbit. Unfortunately, just as he was about to reach Chen Fan, several wooden shields intercepted him, and the Wuchen sword, swift as lightning, pierced through his heart. Foolish jester, Chen Fan remarked coldly, observing old Luo's face contorted in disbelief. From the very beginning, he had never trusted this old man who experimented with poisons on his subordinates. After collecting the spoils, Chen Fan utilized the Bajitang to traverse back to the realm of cultivation, intending to refine the golden eagle and old Luo's corpse into blood puppets. The golden eagle would serve as a steed, while old Luo would become a guardian. Plans Chen Fan had meticulously devised within the secret realm. Days later, just as Chen Fan completed the refinement of the 2 blood puppets, he sensed that the spirit communication jade talisman he had entrusted to Yi Wuheng had been shattered, eliciting a peculiar expression from him. What a fortuitous timing. It is just the opportunity to test the power of these 2 blood puppets. Bold Yi Linglong, how dare you refuse to comply? Today shall mark the annihilation of your Yi family. Aside from the higher echelons of the Yi family, few were aware of Chen Fan's advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, the eradication of the Yi family was deemed a trivial matter, and Bai Shui Shangren had no intention of taking matters into his own hands. Instead, 3 cultivators at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage were dispatched. After Yi Wuheng shattered the spirit communication jade talisman, he anxiously awaited Chen Fan's arrival. However, after a considerable time had passed without any sign of Chen Fan, an elderly man with white hair and a somewhat vacant expression appeared, resembling more of a puppet than a living being. Puppet technique. The moment old Luo emerged, he was recognized by the 3 cultivators, as Chen Fan's limited mastery of the blood puppet art made the creations easily identifiable. Regardless, the 3 cultivators could not suppress their astonishment. The Yi family actually possesses mastery over puppet techniques. The puppet technique is one of the myriad arts of cultivation. Akin to beast taming, and ranks among the battle-oriented secret arts, second only to alchemy and formations. Even the Qingmu sect had no legacy of puppet techniques. Yet here it was before them in the Yi family. Amid their astonishment, old Luo remained silent and directly engaged in combat. With his martial, sovereign-level physical prowess, he faced off against the 3 Qi refining stage cultivators without losing an inch. After being refined into a blood puppet, old Luo's body became exceedingly tough and resilient. Akin to an impenetrable fortress, even the relentless strikes from 3 Qi refinement practitioners wielding their magical tools could only leave faint white marks upon his flesh. What in the world is this creature? One of the practitioners couldn't restrain his expletives, finding it utterly frustrating to contend with such a fearsome, thick-skinned monstrosity. Even more alarming was the complete absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from this puppet. It seemed to withstand their combined assault solely through sheer physical might. Fortunately, despite its rugged exterior, the puppet's tactics were rather simplistic, primarily relegating it to a passive role of enduring blows without posing a significant threat to the trio. However, the presence of such a puppet indicated that a formidable practitioner lurked in the shadows, unable to subdue the blood puppet. One of the practitioners called out to the Yi residents, "We come on behalf of Elder Bishuai to eradicate the Yi family. Since you have intervened, why not reveal yourself?" As the combat capabilities of the blood puppet were assessed, Chen Fan's consciousness stirred, prompting old Luo to swiftly retreat and stand beside Yi Wuing. Inform Bishuai that the Yi family wishes to avoid involvement with Baiyun sect and Shuihua sect. Let him take care of himself. No sooner had the words left his lips than a palpable pressure, characteristic of a foundation establishment practitioner, descended upon them, causing the 3 practitioners to tremble in fear and hastily kneel in supplication. "Unaware of your esteemed presence, we have been remiss. Please forgive our transgressions. We shall not repeat this. Begone," came the thunderous rebuke, sending them hurtling away. Without a moment's pause, the trio scrambled back toward the outskirts of Yi City, secretly relieved to have preserved their lives. Before a foundation establishment practitioner, Qi refinement cultivators were akin to slightly stronger ants. They dared not linger any longer in Yi City. Throughout this encounter, Chen Fan merely exerted his aura without revealing himself, confident that Elder Bishuai, if he possessed even a modicum of intelligence, would refrain from further troubling the Yi family. After dismissing the 3, Chen Fan summoned the blood puppet back and, utilizing the coordinates marked by the 8 Extremes Tower, returned to his abode in White Tiger City. The 2 women had long grown accustomed to Chen Fan's uncanny comings and goings. But the disappearance of both the Changbai Mountain and Jinshuan's secret realms, alongside the absence of the Xuanwu city, Lord Luo Wushuang, had stirred considerable unrest. "Xiao Zhan came looking for you once. He seemed rather anxious," Zheng Miaodong briefly relayed before returning to her chamber to continue her cultivation. Following the previous incident of being pursued, her enthusiasm for cultivation had notably increased. "Brother Xiao, I am fine. I have already dealt with Luo Wushuang in the secret realm. You may handle the matter as you see fit." Having reassured Xiao Zhan via his satellite watch, Chen Fan settled back in the apartment, awaiting his visitor's arrival. Knowing Xiao Zhan as he did, he presumed that his friend was likely already en route. Chapter 77, a shakedown as anticipated, within 10 minutes. Xiao Zhan arrived at the door of Chen Fan's apartment. "You're unharmed. This is truly wonderful." Confirming that Chen Fan was unharmed, Xiao Zhan burst into joyous laughter, opening his arms to envelop Chen Fan in a hearty embrace. Having learned that no one had returned from the mysterious realm of Changbai Mountain, Xiao Zhan had long harbored concerns for Chen Fan, unwilling to accept the notion of his demise. However, after several days of silence from Chen Fan, his anxiety began to mount. Now that the heavy stone of worry had been lifted, his excitement was palpable. Chen Fan briefly recounted the confrontation with Luo Wushuang within the secret realm, prompting Xiao Zhan to instinctively furrow his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "This matter has no witnesses. Simply claim ignorance to the outside world. Xuanwu City lies thousands of miles from Baihu City, and they will not be able to hold anything against you." "Understood. I shall heed your advice." After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Zhan hurriedly took his leave. Before departing, he informed Chen Fan that the cultivation university in Baihu City had been completed, and a villa had been set aside specifically for him, ready for him to move in at any time. Once Xiao Zhan had departed, Chen Fan returned to the world of cultivation, contemplating whether it was time to seek a new location for his training. In the realm of cultivation, the 4 essentials are wealth, companions, techniques, and land, with the latter referring specifically to the Earth's spiritual veins. Cultivators rely on the power of these spiritual veins for their practice. Yi City had developed its current scale due to the presence of a first-tier spiritual vein underground. After becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, while it was certainly feasible to continue training with a first-tier spiritual vein, the speed of cultivation would inevitably be hampered. Thus, Finding a suitable second-tier spiritual vein had become Chen Fan's pressing priority. However, to his knowledge, there were only two known second-tier spiritual veins within the entire Qingmu Mountain region. One located in Qingmu Mountain and the other in Bishui Fang City, both currently under the control of the Bishui Master. After much contemplation, Chen Fan concluded that he needed to approach the Bishui Master. After all, he did not require both second-tier spiritual veins for his cultivation. Relinquishing one would be only fair. Just as the Qingmu sect had not attempted to seize Bishui Fang City, he doubted that the Bishui Master would dare to confront him directly. At this moment, the Bishui Master was likely already aware of the happenings in Yi City and would probably come personally to ascertain the identity of the newly emerged Foundation Establishment cultivator. Chen Fan merely needed to await his arrival and casually mention his needs. With the intense conflict between the Baiyun sect and the Shuihua sect ongoing, it was unlikely that the Bishui Master would wish to complicate matters further at this juncture. As anticipated, within less than half an hour, Chen Fan sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching from outside Yi City. It was indeed the Bishui Master arriving on his sword. I do not know which fellow cultivator is secretly training in Yi City, but Bishui has come to pay a visit. The voice arrived before the figure, and the Bishui Master, exceedingly courteous, halted outside Yi City, refraining from intruding, thus granting Chen Fan a measure of respect. Bishui Taoist, having traveled from afar, please enter Yi Manor for a discussion. Respect is better expressed through compliance. The Bishui Master smiled and, in an instant, appeared before Chen Fan. Gazing upon the youthful and unfamiliar visage of Chen Fan, the esteemed figure of Bishui felt an overwhelming shock within. A mid-foundation stage? Yet so young. Unsure of how to address this fellow cultivator, he recalled the earlier impetuous actions of his disciples that had inadvertently offended Chen Fan, earnestly hoping for forgiveness. Despite his profound astonishment, Bishui maintained an impassive demeanor, greeting Chen Fan with a smile and subtly inquiring about his origins. I am Qing Chen, a guest elder of the Yi family, tasked by Taoist Yi Linglong to assist in overseeing the family, he introduced. Chen Fan spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if attending to the Yi family was a mere trifling matter. Oh, are you not from the Yinshui region, Taoist Qing Chen? Bishui pondered, attempting to recall the names of all foundation stage cultivators from Yinshui, yet found no memory of one named Qing Chen. There is no need for subtlety, Taoist Bishui. I am merely a spirit farmer from the Yi family, fortunate enough to have established a foundation, Chen Fan replied with a gentle smile, directly revealing his identity. Knowing that a minor investigation would easily uncover his background. What? A spirit farmer? The revelation of Chen Fan's claim astounded Bishui. It is common knowledge that spirit farmers typically possess inferior or even mundane spiritual roots, rendering their path to immortality nearly impossible. So how could one so young have ascended to the foundation stage? Indeed, many in Yi City are aware of this. A brief inquiry would reveal all, Taoist Bishui. Chen Fan nodded with a smile, the most ordinary of expressions, yet somehow evoking a sense of profound mystery in Bishui's eyes. Forgive me. It is merely that your journey is so inspiring. I find it somewhat hard to believe, Bishui stammered, struggling to articulate the word inspiring, which proved quite a challenge for him. Thanks to Taoist Linglong's regard, I merely encountered some fortuitous opportunities. Chen Fan continued, casting a knowing glance at Bishui. Now that you have confirmed my identity, you must feel reassured, correct? Not at all. I merely came to pay a visit. Since you wish to remain uninvolved in the disputes between the Baiyun sect and the Shuihua sect, how could I press you further? Bishui responded. Thank you for your understanding. Speaking of which, I find myself somewhat troubled after advancing to the foundation stage. The first-tier spiritual veins in Yi City seem insufficient for my needs, Chen Fan said, fully aware of Bishui's purpose for visiting, seamlessly shifting the conversation to reveal his own requirements. Bishui, observing the warm smile of Chen Fan, inwardly cursed. What a clever young man, trying to extract benefits from me. Chen Fan's mention of insufficient spiritual veins was a clear hint. Bishui, however, could not feign ignorance, for he urgently needed to unify the cultivator forces within the Qingmu Mountain region, and Chen Fan had become the most significant variable. Should this individual harbor ill intentions, the task assigned to him by the sect would be far from achievable. The matter is not so simple. There exists a second-tier spiritual vein in the vicinity of Bishuifang City. If my esteemed friend does not mind, one could consider relocating to this place, and thus, the issue would be effortlessly resolved. The master of Bishuifang wore a warm and inviting smile, exuding the affection of a long-lost relative to Chen Fan. That seems rather inappropriate. I recall that is the place where you established your fortune. A gentleman does not usurp what others hold dear. How could that be acceptable? Chen Fan feigned surprise, repeatedly gesturing to decline the offer. The two engaged in a playful exchange of polite refusals, and only then did Chen Fan reluctantly accept the master's suggestion. Many thanks to you. Dear friend from Bishwafang, should there be any future matters where I can be of assistance, do not hesitate to command. Flattering words flowed effortlessly from Chen Fan's lips. As for the day when the master of Bishwafang might truly seek his aid, Chen Fan would ensure he understood the concept of timing. Chapter 78. The Continent of Extraordinary Martial Arts. As he toyed with the restrictive decree of Bishwafang City, a triumphant smile graced Chen Fan's lips. Having successfully negotiated with the master, it was likely that the latter could now focus on organizing other cultivation families. In the world of cultivators, clarity of thought is paramount. Since Chen Fan had already reaped the benefits, it was improbable he would undermine the master's endeavors. Thus, the master of Bishwafang was content to part with a portion of his wealth to avert calamity, prioritizing the completion of the tasks assigned by his sect. Once the Shuehua sect unified the Yinshui domain, dealing with a mere spirit farmer like Chen Fan would be a trivial matter. Chen Fan perceived the situation with acute clarity, yet remained unconvinced. The Baiyun sect had stood firm in the Yinshui domain for many years. The very name suggests a hierarchy, with cloud preceding water. Even with the master of Bishwafang's assistance in consolidating power, it would only equate to a few additional foundational cultivators, exerting little influence on the grand scheme of things. It was likely that even within the Shuehua sect, the cultivators from the Qingmu mountain region were not held in high regard. Only the master, eager for achievements, exerted himself so fervently. Though he was a mid-stage foundational cultivator, he had already reached the venerable age of 160. If he could not ascend to the golden core stage before the age of 200, his fate would not be much better than that of the master of Qingmu. Should he achieve great success for the Yinshui sect, he might yet secure an opportunity for advancement within the sect. Although the likelihood of ultimately reaching the golden core stage remained slim, it was certainly preferable to merely awaiting death. However, for Chen Fan, regardless of the master of Bishwafang's fate, the Bishwafang city and the second-tier spiritual vein were tangible benefits to be seized. Yet, prior to assuming control of Bishwafang city, there was a more pressing matter to attend to. After advancing to the foundational stage, the Eight Extremes Tower had connected to a new world, which Chen Fan had yet to explore. Now that urgent matters had been settled, it was indeed time to venture into this new realm. After several days of effort, he finally mastered the language of this world, discovering that its inhabitants referred to it as the Continent of Extraordinary Martial Arts. The concentration of spiritual energy in this realm is somewhat inferior to that of the Eastern Wilderness cultivation world, yet it surpasses that of Earth by a considerable margin. In this world, humans refer to monsters as phantom beasts, and the relationship between the two is not entirely adversarial as it is on Earth. Rather, it encompasses both conflict and cooperation. Here, individuals typically learn to manipulate phantom beasts before the age of 12, at which point they seek out their own phantom beast egg for hatching. The newly hatched phantom beast enters its juvenile phase, commonly known as the recognition period. During this stage, humans can employ a certain secret technique to bond with the juvenile phantom beast. This unique opportunity to establish a connection occurs only once in the beast's lifetime. Once a master is chosen, that bond remains unaltered for eternity. Henceforth, the phantom beast becomes a lifelong and unwavering companion to its human counterpart. After the juvenile phase, the phantom beast transitions into its growth period. As this phase requires a substantial amount of energy, the phantom beast will often merge with its master to absorb the necessary vitality for development. The greater the strength of the master, the more swiftly the phantom beast matures, resulting in a more formidable companion. Following the growth period, the phantom beast enters the metamorphosis stage, wherein it transforms into a form most suited to its master based on the energy provided and its inherent characteristics. This could manifest as battle armor, magical armor, or even a craft-supporting beast. After the metamorphosis stage, the phantom beast fully evolves, entering its final mature phase, thus qualifying as a true phantom beast partner. Intrigued by the cultivation methods of this world, Chen Fan found particular fascination in the metamorphosis stage of the phantom beast, which allows for the formation of armor enveloping the body, akin to the soul armors depicted in anime. As an avid anime enthusiast, even after having become a cultivator, Chen Fan found himself unable to resist such temptation. He pondered, they say one must find their phantom beast egg by the age of 12. I wonder if I, at 24, still have the chance? According to Chen Fan's understanding, it is customary in the Chiwu continent for children to choose their phantom beast egg and establish a bond at the age of 12, primarily for ease of training. It seems illogical that older individuals would be disregarded by phantom beasts. Could it be that these creatures discern the age of humans? Phantom beast eggs are predominantly found in the monster forest, and Piketown is situated in close proximity to such a forest. The most bustling locale in town is undoubtedly the Rose Tavern, conveniently located next to the Mercenary Guild, where mercenaries from far and wide gather to boast about their adventures. On this particular day, a strikingly handsome young man entered, his delicate features standing out starkly among the scarred mercenaries. The tavern's proprietress, Rose, a voluptuous beauty, regarded the approaching youth with a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Young man, have you wandered into the wrong place?" she inquired. "No, I have just become a mercenary," replied the handsome youth, producing a junior mercenary medal, which immediately elicited laughter from the entire tavern. "Junior mercenary medal? Ha ha ha. Am I seeing things? This delicate, effeminate youth has just registered as a mercenary? Hey, you, young lad, the mercenary guild is not a place for someone like you, who is only adept at applying makeup. You must be the son of some wealthy family, out here for some experience. But to dress like this for training is rather foolish." Listening to the overwhelming ridicule, Rose couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the young man before her. Observing his harmlessly handsome face, she felt compelled to offer a word of caution. "Being a mercenary is perilous work, if you merely seek to earn some money. I could use a partner here." "A partner? Surely you mean a bedfellow? Boss lady, what do you think of me?" Teasing the owner had long become a daily routine for these mercenaries. Noticing Rose's evident favoritism towards the young man, several mercenaries began to whistle and lewdly jest. "And what of it? My bed is not a place for you ugly brutes to crawl into." Rose had grown accustomed to such banter and retorted without hesitation. "Very well." The crowd took Rose's words as mere jest, but unexpectedly, the young man cheerfully uttered 2 words, plunging the tavern into a brief silence. "Boss lady, your charm is undeniable. I reckon this lad is still a novice. You ought to be gentle with him." After a momentary hush, the tavern erupted once more with taunts and crude remarks, all as per usual. "Are you serious?" Rose lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the young man before her. When her eyes met his calm and profound ones, she instinctively averted her gaze. Thus, the Rose Tavern in Piketown welcomed a handsome new employee named Chen. However, what puzzled Rose was that this new recruit had not discussed wages with her. Instead, he spent his days mingling with the mercenaries in the tavern, inquiring solely about the beast forest. Could it be that he wishes to venture into the beast forest in search of beast eggs? Though the continent of Chiwu possesses secret techniques for merging with mythical beasts, few warriors in the populace own such creatures. The reasons are twofold. Firstly, beast eggs are incredibly precious, and ordinary warriors often struggle to meet their basic needs. If they were to acquire one, they would likely sell it for money. Secondly, nurturing a mythical beast requires a substantial amount of resources and energy, which could hinder the warrior's own cultivation progress, thus making it the exclusive domain of nobility. Entering the beast forest to obtain a high-quality beast egg and thereby attaining instant wealth is a dream cherished by countless mercenaries. Yet, the majority of them never even catch sight of a beast egg, meeting their end at the jaws of a beast. Several days later, Rose opened the tavern door as usual, only to find a letter left by Chen on the bar. "I have left." A mere 3 words, devoid of any greeting, compelled Rose to curse under her breath. Heartless as it may seem, perhaps it would be better to perish in the beast forest. Despite uttering such words, Rose could not help but feel a twinge of concern for Chen, gazing silently towards the direction of the beast forest for an extended period. After gathering some intelligence at the Rose Tavern, Chen Fan ventured into the beast forest. He had contemplated acquiring a beast egg directly, but upon further inquiry, he discovered that such items were rare and virtually unavailable on the market, and he lacked the currency of this world. Moreover, high-quality beast eggs were either already bonded to their owners or held by the most formidable beings in this realm, leaving him hesitant to act recklessly amidst such uncertainty. In the continent of Chimu, humanity has 2 primary means of cultivation: martial arts and magic. Martial arts are divided into 7 tiers: warrior, martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial god. Magic is similarly categorized into 7 ranks: magic apprentice, mage, grand mage, magic tutor, grand magic tutor, holy magic tutor, and magic deity. The mercenaries of Piketown are predominantly of the martial master rank or below, mere inconsequential figures in the grand scheme. From Chen Fan's perspective, these individuals bore a resemblance to the martial masters of Earth. Based on this assessment, his cultivation at the mid-foundation stage likely equated to the strength of a martial king in this world. From the mercenaries, Chen Fan learned that the 4 major powers of the continent of Chimu each boast a martial emperor or a grand magic tutor. Whether there exist stronger holy tier beings remains a mystery. The 4 powers consist of the Tianlong Empire in the eastern continent, the Titan Empire in the northern continent, the Merchant Alliance in the western continent, and the Warner Federation in the southern continent. Between these 4 powers lies the vast and boundless beast forest, home to an array of extraordinary magical beasts, attracting countless adventurers each year who fantasize about obtaining a beast egg. Among the 4 powers, the Tianlong Empire possesses the greatest strength, followed by the Titan Empire. The Merchant Alliance is a coalition of the 4 major guilds and 4 mercenary groups, holding the most wealth and warriors, albeit with a loose structure. The Warner Federation, on the other hand, is formed by several small principalities, collectively loyal to the royal family of the Warner Principality. Due to the insufficient governance of the Warner royal family, constant conflicts arise among the smaller principalities, making the eastern continent the most chaotic region in all of Chimu. Pike Town, where Chen Fan resides, belongs to the largest principality within the Warner Federation, the Stark Principality. After several days of traversing the Beast Forest, Chen Fan encountered multiple groups of magical beasts and mercenaries. However, on the outskirts of the forest, he found no beasts that piqued his interest. By the 5th day, he had reached the central region of the Beast Forest, having not encountered any mercenaries for an entire day, and the magical beasts had become considerably scarce. Higher-tier magical beasts typically possess territorial instincts, unlike their lower-tier counterparts, who often dwell in groups. The magical beasts of Chimu are also classified into 7 ranks, with the 1st and 2nd tiers being low-tier beasts, the 3rd and 4th tiers being mid-tier beasts, the 5th and 6th tiers being high-tier beasts, and the 7th tier being referred to as divine beasts. Chen Fan's objective on this journey was to seek out a high-tier beast egg. His plan was straightforward. Although his current strength was insufficient to confront high-tier magical beasts, he possessed the 8 Extremes Tower. With its coordinate marking capability and the ability to traverse worlds, he believed that by stealthily infiltrating the lair of the magical beasts, he could abscond with a high-tier egg without direct confrontation. Thus, Chen Fan commenced his sweep through the Beast Forest. After 5 days, he had procured 3 4th-tier beast eggs. Yet he remained somewhat dissatisfied. He could sense a formidable presence deep within the forest, at least of the holy beast caliber. Hence, he had been lingering in the central region, refraining from recklessly venturing deeper into the forest. However, for 5 consecutive days, he had not encountered even a single 5th-tier magical beast, let alone a 5th-tier egg. Reluctantly, he fixed his gaze upon the depths of the forest, realizing he must proceed further. Muttering to himself, Chen Fan cautiously infiltrated deeper into the beast forest, expanding his spiritual awareness to its maximum range, meticulously observing any potential disturbances. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted from his right front, capturing his attention. Approaching with caution, he discovered a male and female human warrior engaged in combat with a golden sacred lion. Judging by their auras, the male warrior appeared to be a martial emperor, while the female warrior seemed to be a grand sorceress. The golden sacred lion, in its mature stage, belonged to the 6th-tier holy beast category. Yet its current aura suggested it was merely at a high 5th-tier level, indicating it had not yet fully matured. "Katie, a small reptile has arrived," the martial emperor remarked, noticing Chen Fan's presence as he addressed the grand sorceress named Katie. "Gwen, let's resolve this swiftly. We must deal with this foolish lion first," Katie replied, casting a fleeting glance in Chen Fan's direction, yet not paying him much heed. With no energy fluctuations emanating from him, and given his youthful appearance, he did not seem to pose any threat. "Understood," Gwen replied, and suddenly a beastly emblem illuminated upon his body, manifesting a majestic eagle before him, which swiftly melded with his armor. In an instant, a layer of beastly armor enveloped Gwen, predominantly in deep black hues, radiating an enchanting glow. The surface of the armor was adorned with intricate patterns and designs, emanating a faint luminescence, seemingly bestowing formidable power upon the armor. Atop the helmet portion of the armor rested a grand, ornate mask, intricately carved with an eagle in flight. The eagle's eyes shimmered with a bright light, as if capable of perceiving all. What astonished Chen Fan even more was the presence of a pair of folding wings on the back of the armor, clearly indicating that this martial emperor's battle armor possessed the ability to fly. Chapter 80. The blessing of the mermaid. Before him stood the majestic and imposing phantom beast armor, and Chen Fan felt an insatiable desire to possess it. From the dialogue between Katie and Gwen, it was evident that both were also in pursuit of the phantom beast egg, and perhaps fortune would smile upon him. Observing Gwen's serious demeanor, Katie was equally determined. Suddenly, a soft blue luminescence blossomed upon her snow-white chest, revealing a pattern resembling a mermaid. This individual possessed a rare, oceanic phantom beast. The continent of Kaiwood is entirely encircled by the ocean, vastly exceeding the area of the land itself. Much like the beast forest, the ocean harbors a plethora of magical beasts, far surpassing those found in the forest. In the next moment, a mesmerizing mermaid appeared before Katie, swiftly merging with her armor. Much like Gwen, a layer of phantom beast armor enveloped Katie's form, though its design was strikingly different. Katie's phantom beast armor resembled a form-fitting garment, adorned with delicate, light blue scales that accentuated her alluring figure. As the scales shimmered subtly, Chen Fan could sense the water attribute's spiritual energy around Katie intensifying, indicating that her magical armor possessed the ability to amplify water-related magical power. How truly marvelous. Previously, Chen Fan had only learned that phantom beasts could evolve their armor based on their master-esque traits. Witnessing it firsthand was an eye-opening experience. As Chen Fan marveled at the spectacle, Gwen and Katie unleashed their full power. Gwen took charge of restraining the golden sacred lion, while Katie unleashed a barrage of spells. Reminiscent of combat styles between mages and warriors on Earth. Transformed, Gwen wielded a sword resembling obsidian, its surface glistening with a cerulean aura. Moving gracefully like snow and creating a gust of wind that prevented the golden sacred lion from breaking through. Meanwhile, Katie held a water blue wand, over a foot in length, with a large water attribute magic crystal embedded at its tip, sparkling like a luminous star in the night sky, exuding substantial value. Taking a deep breath, Katie began to recite an incantation. The words echoed in the air, resembling a beautiful melody, as her spellcasting stirred the surrounding water attribute's spiritual energy into action. Clash of the Glaciers, Icefall. With a sudden utterance of peculiar syllables, the water attribute magic crystal on her wand radiated brilliantly, unleashing a powerful surge of water blue light that shot skyward. In the next instant, a torrent of ice spikes cascaded down like a waterfall, crashing towards the golden sacred lion. With a furious roar, the golden sacred lion opened its massive maw, conjuring a dazzling golden sphere of light, launching it towards Katie like a barrage of cannon fire, attempting to disrupt her spellcasting. However, with Gwen guarding the front, most of the light spheres were deflected by her sword, while the remaining stray attacks were entirely blocked by the water shield conjured by Katie. As the number of ice spikes increased and their intensity escalated, the wounds on the golden sacred lion multiplied. Come on, brother lion, give it your all. Chen Fan felt a surge of anxiety as he watched the golden sacred lion teeter on the brink of defeat. If the lion fell so easily to the two adversaries, how could he seize the opportunity? He had no illusions about his ability to contend with two formidable martial emperors. Perhaps sensing Chen Fan's silent prayers or the looming specter of death, the golden sacred lion suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, swiftly breaking through to the sixth tier. With a resounding roar, the lion charged at Gwen, aiming a powerful strike at his head. Damn it, he is burning his bloodline. In the face of imminent peril, Gwen spread his wings and darted away like lightning, propelling himself several dozen yards backward, inadvertently exposing Katie to the golden sacred lion. Gwen, as a feeble sorceress, even with enchanted armor for protection, Katie's defense pales in comparison to Gwen's martial combat gear. Feeling betrayed by Gwen's actions, Katie's chest heaved with fury. Her teeth gritted in frustration, yet she steeled herself to confront the enraged golden sacred lion. Meanwhile, Gwen distanced himself from the battlefield, opting to watch the unfolding drama, showing no intention of offering assistance, which only fueled Katie's ire. Mujalas ice wall. With a flourish of her wand, Katie conjured a solid ice wall before the golden sacred lion, hoping to momentarily impede its advance and create an opportunity for escape. Unfortunately, the golden sacred lion had succumbed entirely to its frenzy, fixating its gaze on Katie, heedless of the ice barrier, and charged through it with reckless abandon. The several-foot-thick ice wall crumbled like mere parchment before the sixth-tier beast, creating a gaping hole before collapsing entirely. Water God descends. Fortunately, the ice wall had managed to slow the golden sacred lion's momentum, granting her a chance to cast her next spell. A brilliant azure light enveloped her, emanating a sacred aura that made her appear almost divine. Crazy woman, casting forbidden spells in the monster forest? I won't play along. Hearing Katie's incantation, Gwen's expression shifted dramatically. Cursing under his breath, he took to the skies. Chen Fan was left bewildered by Gwen's sudden departure, but quickly grasped that something was amiss. He focused his spiritual awareness on the 8 Extremes Tower, prepared for a hasty retreat. Before him, Katie maintained her stoic demeanor, wielding her wand as a massive crystal lotus materialized before the golden sacred lion. With a decisive thrust of her wand, the crystal lotus rapidly contracted and erupted in a violent explosion. The golden sacred lion bore the brunt of the blast, sent hurtling away, while Katie was also flung back due to the explosion's proximity. Chen Fan was buffeted by the shockwave of the explosion, his eyes unable to open against the force. Through the haze, he caught sight of a dark figure hurtling towards him. In the next moment, a slick body fell into his embrace. Upon closer inspection, it was Katie, stripped of her armored form, her tattered garments revealing her flawless physique before him. At Chen Fan's feet, Katie's phantom beast lay gasping for breath, its gaze still adoringly fixed on her, tears glistening in its eyes. Save her, and the merfolk will eternally bless you. A wave of consciousness surged into Chen Fan's mind, and in the next instant, Katie's phantom beast breathed its last. The crystalline tears trickled down to the ground, still gazing affectionately at Katie even in death. At the very moment the merfolk perished, a fleeting azure light glimmered, leaving a faint blue mermaid emblem on Chen Fan's arm. After a brief flicker, it vanished beneath his skin. In that instant, Chen Fan felt a notable increase in his affinity for water attribute spiritual energy. Remembering the words spoken by the merfolk before its demise, he surmised that this was indeed the so-called blessing of the merfolk. Chapter 81. Ascending to the Emerald Water Square Market, you little rascal, I thought you would perish in the Beastmaster Forest. Who is this woman? Upon seeing Chen Fan reappear, Rose scolded him playfully, her face beaming with curiosity as she gazed at the woman draped across his back. However, the woman lay limp, her hair cascading down, obscuring her features, leaving only her exquisite figure to suggest that she was indeed a breathtaking beauty. Boss, this woman is now in your care. She's an unparalleled powerhouse. You must hold on to her tightly from now on. Chen Fan handed Katie over to Rose and turned to stride out of the tavern. Hey, don't go causing me trouble. Rose reached out, hoping to detain Chen Fan, but as Katie teetered dangerously, she hastily steadied her, grumbling in resignation. Once he departed from Rose's tavern, Chen Fan returned to his apartment on Earth. Today was the day he had promised to help the two women move, and he could not afford to be absent. Nearly a year had passed since the calamity struck, and the 12th full moon night was approaching. White Tiger City had decided to hold the opening ceremony for the Immortal Cultivation University on the anniversary of the disaster, following the Tide of Beasts. Yunlan, I shall teach you a secret technique. See if it can be applied to Wang Kai. Observing that Wang Kai had grown to the size of a small lion, Chen Fan suddenly had an idea, wishing to test if this little creature could merge with Yi Yunlan as a phantom beast did. He flipped Wang Kai over, confirming the absence of any protrusions, before calling over Yi Yunlan. What are you planning? I warn you, don't do anything harmful to Wang Kai. Watching Chen Fan toss Wang Kai back and forth, Yi Yunlan protectively scooped it up, her advancement to the 3rd level of Qi refinement making it a relatively easy task. Am I that kind of person? I merely wish to see if this little fellow can transform into a phantom beast armor. Chen Fan helplessly spread his hands, gazing at Yi Yunlan with a mixture of amusement and perplexity. Phantom beast armor. Is it akin to that of the armored warriors? Upon hearing about the phantom beast armor, the anime enthusiast's eyes sparkled with excitement. She cast aside Wang Kai and tightly clung to Chen Fan's arm, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Well, it's somewhat similar, but it should be even more dazzling. Noticing Yi Yunlan's enthusiasm, Chen Fan recalled the forms of Gwen and Katie post-transformation and spoke earnestly. Hurry, teach me, teach me. Yi Yunlan, unable to contain her excitement at the thought of something cooler than the armored warriors, continued to cling to Chen Fan's arm, playfully teasing him, her softness brushing against his arm, causing his heart to flutter. What are you teaching? At that moment, Zheng Miaodong emerged from the tidied room, having caught a hint of their conversation and curiously inquired. Just in time for you to join us. I have a gift for you. Seeing that Zheng Miaodong was available, Chen Fan retrieved a beast egg from his bag, gently presenting it before her. It was one of the 2 golden lion eggs acquired from the monster forest. Subsequently, Chen Fan imparted the Beastmaster secret technique of the Kaiwood continent to both women. However, whether Zheng Miaodong could bond with the golden lion or if Wang Kai could merge like the phantom beasts remained uncertain. Upon receiving the secret technique, the 2 women eagerly departed to practice, leaving Chen Fan momentarily alone. With only 2 days remaining until the 12th beast tide, he returned to the East Wilderness to prepare for the acquisition of the Bihai trading market. Esteemed senior, this way please. Presenting the prohibition token of the Bihue master, Chen Fan was promptly and respectfully ushered into the residence of the Bihue master by the steward of the Bihue market. Beneath this estate lay a 2nd-tier spiritual vein, and the steward had been awaiting his arrival as instructed by the Bihue master. All right, you may leave now. Please do not disturb me unless necessary. Casually dismissing the steward, Chen Fan entered the cultivation chamber of the Bihue master. He attentively sensed the aura of the 2nd-tier spiritual vein, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him. Indeed, a 2nd-tier spiritual vein is significantly more potent than a 1st-tier one. Eagerly, Chen Fan commenced his cultivation within the 2nd-tier vein, and after an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, confirming that the cultivation speed here was approximately 3 times that of the Yi family. In addition to the 2nd-tier spiritual vein, Chen Fan had 2 other crucial tasks to accomplish. The first was to exchange all the beast materials from the White Tiger City's warehouse for spirit stones, and then procure some superior materials to further refine the dustless sword. Previously, the dustless sword was merely a 1st-tier magical artifact. Despite being barely classified as a 2nd-tier treasure after spirit consciousness refinement, its power was indeed lacking. Now, as a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, wielding such a shabby flying sword would surely invite ridicule. The owner of the Bihue auction house, named Jia, was a charming middle-aged woman, whose allure had not faded with time. Upon seeing Chen Fan visit, she promptly approached him with a warm welcome. In the realm of Bishi Market, while others may remain oblivious to its recent change of ownership, the direct disciples of the esteemed Master Bishi are well informed of the transition. The second-tier spiritual vein of Bishi market is available for Chen Fan's use. However, the profitable Bishi auction house must remain firmly in her grasp. Should Chen Fan, in his ignorance, demand it forcefully, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Master Bishi. Fortunately, Chen Fan harbored no such intentions and, upon speaking, relieved Jia's anxious heart. I possess some materials from demonic beasts that I wish to sell at your esteemed auction house. And I would also appreciate your assistance in procuring some materials for crafting magical artifacts. Certainly, certainly. May I inquire what materials you require, Senior? I shall prepare them for you at once. Jia's eagerness was palpable. Celestial star stones, millennium cold iron, illusionary gold sand, and profound feather spirit stones. Chen Fan listed over a dozen materials for forging, causing Jia's expression to shimmer with excitement. Senior, these materials are exceedingly precious. Our stock only contains a few. I will endeavor to keep an eye out for the others. Would that be acceptable? Jia looked at Chen Fan with a hint of trepidation, fearing that this cultivator of the foundation establishment stage might unleash his wrath upon the auction house. Very well. Supply me with whatever quantity you can. As for the spirit stones, you may deduct them from this batch of demonic beast materials, Chen Fan replied. Tossing a collection of demonic beast remains, including the corpses of 4 second-tier beasts he had obtained from the secret realm of Changbai Mountain. Though lifeless, they still emanated a formidable aura. Second-tier demonic beasts. Jia gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how Chen Fan, who had only recently entered the foundation establishment realm, could slay beasts of equal rank, and not just one. Should suffice, wouldn't you agree? Chen Fan inquired, unfazed by Jia's astonished expression. Absolutely, Senior. With these materials from the demonic beasts, even purchasing all the aforementioned forging materials would leave us with a surplus. Shall I deliver the materials and the remaining spirit stones to your residence later? Jia's smile broadened as she carefully sought Chen Fan's approval. Chapter 82. The Blood Moon Rises, Celestial Beasts Descend. Very well, I have another batch of first-tier demonic beast materials. You may come to collect them in 3 days. There are quite a few, Chen Fan added before leisurely departing from the Bishi auction house, leaving Jia in a state of perplexity. Quite a few? What does this esteemed senior mean? Though unsure of Chen Fan's true intentions, Jia resolved to visit him personally in 3 days. Seizing the opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship, for it seemed that the future of Bishi market might well depend on this illustrious figure. Upon returning to the villa at the Cultivation University, Chen Fan retrieved another golden holy lion beast egg and summoned Zheng Miaodong to assist in the hatching process. To enhance the hatching conditions, Chen Fan added spiritual liquid to the pure water, diluting it before gently heating it. To prevent 2 mythical beasts from recognizing the same master, he placed 2 beast eggs in separate bowls, positioned before himself and Zheng Miaodong. Miaodong, do you remember the secret method? Zheng Miaodong nodded repeatedly, her expression tinged with anxiety as she fixated on the beast egg before her, her hands instinctively clutching onto Yi Yunlan, who was merely a spectator. With a crack, the egg on Chen Fan's side was the first to display fissures, soon followed by Zheng Miaodong's, as their shells began to shatter. In no time, 2 damp little lions emerged, and their first act was to consume their long-time dwelling, the eggshells, before they ambled towards Chen Fan and Zheng Miaodong with soft grunts. It's done. Observing the 2 little lions rushing toward their respective owners, Chen Fan realized the initial step of the mythical beasts recognizing their masters had been accomplished. The next task was to nurture these little lions until the day of their fusion. How adorable. Watching the endearing little lions, Yi Yunlan's heart swelled with affection as she reached out to embrace Zheng Miaodong's lion, only to have the little creature pridefully evade her. On the contrary, Wang Kai, noticing that its owner was being neglected, eagerly presented its large head, bringing joy to Yi Yunlan. Darling, why don't you give them names? Let us avoid names like Wang Kai. Zheng Miaodong joyfully cradled the little lion, and, seeing the understanding nature of Wang Kai, she felt a surge of maternal instinct. They are just the perfect pair of siblings. Let's call them Da Huang and Xiao Huang. Chen Fan's naming skills proved to be consistently stable, while Zheng Miaodong could only accept it with a resigned sigh. With 2 new companions, Wang Kai appeared quite exhilarated, often playfully teasing Da Huang and Xiao Huang, assuming the role of a little caretaker. A day later, on the eve of the 12th beast tide, Xiaozhan urgently sought out Chen Fan. Chen Fan, our satellite has detected some anomalies on the far side of the moon. Saying this, Xiaozhan showed Chen Fan a series of satellite images, revealing a red shadow on the moon's dark side, which did not bode well. Chen Fan had long suspected that the catastrophic events on Earth might be connected to the moon, but these photographs offered little clarity. Why have you come to me? Chen Fan asked, frowning in confusion. Demonic energy. Our mass spectrometer analysis indicates that this red shadow is imbued with intense demonic energy. It may very well be the fundamental cause of the impending catastrophe. I came to inquire if you know what this might be. Xiao Zhan's expression was grave. With the beast tide looming, the sudden occurrence on the moon was decidedly ominous. Chen Fan harbored immense secrets, and perhaps he held some knowledge. I'm sorry, Brother Xiao. Chen Fan expressed his apologies, genuinely unaware of the nature of the red shadow depicted in the photographs. All right, stay safe tonight. Xiao Zhan's disappointment was palpable as he hastily departed, leaving behind a terse remark. An unexpected transformation had occurred on the moon, and tonight's beast tide might herald unforeseen developments. Chen Fan discerned the hidden meaning in Xiao Zhan's words and promptly summoned Zheng Yaodong and Yi Yunlan to his side. The beast tide may take an unexpected turn tonight. You both should remain close to me. The two women had seldom witnessed such a grave expression on Chen Fan's face, and though they responded affirmatively, a sense of unease began to creep in. As time slipped away, every individual in White Tiger City could feel the oppressive atmosphere. Look, the moon. The moon. It has turned red. As they beheld the silvery moon morph into a blood-red hue, Chen Fan's heart plummeted. And an ancient proverb from the realm of cultivation echoed in his mind. When the blood moon rises, celestial demons descend. He quickly relayed this saying to Xiao Zhan, who fell into a brief silence before finally uttering 5 words. All right, I understand. Hearing Xiao Zhan's strained attempts to remain composed instilled in Chen Fan an unsettling premonition. While the populace marveled at the blood moon, the beast tide had silently commenced its advance. On the wasteland outside White Tiger City, countless demonic beasts galloped forth, while swarms of flying beasts darkened the sky. Through the live broadcast, Chen Fan beheld the emergence of several dozen second-tier beasts within the throng, sending a shiver down his spine. Can White Tiger City withstand this? In previous beast tides, second-tier beasts had appeared, but rarely more than 2 or 3 at a time. The sudden appearance of dozens left Chen Fan deeply concerned for the city. Should we intervene? Chen Fan wrestled with his thoughts. His initial intent was to retreat to the Kaiwood continent with Zheng Yaodong and Yi Yunlan should White Tiger City fall. He was reluctant to expose the eastern wilderness cultivation realm, his stronghold, to anyone. Just as he pondered, several missiles ascended slowly from White Tiger City, their brilliant white tails illuminating the night sky. They pierced through the darkness like sharp blades, hurtling towards the wasteland beyond the city. Within White Tiger City, millions of residents gathered, gazing skyward with expressions of panic. They were acutely aware of the missile's intended targets. Yet they also understood that this was a tactic never before employed in previous beast tides. The nation had effectively lost its capacity for large-scale missile production. Each missile represented a significant loss, and it would not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Has the situation grown so dire? This thought flickered through countless minds. And soon their apprehensions became reality as alarms blared repeatedly throughout White Tiger City. Attention, residents of White Tiger City. Attention, residents of White Tiger City. All non-combat personnel, please retreat to the inner city. All non-combat personnel, retreat to the inner city. Chapter 83, Tier 3 Beasts. The piercing alarm reverberated throughout White Tiger City. As Zheng Yaodong and Yi Yunlan nestled closely in Chen Fan's embrace, their anxiety palpable. Darling, should we lend a hand? Zheng Yaodong inquired, her heart heavy as she observed the dire situation unfolding in White Tiger City through the live broadcast. No. The scale of this beast tide cannot be altered by merely our trio, Chen Fan replied, his expression stern as he focused intently on the broadcast. The authorities still possess mushroom bombs that have yet to be deployed, and there may be other hidden strategies at play. A year had passed since the cataclysm, and the information at the government's disposal far surpassed their own. While no one could rival him in personal combat prowess, when it came to confronting the beasts, he feared he would not measure up to the official tactics. Missiles exploded amidst the throng of beasts, their deafening roars and brilliant flames composing a symphony of death for the creatures. A significant portion of the dozens of Tier 2 beasts was instantly obliterated, along with those nearby, reduced to mere fragments. Look, what is that? Suddenly, an unusual missile appeared on the screen. Unlike the others with their bright tails of flame, this one emanated a dark green hue. A gas bomb, Chen Fan murmured, captivated by the commentary on the broadcast. In the face of such a horde, deploying a gas bomb indeed seemed a prudent strategy. Yet, the beasts possessed a far greater resistance to toxins than humans. He pondered whether this gas bomb would even affect them. Could it be a specially designed toxin aimed at the beasts? Chen Fan speculated internally. Based on his understanding of the authorities, it was inconceivable that they would recklessly utilize an ordinary gas bomb against the beasts. As if on cue, the effects of the gas bomb unfolded before him. The dark green mist spread through the ranks of the beasts, causing those who had been sprinting at full speed to stagger, as if intoxicated, collapsing under their own momentum. With a multitude of beasts still charging from behind, a chaotic stampede ensued, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from outside White Tiger City, prompting all the beasts to respond as if guided by an unseen conductor. They swiftly maneuvered away from the explosion's reach, coalescing into a vast island amidst the boundless wilderness. This is a Tier 3 beast. Chen Fan's heart raced as the broadcast revealed the source of the roar, a tiger-like beast. Despite having anticipated the eventual emergence of Tier 3 or even Tier 4 beasts, he had not expected that day to arrive so swiftly. A year ago, Earth had only known wild animals. The rapid evolution of these beasts was astonishing. Yi Yunlan had already become a genuine cultivator at the 4th level of the Qi refining stage, and naturally, she discerned that the tiger-shaped demon beast before her was of 3rd-tier caliber. She couldn't help but exclaim in awe. No sooner had her words left her lips than Wang Kai, as if provoked by some unseen force, abruptly stood at the foot of the bed and let out a resounding roar directed at the tiger-like demon beast. This peculiar behavior was a first since the little creature had been brought out of the Jinchuan secret realm by Yi Yunlan. What astonished Chen Fan even more was that following Wang Cai's lead, Da Huang and Xiao Huang mimicked the action, howling in unison. Regrettably, the voices of the two fledglings, having just hatched a day prior, were incredibly feeble, lacking any semblance of might. Was this perhaps a manifestation of war among the demon beast kings? Chen Fan murmured to himself, his curiosity about Wang Cai's origins intensifying. To dare to roar at a 3rd-tier demon beast at such a tender age. This little fellow's background was likely anything but ordinary. As for Da Huang and Xiao Huang, their bloodline belonged to the 6th-tier sacred beasts of the Chimu continent, which, in Chen Fan's estimation, was roughly equivalent to a 4th-tier demon beast in the realm of cultivation. Thus, their behavior did not strike him as particularly surprising. Are you suggesting that Wang Kai is a demon beast king? Upon hearing Chen Fan's musings, Yi Yunlan's focus veered slightly. This creature's bloodline should be at least on par with Da Huang and Xiao Huang, if not superior. What, then, was the true nature of this being? Chen Fan called Wang Kai over, scrutinizing it closely yet remaining unable to identify its species. Initially resembling a small lion dog upon hatching, it had grown to the size of a juvenile lion, yet 2 protrusions had emerged from its head, as if horns were about to sprout. The fur on its body was gradually transforming into scales, its eyes large as copper bells, and its long, slender tail ended in a tuft of fluffy fur that swayed gracefully with its movements. Could it possibly be a Qilin? The more Chen Fan observed Wang Kai, the more he felt that this creature bore a resemblance to the legendary Qilin, which was said to possess the likeness of a deer, the head of a dragon, the eyes of a lion, the back of a tiger, the waist of a bear, the scales of a serpent, the hooves of a horse, and the tail of an ox. All these characteristics could indeed be found in Wang Kai. Good heavens, Yunlan must have brought back a divine beast. Chen Fan marveled internally. Yet before arriving at a definitive conclusion, he decided to keep this revelation from Yi Yunlan, intending to surprise her later. If a Qilin were capable of armor transformation, Chen Fan could hardly fathom how formidable Yi Yunlan would become at that time. Upon realizing Wang Cai's potential identity, Chen Fan couldn't help but regard Da Huang with a hint of disdain. He had previously thought his entire sacred beast was quite impressive, only to discover that someone beside him had already acquired a divine beast. Look, the protective barrier is cracking. Just as Chen Fan was lost in thought, Zheng Miaodong keenly spotted a fissure in the barrier during the live broadcast, which was succumbing under the relentless assaults of the demon beasts. As Zheng Miaodong's words fell, the cracks in the protective shield multiplied and grew denser. The viewers of the live broadcast could not help but scream in panic, a sense of impending doom washing over them. What should we do? Zheng Miaodong looked at Chen Fan with a face full of worry, her hands trembling slightly as they clung to his arm, clearly terrified to the utmost. She could no longer bear the days of uncertainty and constant fear. Don't panic. Let's observe a bit longer. Didn't the authorities relocate everyone to the inner city? Perhaps they have already anticipated this situation, Chen Fan reassured Zheng Miaodong, though his thoughts had already drifted outside the White Tiger City. In his view, the most critical factor in the current beast tide was the 3rd-tier demon beast. It was under its command that the horde struck the protective shield in perfect unison, resulting in the current dire effects. The 3rd-tier demon beast possessed considerable intelligence, rivaling that of humans, which posed the most challenging problem. Chapter 84, Zhuke City is doomed. The issues that were clear to Chen Fan had already been detected by White Tiger City. They had attempted to launch missiles at the 3rd-tier tiger demon, but, after 2 failed attempts, the missiles were continuously intercepted by flying demon beasts mid-air, ultimately resulting in failure. After these 2 attempts, White Tiger City confirmed that the perception ability of the 3rd-tier demon beast had reached a level capable of intercepting missiles, which explained why the flying beasts blocked them beforehand. Conversely, missiles aimed at other directions did not encounter such interference. What a cunning creature! Xiao Zhan cursed fiercely, his tiger-like eyes fixated on the tiger demon outside the city. His brows furrowed in a deep frown. As the cracks in the protective shield of White Tiger City multiplied, It ultimately shattered after withstanding 10 minutes, leaving the city starkly exposed to the oncoming tide of demon beasts. Chen Fan, quickly, look at this video. Zhuge's city has fallen. Just as the protective shield of White Tiger City broke, a video was uploaded, revealing that Zhuge City, one of the 5 great cities of the apocalypse, had been completely submerged by the beast tide, with only the inner city still struggling to defend itself. Even more terrifying was that this time, the assault on Zhuge City was not only from land and air beasts, but also from oceanic demon beasts. A total of 3 third-tier demon beasts were involved, 2 of which emerged from the sea, creating a catastrophic tsunami that flooded Zhuge City, allowing countless oceanic demon beasts to land successfully, significantly outnumbering those attacking White Tiger City. Zhuge City is doomed. With only the inner city remaining, Zhuge City would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a large-scale beast tide. This apocalyptic city of Huagua, established for less than a year, would soon fall completely. The millions of residents living within Zhuge City would all be buried alongside this doomed metropolis. After expressing their lament, the 3 turned their attention back to White Tiger City, their anxiety reaching an all-time high. Without the barrier of the protective shield, the horde of beasts surged successfully to the base of the walls of White Tiger City, repelled only by the towering walls that soared several dozen meters high. As for the flying beasts, they were meticulously targeted by the laser cannons atop the walls. With each sweeping shot, numerous carcasses of aerial creatures plummeted to the ground. Everyone, follow me out of the city. Observing the robust figure of a man on the live broadcast, Chen Fan abruptly rose to his feet. Judging by Xiao Zhan's movements, he seemed determined to lead the martial artists within White Tiger City in a charge beyond the walls. Due to the limitations of attack range, the martial artists atop the walls had little function beyond protecting the Mind Masters. The first batch of summoned cultivators had yet to form a cohesive fighting force, mingling among the Mind Masters as they launched their assaults against the beasts. Gazing at Xiao Zhan's formidable silhouette, a sense of tragic grandeur akin to the lament of the wind's howl, the waters of the Yi River are cold washed over Chen Fan, as if something had suddenly struck him in the heart. Yi Yunlan looked at Chen Fan with eager anticipation. In her eyes, this man was synonymous with miracles. Darling, please assist the captain. Yi Yunlan continued to refer to Xiao Zhan as captain, as the leader of the wolf warriors. Xiao Zhan cared for the other members like an elder brother, attending to their needs with utmost diligence. All right. Chen Fan's expression was stern as he uttered a simple affirmation, and in the next instant, he found himself atop the city walls, standing proudly in the air upon the back of a golden eagle beast. He himself could not fathom why he had acquiesced to Yi Yunlan's request, placing himself in such peril. All he knew was that a fiery determination had been ignited within him, and Xiao Zhan had fanned its flames to a blazing intensity. Damn beasts! Witnessing soldier after soldier fall, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and cursed vehemently. The Wuchen sword danced through the air, each strike claiming the life of a second-tier flying beast. Brother Xiao, find a way to kill that third-tier tiger demon. Let White Tiger City clear the area with missiles, and let us make an attempt. When Xiao Zhan heard Chen Fan's voice through his satellite watch, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. His tiger-like eyes reddened, his voice trembling with emotion. All right, thank you, Chen Fan. Soon, several missiles soared into the sky, creating a direct path to the third-tier tiger demon outside White Tiger City. Xiao Zhan led the martial artists forward with all their might. Their diminutive figures were scarcely larger than ants amidst the grand tide of beasts. Chen Fan rode the golden eagle closely behind, providing cover for the martial artist contingent, yet they could not escape the relentless losses within their ranks. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. The one shouting loudly was Lu Danian, a former comrade of Chen Fan, who had now withdrawn from the investigation team to serve as Xiao Zhan's personal guard. Despite the missiles clearing a path, waves of beasts continued surging over the corpses of their fallen comrades. The objective of the martial artist group was simple: to reach the third-tier tiger demon before the beasts regrouped. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, they are determined to eradicate the tiger demon entirely to alleviate the peril looming over White Tiger City. As they closed the distance to the third-tier tiger demon, a peculiar wave of energy suddenly enveloped Chen Fan and Xiao Zhan, causing their entire beings to resonate. This surge originated from Yin Bingyun's extraordinary abilities. Chen Fan turned his head and caught a glimpse of Yin Bingyun offering him a faint smile, gently wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. It was evident that unleashing her powers from such a distance had inflicted considerable backlash upon her. Rest assured, we shall prevail. Chen Fan silently mouthed to Yin Bingyun before resolutely turning back, steering the golden eagle to descend. The Wuchen sword surged forward, aiming a thrust directly at the tiger demon's head. Simultaneously, Xiao Zhan stomped his right foot fiercely, leaping into the air with a laser battle blade poised to strike at the tiger demon's neck. Surrounding the third-tier tiger demon were several second-tier magical beasts acting as guardians. leaving Lu Danian and his companions to desperately fend them off. In terms of individual strength, the numerous martial artists were no match for the second-tier beasts. However, the sheer number of beasts in this confined area, along with their massive sizes, inadvertently provided Lu Danian and his comrades with opportunities to launch surprise attacks from the gaps between the creatures. Despite this, the overwhelming disparity in power led to a rapid decline in the number of martial artists, with nearly half having perished within mere minutes. On Chen Fan and Xiao Zhan's front, the Wuchen sword was swatted aside by a claw of the tiger demon, and the laser battle blade narrowly missed as the beast leaped away. Xiao Zhan rolled deftly to evade and found himself behind the tiger demon. Upon realizing that two small intruders dared to launch a sneak attack, the tiger demon let out a deafening roar that resonated throughout the battlefield. With the initial strike failing, the Wuchen sword circled back under Chen Fan's control, aiming once more at the tiger demon's head. It was at that moment that Chen Fan noticed, to his astonishment, that Xiao Zhan had somehow ascended to the martial sovereign realm. Now wielding a syringe, he plunged it forcefully into his thigh. Chapter 85. United against the demon. After administering the serum, Xiao Zhan charged forward, this time not targeting the tiger demon's neck, but instead aiming for its limb joints. The greatest advantage of a martial artist lies in their agility, and his current objective was to diminish the tiger demon's swiftness while awaiting the effects of the recently injected substance to take hold. Observing Xiao Zhan's strategic shift, Chen Fan silently aligned himself to support him. The Wuchen sword skimmed close to the ground, continuously darting around the tiger demon's limbs, striking when opportunities arose to further vex the beast. A beastly roar echoed as several second-tier magical beasts rushed to its aid, and even the flying magical creatures in the sky descended to assist. The precarious situation of Chen Fan and Xiao Zhan worsened dramatically, compounding their dire circumstances. The martial artists had suffered over half their casualties, bloodied and aware that they might never return to White Tiger City. Nevertheless, they fought valiantly, refusing to retreat, striving to alleviate the pressure of the beast horde on Chen Fan and Xiao Zhan. Chen Fan observed everything keenly, his heart racing with urgency. However, the formidable presence of the third-tier tiger demon was not to be underestimated. Despite the tireless efforts he and Xiao Zhan exerted throughout the day, they had yet to inflict any substantial damage upon their opponent. At that moment, an intense aura suddenly erupted from Xiao Zhan, illuminating him with an overwhelming battle spirit, akin to a deity of war descending upon the earth. Sensing Xiao Zhan's renewed surge of energy, Chen Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The intensity of Xiao Zhan's aura had now reached the level of a 6-star martial master, an occurrence that was utterly incongruous. Could it be a potion that drains vitality? Chen Fan had not overlooked Xiao Zhan's earlier injection of a substance, and witnessing this resurgence of power filled him with concern. Now was the moment. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan let out a furious roar, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. The laser combat knife in his hand gleamed brilliantly, and with a flash, a dazzling white light shot forth, striking the left hind leg of the third-tier tiger demon. In that instant, Chen Fan grasped the situation, and with a thought, the dustless sword moved in accordance with his will, piercing the tiger demon's right foreleg as it staggered in pain, with both fore and hind limbs severely wounded. The tiger demon emitted a chilling shriek, its movements becoming increasingly frenzied. The massive tiger paws swirled with a fierce wind, deterring the two from approaching recklessly. Just as Chen Fan prepared to capitalize on their initial success, a sudden rush of wind from above alerted him to the approach of a second-tier eagle demon diving down upon them. The golden eagle swiftly twisted to evade, but its considerable size, compounded by its transformation into a blood puppet under Chen Fan's control, hindered its agility. Consequently, it was struck on the back by the eagle demon's claw. Though the golden eagle's hide was tough, the eagle demon's sharp talons easily breached its defenses, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. Undeterred by the pain, the golden eagle pressed on, yet the injury to its back hampered its flight, diminishing both speed and stability, which in turn affected Chen Fan's maneuvers. Xiao Zhan, acutely aware of their precarious situation, understood that a swift resolution was imperative, otherwise, Chen Fan might not endure much longer. The airborne beasts relied entirely on Chen Fan to intercept them, or else the battle would undoubtedly become even more arduous. In a sudden burst of determination, Xiao Zhan leapt onto the back of the third-tier tiger demon, raising his laser combat knife, poised to thrust it into the creature's neck. However, the tiger demon sensed the weight upon its back and abruptly shook its body, attempting to dislodge Xiao Zhan. Taken by surprise, Xiao Zhan stumbled, and the laser combat knife flew from his grasp. In a desperate bid, he clutched the fur on the tiger demon's back to secure himself. Without his weapon, he resorted to unleashing a barrage of mighty punches upon the junction of the tiger demon's neck and back, each strike resonating with considerable force, eliciting anguished cries from the beast. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, wielding the dustless sword, finally succeeded in slaying the eagle demon. Seeing Xiao Zhan successfully mounted on the back of the third-tier tiger demon, he felt a glimmer of hope for victory. The dustless sword surged forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the abdomen of the third-tier tiger demon. The two combatants, one above and one below, executed a coordinated assault, placing immense pressure on the tiger demon, which struggled to defend against their onslaught, its wounds multiplying with each passing moment. With a roar that echoed the threat to its existence, the tiger demon unleashed another bellow, causing the beasts on the battlefield to retreat from White Tiger City. Rallying to support their third-tier comrade, the battlefield transformed into a radial formation centered around the third-tier tiger demon, as a relentless tide of monstrous creatures surged forth, instilling a sense of dread among the observers. The beasts have retreated. What splendid news! Have we emerged victorious? The tide of beasts, which had persisted until the late hours of the night, seemed to have dissipated, prompting the inhabitants of White Tiger City to embrace one another, tears of relief streaming down their faces as they celebrated what they believed to be their triumph. However, those privy to the deeper truths could not find joy in this moment. Outside the city, darkness enveloped everything, and the figures of Chen Fan and Xiao Zhan gradually faded into the night, with only sporadic flashes of light serving as a testament to the ongoing battle. Within the villa of the Cultivation University, Zheng Miaodong and Yi Yunlan clung to each other, their anxieties reaching a crescendo. The tide of beasts had receded, yet Chen Fan had not returned. Sister Miaodong, did I make a mistake? Zheng Miaodong hesitated, gently patting Yi Yunlan's back. This was his choice. Having spent considerable time with Chen Fan, they understood his character well. Based on his past behavior, it was unthinkable that he would recklessly rush out to play the hero in a desperate situation. Yet, when Yi Yunlan posed her question, he had merely uttered a simple word of reassurance before dashing away. This was a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Yi Yunlan's feelings were tumultuous, filled with self-reproach. While only Zheng Miaodong could faintly grasp Chen Fan's state of mind, it seemed that Chen Fan truly regarded Xiao Zhan as an elder brother. As the two women fretted over Chen Fan, he faced the greatest peril of the night. With the horde of beasts converging upon the third-tier tiger demon, the pressure on the martial artists escalated dramatically. Only a handful remained steadfast in the battle. Boss, in my next life, I still want to be your soldier. Lu Danian's final cry rang out as he cast a lingering glance at this world, only to succumb as his body crumpled, revealing a gaping wound in his abdomen, a testament to the tiger demon's ferocity. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Xiao Zhan were wholly absorbed in their combat, oblivious to Lu Danian's demise. Xiao Zhan relentlessly battered the third-tier tiger demon for nearly 10 minutes, reducing its neck to a pulp and exposing the hardened bone beneath its flesh. The dustless sword danced in the air, and the tiger demon's belly was laid open, blood pooling around, inciting the surrounding beasts into a frenzy of rage. Despite this, the third-tier tiger demon let out a chilling howl, its immense vitality preventing it from collapsing. Chapter 86, Fallen in Battle. Brother Xiao, stand aside. Suddenly, a fierce shout from Chen Fan echoed through the air, prompting Xiao Zhan to instinctively lean back. In the next moment, the Wuchen sword sliced through the void, piercing the neck of the third-tier tiger demon that had been battered by Xiao Zhan's hammer. A heart-wrenching wail erupted, causing the tiger demon's body to sway violently, teetering as if intoxicated, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Xiao Zhan, who was sprawled on the back of the tiger demon, was likewise jostled about, appearing ready to tumble into the throng of beasts below. Should he fall from the tiger's back, the only fate awaiting him would be utter annihilation at the hands of the ferocious horde. Brother Xiao, get up here. Observing Xiao Zhan's perilous predicament, Chen Fan hastily commanded the golden eagle to dive down, intending to lift Xiao Zhan onto its back in order to escape the encirclement of the beasts. However, at that moment, the tiger demon emitted a shrill cry, as though experiencing a last burst of vitality, and began to flee with all its might. Despite its injured limbs causing it to stagger, it charged through the herd of beasts, which instinctively parted to allow it passage. Forget about me. Kill it. As the third-tier tiger demon began its retreat, Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in determination, disregarding his own safety as he shouted earnestly to Chen Fan. Chen Fan found himself at a loss, unable to assist Xiao Zhan, while simultaneously launching an offensive against the tiger demon. Yet, to continue his attack would further jeopardize Xiao Zhan's situation, for the beasts retreating from White Tiger City were rapidly converging, darkening the skies above with their numbers, while countless flying beasts surged toward them. Seeing Chen Fan hesitate, Xiao Zhan made a resolute decision, releasing his grip and striking the wound inflicted by the Wuchen's sword with his fists, causing hot beast blood to spatter. This action, however, resulted in him being inevitably thrown off the tiger demon, and in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the relentless swarm of beasts. When Chen Fan turned back, Xiao Zhan's figure had vanished completely. No. Witnessing Xiao Zhan's self-sacrifice in a bid to perish alongside the tiger demon ignited a fiery rage within Chen Fan, threatening to drive him to madness. With eyes ablaze, he wielded the Wuchen sword, darting like lightning around the tiger demon's neck. With a mournful cry, the tiger demon ultimately succumbed, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, its massive form slamming into the earth. As the tiger demon fell, wails erupted outside White Tiger City, with countless beasts roaring in frenzy, yet their formation quickly disbanded, scattering chaotically in the opposite direction of the city. The golden eagle navigated through the tumultuous horde, evading assaults. However, its large size became a liability amidst the overwhelming number of flying beasts, ultimately succumbing to a collision with the ground. Fortunately, Chen Fan still had the Wuchen sword to rely upon, and with it, he maneuvered skillfully through the gaps between the beasts, narrowly avoiding the final wave of the onslaught. Several times, he contemplated using the Eight Extremities Tower for refuge, but recalling Xiao Zhan's body below, he resolutely resisted the urge to flee. As the throng of beasts dispersed, the ground lay littered with the remains of countless demon creatures, reduced to mere pulp. Only the third-tier tiger demon remained, its residual aura an unspoken deterrent, prompting all other beasts to instinctively steer clear, leaving its body remarkably intact. Chen Fan pressed down on his dustless sword and leapt onto the back of the third-tier tiger demon, searching for traces of Xiao Zhan. Ultimately, he discovered the mangled, bloodied remains of Xiao Zhan's upper body, crushed beyond recognition, while the lower half had vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing the disfigured remains of his brother Xiao, Chen Fan's eyes welled with tears, and his hands trembled as he dragged Xiao Zhan from beneath the tiger demon, repeatedly cleansing the bloodstains from his body with pure water. Thus, Chen Fan cradled the half-body of Xiao Zhan, vigilantly keeping watch outside the White Tiger City throughout the night. The following day, he returned to the city bearing the remnants of Xiao Zhan. Prior to his departure, he had requested a potent enhancement potion, threefold the usual dosage. General Li, gazing at the half-body of Xiao Zhan, appeared even more hunched, yet he stood resolutely, calmly elucidating to Chen Fan. The enhancement potion, as its name suggests, fully unleashes one's latent potential, allowing for an explosive surge of strength in a brief span. However, its aftermath is a week-long period of debilitating weakness, necessitating a lengthy recuperation. Xiao Zhan's request for triple the dosage indicated that he had no intention of returning alive from the outset. Is it worth it? Chen Fan murmured, unsure whether he was questioning Xiao Zhan or himself. He is a soldier. At Chen Fan's words, General Li suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, straightening his back and decisively uttering 4 words. I regarded him as my own son. His tone softened as he accepted Xiao Zhan's remains from Chen Fan, his aged hands trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing General Li's restrained sorrow, Chen Fan felt a lump in his throat and silently exited the general's office. Returning to the villa at the Cultivation Academy, he instinctively avoided the concerned gazes of the 2 women. I am fine, he declared, before retreating into his bedroom, yearning for solitude to gather his thoughts. Madam, bring me the strongest drink. Observing Chen Fan's despondent state, Rose said nothing further and promptly served him 3 large glasses of the strongest Grenadian rum available at her tavern. Chen Fan, without a glance, raised the glasses to his lips and gulped them down, yet even after 3, he remained unaffected by intoxication. The physique of a cultivator rendered such human spirits utterly ineffective. How lamentable, Chen Fan thought to himself, turning to leave the Rose Tavern, as the effects of alcohol had faded for him. The purpose of his presence here seemed to dissipate as well. Wait, that woman left you a letter. Just as Chen Fan was about to depart, he was called back by Rose's voice, who handed him a pristine white envelope. At the seal, an exquisite emblem secured the letter. You should keep it. Without casting a glance back, Chen Fan exited the Rose Tavern, leaving Rose staring helplessly at the envelope in her hands, uncertain of what to do next. Honey. Observing Chen Fan, reeking of alcohol, emerge from the bedroom, Zheng Miaodong rushed forward to embrace him, using her soft form to soothe the turmoil within his heart. Chapter 87. Late Foundation Establishment. Awakening in the morning, Chen Fan gazed at the 2 beautiful women beside him and couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Due to his past experiences, he had always harbored immense distrust towards others, never having slept in the presence of anyone else. Yet now, his previous thoughts seemed somewhat ludicrous. Even amidst the apocalypse, not everyone had lost their humanity. While primal instincts are indeed a facet of human nature, they do not encompass the entirety of it. His confusion stemming from Xiao Zhan's death was largely due to his repression of his own nature. With this realization, Chen Fan's previously tumultuous heart suddenly found clarity, and a surge of energy coursed through him, hinting at an impending breakthrough. Is this the dissolution of inner demons, a breakthrough in cultivation? With no time to ponder further, he swiftly traversed back to the Bai Shui Fong market. With the assistance of the second-tier spiritual vein, he successfully advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment. In the path of cultivation, one inevitably encounters inner demons, which can obstruct a practitioner's progression. In severe cases, they may even lead to mental disarray and regression in cultivation. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, he had unknowingly developed these inner demons, but upon achieving enlightenment, they dissipated effortlessly, allowing his cultivation to advance naturally to the late stage of foundation establishment. Upon his return to Earth, however, he was met with devastating news. The city of Zhuke had fallen. Zheng Miaodong, her gaze vacant, handed him a video, capturing the moment when Zhuke City, having endured a night of siege, detonated the stored mushroom bombs 1 minute after the inner city was breached. 3 towering mushroom clouds ascended, obliterating the entirety of Zhuke City and taking countless various beasts with it, including 3 third-tier monsters. After watching the video, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming heaviness, solidifying his resolve. 3 days later, he found himself in General Li's office. What? You possess other cultivation techniques, talismans, magical artifacts. Listening to Chen Fan's revelations of further cultivation methods, as well as talismans and artifacts, General Li became utterly agitated, trembling with excitement as his eyes locked onto Chen Fan, likely willing to comply with any request. Indeed, I can offer everything to aid the strength of White Tiger City and even the other 3 Doomsday Cities. However, I require the complete submission of White Tiger City, with all information and missile launch codes entrusted to me without reservation. The same conditions apply to the other 3 Doomsday Cities. Standing with an air of unyielding pride, Chen Fan exuded a commanding presence. Since Xiao Zhan wishes to protect this city and this nation, the forthcoming task shall rest upon my shoulders. General Li gazed at Chen Fan in a daze, remaining silent for a considerable time before softly uttering a single word, "Good." Upon uttering this word, General Li suddenly exhaled in relief. The burden of White Tiger City had weighed heavily upon him for far too long. However, I cannot dictate terms to the other 3. I will convey your intentions to them. There is no rush. We shall wait until the opening of the Immortal Cultivation University. Seeing General Li's acquiescence, Chen Fan was not the least bit surprised. He was a genuine soldier who prioritized the welfare of the people, adept at making choices that would benefit White Tiger City most at this juncture. Are you planning to first let them witness the achievements of White Tiger City? To shake their foundations, General Li, wise in his years, quickly grasped Chen Fan's intentions. Chen Fan nodded slightly, though another layer of thought remained unspoken. To ensure the submission of the other 3 Doomsday Cities, it is essential to first have complete control over White Tiger City. With the mushroom bomb in hand, there would be little fear of any frenzied actions from the other 3 cities. At worst, we could all perish together. After all, with the 8 Extremes Tower as my trump card, surviving a nuclear explosion should not pose much of a challenge. Soon, having reached an agreement with General Li, Chen Fan summoned Zheng Miaodong and Yi Yinlan to prepare for the acquisition of various documents and missile launch codes pertaining to White Tiger City. Such matters must be securely held in trustworthy hands to ensure adequate protection. However, as he made his way to the town hall, he encountered an unexpected visitor. Captain Yin, what brings you here? Yin Bingyan appeared to be waiting specifically for him, leaving Chen Fan somewhat puzzled. Hearing Chen Fan continue to address her as captain, a hint of warmth surfaced on Yin Bingyun's otherwise stern countenance. I wish to become the city lord. Yin Bingyun suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, dropping a bombshell. Sensing that Chen Fan might reject her proposal, she hastily added, "Do not rush to oppose me. Firstly, you are preoccupied with your cultivation and have little time to manage the affairs of White Tiger City. Secondly, I am one of the few individuals you can trust. Most importantly, I do not wish for your sacrifices to be in vain." Her earnest words, well-reasoned and compelling, compelled Chen Fan to scrutinize Yin Bingyun anew. This typically reticent vice-captain seemed to harbor feelings for Xiao Zhan that were no less profound than his own for Lu Danian, albeit more subdued. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan decisively acquiesced. Yin Bingyun's rationale was sound, and he had no justifiable reason to refuse. For him, the only thing of paramount importance was the launch codes for the mushroom bomb. Everything else held little significance. After the two reached an agreement, Chen Fan brought Yin Bingyun before General Li, conveying the details of their discussion. At present, he is the true sovereign of White Tiger City. The mere title of city lord holds little significance. 3 days later, the opening ceremony of the Cultivation University was held as scheduled, coinciding with the funeral of Xiao Zhan and the warrior brigade. Today, we gather here with heavy hearts to pay tribute to our heroes. They were valiant and fearless, facing death with unwavering resolve, safeguarding the very city beneath our feet and protecting us. Their departure leaves us deeply sorrowful. Those who offend our Huaxia shall face retribution, regardless of distance. This impassioned speech served both as a eulogy and an opening address. As the coffins of Xiao Zhan and the members of the warrior brigade were gently interred, the attendees' eyes glistened with tears, their hearts stirred. And they fervently echoed Chen Fan's rallying cry. Those who offend our Huaxia shall face retribution, regardless of distance. The animosity between humanity and the demonic beasts has grown as vast as mountains and oceans. Chen Fan, the first to propose avenging the demonic beasts, instantly garnered the admiration of all residents of White Tiger City. At that moment, the collective emotions of the crowd found full expression, and they believed that united, no challenge was insurmountable. Even the demonic beasts would eventually be eradicated. After the ceremony, the Cultivation University officially commenced its enrollment. Chen Fan retrieved the spirit testing pillar he had prepared in advance, positioning it next to the monument honoring Xiao Zhan and the others. Chapter 88. Preparations for Foundation Establishment. This spirit testing pillar was procured the day before at the Bishi auction house, along with several volumes of cultivation techniques and Taoist methods, as well as a Qianquan bracelet with a spatial capacity of over 100 cubic meters. Although these techniques are of little renown in the cultivation world, the 5 elements immortal technique is typically employed for those with mortal spiritual roots. Practicing techniques that correspond to one's attributes naturally yields greater results with half the effort. Various Taoist methods will also assist the students of the Cultivation University in enhancing their combat prowess. These techniques and methods were exchanged for materials from the demonic beasts stored in the White Tiger City warehouse, thereby utilizing resources for the benefit of the people. As for the current state of the White Tiger City warehouse, it has already been filled with the carcasses of demonic beasts left behind by the previous wave of beast tides, making it a profitable venture for Chen Fan. In fact, due to his extensive sales of demonic beast materials, the prices of such materials throughout the Shuiyun domain have significantly decreased, leading many to speculate whether Chen Fan has mastery over a small-scale demonic beast secret realm. Chen Fan, however, remains indifferent to such rumors. His late-stage foundation establishment cultivation allows him to traverse the entire Yinshui domain with ease. The adage goes that those who are barefoot fear not the shod. In a scenario where the highest combat power is merely at the level of a false Dan, no one would be foolish enough to provoke a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator without cause. As long as Chen Fan refrains from actively involving himself in the conflict between the Baiyun sect and the Shuihua sect, both parties will seek to curry favor with him, avoiding any deterioration of their relationship that might push him into the enemy camp. Darling, come quickly. Look at this. Chen Fan, who was engrossed in reviewing research materials on Baihu City, was suddenly called over by Zheng Yaodong, who excitedly presented him with a research manual. On the differences between demonic qi and spiritual energy is a scholarly paper authored by a professor from Baihu City. These elite scientific minds have been prioritized for protection by Baihu City, as innovations such as genetic evolution serums are developed through their expertise. According to the findings in this paper, there is no fundamental distinction between demonic qi and spiritual energy. Rather, the differences lie in the composition of certain factors. It is akin to the atmosphere on Earth, composed of 78 nitrogen and 21 oxygen, along with trace amounts of carbon dioxide and rare gases. Conversely, the Martian atmosphere consists of 95, 3 carbon dioxide, 2, 7 nitrogen, 1, 6 argon, and minute quantities of oxygen and water vapor. The primary distinction between the two is the variance in the concentration of certain elements, which renders demonic qi more suitable for absorption by demonic beasts, while spiritual energy is more conducive for human absorption. At the conclusion of this paper, a bold proposition is presented: the extraction and recombination of various elements from the air to create spiritual energy, potentially transforming demonic qi into spiritual energy. The brilliance of this professor is truly remarkable. After perusing the entire thesis, Chen Fan realized he had underestimated the scientists on Earth. It is no wonder Zheng Yaodong was so exhilarated. The audacity of this proposition promises a future where the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth could reach unimaginable levels. Observing Zheng Yaodong's keen interest, Chen Fan recalled her past as a prodigious medical student adorned with numerous accolades. And perhaps this subject intrigued her more than the pursuit of cultivation. Yaodong, you should join these professors in their research. Really? Can I? Chen Fan's words caught Zheng Yaodong off guard, but she quickly realized he was not jesting, leading her to feel a bit bashful. At her age, even as a genius, she felt like a mere toddler in the presence of these seasoned professors. The thought of being involved in such advanced research filled her with self-doubt. I believe in you. You can do this. Chen Fan encouraged her with a supportive gaze, which made Zheng Yaodong feel a warmth she had never experienced from him before. Overcome by emotion, she ultimately decided to express her gratitude through action. A gentle kiss was placed upon Chen Fan's cheek, and witnessing her joy brought him a sense of comfort. Both women had already been assessed for their potential. Compared to Yi Yunlan of the Tianshui lineage, Zheng Yaodong, like Chen Fan, bore merely the lowest tier of mortal spiritual roots, and it was likely that her evolution was spurred by the consumption of spiritual liquid. This outcome destined Zheng Miaodong to face unfavorable results on her path of cultivation, unless she was willing to share all her resources and secrets with him, which was evidently unlikely. Once matters in Baihu City were settled, Chen Fan returned to the residence of the master of Baishui to immerse himself in his cultivation. Having reached the late stage of foundation establishment, it was time for him to prepare for the golden core stage. Similar to the foundation establishment, the primary external aids for a cultivator to break through to the golden core stage are elixirs and spiritual items. Among these, the two elixirs that are most effective in assisting with the golden core formation are the Ningjin Dan and the Jiangqin Dan. The Ningjin Dan aids a cultivator in solidifying their golden core, while the Jiangqin Dan helps resist the inner demons encountered during the golden core tribulation. Throughout history, countless cultivators have successfully formed their golden core, only to perish in the trials of inner demons, underscoring the terrifying nature of this tribulation. For instance, Chen Fan had already unknowingly developed inner demons, which, if unleashed during the golden core tribulation, could very well cost him his life. Cultivators emphasize clarity of thought precisely because they fear the emergence of inner demons. Aside from these two elixirs, there are various spiritual items for golden core formation, but their efficacy pales in comparison to that of the two elixirs, hence they were not currently in Chen Fan's consideration. Within the cultivation realm, there exists a more commonly pursued method for achieving the golden core, eagerly sought after by numerous cultivators, known as the false core method. This method involves incorporating another cultivator's golden core into oneself, effectively using someone else's golden core to form one's own. This approach is safe and stable, devoid of risks. The sole drawback is that a false core cultivator possesses the lifespan of a golden core cultivator but lacks the true strength and opportunities for further advancement. For Chen Fan, who ardently seeks longevity, this method was naturally not a viable option. However, for many cultivators with limited talent, becoming a false core cultivator means an additional century of lifespan alongside the power to dominate foundation establishment cultivators without any associated risks, making it an appealing choice. For instance, both the Baiyun sect and the Shuihua sect each have a false core cultivator, which sustains their continuous legacy. It is imperative to obtain the Ningjin Dan and to prepare a Jiangqin Dan if possible. Better to be prepared than to face unforeseen circumstances. After careful contemplation, Chen Fan finalized his goals and stepped out of the residence of the master of Baishui, preparing to head beyond the Yunshui domain to seek out opportunities for acquiring the Ningjin Dan or for forming his golden core. In this small territory of Yunshui, not only were there no Ningjin Dan to be found, but even if there were, they would undoubtedly be fiercely contested by the Baiyun sect and the Shuihua sect, leaving little chance for a mere loose cultivator like him. Chapter 89. Luotianxian City. The Shuiyun domain is the most remote region in Qingzhou, with the Luotian domain bordering it to the northwest, separated by a mountain range known as the Hengyun Mountains. Foundation establishment cultivators possess the ability to ride swords, and such ordinary mountain ranges could not impede their travel. Regrettably, the Hengyun mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles and is now overrun by ferocious beasts, with rumors of the existence of fourth-tier demon kings, rendering it nearly a forbidden zone. While foundation establishment cultivators can indeed soar through the skies on their swords, their altitude is rather limited. Encountering a third-tier beast, let alone a fourth-tier demon king, poses immense peril. Consequently, the Yunshui region has gradually lost contact with other territories in Qingzhou, unless a formidable being of the nascent soul stage fortuitously ventures into Yunshui. However, such exalted entities are unlikely to find anything of value in this remote and impoverished land, making their appearances exceedingly rare over the centuries. Although Chen Fan's strength does not rival that of a nascent soul expert, he possesses the 8 Extremes Tower, which allows him, through the use of coordinate markers, to gradually navigate through the Hengyun mountain range. Once he reaches the Luotian region, a new world will unfold before him, enabling him to return to Yunshui at any time with the coordinate markers functionality. After entrusting the blood puppet crafted by the venerable Luo Lao to Yi Wuing, Chen Fan embarked on his journey to the Luotian region. Days later, he successfully traversed the Hengyun mountain range and entered the confines of the Luotian region. Yet, as he passed through the central area of the Hengyun mountain range, the 8 Extremes Tower within his consciousness quivered slightly, causing a pang of concern in Chen Fan's heart. This Hengyun mountain range harbors components of the 8 Extremes Tower. Nevertheless, given the perilous nature of the Hengyun mountain range, he reluctantly abandoned the notion of seeking the tower's components at this moment, opting instead to plan for it after achieving the core formation stage. In contrast to the fragmented Yunshui region, this domain is governed by a 4th-tier sect known as the Luotian sect, presided over by a nascent soul cultivator referred to as the Luotian Jinjuan. Once a cultivator reaches the transformation stage, They can ascend to the celestial realm using the ascension platform or forcefully breach the barrier between the cultivation world and the celestial realm for self-ascension if they reach the latter stages of transformation. Thus, the most formidable forces in the entire Kongming realm are those at the transformation stage. Most of these ancient beings are preoccupied with their ascensions, often engaged in secluded cultivation, rarely emerging, and there are no secret realms or treasures to be found, rendering their presence nearly invisible. The nascent soul stage remains the pinnacle of visible cultivation, yet even within a fourth-tier sect, golden core cultivators form the backbone of the sect. The elixir known as the golden core pill, which can enhance the probability of forming a golden core, has always been in high demand but scarce in availability. After wandering through the Luotian region for several days, Chen Fan found no means to acquire the golden core pill. Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Chen Fan lamented sincerely, clutching onto his last glimmer of hope as he stepped into the most prosperous city of the Luotian region, Luotian Xianqing. Although this city bears the name of Luotian, it is not under the control of the Luotian sect, but rather governed by a force known as the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, presided over by a nascent soul cultivator known as the Duo Baojinjuan. It is rumored that this city was once under the dominion of the Luotian sect. But the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, hailing from beyond Qingzhou and backed by a transformation stage cultivator, compelled the Luotian sect to relinquish control of the city. Fortunately, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is solely dedicated to business and does not engage in the power struggles within the Luotian domain. Over time, the Luotian sect has gradually lowered its guard. With the presence of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Luotian City frequently becomes a venue for trading rare and exquisite treasures, transforming it into a bustling hub for cultivators within the Luotian domain. The reason Chen Fan arrived at Luotian Immortal City later than others was to avoid high-ranking cultivators, lest he unwittingly attract the attention of those with malicious intentions, leading to a perilous fate he could not foresee. Despite the 8 Extremities Tower allowing for unrestricted travel, one remains vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Upon arriving in Luotian Immortal City, Chen Fan's first task was to rent a cave dwelling. Being a newcomer in unfamiliar territory, he resolved to reside there for a while to familiarize himself with the local circumstances before making further plans. Beneath Luotian Immortal City lies a 4th-grade spiritual vein, which typically extends into numerous branches. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce utilizes these branches to establish cave dwellings, renting them out to wandering cultivators for profit in spiritual stones. After procuring a substantial amount of refining materials and techniques from Jia, Chen Fan found his stock of spiritual stones dwindling, leaving him with only a few hundred low-grade spiritual stones. Due to his extensive sale of first-grade beast materials, the prices for such materials in the Shuiyun domain had plummeted to an outrageous level. As for second-grade beast materials, there was little demand in the Shuiyun domain, resulting in a lack of market. One of Chen Fan's additional objectives in coming to Luotian Immortal City was to sell another batch of beast materials, the most valuable of which was the corpse of a 3rd-grade tiger demon, intended to be exchanged for a Ningjin Dan. The rent for a 2nd-grade cave dwelling amounted to 2 low-grade spiritual stones per day, and Chen Fan opted to rent it for a year, spending 500 low-grade spiritual stones in the process, nearly depleting his entire fortune. This cave dwelling, designated as Xuanzi No. 7, comes with a 1-year lease. Here is your restriction token, esteemed senior. Please keep it safe. The individual guiding Chen Fan to the 2nd-grade cave dwelling was a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Such prowess would be sufficient to establish a cultivation family in the Yunshui domain, yet here, he served merely as a menial attendant. Prompting a moment of reflection for Chen Fan. It is indeed not easy to settle down in Luotian Immortal City. Sensing the presence of neighbors, heads began to emerge from nearby cave dwellings. To Chen Fan's left, in the Xuanzi No. 6 cave dwelling, a pair of dual cultivation partners appeared. The man possessed striking features and an extraordinary demeanor, while the woman exhibited an elegant figure and exceptional beauty. Both were mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. I am Xiaoi Chen, and this is my partner, Morong Shui. Greetings to you both. I am Chen Shi, a recent tenant here. It seems we shall be neighbors from now on. The couple politely acknowledged Chen Fan, expressing goodwill, to which he responded with a respectful gesture, offering an alias in return. While traveling, it is prudent to remain vigilant, for the cultivation world is fraught with individuals who can curse their enemies using merely their names and birth dates. In the 8th cave dwelling of the Xian character, located to the right of Chen Fan, resided a captivating and graceful matron, a cultivator at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Upon noticing Chen Fan's prowess at the late stage of foundation establishment, her demeanor noticeably warmed. I am Qi Kaifeng. A pleasure to meet you, Taoist Qingchen. The three exchanged pleasantries before retreating to their respective abodes. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage often take years, if not decades, to break through their realms. suggesting that the three would frequently cross paths in the foreseeable future. As for the occupants of the other cave dwellings, none emerged. Their reasons for seclusion remained a mystery, whether it was for closed-door cultivation or other matters. Chen Fan naturally paid little heed to such trivialities. After familiarizing himself with the cave's restrictions, he promptly made his way to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 90. The Millennium Spirit Ginseng with his pockets feeling rather light. Chen Fan yearned to convert the materials gathered from the beasts of White Tiger City into spirit stones, enabling him to procure the items he desired. Among his interests were the elusive legacies of alchemy and formations, which were exceedingly rare in the Yinshui domain. However, within the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, such treasures were likely to be found. As for the coveted Ningjin Dan, he could only hope for a stroke of luck. When the steward of the Wanbao Chamber beheld the assortment of beast materials Chen Fan presented, he was genuinely taken aback. Although this individual was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, slaying so many beasts was no trivial feat. Could it be that this person is a battle cultivator? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Battle cultivators differ slightly from ordinary practitioners. Their focus lies more in the art of combat rather than merely ascending in cultivation level. Such individuals are often gifted, possessing ample time to delve into the intricacies of martial prowess. Unlike the majority of cultivators who languish throughout their lives, merely hoping to break through before their lifespans conclude. These beast materials are estimated to be worth 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Are you satisfied, esteemed senior? While the steward thought this, a smile graced his face as he quoted the price after inspecting the materials. This batch consisted solely of second-tier beast materials, representing only a portion of what Chen Fan had stored in his superior-grade storage bag. As for the more abundant materials within his Qinquan bracelet, totaling several thousand cubic meters, he planned to sell them gradually to avoid arousing suspicion. Excellent. It's a deal. Chen Fan readily agreed, then tentatively inquired of the steward, "Does your esteemed establishment have any second-tier legacies in alchemy or formations for sale?" Such legacies are notoriously rare, their scarcity comparable to that of the Ningjin Dan. However, our chamber will soon host an auction, featuring a second-tier formation legacy consigned by a client. You might consider attending in a few days, the steward replied respectfully, presenting Chen Fan with an invitation inscribed with the number 78. Upon hearing the steward's words, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat as he realized he had underestimated the allure of the legacies of alchemy and formations. Given his limited resources, Chen Fan realized that acquiring the inheritance of the second-tier formation might be beyond his means. He was reluctant to show any signs of weakness in front of the steward, maintaining a composed demeanor as he accepted the invitation. After the transaction was complete, he departed from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Fortunately, invitations in the cultivation world were crafted from jade slips, which also contained the confirmed prices of the auctioned items. Upon seeing the starting bid of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones for the second-tier formation inheritance, Chen Fan sighed in dismay. So I am merely a pauper. While in the Yinshui region, he felt quite self-satisfied, but upon arriving in Luotian City, he realized the limitations of his perspective. According to the customs of the auction house, the final price typically ranged from 3 to 5 times the starting bid, and for highly sought-after items like the golden elixir, it could even reach 10 times the initial price. If he wished to acquire the inheritance through the auction, he would need to sell dozens of complete second-tier demonic beast corpses, which would certainly draw unwanted attention. Similarly, he could not part with his third-tier tiger demon for the time being, leaving him with only the rare herbs and treasures he had obtained from the Changbai Mountain secret realm to sell. After much contemplation, Chen Fan resolved to sell some of his old mountain ginseng to gather 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, ensuring a smooth acquisition of the formation inheritance. 3 days later, he returned to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, presenting an old mountain ginseng to the steward, feeling somewhat anxious. Based on Chen Fan's estimation, this ginseng could enhance spiritual power, comparable to spiritual liquid, and was at least a third-tier material, yet he was uncertain about its selling price. Senior, this millennium ginseng has reached the quality of a fourth-tier material. If included in this auction, it is sure to fetch a handsome price. Would you consider this? To his surprise, after inspecting the ginseng, the steward's expression transformed into one of delight, his gaze toward Chen Fan becoming even more fervent. This gentleman not only possesses ample second-tier demonic beast materials, but can also part with fourth-tier materials. Has he uncovered some secret realm? Observing the steward's reaction, Chen Fan felt a wave of unease. The ginseng's grade exceeded his expectations, which might attract unnecessary attention. This ginseng had been passed down through his family. Had it not been for the second-tier formation inheritance, he would never have considered selling it. If it were to be auctioned, he might find himself financially constrained regarding the formation inheritance. Feigning a reluctant expression of sacrifice, he awaited the steward's response, which did not disappoint him. That's agreeable, senior. The base price for this ginseng is 100 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. We will simply deduct this amount from the proceeds once the auction concludes. That sounds excellent. I appreciate your assistance, steward. I had always believed this ginseng to be a third-tier material, and this unexpected windfall has taken me by surprise. I hope you will keep this matter confidential. With that, Chen Fan discreetly offered a Qianquan bag to the steward, only to have it pushed back. Senior, there is no need for such formalities. Maintaining client confidentiality is the principle of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. We cannot accept your money. No trouble at all. Had it not been for the steward's revelation that this mountain ginseng was a fourth-tier spiritual material, I might have mistaken it for a third-tier one. This kindness, I, Chen, shall forever hold dear to my heart. With that, Chen Fan pushed the Qianquan bag back towards the steward, who feigned reluctance before graciously accepting it. After Chen Fan departed, the steward swiftly entered a lavishly adorned chamber, clutching the Millennium Ginseng and Qianquan bag. Miss, today a patron entrusted this item for consignment and also gifted me this. The steward said, presenting the Millennium Ginseng and Qianquan bag with utmost reverence, casting his gaze downwards, too timid to meet her eyes. Oh, 10 middle-grade spiritual stones. This is quite the generous offering, the individual addressed as Miss remarked, delicately lifting the Qianquan bag to glance inside. With a bemused sigh, she then adopted a serious demeanor and instructed, investigate this person. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Chen Fan's expression turned grim as he paced back and forth, contemplating his next course of action. Although he had already concocted an explanation regarding the origin of the Millennium Ginseng, the substantial wealth in the hands of a mere foundation establishment cultivator was exceedingly precarious. Should this information leak, he feared that mere moments after stepping out of Luotian Immortal City, he would be beset by rogue cultivators. Alas, one step at a time. He mused. After much deliberation, the only viable options that occurred to Chen Fan were to join the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce or the Luotian sect. With a powerful backing, he would be less susceptible to other schemes. Yet, the multitude of secrets he harbored made it unwise to align himself with any other faction. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to pursue this path. As for acquiring the second-tier array inheritance and immediately using the 8 Extremities Tower to depart from the Luotian domain, that would extinguish any hope of forming a golden core and was therefore not advisable. Chapter 91. Auction Conflict 2 days later. The auction hosted by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce proceeded as scheduled, and Chen Fan's invitation had been upgraded from Hall number 78 to the esteemed number 12. A fourth-tier spiritual plant, even in the Luotian domain, was a rarity, and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce promoted it vigorously, attracting numerous golden core cultivators. The auction was presided over by a captivating woman, seemingly adept in some form of spiritual secret technique, whose every gesture exuded an unusual charm, swiftly invigorating the atmosphere of the event. Item after item was sold in a flurry, leaving Chen Fan dazzled yet somewhat disinterested. It was only when the auctioneer presented the second-tier array inheritance that Chen Fan's spirits were finally uplifted, his gaze fixated with fervor upon the jade slip. This second-tier array inheritance was imperative for him. It was even more crucial than the second-tier alchemy inheritance. With the impending full moon night, the precarious state of White Tiger City loomed large. If he could establish a second-tier defensive formation, personally overseen by him, even a situation akin to that of Vermilion Bird City would be manageable. The starting bid of 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones quickly escalated to 2,000, a sum equivalent to the entire fortune of an average late foundation establishment cultivator. 3,000, Chen Fan declared, making his first bid and directly raising the price by half. As the bid was called from the second-floor VIP room, the crowd speculated it might belong to some venerable elder of the Golden Core stage, causing a momentary cooling of the atmosphere. 3,005. Suddenly, a voice like thunder resonated from the distinguished ninth box to Chen Fan's left. The auctioneer furrowed his brow upon hearing this proclamation. It was the esteemed Huang Longjinren. The Luotian sect truly lacks decorum, openly revealing his identity to exert pressure on others. Indeed, a prestigious fourth-tier sect resorting to such tactics to seize a second-tier array inheritance is rather unbecoming. Hush! Keep it down. Do you wish to court disaster? Huang Longjinren is a mid-golden core cultivator and an elder of the Luotian sect. Although his brazen bidding was not technically against the rules, it was somewhat beneath his dignity. 4,000. Chen Fan frowned, promptly raising the bid to 4,000 without a second thought. Regardless of Huang Longjinren or the Luotian sect, this array inheritance was something he must possess. Who is it? Chen Fan's bid was made through the mechanisms of the VIP room, concealing his voice and aura. Thus Huang Longjinren remained oblivious to the identity of his competitor, especially in such an almost confrontational manner. Senior Huang Long, your actions are somewhat improper. Upon witnessing Huang Longjinren's blatant challenge, the auctioneer chose not to yield, opting instead for a direct confrontation. 4,005. 5,000. With a cold snort, Huang Longjinren declared 4,005, but immediately, the 12th box countered with a 5,000 bid, further inciting his ire. 5,005. 6,000. The two engaged in a fierce battle of bids, with Huang Longjinren raising his offer, only for the 12th box to immediately counter with an even higher one. Almost automatically, this humiliating exchange provoked Huang Longjinren to a state of furious indignation, yearning to storm into the 12th box to confront the individual daring to challenge him. 6,005. 8,000. 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a second-tier array inheritance? If you desire it, take it. After all, the Luotian sect is not lacking. When Chen Fan escalated the bid to 8,000, Huang Longjinren merely chuckled derisively, as if his earlier fury had been but a mere act. Unfazed by Huang Longjinren's mockery, Chen Fan patiently awaited the auctioneer's gavel. 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Going thrice. Let us congratulate the esteemed 12th box. After securing the second-tier array inheritance, to avoid drawing Huang Longjinren's attention, Chen Fan signaled to the merchant hall's steward to procure a batch of array materials before promptly departing from the Wanbao Merchant Association. Upon returning to his cave abode, Chen Fan ensured he was not being followed before releasing a sigh of relief. Little did he know, just as he exited the 12th box, someone entered Huang Longjinren's room. "Master, it is this person," a young man spoke, swiftly etching the likeness of Chen Fan onto a blank jade slip with his spiritual consciousness, and respectfully presented it before the esteemed Huang Longjinren. "Humph. To compete with me over possessions, truly ignorant of the meaning of death. Go investigate. I am eager to discern the identity of this individual." With these words, Huang Longjinren waved his hand, dismissing the young man from the private chamber. "My lord, I could easily forego that inheritance, as long as you treat me sincerely. That would suffice." The speaker was a voluptuous middle-aged beauty, who, as soon as Huang Longjinren's apprentice departed, immediately coiled around him like a water serpent, her hands wandering over him incessantly. "Bailu, rest assured that youth shall not escape my grasp." Feeling the warmth of the woman in his embrace, Huang Longjinren patted his chest in assurance. Were it not for the ongoing auction, he would have eagerly indulged in the pleasure she offered. This woman was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, the matriarch of a foundational family in the Luotian realm. By fortunate happenstance, she had attached herself to the illustrious Huang Longjinren, leveraging her remarkable skills in bed. Today, Huang Longjinren was vying for the inheritance of a second-tier formation, primarily for her sake. Within the ranks of the Longzhu sect, there were not only second-tier formations, but even several third-tier ones. However, those inheritances required significant contributions from disciple elders for cultivation and were not permitted for external dissemination. Given Huang Longjinren's mid-stage golden core status, he could easily afford not just 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but even 80,000. The reason he refrained from continuing his competition with Chen Fan was twofold. On one hand, he sought an opportunity to reclaim the inheritance from Chen Fan. On the other, he deemed it unworthy to expend so much on Bailu. A slightly attractive furnace for alchemy was merely a diversion. Were it not for her exceptional skills in bed, her beauty would hardly stand out in a realm teeming with alluring women. Meanwhile, Chen Fan returned to his cave abode and immediately transferred the jade slip containing the formation inheritance to Earth, hoping to leave a glimmer of hope for the Hua nation in case of his misfortune. With approximately 10 days remaining until the next full moon, his ability to establish a second-tier formation within that time frame would hinge on his comprehension during these days. For 10 consecutive days, Chen Fan toiled without rest, dedicating himself entirely to the newly acquired formation inheritance. Despite his relentless efforts, as the 10 days elapsed, he could only arrange a high-grade first-tier formation, leaving him uncertain of the considerable distance still to traverse before achieving the status of a second-tier formation master. Reflecting on Yi Linglong's ability to set up a second-tier formation, the Zhou Tian Li Hua Grand Array, despite her mere 8th layer of qi refinement, filled him with a sense of inadequacy. Could it be that my aptitude for formations is equally lacking? Chen Fan lamented inwardly. Chapter 92. The disappearance of the beast tide on January 8, 2035. The 12th full moon following the cataclysm, a full moon hung high in the sky, yet the anticipated beast tide among humanity had failed to materialize. Until the stroke of 1 in the morning, the desolate expanse outside the White Tiger City remained eerily silent, without the shadow of a single beast to be seen. Only the sanguine moon hung high in the sky, a stark reminder that this calamity was far from over. What is happening? Everyone exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. Darling, what is going on? Zheng Miaodong inquired, gazing at the chaos of opinions flooding the online forums, her eyes turning to Chen Fan, the sole individual who might unravel her confusion. Fixated on the blood moon above, Chen Fan, as brow furrowed into a deep crease as he pondered for a considerable moment before slowly articulating his conjectures. There are two possibilities. The first is that the higher-level beasts have attained a level of intelligence, perceiving the threat posed by the mushroom bombs, and thus have opted to retreat temporarily. The second? As Chen Fan hesitated, Yi Yunlan, unable to suppress her curiosity, pressed him for an answer. The second is the most dire scenario. A more powerful beast king has emerged among the monsters, restraining the actions of these creatures. Perhaps even a celestial beast. Just as a cultivator in the transformation stage can ascend to the earth immortal realm, so too can beasts of that caliber, referred to as celestial beasts. The very thought that the source of this cataclysm could be a fifth-tier beast sent shivers down Chen Fan's spine. Such a being would equate to a formidable entity in the transformation stage. How could a mere foundational cultivator, still grappling with the challenges of forming a core, hope to contend with it? From various signs, it appeared that the celestial beast on the moon had suffered significant injuries and was currently leveraging some substance from the lunar surface to gradually revive itself. The aberrations observed among the beasts on Earth were a direct consequence of their exposure to this entity or the miasma it emanated. As the revival of that celestial beast progressed, it was only a matter of time before it descended upon Earth. With this realization, Chen Fan understood that time was not on his side. As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the villa. The two women were no strangers to the world of cultivation, and they comprehended the implications of a celestial beast. A palpable sense of helplessness weighed heavily upon the trio, nearly suffocating them. Just then, a lion's roar erupted from within the room. It was Da Huang, sensing Chen Fan's turmoil, howling as if to declare that everything would be all right. "Ah, how could I have forgotten about you little ones?" Observing the now considerably grown Da Huang and the imposing Wang Kai, Chen Fan suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Both Da Huang and Xiao Huang had matured to the equivalent strength of fourth-tier beasts, and Wang Kai appeared to possess an even higher rank. If he could nurture these three creatures adequately, perhaps they might one day stand a chance against the celestial beast. Ever since he realized their extraordinary potential, Chen Fan had dedicated himself to their training. He regularly fed them the flesh of second-tier beasts and provided diluted spiritual liquid to drink. He even went so far as to sacrifice a substantial portion of a fifth-tier beast's meat to hasten their growth. The youthful Huang and Xiao are still too inexperienced to reveal their true potential. However, Wang Kai has already attained the strength of a second-tier demon beast, proving to be a formidable opponent even against Yi Yunlan, who is at the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. Yunlan, persevere in your cultivation. Once you reach the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, I shall present you with a gift. The thought of Yi Yunlan achieving the 8th level of Qi refinement in merely 6 months fills Chen Fan with a bittersweet sensation, one he cannot share with others. As for the so-called gift, it naturally refers to the foundational elixir used during the foundation establishment stage. Given Chen Fan's current prowess at the late foundation establishment stage, acquiring a foundational elixir in Luotian Immortal City is not a daunting task. I adore you, my husband. Yi Yunlan, no longer a novice in cultivation, quickly deduces the nature of the gift from Chen Fan's words and promptly bestows upon him a sweet kiss. A night passes in restless anticipation, yet the beast tide fails to materialize. Discussions online reach a fever pitch, with various theories circulating. Some claim the evolution of demon beasts has ceased, while others suggest they were frightened away by mushroom bombs. Some even go so far as to assert that it was merely a dream. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, Yan Bingyun consults Chen Fan and disseminates his initial hypothesis through official channels. With Chen Fan and Baihu City as endorsements, the other 3 cities follow suit, issuing statements that ultimately quell the uproar. It suffices for the higher-ups of the Huagua government to be aware of the celestial demon situation. The public's knowledge can sometimes be a double-edged sword. With the beast tide not reappearing, Chen Fan returns to Luotian Immortal City. He first visits the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to claim the remaining spirit stones from the Millennium Spirit Ginseng, and, while there, inquires about the availability of foundational elixirs. Does your esteemed establishment have any golden condensation pills or dust-reducing pills for sale? The chamber's steward regards Chen Fan with an enigmatic smile, exuding an air of profound mystery. A certain esteemed individual within the organization wishes to meet you. Perhaps you should inquire with her. Without waiting for Chen Fan's acquiescence, the steward retreats, and the enchanting woman who presided over the auction that day gracefully enters. "Senior, who might you be?" As the woman appears, even the most naive among them would recognize that she is far more than just an auctioneer at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. A vivid memory flashes in Chen Fan's mind, her bold confrontation with the Huanglong Jinren during the auction, offering him a glimmer of understanding. "I am Xinya, the newly appointed manager of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce here. It must have been quite a challenge for you to traverse the Hengyun Mountains with your mere foundation establishment cultivation, wouldn't you agree?" "What? How could she possibly know that I am from the Yinshui region?" Upon hearing Xinya unveil his origins, Chen Fan instinctively feels the urge to flee. Yet, a lingering sense of rationality restrains this impulse. and he takes a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain composure as he gazes at Xianya. Might I inquire what instructions you have for me, senior? Huh, you handled that rather well, not revealing too much alarm. Xianya observes Chen Fan with a knowing smile, her gaze carrying a hint of admiration as she appraises him. Suddenly, her tone shifts to one of seriousness. Are you aware that the Huanglong Jinren has set his sights on you? What? When did this happen? Chen Fan was once again startled by Xianya's words, his mind incessantly replaying the events of the auction day, seeking to discern when he had been discovered by the true man of the Yellow Dragon. Could it be him? Suddenly, Chen Fan recalled encountering a youthful cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage upon leaving the luxurious room 12. However, there had been no interaction between them, and he had not considered the true man of the Yellow Dragon at that moment. It appears you have come to a realization. The true man of the Yellow Dragon is now aware of your dwelling's location, and the moment you depart from Luotian City will mark the day of your demise. Do you have anything to say? Observing Xianya's knowing demeanor, Chen Fan felt a wave of frustration but had no choice but to bow his head. Please, venerable one, enlighten me.